In the depths of a primeval forest, golden rays of sunlight pierced through the thick canopy, creating scattered patches of light on the damp forest floor. The distant roars of wild beasts echoed through the jungle, causing flocks of birds to take flight in alarm. A faint hum resonated in the air. Buzz! Li Su's eyes fluttered open. His vision adjusted to the unfamiliar surroundings, and a wave of confusion settled over him. Where am I? He muttered, pushing himself up. As a die-hard Dragon Ball fan, Li Su had spent countless hours re-watching the anime, re-reading the manga, and playing Dragon Ball games. In fact, the last thing he remembered was playing the latest Dragon Ball RPG, where he had encountered a cheater in an online match. In a fit of frustration, he had punched the screen, then everything went black. And now he was here. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding dong. The God-level plug-in system is initializing. 1%. 5%. 50%. 100%. Li Su barely had time to react before the voice continued. Detected. Host possesses an unopened novice gift package. Would you like to receive it now? A gift package? This isn't a dream, is it? Li Su took a deep breath, steeling himself. Since things had already gone beyond logic, he might as well roll with it. Claim it. Ding dong. Novice gift package claimed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the primary automatic training plugin. A flood of information surged into his mind. Primary automatic training plugin. The host will automatically gain +1 combat power daily, even without active training. Li Su's heartbeat quickened. A training plugin that lets me grow stronger just by existing? That was the kind of overpowered cheat he'd always dreamed of in games. But first. System, where exactly am I? Ding dong. The host is currently in the Dragon Ball world. The main storyline will begin in 10 days. Li Su's eyes widened. I actually traveled into Dragon Ball? Excitement surged through him, but it was quickly overshadowed by dread. The Dragon Ball universe wasn't just about martial arts and epic battles, it was a death trap. Planets were obliterated for fun. Gods and warriors capable of wiping out galaxies roamed freely. This world is insane, he groaned. If he wasn't careful, he could die before even seeing Goku. A thought struck him, and he hurriedly asked, System, can you send me back? No. Then can you make me instantly invincible? Negative. Li Su clenched his fists. Then what's the point of you? The God-level plugin system allows the host to obtain powerful plugins, the system replied matter-of-factly. That's it. Li Su scoffed. Even if I die, I won't. Wait, what plugins do you have? The system immediately listed them. Bloodline Plug-Ins, Normal Saiyan Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan, Ancient Saiyan, Primordial Saiyan, and the Saiyan Ancestor Bloodline. Physique Plug-Ins, Broken Limb Regeneration, Nuclear Regeneration, Cellular Regeneration, Soul Regeneration, and True Immortality. Comprehension Plug-Ins, ranging from basic to God-level comprehension, allowing instant mastery of techniques. Automatic Training Plug-Ins, passive training enhancements, from primary to God tier. Li Su's mouth went dry. This system was broken. System, how do I unlock these plugins? Tasks will be randomly assigned. Completing them rewards plugins. First task, collect all 7 Dragon Balls. Reward, primary comprehension plugin. Li Su's heart pounded. A comprehension boost right from the start? That could be the key to rapid growth. System, what exactly can the primary comprehension plugin do? It enables the host to instantly learn all 1-star techniques. 1-star techniques? Basic but useful moves such as Kamehameha, Dodon Ray, Solar Flare, 4 Witches Technique, and Mafuba, Evil Containment Wave. Asterisk. Li Su's mind raced. If even these were considered 1-star moves, what did higher-level techniques look like? Can intermediate comprehension instantly learn 2-star techniques? The host is not authorized to know this information. Figures. Li Su took a deep breath. What's my current combat power? You can check the personal status panel. Personal status panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 18. Combat strength, 2. Plugin, primary automatic training plugin, +1 combat power per day. Li Su stared at the number in disbelief. 2. Even a farmer with a shotgun in Dragon Ball had 5 combat power. Compared to the beasts in this jungle, he was practically a bug. Still, this automatic training plugin wasn't useless. Goku only had 10 combat power at the start of the series, which meant in 8 days, he could reach the same level. That was absurd growth in the early stages. But before he could celebrate, roar. A deep, earth-shaking growl came from the shadows, making his blood run cold. Li Su snapped back to reality. Now was not the time to be distracted. Let's get the hell out of here. Even if he hadn't seen the beast, that sound alone was enough to tell him it wasn't something he could fight. Not with just 2 combat power. 3 days later, Li Su finally emerged from the dense forest, breathing heavily. His combat power had increased to 5, thanks to the automatic training plug-in. Though he was still weak, he had at least survived multiple beast encounters, barely. Seeing the Dragon Ball world firsthand was completely different from watching it in anime. The danger felt real. He had only one goal now: find civilization and figure out where Bowsy Mountain was. Suddenly, "Move out of the way." A woman's voice echoed behind him. Before he could react, bang! A car slammed into him, sending him flying through the air before he crashed to the ground. A sharp pain shot through his body. Arg! Damn, that hurts. The car skidded to a stop. Inside, a blue-haired girl gripped the steering wheel, her face pale. I just hit someone. The car door opened, and a girl cautiously stepped out, approaching him. Li Su groaned. Did I just get ice-skied again? Are you okay? Li Su groggily lifted his head, rubbing the sore spot where he had just been hit by a car. But when he saw the girl standing before him, blue hair, pink dress, and an unmistakable aura of confidence, he instantly recognized her. Bulma. I'm fine, he reassured her, standing up and brushing the dust off his clothes. His combat power had reached 5, which meant his body had already toughened up quite a bit. Other than a few minor bruises, he was completely unharmed. Bulma, however, was staring at him in awe. So handsome. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, her cheeks turned red, and even a little drool threatened to escape her lips. Li Su coughed awkwardly. This girl was way too direct. Pretending not to notice, he asked, "What's a girl like you doing out here, all alone?" Bulma suddenly snapped out of her daze, realizing how silly she must have looked. She quickly composed herself, her face still slightly flushed. I'm searching for these. She reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 golden orbs with red stars inside. Li Su's eyes lit up. Dragon Balls. Feigning surprise, he asked, "What are those?" You don't know? These are Dragon Balls. Bulma said excitedly. Legend says that if you collect all 7, you can summon Shenron and have any wish granted. Oh. Li Su raised an eyebrow. But you only have 2. Finding the rest won't be easy. Bulma smirked and crossed her arms. That's where you're wrong. She pulled out a small circular device and held it up. This is the Dragon Radar. I invented it myself. It tracks the unique energy signature of the Dragon Balls, so I can pinpoint their exact locations. Li Su whistled. Impressive. But even with that, traveling around searching for them alone seems dangerous. Bulma pouted. I know, right? That's why. She batted her eyelashes at him. You seem strong. Why don't you come with me? I'll even pay you. Li Su smirked. This was exactly what he wanted. He needed to follow Bulma to complete his first system mission, collecting all 7 Dragon Balls. There's no need for payment, he said with a casual shrug. I was traveling anyway, so I might as well tag along. Really? That's great. Bulma cheered. But before they could set off, Li Su noticed the wrecked car behind them. This car is totaled. Do you have another capsule? Bulma flipped open a metal case filled with all-purpose capsules, pulled one out, pressed the button, and tossed it on the ground. Poof. A sleek red sports car appeared. Let's go. This time, Li Su took the driver's seat. After what just happened, he didn't trust Bulma's driving skills. 7 days later, arrival at Bowsy Mountain. Following the Dragon Radar signals, the two traveled across forests, deserts and rivers, enjoying the journey. After a week, they finally reached their destination, Bowsy Mountain. As they drove up a winding dirt path, a small figure appeared on the road ahead, carrying a giant fish over his shoulder. Watch out, Li Su. There's a kid up ahead. Bulma yelped. Li Su slammed the brakes, stopping just inches from hitting the child. The boy immediately turned, pulling a red staff from his back, his expression alert. Monster. Li Su nearly laughed. Of course, this was Son Goku. Bulma, on the other hand, was offended. Baka. You're the monster. She jumped out of the car, hands on her hips. Goku narrowed his eyes. If you're monsters, I won't let you steal my fish. He held up his power pole, ready to fight. Li Su stepped out, raising his hands in a peaceful gesture. We're not monsters. This is a car. Haven't you seen one before? Goku blinked in confusion.
A car.
He walked up and kicked the sports car twice. The car's alarm blared, making him flinch. "And you say you're not monsters?" he said suspiciously, gripping his staff.
Li Su chuckled.
"We're humans, just like you. My name's Li Su, and this is Bulma."
"I'm Son Goku," the boy introduced himself. Then he tilted his head. "Bulma, what a weird name." Boom.
Bulma hammered him on the head.
"Ow.
"Why'd you hit me?" Goku groaned, rubbing the lump forming on his head.
"Baka."
"It's rude to comment on a girl's name."
Goku blinked. "Oh."
"Grandpa said I should be gentle with girls." His demeanor instantly softened.
Bulma pouted.
"This kid is so weird." Goku suddenly grinned and lifted his giant fish. "I just caught this. Want to eat some grilled fish with me?" Li Su's stomach rumbled at the mention of food.
"Sounds good to me." Bulma rolled her eyes. "Wait.
Before that, Goku, have you seen a golden orb like this?" She pulled out a Dragon Ball. Goku's eyes widened in shock.
"Grandpa." Bulma frowned. "Grandpa."
Goku ran into his house and pointed at the Dragon Ball sitting on the table. It was glowing faintly with 4 stars inside.
"Grandpa's here."
Goku cheered.
"Dragon Ball." Bulma gasped. She rushed forward, but Goku snatched it up first. "Hey!
What are you doing?"
Bulma huffed. "This is Grandpa." Goku insisted.
"I won't let you steal him."
Li Su stepped forward.
"Goku, this isn't your grandpa. This is a Dragon Ball, a mystical artifact. It has 4 stars inside, so people call it the 4-star ball."
Goku counted the stars. 1, 2, 3, 4. "Oh.
"You're right. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total," Li Su continued. "If we collect them all, we can summon a dragon that grants any wish."
"Can we borrow yours?"
"We'll return it after."
Goku clutched it tightly. "No way.
"I won't let you take Grandpa away." Li Su thought for a moment and then smiled.
"You're a martial artist, right?"
"If you come with us, you'll meet strong opponents and get even stronger." Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement.
"Really?"
"I can fight strong people."
"Of course." Li Su nodded.
Goku grinned and held out the Dragon Ball.
"Okay. I'll go with you."
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
The rising sun has just emerged from the top of the mountain, and a sports car is driving fast on the vast plain. "Li Su, why do you want to bring such a brat with you?" Bulma said angrily. "The 4 planets are in his hands, so I can only take him with me." Li Su smiled. "Aren't you very good? Just grab the 4 planets." Bulma pouted, not wanting to bring a light bulb like Son Goku. "Don't think Son Goku is small, he is not weak, I may not be his opponent." Li Su said. "His current combat power has reached 13 points, but he has no combat experience, and he may not be able to beat Son Goku. Is this little devil really that powerful?" Bulma asked in disbelief. "You'll know later." Li Su smiled slightly. "Stop for me." At this moment, there was a wolf-headed man standing in the middle of the road ahead, with a scar on his face and a machete in his hand, looking fierce. Li Su braked the car and stopped. "Li Su, what should I do now?" Bulma said in fear, holding Li Su's arm, as if it would make him feel safer. "Don't worry." Li Su smiled confidently. Such a small role, he has now ignored it. Li Su pulled out his hand and got out of the car. He originally wanted to ask Son Goku to do it, but thinking that he had never fought before, he planned to give himself a little more combat experience. "Hurry up and hand over the money and the universal capsule, or I'll be rude," the wolf-headed man said viciously, waving the machete in his hand twice. "Let's do it now. After the fight, I have to continue on my way." Li Su pretended to say. "Boy, since you don't know how to look, don't blame me." The wolf-headed man slashed at Li Su, as if to cut Li Su in half. However, he didn't look at the knife and was caught by Li Su. The wolf-headed man tried hard to pull out the knife, but he didn't move. Li Su still looked very relaxed. "It's really boring, I'll leave it to Son Goku to deal with it in the future." Li Su pouted and said, such an opponent means nothing to him at all. Boom! After Li Su finished speaking, he punched the wolf-headed man in the stomach. "What?" The wolf-headed man screamed, covered his stomach with his hands, and fell to the ground. Li Su kicked him to the side of the road again, and then returned to the car. "Li Su, you are amazing," Bulma said with red eyes. "Li Su, your strength is so strong, can you fight me?" Son Goku said excitedly, his hands itch a little when he saw a formidable opponent. "There will be opportunities in the future, so let's go now," Li Su said. He also wanted to fight Son Goku to increase his fighting experience. In the evening, I found a gentle area and stopped. Bulma takes out a house capsule, startling Son Goku again. "It's like daytime inside," Son Goku said in surprise. There is bread and coffee here. You can eat some first. If you are not used to it, you can also go out to find something to eat, Li Su said. He has also lived here for several days, and he is half the owner. No taste at all. Son Goku took 2 bites of the bread and spit it out again. He doesn't like bread at all, and usually eats meat. So bitter. I took another sip of coffee and vomited as soon as I drank it. I'd better go find the food myself, Son Goku said, walking out with a wish-fulfilling stick. What a troublesome kid. Bulma pouted, and then said to Li Su, I went to take a shower first, I was sweating. Li Su was alone, so he watched TV. After a while, Bulma came out of the shower, wearing very thin clothes, looming, making Li Su's hormones a little restless. Bulma, do you have to be careful, even if I can hold back, Son Goku will be back later, Li Su said. After a few days of getting along, he also has some good feelings for Bulma, and he doesn't want Bulma to be taken advantage of by Son Goku. Bulma heard the words, a blush appeared on his face, and ran back to the room. I'm back to the room. After a while, Son Goku returned with a wolf and a centipede. Li Su, I found food, do you want to eat some? No, eat it yourself. Li Su had eaten some bread and was full, he didn't have as much appetite as Saiyan. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, as soon as the sky was white with fish belly, Son Goku got up and started to practice. Li Su was also woken up by Son Goku getting up, and went outside with Son Goku. Aho! Son Goku held a stone in both hands and threw it into the sky with a forceful swing, then jumped up and smashed the stone with a punch. This is Son Goku's way of training. Although it seems simple, it can exercise the strength of the waist and arms, as well as his explosive power. After landing, Son Goku ran to another stone and repeated the action. Li Su watched from the sidelines, not training with Son Goku. He has an automatic training plug-in, and he can increase his combat power a little every day. Once he cultivates, the automatic training plug-in will stop, and if he works hard on his own, the daily increase in combat power may not be a little bit, and it is not as fast as hanging up. Gradually, the sun came out of the mountain. Ah, let me down. Son Goku mistook a turtle for a rock. What a big turtle, Son Goku said, setting the turtle down. It's not a turtle, it's a turtle, the turtle argued, as if the turtle were a little higher than the turtle. Turtle in the sea. Turtles are not turtles in the sea. The turtle said with a black line on his face. Shouldn't turtles be in the sea? Son Goku said. I'm just lost, can you buy me a bucket of salt water, said the turtle. Of course. Son Goku nodded. Hey, what are you arguing about early in the morning, disturbing your sleep? At this time, Bulma came out of the room with a displeased look on his face, obviously still awake. Bulma, can you get me a bucket of salt water? Son Goku didn't seem to hear Bulma's complaint. Gollum, Gollum. Although Bulma was very upset, Son Goku woke her up early in the morning by practicing, but she still got a big bucket of salt water for the sea turtle. Can you send me back? I will repay you. After drinking a large bucket of salt water, the big turtle said pitifully. At his own speed, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the sea. No, Bulma refused without hesitation. Bulma, I took a look. There is a Dragon Ball in the sea. Let's send him back by the way, Li Su said. Drip. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it, and found that there was really a Dragon Ball there, and said, okay, thank you. The sea turtle gave Li Su a grateful glance. Let's go. Their location is about 100 kilometers away from the sea, and in less than 2 hours, they came to the sea. So big. Son Goku was shocked when he saw the sea for the first time. Wait for me here, I'll be right back. After the sea turtle entered the sea, he turned around and said, and then swam to the depths of the sea. It's so salty. Son Goku took a sip of sea water and spit it out again. Damn, wait for him to come back, I don't know how long it will take. Bulma said angrily. Bulma, what wish are you looking for Dragon Ball for? Li Su asked. I haven't made up my mind yet. Bulma said with a blushing face. She originally wanted to find a handsome boyfriend, but after meeting Li Su, she didn't want to fulfill this wish. It's not in a hurry anyway, so let's take the process of finding Dragon Ball as a trip, isn't it interesting? Li Su laughed. Yeah. Bulma nodded slightly and glanced at Li Su secretly. About 2 hours later, the big turtle came back with an old man with a turtle shell on his back. I made you wait so long. Grandpa, who are you? Son Goku asked. My name is Master Roshi. Master Roshi said, and asked the turtle again, who rescued you? It was this little brother who gave me the salt water, and the young man promised to bring me back, said the big turtle. It's really hard for you. In return, I'll give you a gift. Master Roshi said to Son Goku and Li Su. If you really want to repay, give me the bead around your neck. Li Su said indifferently. His mind was not as pure as Son Goku's, and he definitely couldn't do somersaults. Dragon Ball. Bulma was surprised to see the Dragon Ball on Master Roshi's neck. Looking at the girl's reaction, this bead seems to be very important. Master Roshi thought to himself, and then said to Bulma with a sullen expression, you can also want this bead, you must let me. Boom! Before Master Roshi finished speaking, Li Su kicked him in the face. Old man, you can't take advantage of Bulma. Li Su said very upset, but he couldn't let Bulma take advantage of others. Young man, what a lot of strength. Master Roshi was a little surprised. From the kick just now, it shows that Li Su's strength is good, but his strength is much higher than that of Li Su. He took a kick from Li Su, and nothing happened. Bulma looked at Lisu with red heart on the side, thinking a lot in his heart narcissistically. Old man, if you don't want to give Dragon Ball, forget it. Lisu said, it is impossible to snatch from Master Roshi, so it is better to retreat. Ahem. This bead is your reward for sending the turtle back. Master Roshi took the bead off his neck and gave it to Lisu. Bulma found another one. Lisu gave the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Bulma put the Dragon Ball in the bag. Little brother, let me give you a present too. Master Roshi looked at Son Goku again. Gift. Come out, Phoenix. Master Roshi pointed at the sky with his cane and shouted, but no Phoenix came out. The Phoenix died of food poisoning last year, the big turtle reminded. Phoenixes die too. Bulma muttered. I wanted him to never die, so I named him Phoenix. Master Roshi said embarrassedly. Come out, Jintuyun. Da-da-da. There was a sound of a motor, and a yellow cloud flew in front of them. How do you eat this? Son Goku asked. You can't eat somersault clouds, Master Roshi shouted loudly. You can fly in the sky when you sit on the somersault clouds, but only people with 6 pure roots can sit on the somersault clouds. I'll show you how. Bang! Master Roshi jumped on the somersault cloud and hit the ground with one butt. Grandpa, it doesn't matter. Son Goku asked. It's okay. Master Roshi said awkwardly. I'll try. Son Goku jumped on the somersault cloud and didn't fall like Master Roshi, much to the surprise of Master Roshi. What a simple-minded kid. Oh. Son Goku had a great time playing. After a while, Son Goku flew down from the sky. Thank you, Grandpa. Where did the wishbone behind you come from? Master Roshi noticed Son Goku's wishbone at this time. Grandpa gave it to me. Son Goku said truthfully. Is your grandpa's name Son Gohan? Master Roshi continued. Well, does Grandpa know my grandpa? Son Gohan seems to have said that he picked up a child, and it should be this old now. Master Roshi thought to himself. I am your grandfather's master, Teacher Wutian. Grandpa told me about you and asked me to learn martial arts from you in the future, but unfortunately Grandpa was trampled to death by a monster. Son Goku said sadly. What a good seedling. Master Roshi sighed inwardly, not only with good martial arts qualifications, but also with a simple mind, and the idea of accepting apprentices has moved in his heart. Son Goku, how about taking me as your teacher? Master Roshi said. Grandpa said you were strong, but now I'm going to find Dragon Ball. Son Goku said with some embarrassment. You can wait until you find all the Dragon Balls and then learn the art. Master Roshi said, such a disciple with good aptitude and good personality, he didn't want to miss it. Great. Son Goku said happily. Master Roshi glanced in Lisu's direction again, the meaning was obvious, and he also wanted to take Lisu as his apprentice. Old man Essie, I know you are very powerful, but I have my own cultivation method. Lisu said. He did not want to take Master Roshi as his teacher. Seeing Lisu's rejection, Master Roshi felt a little pity, but didn't say anything. Bulma, Dragon Ball has been obtained, we should go. Lisu said. Okay. Bulma took out a universal capsule, which was a motorcycle. Son Goku has somersaulting clouds, so he no longer needs to take a car, and the motorcycle is just enough for 2 people. Come up. Lisu smiled slightly, naturally he would not decide. Bulma's face blushed a little, and she sat in the back, holding Lisu's waist. 3 days later. Lisu, as indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, Dragon Ball is in the village ahead. Bulma said. At the entrance of the village, Lisu listened to the motorcycle, and Son Goku also flew down from the sky. Why is there no one in this village? Bulma asked suspiciously. There are people, but they are hiding in the house, as if some enemy is coming. Lisu said, even if he didn't know the original book, he could clearly feel the breath. Son Goku, you go find the way. Lisu said. It is good. Son Goku happily walked to a house alone and knocked on the door. Anyone? He shouted several times in a row, but still no one answered. Look at me. Son Goku broke a hole in the door with his hand and opened it. I'm in. Boom. As soon as he entered, an axe fell on Son Goku's head. Ah, it hurts. It's still useless. The man who hacked Son Goku was a middle-aged man, and he was a little desperate to see that Son Goku could not be killed. Why did you hit me? Son Goku said angrily. Master Oolong, I didn't do it on purpose. The middle-aged man hurriedly begged for mercy. Lord Oolong? I'm not Oolong. Son Goku said. Are you really not Lord Oolong? The middle-aged man said suspiciously. We are not an Oolong. Lisu and Bulma walked in. Usually, Oolong came to the village alone. When he saw that there were 3 people in Lisu and his group, the middle-aged man believed Lisu's words and told Lisu and his group about Oolong. One after another, all the other people in the village came over. Has any of you seen such a bead? Lisu asked, taking out a Dragon Ball. He knew that there was a Dragon Ball in the hands of someone in the village. Is this what you're talking about? An old grandmother took out a Dragon Ball from her pocket. It's 6 planets. Bulma said happily. We will help you solve the Oolong matter. Can we use this Dragon Ball as a reward? Lisu said, it could be solved peacefully, and he didn't want to use brute force. Are you going to deal with Lord Oolong? Said the middle-aged man earlier. We will definitely hit Oolong. Son Goku said firmly, with excitement in his eyes, feeling that Oolong was a formidable opponent. If you can defeat Oolong, there is no problem in giving you this bead, but Oolong is very powerful, and it is not something that ordinary people can deal with. The old grandmother said worriedly. Don't worry, we naturally have our own way. Li Su smiled. Okay then. All the people in the village hid again, and only Li Su was left. Li Su, according to the description of the people in the village, that oolong seems to be very powerful, are you sure? Bulma asked worriedly. What the eyes see may not be true. Li Su smiled mysteriously. About an hour later, a red pig-headed man came in, still wearing a white dress. Although he is older than me, his figure is really good. Oolong looked at Bulma with a squinty look. If you don't want to become a roast suckling pig, just put away your squinting eyes. Li Su's eyes gleamed fiercely from the three kingdoms. Now that his relationship with Bulma is getting better and better, he naturally won't allow others to squint like this. Squinting at Bulma. Son Goku, I'll leave this fat pig to you. Okay. Son Goku was very happy when he heard that he could fight. Haha, you actually want such a little devil to deal with me. Wolong laughed, but he was also very scared. Let's do it. Son Goku's feet were slightly apart, his face serious. I'm amazing. Oolong turns into a giant cow in an attempt to scare Son Goku. Isn't this little devil really going to do it? Wolong thought with a guilty conscience, while looking at the clock next to him, it was time for him to transform. Then I'll do it first. Son Goku saw that Oolong was slow to act, and took the initiative to attack. Run. Oolong turned around and ran outside the village. However, at this moment, Li Su stopped in front of him and kicked him back. With a bang, Oolong turned into that little fat pig. How did it suddenly become like this? Son Goku said suspiciously. This is the way he is, he will only scare people, and he has no ability at all, Li Su said. At this time, all the people in the village also ran out. They couldn't believe that the Oolong that scared them was such a little fat pig. Oolong has been caught, can you give us the Dragon Ball? Li Su said. The beads are here. The old lady immediately handed the Dragon Ball to Li Su. Found another one. Bulma put the Dragon Ball away, very happy. After that, the people in the village brought back all the people who were caught by Wolong. Wolong did not abuse those people, and they all served delicious food. The sun was scorching hot, and the earth was like an oven. After the three of Li Su left the village, they continued to look for the next Dragon Ball and came to a desert. Unlike the original book, they did not bring Oolong with them. Oolong is useless, Li Su will not bring such a luscious little devil. Li Su, why am I sweating so much and you are fine? Bulma said listlessly. That's the benefit of practicing martial arts. You can see Son Goku didn't sweat a bit. Li Su laughed. Today, his combat power has risen to 20. I am starving. Son Goku was so hungry that he couldn't find any food in this desert. There is a shade in front of the stone, let's rest there first, Li Su said. The car drove to the boulder, Bulma hid in the shade, took out a pot of water, and drank it. The three rested for a while, and there was a lot of dust in front of them. Looks like someone's coming, Son Goku said. A pulley soon came into their field of vision, and on the car was a young man with a knife on his waist. I didn't expect to meet you. Li Su secretly said that the young man was Leping. The trolley stopped not far from them, and Leping jumped off the trolley with Pool standing on his shoulders. Who are you? Son Goku asked. I am Leping, the thief who dominates this desert. If you want to survive, hand over your money and the universal capsule. Leping said arrogantly. Son Goku, leave the opponent to me this time, Li Su said. Every time he encountered a robber, he was handed over to Son Goku to deal with. This time, Leping was a little stronger than the previous ones. Li Su wanted to increase his combat experience. Do you want to travel to heaven so much? Leping pulled out the long knife around his waist. It's a lot of talk, let's do it. Li Su curled his lips in disdain. Leping was the most trashy of all Z fighters. In the later stage, he didn't even have a strong heart. Except, Leping slashed at Li Su angrily, but in Li Su's eyes, the speed of his knife was very slow, and he easily avoided it. Hurry up and use all your strength. Li Su pouted. Hateful. Seeing that Li Su looked down on him so much, Leping was completely enraged, and slashed at Li Su again. This time Li Su didn't hide, and two fingers clamped Leping's knife. Leping tried to pull out the knife, but the knife didn't move. Li Su is getting stronger again, Son Goku exclaimed. When Li Su's fighting power was 15 points, Son Goku and Li Su had a match. At that time, although Son Goku's fighting power was not as good as Li Su's, he could still draw with Li Su. Now that another few days have passed, Li Su's fighting power has improved again compared to a few days ago, and Son Goku feels that he is no longer Li Su's opponent. Click. With a little effort from Li Su, Leping's knife broke into 2 pieces. If you have any tricks, hurry up and use them, Li Su said. Damn, look at my wolf-tooth wind fist. Leping ran towards Li Su quickly, like a wolf, his punching speed increased a lot. Before, Leping's combat power was only about 8 points, but after using Lanja Fengfengquan, he had about 12 points of combat power. Gorgeous tricks. Li Su curled his lips in disdain. This Lang Fengfengquan was useful when his combat power was low, but when his strength improved, it would be useless at all. Boom! When Leping's fist was about to hit Li Su came first and punched Leping in the stomach, directly knocking Leping out. Master Leping. Seeing this, Pool flew over immediately. Seeing that Leping was in a coma, he took Leping and left immediately, but Li Su did not chase after him. Li Su, your strength has improved again, Son Goku said excitedly. You have to work hard, I don't want to find an opponent in the future. Li Su smiled. I will practice hard. Son Goku nodded seriously, not discouraged at all because he was behind Li Su, but aroused his fighting spirit. This is what makes Son Goku different from ordinary people. Li Su nodded when he saw Son Goku's appearance. Back under the boulder, Bulma was already asleep. I can fall asleep even in this situation. It seems that she is really exhausted. Li Su secretly said. Son Goku, it's getting late today. Let's take a day off here. You can go to the neighborhood and see if you can find anything to eat. Son Goku summoned Somersault Cloud and went out to find something to eat. Li Su took out the House Universal capsule, reported Bulma into it, and put it on the bed. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Bulma found Li Su with a blushing face. Li Su, did you carry me into the room yesterday? You were sleeping soundly. I couldn't bear to wake you up, so I hugged you in. Don't worry, I didn't do anything else. Li Su smiled. I believe in you. Bulma was like a little woman, the exact opposite of her usual appearance. Let's go, we should be able to reach the fried bread mountain today. Li Su saw Bulma's shy expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Bulma nodded. The closer you get to the mountain of fried bread, the hotter it gets. It's like an oven. Bulma complained, wiping away sweat. The mountain of fried bread is actually a mountain of flames, and it's no different from an oven, Li Su said. Then how can we get the Dragon Ball? Bulma said worriedly. Just put out the fire. Li Su said casually, although he can't do it himself now, but he can ask Master Roshi for help and see Master Roshi's Kamehameha by the way. Li Su and his party soon came to the bottom of the fried bread mountain, and the whole mountain was burning with roaring flames. Dragon Ball radar shows that Dragon Ball is in the castle on the hill. A fire like this can't be put out even with artificial rainfall, Bulma said. I'll go up and take a look at the Somersault Cloud. Son Goku volunteered to sit on the Somersault Cloud and fly up. It's hot, it's hot. Just as he approached the castle, his tail was ignited by the flames and he jumped into a lake. Call out. At this moment, a flying axe flew towards Li Su and Bulma. Li Su sensed the danger and hugged Bulma to escape. Thank you. After Bulma came back to his senses, realizing that he was in Li Su's arms, a blush appeared on his face. You hide to the side first, so as not to be affected by the battle. Li Su put down Bulma and looked towards the direction where the giant axe was flying. There was a huge strong man with a pair of horn hats. Yeah. Bulma quickly ducked to the side when he saw the vicious look of the other party. Is this the Ox King? I didn't feel it when I watched the anime before. The combat power is at least 30. Li Su secretly said. His current combat power is only a little over 20, and he has no combat experience. I am afraid to deal with Ox King. There are also some hardships. What are you doing here? Are you here to snatch my treasure? Ox King roared. Call first and then talk. Li Su rarely encountered such an opponent, and seemed a little excited, and quickly attacked Ox King. Da-da-da. Li Su ran fast around Ox King. With such a big body, Ox King is obviously a power player, and he must be lacking in speed. Ox King was a little dizzy when he was shaken by Li Su, and Li Su found a chance. It's now. Boom! Li Su kicked Ox King's head, and Ox King's huge body fell to the ground. Great, down. Seeing that Li Su knocked Ox King to the ground, Bulma cheered for Li Su, but Li Su's expression did not relax, staring at the fallen Ox King. It hurts. Ox King got back on his feet, and Li Su's kick didn't do him much damage. This defense is really terrifying. Li Su sighed inwardly, it is not so easy to achieve Ox King. Boy, I didn't expect you to have some strength, but since you dare to snatch my treasure, I won't be merciful. Ox King said, wielding a big axe and slashing at Li Su. Li Su kept dodging. Ox King's strength was so strong, he really didn't dare to take it hard. At this time, Son Goku flew back. Son Goku, go and help Li Su, Bulma said, worried for Li Su's safety. This uncle is amazing. Son Goku said excitedly after glancing at Ox King and Li Su who were fighting. Kid, where did the somersault cloud standing under your feet come from? Ox King also noticed Son Goku at this time, especially the somersault cloud under Son Goku's feet. It was given to me by Grandpa Master Roshi. Son Goku said truthfully. Master Roshi? Is that Mr. Wu Tian? Do you know where Mr. Wu Tian lives? Ox King asked eagerly. Grandpa Master Roshi lives by the sea, Son Goku said. Wow, that's great, I can finally learn castles. Ox King said overjoyedly. Little brother, is the stick on your back a wishful stick? Uncle, how did you know? This wish-fulfilling stick was given to me by my dead grandfather. Son Goku said in surprise. Is your grandpa's name Son Gohan? What a surprise, I didn't expect you to be Son Gohan's grandson. Ox King said happily. Uncle, do you know my grandpa? Son Goku asked. Of course I know. Teacher Wu Tian's #1 disciple is your grandfather, and I'm the #2 disciple of Teacher Wu Tian. Ox King said proudly. Can you help me borrow a banana fan from Teacher Wu Tian? I need to fan the flames on this mountain. Okay, but you're going to give me the Dragon Ball. Son Goku nodded. Dragon Ball. That's the kind of bead. Bulma took out a Dragon Ball. Oh, I've seen this kind of bead, I can give it to you. Ox King nodded. The Dragon Ball was of no use to him. Okay, then I'm off. Wait a minute, my daughter Shishi has already set off to find Teacher Wu Tian. If you meet her on the road, you can take her with you, said Ox King. Shishi. Look, this is her picture. Ox King took out a picture of Shishi. I didn't expect Ox King to give birth to such a lovely daughter. Bulma complained. I got to go, bye. About an hour later, Son Goku returned. He and Ox King's daughter sat in somersaulting clouds, and Master Roshi sat in the flying turtle. I've seen Teacher Wu Tian. Ox King hurried over. This is the mountain of fried bread. What a big fire, said Master Roshi. Grandpa, do you have a way to put out the fire? Son Goku asked, and they didn't bring a banana fan during their trip. With such a small fire, I naturally have a way to deal with it. Master Roshi said easily. I saw Master Roshi took off his coat, and his shriveled body suddenly swelled up. Although Li Su couldn't sense chi yet, he felt a depression from Master Roshi's body. Are you going to use Kamehameha waves? Li Su stared at Master Roshi tightly, for fear of missing a small detail. Turtle dash. Master Roshi's hands are calyx-shaped and placed on the right waist. A little light shines from between the hands and gradually becomes larger. Group dash. The surrounding airflow became violent, and the light expanded into a ball of light. Gas dash. The momentum of Master Roshi rose further, and the ball of light had expanded to the size of a football. Achievement dash. The surrounding airflow turned into white arrogance, and the aura of Master Roshi rose to a peak. Wave. As soon as the voice fell, the palms pushed forward, and the energy ball was pushed out, like a flash flood. The energy ball was followed by a beam of light, like lightning in a thundercloud. Boom! The energy ball slammed into the mountain of fried bread with a bang, bursting with dazzling light, and then a mushroom cloud rose. So strong. The strong wind caused by the explosion made Li Su's cheeks hurt. For the first time, he saw the power of Ki Blast. With his current strength, he couldn't emit Ki Blast. After the light dissipated, the flame went out, and the mountain of fried bread was flattened. Is this really something a human can do? Bulma looked at the scene in disbelief. Found it. Li Su found Dragon Ball in the ruins. 7 planets? Bang! At this time, there was a sudden noise. After watching the Kamehameha wave performed by Master Roshi, Son Goku tried it himself and dropped the wheel of the car. Son Goku's combat power is still very low right now, and his body's chi is not enough, otherwise he can really learn Kamehameha waves by watching it once, but this is also shocking. Baga, you broke the car, let's wait and find Dragon Ball. Bulma tapped Son Goku's head with his fist. Still not as good as Grandpa Master Roshi's Kamehameha wave. Son Goku muttered, as if he hadn't heard Bulma. Bulma, Ox King should have a car universal capsule here. Li Su laughed. I want to give you the car. Although it runs slower, it runs quite fast. Ox King laughed, the flame of the fried bread mountain was extinguished, and Ox King was in a good mood. Then we will leave and continue to look for the next Dragon Ball, Li Su said. After a few people got into the car, Bulma checked the location of the last Dragon Ball, which was quite far in the west. Goku, be sure to marry me when you grow up. Shishi said. Marry what? Son Goku asked suspiciously. Hate, do you know that? Shishi said shyly. Marry if you want. Son Goku said casually, he didn't even know what it meant now. After leaving Fried Loaf Mountain, we continued to drive west for a few days. The location of the last Dragon Ball is only 100 kilometers away. I really want to see what Shenron looks like soon. Bulma said happily. Bulma, have you made a wish? Li Su asked. I haven't made up my mind yet, Bulma said, and glanced at Li Su secretly, looking a little shy. Why don't you give me this wish? If you have any wishes in the future, I will accompany you to find Dragon Ball, Li Su said. I'll give you this wish if you need it, said Bulma, who had no other wish to fulfill. Call out? Just then, a missile was fired towards their car. Be careful. Li Su jumped out of the car with Bulma in his arms. With a bang, the car was directly blown up by the missile. Are you alright? Li Su asked Bulma in his arms after landing, and put Bulma down. It's okay. Bulma shook his head shyly. There's someone ahead. Son Goku said on the somersault cloud. Bulma, wait here. Li Su said to Bulma and ran over immediately. After a while, he saw a robot. Li Su knew that it was Pilaf who was attacking them, and that the dog under Pilaf was manipulating the robot. It's not that easy to steal Dragon Ball from me. Li Su volleyed and kicked the robot to the ground, grabbing Axiu inside. Carrying Axiu, Li Su returned to where Bulma was before. He was the one who attacked us, he should be trying to snatch our Dragon Ball. Li Su threw Axiu on the ground. That last Dragon Ball must be in the hands of whoever robbed us of the Dragon Ball, Bulma said. Didn't we buy a car the day before yesterday? Let's hurry over now, Li Su said. When he was passing through a town the day before yesterday, he bought a spare car to prevent the car from breaking down. Bulma nodded, took out an omnipotent capsule that was still on the ground, and turned into a car. Goku, follow us. After an hour, the three Li Su came to a castle. Dragon Ball is in this castle, Bulma said. There should be a mechanism in this castle, we'll be careful later. Li Su reminded, he knew that Pilaf had arranged a lot of mechanisms in it. Yeah, Bulma nodded, with Li Su by her side, she felt very secure. This door is heavy. Son Goku pushed the door open. The three walked inside, and suddenly a lot of bats flew over, startling Bulma. Continuing to walk inside, Son Goku suddenly stepped on something, a brick on the ground sunk into it, and the surrounding square pillars hit it directly. Be careful, the mechanism has been triggered. Li Su interrupted the pillar while protecting Bulma. Bang bang bang! After a few times, the pillars were all broken. Li Su looked around vigilantly, not paying any attention to Bulma's blushing face in his arms. There's no road ahead. As we walked, the road in front was blocked by the wall, and the road behind was also blocked. Haha, this is a trap carefully set by the king, hand over the Dragon Ball quickly. At this time, a TV screen on the wall suddenly lit up, and Pilaf appeared on the screen, smiling very proudly. Who are you? Bulma asked. This king is King Pilaf. You want to snatch our Dragon Ball? Bulma looked at Pilaf very unhappily. Since you've come out, we'll save you from looking for it. Li Su smiled. Boom! A punch hit the surrounding wall, directly breaking a hole in the wall. How is this possible? Pilaf couldn't believe his eyes. Passing through the hole, it happened to be the room where Pilaf was, and Xiao Wu was also inside. Found, Dragon Ball is here. Son Goku found Dragon Ball from a box on the table. That Dragon Ball is mine. Pilaf said. You better get a good night's sleep. Li Su slapped Pilaf on the neck with a hand knife, knocking Pilaf unconscious, and then glanced at Xiao Wu, who also fainted. Great, all 7 Dragon Balls have been found. Bulma said happily. Ding dong, the task is completed, reward the primary comprehension plug-in. The mechanical sound of the system sounded in Li Su's mind. Li Su was very excited, and finally another plug-in was added. Let's go out and summon Shenron, let's make our wishes come true. Li Su said. Walking out of the castle, Li Su placed 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Come out, Shenron. The 7 Dragon Balls flickered faintly, and a bolt of lightning rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thundered, and the originally dim sky was completely darkened. Yan. A dragon roar resounded in the sky, and then a Shenron full of oriental elements appeared in the sky, with green skin and scarlet eyes, giving people a sense of sacred solemnity. Li Su's heart was very shocked. Although he did not know how many times he had watched it on the screen, it was far from the reality he had personally experienced. Is this Shenron? Bulma hugged Li Su's arm a little scared. Those who have collected 7 Dragon Balls, tell me your wish, no matter what it is, I can fulfill it, but only one. Shenron said loudly and dignifiedly. I think Bulma has eternal youth. Li Su said. He doesn't need Shenron to fulfill any wishes for the time being. If he needs to, he can still come to find Dragon Ball a year later. Anyway, with the improvement of his strength, it is not difficult for him to find Dragon Ball. It's a simple wish. A flash of light flashed in Shenron's scarlet eyes, and a strange force acted on Bulma's body, but for the time being, no effect could be seen. Okay, your wish has come true, goodbye. Shenron reincarnated into 7 Dragon Balls and flew to all directions of the earth. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses. Li Su, you. Bulma looked at Li Su somewhat moved. I hope my girlfriend is always beautiful. Li Su smiled. Who's your girlfriend? Bulma said with a blushing face, bowing her head, occasionally taking a peek at Li Su from the corner of her eye. Then are you willing to be my girlfriend? Li Su grabbed Bulma's little hand and said emotionally. I will. Bulma whispered, burying her head in Li Su's arms, even more shy. Li Su, Bulma, what are you doing? Son Goku asked innocently, destroying the original atmosphere in an instant. Li Su and Bulma both looked at Son Goku with unhappy eyes, but knowing that Son Goku is this character, there is nothing to do. Son Goku, now that the wishing is over, where are you going next? Li Su asked. I'm going to learn martial arts from Grandpa Master Roshi. After a year, the Dragon Ball has recovered, and then I'll go and find the 4 planets. Son Goku said seriously. About 7 months from now, there will be the world's #1 martial arts conference. At that time, experts from all over the world will participate. I hope to have a good contest with you. Li Su said. Are there so many great people? Son Goku's eyes gleamed. Well, but there are at most 8 people who can enter the final. If you are not strong enough, you will be eliminated in the preliminary round. Li Su nodded. I will definitely practice hard, and then I will have a good fight with you. Son Goku said seriously. Okay, see you at the world's #1 martial arts conference. Li Su said, preparing to leave with Bulma. However, at this time, an accident occurred. Today's moon is so full. The moon appeared in the sky at an unknown time, and after Son Goku glanced at it twice, his eyes became blurred. Not good. Li Su suddenly realized that something was wrong, and wanted to chop off Son Goku's tail before Son Goku turned into a gorilla, but unfortunately it was too late. Roar. Son Goku let out a roar similar to that of a beast. His body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, his eyes became scarlet, and within a few breaths, he turned into a huge orangutan. Li Su, what happened to Son Goku? How did he turn into a monster? Bulma asked. Son Goku is not a man from Earth, but Saiyan. Saiyan turns into a gorilla when he sees the full moon, and most Saiyans lose their minds when they turn into gorillas. Li Su explained, while hold Bulma away from Son Goku. What now? Bulma asked anxiously. Don't worry, I'm here. Li Su said. For some reason, when he heard Li Su's words, Bulma's heart was completely relieved, and he nodded with a sense of security. Yeah, wait here. Running to a far place, Li Su put Bulma down. Be careful yourself, Bulma said affectionately. I'll be fine. At this time, Son Goku's eyes had already noticed Li Su's body, and he strode towards Li Su, and Li Su led Son Goku to another direction. The combat power has increased tenfold. Although it is irrational, it is not so easy to deal with. Li Su secretly said, thinking about how to cut off Son Goku's tail. Roar. Son Goku catches up to Li Su and punches Li Su. Li Su realized the danger and jumped in a hurry, dodging Son Goku's punch. Son Goku's fist hit the ground, and a big hole was smashed into the ground. After Li Su stabilized his body, he quickly ran behind Son Goku and slashed towards Son Goku's tail with a hand knife. However, at this time, Son Goku turned around and punched Li Su. Not good. Li Su couldn't dodge in time and was kicked out. It hurts. At least several ribs are broken. Li Su felt like his body was about to fall apart, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. But at this time, he must stand up and solve the trouble in front of him, otherwise he has no choice but to die. Seeing a stone next to him, Li Su kicked the stone towards Son Goku. Boom! Son Goku put his arms in front of him, and although he was unconscious, his fighting instinct was still there. The stone fell on Son Goku's arms and did no harm to Son Goku, but at this time, Li Su took the opportunity to run behind Son Goku. Call out! I saw a flash of light, a tail fell to the ground, and Son Goku's huge body slowly shrunk, and soon became its original appearance, and passed out in a coma. Li Su, are you alright? Bulma ran over at this time and looked at Li Su worriedly. Cough, it's fine, it will be fine after a few days of cultivation. Li Su said. After a while, Son Goku woke up, looked at the embarrassed environment around him, and asked suspiciously, Li Su, what happened just now, why are you injured? A huge monster came just now, you were knocked out, and I was also injured. Li Su said, without telling Son Goku the truth. Oh, Son Goku didn't doubt Turtle Dash. Li Su's hands are calyx-shaped and placed on the right waist, and a little light blooms in the palm of his hand. Group Dash. The surrounding airflow became violent, as if it were boiling, and that little light gradually enlarged, forming an energy ball. Gas Dash. The energy ball gradually became larger, and in a blink of an eye, it became the size of a football, radiating dazzling light. Achievement Dash. Li Su's momentum reached a peak, and the energy ball in his hand felt like it was ready to go. Wave. The palms were pushed forward, and the energy ball galloped forward like a wild horse running away, followed by a long beam of light. Boom! The energy ball hit a boulder, and the boulder was smashed into a pile of rubble, causing billowing dust. Finally successful. It's not that the power is still much worse than Master Roshi's Kamehameha wave. Li Su's face was filled with joy. It had been 2 months since Li Su summoned Shenron. After separating from Son Goku, Li Su and Bulma returned to Bulma's home. With the primary comprehension plug-in, the scene of Master Roshi's Kamehameha wave reappeared in Li Su's mind that day, but because of the lack of chi in Li Su's body, Li Su can only display Kamehameha wave today. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 18. Combat strength, 90. Possessed plugins. Primary automatic practice plugin, can automatically increase a bit of combat power every day. Primary comprehension plugin, can learn 1-star moves in seconds. The Kamehameha wave has been successful, you can try the flying technique. Li Su secretly said. Although he has never seen anyone who has performed the flying technique, as an authentic Dragon Ball fan, he is very clear about the plot of Son Gohan teaching Videl flying technique in the original book. Flying technique is not a difficult trick. After the combat effectiveness is improved, basically everyone can do it. Control your chi and offset your own gravity. Li Su closed his eyes, slowly relaxed his body, and controlled the chi in his body. Li Su's body slowly floated up. After he was able to control the chi in his body, flying technique was not difficult for him. The feeling of flying is really good. Li Su looked at the ground under his feet and felt a little excited. See how Son Goku is doing, and practice flying technique by the way. After the decision, Li Su flew directly to the Gaixian Island. During the flight, the flying technique became more and more proficient. Turtle Island. If you want me to teach you boxing, you still have the ability to push this rock. Master Roshi pointed at a boulder with his cane. How is this possible? There are so many stones that people can't push at all, Kling said. Who said it? Master Roshi gave Kling and Son Goku a demonstration to push the boulder. See, follow my curriculum, and one day, you will be able to push this stone like me, said Master Roshi. At this time, Son Goku walked over to a stone about the size of the stone that Master Roshi pushed just now, and pushed hard. The stone was pushed, which shocked the eyes of Master Roshi and Krillin. Grandpa, I succeeded. Son Goku said happily. Cough cough. That's too bad, how could I have mistaken the size of the rock? It should be this rock. Master Roshi ran to a rock several times larger than the previous one and said. Son Goku heard the words, ran to the stone and pushed it hard, but the stone remained motionless. There's no way, it doesn't move at all, Son Goku said exhausted. Let me try it. At this time, a voice came from the sky. Li Su, why are you here? Son Goku said excitedly. Come and see how your cultivation is going. If your strength is too poor, then it will be meaningless. Li Su smiled. Walking to the side of the boulder and pushing hard, the boulder was pushed. How is it possible that this kid's strength has improved so much? Master Roshi was very horrified. It's amazing. Son Goku looked very excited. Is this really something a human can do? Krillin was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. Goku, you have to work hard. Li Su stopped after pushing for a distance. He did this to give Son Goku some excitement, so that the world's #1 martial arts conference would be interesting. I will practice harder. Son Goku nodded earnestly, full of fighting spirit. How did you fly in the sky just now? Krillin asked. This is called flying technique, and you can do it when your strength improves. Li Su smiled. Senior old man, do you have any tricks? Teach me a few. Li Su looked at Master Rashi and said, Master Rashi's shocking palm and magic sealing wave, he wanted to learn. To respect the old man know that. Master Rashi growled loudly. Come on, it's fine if you don't teach, see you at the world's #1 martial arts conference. Li Su pouted, anyway, when Master Rashi uses it, he can learn it too, so there's no need to rush it for a while. After speaking, Li Su flew away. Grandpa, please train us harder, Son Goku said seriously. Me too. Krillin followed suit. The difference between your current strength and Li Su's is a bit big, Master Rashi said, regaining the appearance of a grandmaster, which is rarely serious. I will definitely surpass Li Su, Son Goku said confidently. Okay, from today onwards, the training volume will be doubled. Master Rashi looked at Son Goku's firm eyes and nodded. After Li Su left Gaixian Island, he returned to Bulma's home, which is now his home. He didn't feel bad about eating soft rice. Li Su, how can you fly? Bulma was very surprised to see Li Su flying down from the sky. The trick I just learned. Li Su smiled, holding Bulma's small hand. After 2 months, the relationship between the two became more and more intimate. Except for the last level, they basically did everything else. Amazing. Do you want to experience the feeling of flying in the sky? Li Su said. Yeah. Bulma nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. In the blink of an eye, another 5 months have passed. The 21st World #1 Martial Arts Conference is finally about to begin. Li Su brought Bulma to the competition site the day before the start of the conference. The site was already crowded with people. Although there were only more than 100 people participating in the competition, there were many people who came to watch the competition. So many people. Bulma said. Son Goku and the others are here too. Li Su laughed, seeing Master Rashi, Son Goku, and others in the crowd. Li Su, I didn't expect you to be earlier than us. Son Goku also saw Li Su and Bulma, and ran over immediately. Goku, you are much stronger now than you were a few months ago. Li Su laughed. Well, for this martial arts conference, I asked my grandfather to arrange very hard training for me. Son Goku nodded, looking forward to fighting Li Su. Let's go to register first, the official competition will not start until tomorrow. Li Su said. Ding dong? Announce mission, win the championship of the 21st World's #1 Martial Arts Conference, reward, Ordinary Saiyan Bloodline Plug-In. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in Li Su's mind. Damn, it's really a fool, why didn't you release it earlier? Li Su secretly complained, knowing that the system would release the task, he would not try to motivate Son Goku. It would be much easier to win the championship. But it's too late to say these things, the reward of the task is still very attractive, Li Su must win the championship. After signing up, Li Su, Son Goku and others separated and returned to the hotel with Bulma, but the two still did not break through the last line of defense. After a night of silence, Li Su and Bulma came to the game the next morning. Li Su, you must win. Don't worry, you have to believe in your man's strength, and you will definitely get the championship back. Li Su smiled. Hearing this, Bulma's face turned red. Okay, I'm going to enter the lottery. Li Su saw that Bulma was so shy, so he didn't tease Bulma anymore, and went in for the lottery and the preliminary round. In the arena, there are players from all over the world. There are really all kinds of people, werewolves, tiger-headed people, strong men like mountains, etc., but there are not many real masters. Li Su, what number did you draw? Son Goku and Kling ran over and asked. Number 1. Li Su gestured for the sign in his hand. It's great, so that the three of us don't have to meet before the final. Kling said, he had seen Li Su's strength, and he didn't have the confidence to fight Li Su. See you in the final then. Li Su smiled. I didn't expect him to come too. Li Su turned his head and saw a familiar person, it was Li Ping. He didn't expect that he would come to participate in this competition just like in the original book. Li Ping also noticed that Li Su and Son Goku were gone and came over. Hello, I lost to you last time, but this time I did a very hard training and will definitely defeat you. Li Ping said, looking confident. You'd better make it to the final first. Li Su said casually, now that Bulma has nothing to do with Li Ping, he doesn't need to take Li Ping in his eyes. Contestant number 1, please come to the stage to compete. At this time, the host's voice came over. I'm going to the competition first. Li Su said, walking directly into the ring. It's really unfortunate that this is a young man. He actually met King Chopper in the first game. As soon as Li Su took the stage, he heard the people below talking. Goku, is this King Chopper very powerful? Krillin asked Son Goku in a low voice. I don't know, but I feel like he's not Li Su's match, Son Goku said. Young man, although it is cruel to be eliminated as soon as you play, failure is also a kind of experience for you. King Chopper said in the tone of his predecessors. You better hurry up. Li Su said casually. Although King Chopper is a little more powerful than others, in his eyes, he is no different from others. Then I'm welcome. Seeing Li Su's arrogant attitude, King Chopper was slightly angry. I saw him attacking Li Su quickly, but when he came to Li Su's position, he found that Li Su was gone, turned his head and looked left and right. Where? So fast? Son Goku said in surprise. At this time, Li Su was standing behind King Chopper and did not attack King Chopper. Hurry up and use your unique skills, so that you can convince yourself that you lose. Li Su said. When King Chopper heard Li Su's voice coming from behind, he turned back in horror, and was very horrified. He didn't even know when Li Su came to his back. Young man, it seems that I underestimate you. Next, I'm going to use the 8-handed fist. You have to be careful, King Chopper said. King Koba is finally going to use his unique move. It is said that King Koba's 8-handed fist is so fast that it looks like 8 hands, so it is called 8-handed fist. Someone below said excitedly. King Koba gathered up his momentum and attacked Li Su, punching much faster. However, just when Chopper's fist was about to hit Li Su, Chopper's movements stopped abruptly, and Li Su punched him in the stomach, causing him to lose the ability to move due to the severe pain. Thump! King Chopper fell to the ground and passed out in a coma. The host came back to his senses after a long time and announced loudly, contestant number 1 wins. Goku, did you see Li Su's movements clearly? Kellen asked. He didn't see how Li Su did it at all just now. Yeah, but Li Su hasn't used all his strength yet. Son Goku nodded with excitement in his eyes. It's amazing. Krillin swallowed. After Li Su jumped off the ring, he walked towards Son Goku and the others. Li Su, I really want to have a fight with you soon. Son Goku said with full of fighting intent. Don't let me down when you get there. Li Su smiled, appreciating Son Goku's character who likes to challenge powerful opponents. Both of you are monsters. Kellen complained, knowing that he was still far from Li Su and Son Goku. Krillin, you're amazing too, Son Goku said. Don't think so much, prepare for the next game, Li Su said. In the next game, Li Su basically eliminated his opponent with one move, and Son Goku's situation was similar. After all, the people they met were still far from their strength. Krillin was a little unconfident at the beginning, but after playing a few games, he was confident enough to solve his opponent with 1 or 2 moves. The preliminary round will end soon, and the list of the top 8 is out. They are, Li Su vs Leping, Jackie Chan vs K-Lin, Son Goku vs Lan Fang, Nan Wu vs Barbarian. It is similar to the situation in the original book, except that there is 1 more Li Su, 1 less monster Kirin, and the order of appearances is also somewhat different. Li Su, you're amazing, you made it to the quarterfinals so easily, Bulma said proudly when she saw Li Su come out. She already knew from the broadcast that Li Su had entered the quarterfinals. It's not good enough to be my Bulma. Li Su laughed, holding Bulma in his arms, making Bulma both shy and sweet in his heart. Li Su, I made a martial arts uniform for you, Bulma said. After seeing that Son Goku and K-Lin both have martial arts uniforms, Bulma helped Li Su also ordered one. Bulma's custom-made martial arts uniform for Li Su is bright red, similar in style to the martial arts uniform of Gaixian Liu, with the word martial on the chest and back. Like it? Bulma asked expectantly. Of course I like it, Li Su said with a smile. The martial arts uniform is indeed more suitable for play. The finals of the 21st World's #1 martial arts tournament are about to begin, and the first match between Li Su and Leping is the first. Let's invite players Li Su and Leping to play, the host announced loudly. Li Su, I finally met, and now I can show you the results of my practice during this period of time, Leping said confidently. He has nothing to do with Li Su and Son Goku now, and has no idea of their strengths. You better hurry up, the enemy I have defeated has no chance of surpassing me, Li Su said casually. Leping's strength is far worse than his, and the distance will get bigger and bigger. Li Su, come on. Bulma cheered on Li Su below. Goku, how is this Leping's strength? Kling asked, and the two climbed on the wall to watch the game. He is no match for Li Su, Son Goku said. I think he seems to be quite powerful, Kling said. Da-da-da. On the ring, Leping quickly attacked. However, in Li Su's eyes, his movements were very slow and full of flaws. Boom! Li Su didn't make much movement. When Leping came to him, he punched Leping in the stomach. Leping's movements stopped abruptly, his hands covered his stomach, and the bitter water was about to be spit out. I really can't see how he cultivated. Master Roshi in the backstage was very shocked. He found that Li Su was much stronger than the last time we met. Li Su, great job. Bulma cheered Li Su happily when he saw that Li Su hit Leping. Li Su did not attack Leping, but gave Leping a chance. Use all your strength, so that you will be convinced of the defeat, Li Su said calmly, not taking Leping in his eyes at all. Hateful. After Leping came over, he was very angry at Li Su's words. Lanja Feng Feng Kun. Leping rushed towards Li Su like a wolf. Don't you have any tricks? Just let you be defeated by your own tricks. Li Su shook his head. Lanja Feng Feng Kun. Li Su also used the wolf Feng 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 Kun, which was much faster than Leping's. Bang bang bang. The fists as dense as raindrops hit Leping on the body. Leping is like a human flesh bag, and he has no resistance at all. Bang. In the end, Leping was knocked out of the ring and fell to the ground. Why do you know Lanja Feng Feng Kun? Leping asked in shock. Such a simple trick can't be learned at a glance. Li Su pretended to say, this kind of useless trick, he really didn't want to learn much. When Leping heard Li Su's words, he fainted completely, leaving a huge psychological shadow. After cultivating hard for so long, he was defeated by Li Su like this, and his favorite Lanja Feng Feng Kun was learned by the opponent at a glance. Master Leping. Pool saw Leping fainted, so he flew over and took Leping away. Competitor Li Su wins, the host announced loudly. The whole game ended too quickly. He didn't have time to explain, and he only recovered after knowing that Leping was taken away. After Li Su won, he jumped to Bulma's side. Li Su, you are really amazing, Bulma said excitedly, as if he had won the game. Then should you give me a reward tonight? Li Su's mouth curled into a charming smile. Not yet, Bulma said shyly, and at the same time was a little afraid that Li Su would get angry. Li Su whispered a few words in Bulma's ear. Bulma's face blushed like an apple after listening to it, but he still nodded. Yeah, the game continues. The second game is Master Roshi vs Krillin. Now Krillin is still a lot worse than Master Roshi and lost to Master Roshi. In the third game, Lan Fang tempted Son Goku, but Son Goku didn't understand this at all, so he easily knocked Lan Fang out of the ring and won the game. In the fourth game, Nan Wu defeated the Barbarian. The Barbarian only smelled a little bit. In fact, his combat power was not very high. As long as he could endure the stench on his body, it would not be difficult to defeat him. After the quarter-finals, it was getting dark, and today's game is over, and the semi-finals and finals will not start until tomorrow. After Li Su and Bulma returned to the hotel, the two still did not break through the last step, but Li Su ecstasy in a different way. After the incident was over, seeing Bulma's blushing face and a hint of milky white liquid on the corner of his mouth, Li Su smiled with satisfaction. Embracing each other and sleeping, the night passed quietly. The next morning, Li Su and Bulma came to the game again. Today, Li Su is still in the first game, and his opponent is Jackie Chan, that is, Master Roshi. Li Su still has some expectations for this game. Although Master Roshi's combat power is weaker than Li Su's, his rich combat experience is worth learning from Li Su, and moves like Mo Feng Bo and Wanguo Shaking Palm are also very good. Especially the Magic Seal Wave, this move is the best to use against opponents with the ability to regenerate, but Master Roshi probably won't use this move in the game. Li Su, come on, Bulma said. After winning, is there another reward tonight? Li Su said with a playful smile. As soon as Bulma heard Li Su's words, she remembered what happened last night, her face suddenly turned red, and she glanced at Li Su with anger. Li Su especially likes Bulma to show the side of this little woman. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Li Su smiled. Let's invite players Li Su and Jackie Chan to appear, the host announced loudly. Li Su and Master Roshi both jumped into the ring. Old man Essie, you have to show some strength, don't let me down. Li Su smiled. I didn't expect you to recognize my identity early in the morning. You are the best martial artist I have ever seen. Even Son Goku can't compare to you. I hope you can always maintain a martial arts heart. Master Roshi is serious said. Che, you better hurry up and have a good fight with me, let me see how powerful the god of martial arts has. Li Su said. He dislikes other people's lectures the most. It is good. Master Roshi straddles his feet and takes a fighting stance with his hands. Li Su still stood there without any movement. Da-da-da. Master Roshi took the lead in launching the attack. Instead of attacking Li Su directly, he ran around Li Su quickly for a few laps, leaving a few after images. Wow, there are a few Jackie Chan players in the ring, what's going on? The host shouted in a surprised tone, which immediately aroused the atmosphere of the scene. As a host, he is very good and dedicated, even lazy Li Su admires his spirit. After image fist. Li Su's mouth twitched slightly. Whoosh! Li Su suddenly kicked at one of them, but it passed through his body, and it was obvious that the kick was an after image. Good chance. Seeing this, Master Roshi's eyes lit up, and a hand knife hit Li Su's neck. However, what he didn't expect was that his blow also passed through Li Su's body, which was just an afterimage of Li Su, and he realized that it was not good. At this moment, Li Su appeared behind Master Roshi and kicked him. Master Roshi turned his head suddenly, but it was too late. Li Su kicked him on the body, and with a bang, Master Roshi flew out. In the eyes of Master Roshi about to fall out of the ring, Master Roshi sent a Kamehameha wave towards the ground, and with this reaction force, returned to the ring. You actually have an afterimage fist. Master Roshi said in surprise. Such a move can be learned at a glance. Li Su laughed, secretly thinking in his heart that the basic comprehension plug-in is really against the sky. Such a simple move can really be learned at a glance. Hearing what Li Su said, Master Roshi was even more horrified. The afterimage boxing he had just learned could actually fool him. Li Su's talent was far beyond his imagination. Li Su is amazing, he learned this trick so quickly. Kei Lin said in surprise, he was defeated by this trick yesterday. Li Su hasn't done his best yet. Son Goku said solemnly, and his strength, Piccolo Lin Gao, can be seen more clearly. Li Su, come on. Bulma kept cheering for Li Su, not caring about Yi Yang's eyes at all. Old man, let me show you another trick. Li Su smiled slightly, his hands in the shape of calyx, placed on his right waist. This action. Master Roshi saw Li Su's action with a horrified expression on his face. What is Li Su doing? Kling asked Son Goku. Kamehameha wave. I didn't expect Li Su to learn this trick too. That old grandpa also used this trick just now. Son Goku said. The Kamehameha wave. A little light magnified in Li Su's palms, and in an instant it was the size of a football. With Li Su's loud shout, the energy ball was pushed out. Master Roshi also sent out a Kamehameha wave, and the two collided in the middle, bursting with dazzling light. After the light dissipated, everything returned to calm. Li Su and Master Roshi were still standing in the ring, as if nothing had happened. There was a smile on Li Su's mouth. He deliberately kept his fighting power at the same level as Master Roshi, and the two Kamehameha waves cancelled each other out, indicating that his achievement in Kamehameha waves was no less than that of the founder of Master Roshi. Old man Essie, if you have any tricks, hurry up and use them. This strength can't beat me. Li Su smiled. I have only met one person in my life who can force me to use this trick. You are the second person, but with your strength, there should be no danger to life. Master Roshi said solemnly. Come on then. Li Su said. He knew that Master Roshi was going to use the shocking palm of the nations, and he also wanted to see what was going on with this move. Master Roshi folded his palms together, and the surrounding air became violent. The palms were separated, and thunder and lightning radiated from the hands. Look at my shocking palm of all nations. Master Roshi pushed forward with both palms, and thunder and lightning enveloped Li Su. What? Li Su let out a scream, and the high-voltage lightning caused him severe pain and completely restrained his movements. If you can't stand it, surrender quickly, or your life may be in danger, said Master Roshi. Li Su. Bulma looked at Li Su worriedly from the stage, and wanted to rush to the stage. I'm not that easy to beat. Li Su laughed. Break it for me. Li Su condensed his aura and shouted. A terrifying aura burst out instantly, and immediately broke free from the shackles of the heaven-shaking palm of the world. How is this possible? Master Roshi couldn't believe his eyes. He was extremely confident in this trick of his own. Ionizing the air with one's own chi to generate a high-voltage electric charge is indeed a good trick. Li Su said. He has fully understood the principle of the shocking palm of the nations. The shocking palm of the nations. Li Su did the same action as Master Roshi just now, and the high-voltage electric charge enveloped Master Roshi. What? Master Roshi was shocked and did not react, and the pain in his body made him fully awake. Old man Essie, don't die, or I'll be disqualified from the competition. Li Su said, testing the power of Myriad Kingdom's shocking palm. This move still has a lot of room for development. Lightning energy is much more violent than chi, and its destructive power is naturally much stronger. What? Master Roshi tried to break free, but he didn't have the strength of Li Su. After a while, he fainted completely, and Li Su put him on the ground. The host came over to check, and found that Master Roshi just passed out, not dead, and announced loudly, contestant Li Su wins. It's amazing, such a trick can be learned in an instant. Krillin exclaimed. I really want to go up and have a fight with him. Son Goku is very excited and can't wait to fight Li Su. It's young people's world now. After Master Roshi woke up and felt old for the first time, the age of the god of martial arts was almost over. In the second game of the semifinals, Son Goku played against Nan Wu. Nan Wu's fighting power was only about 50 points. He encountered a Son Goku who was stronger than the original, and he was defeated soon after. However, Master Roshi is still the same as in the original work. He solved the problem of water resources for Nan Wu, so that Nan Wu is very grateful to Master Roshi. The semi-finals are over and the finals are finally about to begin. Everyone is looking forward to this match, including Li Su and Son Goku himself. Let's invite players Li Su and Son Goku to compete on the stage to compete for the final championship, the host said loudly, and the atmosphere of the scene was instantly mobilized. Li Su, I can finally fight with you. Son Goku said excitedly. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Let me see the results of your cultivation in the past few months. Li Su said. He also wanted to see how Son Goku has grown under his inspiration. It will surprise you, Son Goku said confidently. Call out? Li Su took the initiative to attack, moved quickly towards Son Goku, came to Son Goku in the blink of an eye, and punched Son Goku in the stomach. There was a smile on Son Goku's face, and Li Su's fist went straight through his body. It's this trick again. The figure of Son Goku appeared behind Li Su, grimacing, and kicked Li Su in the air. However, he also kicked empty, and what remained in place was an afterimage. Behind you. Li Su's voice sounded behind Son Goku, and he kicked it. Unexpectedly, Li Su's attack was missed again, and the Son Goku was still an afterimage in front of him. Multiple afterimage fist. Master Roshi said in surprise. He didn't expect Son Goku to also learn this trick from him, and he was better than Blue. Hey hey. Son Goku smiled smugly and appeared behind Li Su and above him, clasped his fists with both hands, and slammed it down hard at Li Su. The corners of Li Su's mouth twitched slightly, as if it was long overdue. Oops. Son Goku realized something was wrong after he shot, but it was too late. Li Su appeared behind him and a whip kick kicked him to the ground. Bang! Son Goku slammed into the ring, and the ring was smashed into a small hole. Li Su fell from the air, stopped attacking Son Goku, stopped the host from counting, and said, "Get up, this attack can't hurt you." Hey, but it really hurts. Son Goku stood up and rubbed his head. Show your real skills, this kind of trick won't work for me. Li Su said. He had no intention of continuing to play with Son Goku like this. Okay, I'm going to use all my strength next. Son Goku said seriously. Bring it on. Call out. Call out. The figures of the two disappeared from the ring at the same time, and then they heard a bang 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 bang. So fast. Master Roshi's eyes rolled from side to side, but only a trace of afterimage could be seen. It's really two monsters. Krillin said a little dejectedly. You're the monster. Bulma tapped Krillin on the head, not allowing anyone to say that to Li Su. Both of them are top martial artists, and I don't know who will win the championship in the end, said Master Roshi, who found that Son Goku had also surpassed him before he knew it. Of course Li Su will win the championship, Bulma said. On the ring, the two figures appeared at the same time, and the original collision turned into a wrestling. What? Li Su yelled and threw Son Goku out of the ring. Oops. When Master Roshi saw Son Goku's landing, he was a little worried about Son Goku, but just as Son Goku was about to land, Son Goku's body suddenly stopped. Flying technique, I didn't expect you to learn it so quickly. Li Su was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that he only showed the flying technique once to Son Goku, and Son Goku actually learned it. You must know that in the original book, Son Goku hadn't learned flying when he participated in the next world's #1 martial arts conference. Technique. Hehe. Son Goku smiled proudly and flew back to the ring. Son Goku player actually flew in the air, it's incredible, the host shouted, not knowing if he was really shocked, or just to arouse the atmosphere of the scene. Goku, I'm going to use all my strength next, Li Su said. After some testing, he roughly knew Son Goku's strength, about 180 points of combat power, much higher than in the original book. His little butterfly has begun to flap its wings. Come on, Son Goku said solemnly. Call out? Li Su's figure disappeared on the spot, moving quickly while approaching Son Goku. Son Goku's eyes kept shaking, looking for Li Su. Li Su hasn't used his full strength yet, it seems that Son Goku is going to lose. Master Roshi said in surprise, he thought the previous Li Su had used his full strength. Is it possible that Goku still has hidden strength? Kling asked. He has a much better relationship with Son Goku than with Li Su, and naturally expects Son Goku to win. Son Goku has used his full force. Master Roshi said. Boom! In the ring, Li Su suddenly appeared in front of Son Goku, punched Son Goku into the sky, and then quickly caught up with Son Goku. Bang bang bang! A machine gun-like fist hit Son Goku. Son Goku was unable to fight back, and finally kicked Son Goku to the ground with a sweeping leg. Bang! The ring was smashed into a hole, and the broken stone buried half of Son Goku's body. Can you count? Li Su fell to the ground and said to the host. Okay, 1, 2, 3. The host ran to Son Goku and counted aloud. Goku, get up. Kling cheered Son Goku off the ring. Alas, even standing up, it's too difficult to defeat Li Su. Master Roshi sighed. 4, 5, 6. The host continued to count, and the audience's eyes were all focused on Son Goku. Cough cough. Son Goku stood up with difficulty, his clothes were tattered, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Son Goku players are back on their feet, and the game continues, the host announced loudly, walking off the ring, leaving the venue for Li Su and Son Goku. This will is really not to be underestimated, Li Su secretly said. The outcome of a battle is not only related to the combat effectiveness of the two people, but there are many other factors that can affect the outcome of the battle. Willpower is one of them. For example, if the enemy punches you, if you have strong willpower, you can endure the pain to fight back against the opponent, but if your willpower is not strong, the severe pain will prevent you from concentrating your chi to fight back. Li Su, you are stronger than I thought, Son Goku said, not at all discouraged, but even more intense. Your strength really surprised me, Li Su said. In the original book, Son Goku only had 180 points of combat power when he participated in the 22nd World #1 Martial Arts Conference, and now there are still 3 years before that time. Son Goku's improvement is indeed somewhat unexpected by Li Su. I still have one last move. If you can make the next move, I will really admit defeat. Son Goku smiled wryly. After Son Goku finished speaking, his hands were calyx-like and placed on his right waist. I didn't expect Son Goku to learn this trick too. Master Roshi was a little surprised. He didn't teach Son Goku Kamehameha Wave, only Son Goku learned it by himself after watching Master Roshi perform it. Never confront the Sun family, I'm going to try today, Li Su thought to himself. In the original book, no one with the Sun family has ever won against Bo. Today, Li Su himself doesn't believe in this evil, and he did the same thing as Son Goku. A little light bloomed in both palms, and the momentum of both of them continued to rise. Kamehameha Wave, X2. The two of them shouted at the same time, and pushed their hands forward. An energy ball rushed out like lightning in a thundercloud, followed by a long beam of light. The two energy balls met in the middle and started a competition, and neither of them was willing to take a half step back. Li Su was very shocked. His combat power has reached more than 240 points, which is 60 or 70 points higher than Son Goku. In the confrontation, he can't hold any advantage. What? Li Su roared and squeezed the power in his body, the beam of light squirmed, and a burst of energy poured into the energy ball, the balance was broken, and the two energy balls began to move towards Son Goku. The white stone brick at Son Goku's feet shattered, and Son Goku himself was pushed back and forth, leaving 2 long scratches on the ring. What? Son Goku was reluctant to lose the game, desperately blocking, and slowly stopped. It's really scary to fight Bo with the Sun family, Li Su thought to himself. If he chose not to take Son Goku's move, he might have knocked Son Goku out of the ring long ago. Give me over. Li Su doesn't believe that he can't compare to Son Goku, he has a system, and he is the real protagonist. Suddenly, Li Su had a feeling that his own strength seemed to be a little bigger. The scale of victory quickly tilted towards Li Su, and the two energy balls showed an arc and flew into the distance. Boom! After a brief period of calm, there was a loud noise, and a mushroom cloud was set off in the distance. Whoosh! Li Su gasped for breath, not much energy left. And Son Goku was already lying on the ground, and the situation was much worse than Li Su. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This time, without Li Su's reminder, the host automatically ran to Son Goku and started counting. Goku, stand up. Kling was still cheering for Son Goku. 6, 7, 8, 9. At this time, Son Goku stood up with difficulty, giving Li Su a new understanding of Son Goku's willpower. If he was Son Goku, he might not be able to stand up. Thump! Son Goku had just stood up and fell again, this time in a coma. After the host counted 10, Son Goku still didn't respond. The final champion is Li Su, the host announced loudly. Li Su, you are the best. Bulma was very happy, even happier than she had won the game. Ding dong, the mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for getting the Normal Saiyan Bloodline plug-in. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Li Su's mind. Li Su was very excited when he heard the words. Saiyan's bloodline is very unbelievable in the world of Dragon Ball, especially after he can transform into Super Saiyan. In the early stage of Dragon Ball, the combat power of Piccolo and others was not greatly opened up by Son Goku, but after becoming Super Saiyan, the gap between them is like a gulf, and there is no way to catch up. Goku. Kling jumped onto the ring at this time and hugged Son Goku down. Son Goku will turn into a gorilla after seeing the full moon, and now that the moon is out, it's better to bring him to the house quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome. Li Su reminded. He remembers that in the original book Son Goku turned into a gorilla at this time, and in the end, it was Master Roshi who destroyed the moon and turned Son Goku back. Now Son Goku's basic combat power is 180. If he turns into a gorilla, it will increase to 1800, which is much more troublesome than the original. What? Son Goku and Krillin were both very surprised when they heard the words, and hurriedly carried the unconscious Son Goku to the room. Li Su, congratulations on winning the championship. Bulma said happily, hugging Li Su's arm. Are you going to give some reward? Li Su said with a playful smile. I'm ignoring you. Bulma ran away blushing. Bulma in the original book doesn't have this little woman's side. Li Su smiled, and Bulma with such a side is cuter than the original. Early the next morning, Li Su went to collect the prize money for the championship, and came to the restaurant with everyone, ready to have a big meal. Li Su, you are really good, I lost to you in the end. Son Goku said, and Son Goku basically recovered in one night. I look forward to fighting you next time. Li Su smiled. Well, I'll practice hard and fight well next time. Son Goku said, full of fighting spirit. The food is here, let's eat. Li Su said. Wow, it's so delicious. Son Goku picked up a chicken leg and ate it, without affecting his appetite at all because of the loss. After eating all the prize money for the championship, Li Su and Bulma parted with everyone and returned home. During the battle with Son Goku, Li Su noticed some changes to the system's panels. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 19. Combat strength, 251. Law of force, 0/100. Possessed plugins. Primary automatic training plugin, can automatically increase combat power by 10 points every day. Primary perception plugin, can learn 1-star moves in seconds. Ordinary Saiyan bloodline plugin. Why is there a new law of power suddenly? Li Su was a little puzzled. The system didn't give him an answer, and he guessed it had something to do with Son Goku's understanding of Boshi. System, what's the matter with the daily increase in combat power of the primary automatic training plugin? Li Su asked. In the past, he could only increase his combat power by 1 point per day, but now it has become a 10-point increase in combat power. The host gets the Normal Saiyan bloodline, and the effect of automatic training will naturally be different. The system explained. The two cheaters can still influence each other. Li Su was a little surprised, but this was good news for him, and the speed of combat power increased tenfold. Can the law of power be cultivated automatically? Li Su asked. The function of automatically practicing plugin, the host can freely adjust. The system said. That is to say, I can let the combat power and the law of strength be automatically cultivated at the same time, but the effect of automatic cultivation will be reduced. Li Su said. The host understands correctly. How should I distribute it? Li Su was in a tangle. If he ignores the law of power, his combat power will increase very quickly, but he feels that the law of power is also very important, and even exceeds the combat power. System, evenly distribute the effect of automatic training plug into the law of combat power and power. Li Su thought about it, and decided to take into account both. Baizai Mountain. Where is it? Li Su held Bulma and flew around in the air, as if looking for something. Li Su, is there really the universe spaceship you mentioned here? Bulma asked. After searching for a long time, the two still haven't found it. There must be, otherwise how did Son Goku come to Earth? Li Su said. Found it. At this moment, Li Su found a spherical spaceship in a valley and flew down immediately. The spaceship was already dilapidated and was wrapped in a layer of green vegetation, with only a small part of it exposed. It would have been difficult to find it if Li Su hadn't come to find it deliberately. It's shabby enough. Bulma said. Can it be fixed? Li Su asked. Well, the main part isn't broken yet, it just needs to be refitted, but it will take some time. Bulma checked it a little and said, time is not a problem, I just need to go out. After you finish the modification, we will go to play in universe. Li Su said. Bulma nodded. In the spaceship, install a gravity training room as I told you before. The larger the gravity multiplier that can be adjusted, the better. Li Su said. No problem, as long as all the materials are found, it should be no problem to create a 300-fold gravity chamber, but with such a large gravity, will it really not happen? Bulma said with some concern. It'll be fine, and I won't adjust the gravity to the maximum all at once. Li Su smiled. The gravity training room is a major cheat in the world of Dragon Ball. Son Goku can increase his combat power from more than 400 points to transform into Super Saiyan within a year, which has a lot to do with the gravity training room. Let's go back, I'll let you transport the ship back later, Bulma said. Is this Kalen Ta? Li Su looked at the Kalen Tower, which could not be seen at the top, and was a little shocked. Such a tall building must not have been built by manpower. Since defeating Son Goku, Li Su had a hard time finding an opponent on Earth, and decided to go to Universe to see it, so he asked Bulma to transform the Universe ship. However, the system has released a new task for him, and he needs to complete this task before leaving. Mission: arrive at King Kai Star. Mission reward: Intermediate Savvy Plug-In. Intermediate Savvy Plug-In can learn 2-star moves in seconds. There are 2 ways for him to reach Zhuangxing now. One is to find all 7 Dragon Balls, summon Shenron, and ask Shenron to send him to Zhuangxing. The second is through the gods and let the gods take him to the underworld. There are still 4 or 5 months before Dragon Ball recovers. Li Su didn't want to wait, so he decided to come to Tianshan to practice, and Kalen Tai also had the fairy beans he wanted. Fairy bean is also a major cheat in the world of Dragon Ball. Whether it is used for training or life-saving, the effect is very good. Who are you? Just when Li Su wanted to climb the Kalen Tower, 2 people came out, a young man with a child. Li Su knew these 2 people. They were the guardian of the Kalen Tower, Beulah, and his son, Wu. Pa. My name is Li Su, I'm here to challenge Kalen Ta. Li Su smiled. Kalen Ta can't be challenged by anyone, you need to beat me first, Bra said. Hearing this, Li Su smiled slightly. He knew that Bra was also well-intentioned. If he was not strong enough, he would fall down halfway and die or be injured. However, Li Su did not fight him, and climbed directly to the top of the Kalen Tower, at an astonishingly fast speed. Seeing Li Su, who disappeared in an instant, Bra poured out a drop of cold sweat on his forehead, and said, what a monster, maybe he can really climb the Kalen Tower. At this time, Karen-sama on the Kalen Tower was also paying attention to Li Su. When did such a monster appear in the lower world? This speed is too fast. Karen-sama was very surprised when he saw Li Su climbing up at a speed beyond his imagination, and cold sweat broke out in his heart. Before Karen-sama could come down, a wind suddenly blew, and Li Su's figure appeared on the Karen Tower. Hi, hello. Li Su greeted with a smile. Hello. Karen-sama smiled bitterly. Are you here to snatch the super holy water? With your strength, the super holy water has no effect on you. I know the super holy water is just a pretense, I'm here to practice. Li Su shook his head. I'm afraid I can't teach you anything, either, Karen-sama said. I still lack a lot of control of my chi. You must have a lot to teach me in this regard. Li Su said, neither humble nor arrogant. Now it has been a month since the 21st World's #1 Martial Arts Conference, and Li Su's combat power has increased to more than 400 points. Because of the rapid rise, his control of his chi is not as good as before. Your control of chi is indeed a bit rough, but your strength is too strong, you must find a way to suppress it, and I can't teach you. Karen-sama said. It's a trouble, what can you do? Li Su frowned. Give it to me. At this moment, a voice sounded out of thin air, and then 2 people appeared in front of Li Su's eyes. It was Tianshan and Bobo. God, why are you here? Karen-sama asked in surprise. There is an excellent martial deist in the lower realm, and naturally he must teach him well. Tianshan said. He wanted to train a powerful martial deist, and if there is a crisis on the earth in the future, he will also have a little more self-protection. Aren't you surprised to see me? Tianshan looked at Li Su and said. When I came to Kalen Ta, I felt that there were still people above. Li Su said, not completely telling the truth. Well, I want to help you cultivate, but if the earth encounters any trouble in the future, I hope you can help. God said. It's natural, I'm also an earthling. Li Su said. Whether it was before or now, he is a man of the earth, and it is his duty to protect the earth, and there are people on the earth that he wants to protect. The god nodded, took out a black dress, and wrapped a layer of white light on his hands, as if he had cast some magic on the dress. This gravity suit can help you suppress your combat power. You should practice with Kalen first. After you finish learning, come to the Temple of Heaven. God said. Thank you, Li Su said. He didn't expect the gods to help him like this, and he also offered to let him go to the Temple of Gods to practice. After all, he hasn't done anything to contribute to the earth now. Kalen, the next thing is left to you, God said, and then returned to the temple with Bobo. Li Su put on the gravity suit, which weighed 500 pounds, 4 times his weight. After putting it on, he felt that it was a little difficult for him to move. You get used to the gravity suit first, and then we start practicing. Karen-sama said, licking his paws. Li Su began to do some simple exercises. The 500-pound gravity suit was not too troublesome for him, but he just didn't get used to it. It took him half a day to do normal activities. This is a fairy bean. If you eat one, you can stay hungry for 10 days. Karen-sama saw Li Su's physical exhaustion is not small, so he gave Li Su a fairy bean. Crack. After Li Su ate it, he felt a power surge through his body, and he immediately returned to his prime. Karen-sama, can you give me more of these fairy beans? Li Su asked. There are several jars over there. If you need it, take it. Karen-sama said without caring. The fairy beans were originally used to restore the physical strength of those who challenged Kalanta, but in the past few hundred years, almost no one has ever visited the Kalanta, so they have accumulated so much. Thank you so much, Li Su said happily. There are 3 altars of Xiando, and each altar has tens of thousands of them. Li Su took 2 altars and left 1 altar. 2 altars were enough for him. We're cultivating now, all you have to do is snatch the water bottle on my crutches, whether it's while I'm asleep or when I'm distracted, as long as you can grab it. But your strength is too strong, you must carry this bell. When you grab the water bottle, the bell cannot ring, otherwise you have to start all over again. After listening, Li Su nodded, took the bell from Karen-sama and tied it around his waist. Although it is only a small bell, the difficulty has been increased several times, but this way he can learn more things. Karen-sama, let's get started. Call out, jingle bell. As soon as Li Su moved, he heard the sound of the bell. You have too many extra moves, which will affect your speed in combat and consume more ki, Karen-sama said. Karen-sama has lived for so long, and although his combat power is not very strong, he is a great master in theory. Li Su listened to Karen-sama's words, made adjustments, and swept towards the water bottle on Karen-sama's crutches again. Although the bell on his body did not ring, his speed was greatly limited because he was too deliberate. Silent as the sky, swift as lightning. Li Su remembered what Bobo said when he taught Son Goku in the original book, and seemed to understand a little bit about this sentence. What a high level of perception! Karen-sama exclaimed in his heart. 10 days passed in a flash. Li Su was grabbing the water bottle on Karen-sama's crutches every day, and on the first day, Li Su was able to move normally without the bell making a sound. By the 5th day, he was already putting some pressure on Karen-sama and came close to making it several times. On the 10th day, he could grab the water bottle from Karen-sama's crutch with his eyes closed. I am amazed by your progress. I have nothing to teach you. I don't know how far you will grow, Karen-sama exclaimed. In these 10 days, Li Su gave him too much shock, and the shock of the previous hundreds of years was not as many as these 10 days. Thank you for your 10 days of teaching, Li Su thanked. In the past 10 days, the primary automatic training plugin is still running, and the combat power has increased by 50 points. The training he does is all about the control of chi, and the two do not interfere. Now his control of chi has made a great progress, the same combat power can exert stronger combat power. The news has just come from the gods that you can go to the Temple of the Gods, Karen-sama said. Goodbye then. Li Su waved his hand and flew above the Kalin Tower. The Temple of Heaven is suspended above the Kalin Tower. It has a long history. Ordinary people cannot reach the Temple of Heaven without the permission of the God of Heaven. Of course, as long as the combat power reaches a certain level, this restriction has no effect at all. Is this the Temple of Heaven? Seeing it with your own eyes is different from seeing it on the screen. The whole temple has the color of Indian culture, and there are 2 rows of coconut trees planted in the square in front. You're here, and Bobo will teach you how to practice. God said. A smile appeared on his vicissitudes and wrinkled face. Well, Li Su nodded. Whether it is theoretical guidance or actual combat power, Bobo is much stronger than Tenjin. In the original work, Bobo easily subdued the Little Trunks and Son Goten who are Super Saiyan, making people feel that Bobo's strength has become more unfathomable. However, when Carrick II came to snatch the position of God, Popo was subdued by Carrick II's men, and in the Great World, Popo was not seen. All this shows that Bobo's strength is not very good, only about 500 or 600 points. Li Su doesn't know how much power Bobo has, at least now he can't see Bobo's strength. Tenjin left after speaking, and handed Li Su to Bobo. Your strength is very strong, but the control of chi is not perfect. Next, Bobo will train you to control chi, Bobo said expressionlessly. Bobo's training is similar to Karen-sama's, it's all about the control of chi, but Bobo's teaching is more in-depth. 20 days passed in a blink of an eye. Li Su has been comprehending the realm of quiet as the sky, as fast as lightning that Bobo said. Now he is sitting quietly on the square in front of the Temple of Heaven, with his eyes closed, but any disturbance in the Temple of Heaven is clearly presented in his mind. Chi is really a magical thing. Li Su opened his eyes with a look of joy on his face. Your progress is too fast, and the usual methods can't teach you. Next, you go to a place with Bobo, Bobo said with a blank expression. Following behind Bobo, he went to the depths of the temple. After going around several corridors, it was like walking through a labyrinth. For the first time, Li Su discovered that there was still such a large space in the temple, and finally Bobo stopped in front of a golden gate. Bobo won't send me into an unused world to study like Son Goku was taught in the original book, Li Su thought to himself. Bobo pushed open the golden door and said, this is the spiritual time room. 1 year inside, only 1 day has passed outside, but the environment is extremely harsh, and we will practice inside for a year. It turned out to be a spiritual time room. Li Su was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Bobo to bring him to practice in the spiritual time room. The gravity chamber in the spiritual time house is 10 times that of the Earth, and the temperature fluctuates between -40 and 50 degrees. Such conditions are not suitable for human survival at all. The most important thing is that there is a vast expanse of white inside, and you have to stay there for a year, which is a huge test for people's psychological endurance. You are wearing a gravity suit. The gravity inside is 10 times that of the outside. You should take it off first. Bobo said. No. Li Su smiled slightly. A layer of white light appeared on his hands, and the gravity clothes on his body became ordinary clothes again. You actually learned Lord God's magic. Bobo was a little shocked. At that time, when the gods were performing, they learned it at a glance. Li Su smiled. This magic is not difficult, it belongs to a 1-star move. Then let's start practicing. Bobo said, walking into the spiritual time room. Li Su also followed into it, and the 10-fold gravity inside almost crushed Li Su to the ground, and it was very difficult to even take a step. Bobo, you have nothing at all, Li Su said in surprise. Under 10 times the gravity, Bobo is actually the same as outside, which is not something that can be achieved with a few hundred combat power. This gravity has no effect on Bobo, Bobo said. All right. Li Su no longer struggles with Bobo's strength, and it doesn't have much to do with him anyway. System, assign all the automatic training plugins to the law of power. Li Su secretly communicated with the system in his heart. Next, he will practice for a year in the spiritual time room to avoid interference. It is best to allocate all the automatic training plugins to the understanding of the law of force. Any extra action will affect the display of strength. The better the control of chi, the faster you can condense energy balls. The same energy ball can condense more chi, thus producing greater power. The heart is like still water, don't observe with your eyes. In a blink of an eye, a year has passed. Li Su accepts Bobo's guidance every day, like a sponge, madly absorbing the knowledge taught by Bobo, and the progress can be said to be very great. Sometimes Li Su would also play against Bobo, but Li Su never beat Bobo, which gave Li Su a new understanding of Bobo's strength. He guessed that Bobo is very powerful, but as a servant of the gods, there are some things he can't intervene. Just like Whis, he only serves the gods. A year has passed, Bobo's guidance to you is over, and future cultivation is up to you, Bobo said. Thank you Mr. Popo for his guidance this year, Li Su said gratefully. It can be said that Bobo's guidance this year has played a very important role in him, laying a good foundation for him in the future. Otherwise, even if he has a high combat power by automatically cultivating plugins in the future, he will not be able to control the chi in his body very well, just like people like Frisia. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 19, a year spent in mental time is not counted. Combat strength, 12,000. Law of force, 1/100. Possessed plugins, primary automatic training plugin, can automatically increase combat power by 10 points every day. Primary perception plugin, can learn 1-star moves in seconds. Ordinary Saiyan Bloodline plugin. After a year of practicing the law of strength, he finally reached 1%. He found that if he relied on the law of 1%, he could increase his combat power by 10% without causing any damage to his body. Load. And he also discovered one thing, when his combat power exceeded 10,000, his chi not only increased in quantity, but also in quality. He asked Bobo, and Bobo said it was related to the dimension. The dimensions from low to high are planetary level, star level, galaxy level, universe level. There is a higher realm in the back, but Bobo is not very clear about this, and 10,000 combat power is the entry standard of the planetary level. After leaving the spirit time room, the gods were waiting for them outside. In 1 year, your strength has increased so much, Tianshan said in horror. He could sense Li Su's strength before, but now he can't see through Li Su at all. I'm not strong enough now. Li Su shook his head. His current strength is indeed very strong on Earth, but it is still not enough in universe. Aren't you interested in being the god of the Earth? The god asked. I'm not suitable to be the god of the Earth. I know someone who has a pure heart and good strength. If you want to find a successor, you can consider him. Li Su shook his head. The position of the gods was not in the slightest attractive to him. You are talking about Son Goku. He is indeed a very good seedling, Tianshan said. Because of Li Su, he also knew a little more about the people around Li Su. Well, Li Su nodded. What's your plan next? Tianshan then asked. There was nothing left to give to Li Su. Does the gods have the authority to recommend people to practice with the Realm King? Li Su asked. You actually know Lord Realm King? The gods were a little surprised. I plan to leave the Earth and go to the universe, so I know more about things outside the Earth. Li Su found a reason. I can take someone to meet King Yama, but no living person has ever been to the underworld. The god of the sky said with a frown. There is no place on Earth that is suitable for me to cultivate, and I have to ask the gods to help me once. It is not impossible for a living person to go to the underworld, Li Su said. The underworld is actually just a special two-dimensional space. If you are strong enough, you can enter as long as you break the dimensional wall. Okay, but I don't guarantee success, said the god. Thank you. If this method doesn't work, Li Su can only honestly search for the Dragon Ball again, and use Shenron's power to be captured by Zhuang, and he must complete the system's mission. Don't resist. The god put his hand on Li Su's shoulder. Li Su suddenly felt a force acting on him, and the scene in front of him changed, but in the blink of an eye, Li Su and the god came to the underworld. Who are you? At this time, a staff member of the underworld came over. I am the god of the earth, and I came to meet King Yama, said the god. How did you bring a living person into the underworld? Don't you know the rules of the underworld? Said the kid. I'll explain it to King Yama later, said the god. All right then, I'll report it now, said the kid. After a while, the kid came back and led Li Su and the gods to the Yama temple. The god of the earth, why are you here? King Yama said, as if he was quite familiar with the god of the earth. We have an excellent martial deist on earth, and I would like to recommend him to practice with the realm king. The god of the sky explained his purpose. Generally, living people are not allowed to come to the underworld. Today, let's make an exception, but if you want to see Lord Realm, you must go through the snake path. King Yama said. From the conversation between the two, Li Su heard that the two really seemed to have some friendship. Thank you Lord Yama, said the god. I'll let someone take him to the snake road now, King Yama said, gesturing at a kid next to him. After the kid understood, he took Li Su away. You Earth has an amazing guy this time. After Li Su left, King Yama said to the gods. It's true that there hasn't been an excellent martial artist on Earth for a long time, Tian Shen said with a smile. Li Su followed the kid to the snake road. This is the snake road, I can only send you here. The kid said. Thank you. Li Su thanked him and flew directly to the other end of the snake road. Although the snake path is very long, it is nothing to the current Li Su. After cultivating in the spiritual time house for a year, his current combat power has reached 12,000 points. After cultivating, it will be much higher. After flying for about an hour, Li Su came to the end of the snake path, saw the pocket King Kai star, jumped up, and landed on it. The gravity of King Kai is also 10 times that of the Earth. Li Su, who has been in the spiritual time house for a year, has already adapted to 10 times the gravity. Is this the Zhuang planet? I really don't know how King Kai lived on such a planet for so long, Li Su secretly said. If he is allowed to live on such a planet all the time, it is estimated that it will not be long before he will be suffocated. Ding dong! The mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate level perception hack. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Li Su's mind, and the original primary perception hack was replaced by the intermediate perception hack. Li Su found that his comprehension took a new level. Ow, ow. At this moment, an orangutan jumped towards Li Su. It was King Kai's pet Bobris. Is Lord Realm here? Li Su shouted loudly. I haven't had a guest from King Kai for a long time. King Kai walked out of the house, followed by a small grasshopper. Lord Zhuang, I came from Earth and want to practice with you, Li Su said politely. It's not impossible for me to teach you cultivation, but you have to make me laugh first, King Kai said solemnly. When Li Su heard King Kai's words, the corners of his mouth twitched. Fortunately, he was a little prepared. Once upon a time there was a steamed bun. He ate a meatball, and it turned into a steamed bun. Puff. After King Kai heard it, he immediately wanted to laugh. After realizing this, he immediately covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing. Once upon a time there was a man who looked like an onion and cried when he walked. Seeing King Kai wanting to laugh but forcibly holding back, Li Su thought it was funny. Once upon a time, an egg went to a tea house to drink tea, and it turned into a tea egg. Once upon a time. Haha. After Li Su told 7 or 8 jokes with extremely low laughs, King Kai finally couldn't help laughing, hugging his stomach and rolling on the ground. You are so amazing. Li Su looked at King Kai speechlessly, guessing that King Kai had lived in King Kai for a long time, and he was bored to the extreme, otherwise he wouldn't have such a low laugh. Lord Realm King, can you teach me to practice now? It is good. I have 2 powerful tricks. If you want me to teach you, you must pass my test first, King Kai said solemnly. What test? Li Su knew that King Kai was talking about Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Grab the blows and hit Gregory with the hammer, King Kai said. This shouldn't be difficult for me, right? Li Su was a little surprised. He was not the Son Goku in the original book. He had already applied 10 times the gravity. So it's going to be a little more difficult for you. King Kai smiled sinisterly, cast a magic spell, and put a big iron ring on Li Su's hands and feet. At the moment of putting on the iron ring, Li Su was directly crushed to the ground. Each hoop weighs 200 jins, adding up to 800 jins. Under 10 times the gravity, it is equivalent to Li Su carrying 8,000 jins on his back. As long as you complete the 2 things I said with an iron ring, I will teach you 2 of my unique tricks. King Kai smiled proudly. I will do it, Li Su said confidently, standing up with difficulty. It happened to be regarded as a practice. Since Li Su knew the effect of the law of force, Li Su allocated all the automatic practice plugins to the law of force. The law of 1% power can increase the combat power by 10%, and there is no load on the body. This effect is very unbelievable. The effect may not be obvious now, but with the improvement of combat power, the benefits of the law of power will become larger and larger, which is far more cost-effective than adding 10 points of combat power every day. Let's start then, King Kai said. Ow, oh. Bobris jumped around in front of Li Su, as if mocking Li Su. I'll play with you. Li Su stepped forward with difficulty and chased towards Bobris, but the speed of the two was not at the same level at all, and Bobris would turn his head and taunt Li Su from time to time. Li Su didn't get discouraged at all, he got up again after falling down. As long as he got used to the gravity, it would not be difficult for him to catch up with Bobris. What a good seedling. King Kai watched from the side and sighed inwardly. Although he looks unreliable, he is still very reliable at critical times. He arranged 2 tests for Li Su, one to test Li Su's aptitude, and the other to observe Li Su's Sing. In a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. In the first month, Li Su got used to the weight of the iron ring, grabbed Bobris, beat him well, and avenged the previous arrow. In the second month, Li Su beat Gorgly with a sledgehammer, and made Gorgly hide away when he saw Li Su. After that, King Kai taught Li Su his 2 unique tricks, Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Kaioken Li Su learned it after watching it once, but Spirit Bomb Li Su couldn't learn anything, because Spirit Bomb has a requirement that he must be pure of heart. Li Su can't have the pure heart like Son Goku, so even if he has an intermediate savvy plug-in, he still can't learn Spirit Bomb. Just like the original Kamehameha wave, you must have enough energy in your body to be able to exert it. Li Su was not disappointed either. Spirit Bomb has too many restrictions and is not very suitable for use in combat. After learning Kaioken, Li Su did not leave immediately, but continued to stay at King Kai Star for a month, absorbing King Kai's martial arts experience. Lord King Kai, it's time for me to go back, Li Su said, saying that until now, King Kai has nothing to teach Li Su. Well, your qualifications are very good, I hope you can go further. King Kai said solemnly. Lord Zhuang, I plan to go to Universe next time, can you tell me the location of some planets in Universe? Li Su suddenly remembered. I'm only in charge of Northern Galaxy, and I can tell you the location of Northern Galaxy planets, but you should pay attention to one person in the universe, and don't mess with him. King Kai warned. Who is it? Li Su asked. Frozen Demon Frisia. King Kai said. When mentioning Frisia, King Kai's body trembled unconsciously, obviously having a certain psychological shadow on Frisia. I remember. Li Su nodded. He knows Frisia's strength. He will definitely not go to Frisia now, but it will not be certain in the future. Frisia is destined to be a stepping stone on his growth path. After getting the planet distribution map of the Northern Galaxy, Li Su left King Kai. This time, Li Su took half an hour to cross the snake path and came to the Yama temple. Why did you come back so soon? King Yama asked in surprise. He knew that Li Su was being trained by King Kai. He originally thought that Li Su would stay on King Kai for at least a few years. Everything I want to learn has been learned, and I will come back naturally, Li Su said. I will notify the gods of the earth to pick you up now, King Yama said, and did not continue to ask. After a while, the gods came. It seems that you have gained a lot this time, Tian Shen said, feeling that Li Su was even more unfathomable. It's really not a small gain, Li Su said with a smile. Let's go. Tian Shen took Li Su back to Tian Shen Temple. God, I'll go back first, and I may not be on Earth for a while. If you have something to do, you can ask King Kai to contact me, Li Su said. After Li Su left the Temple of Heaven, he flew directly to his home. He didn't expect that this trip would take the first half of the year, so Bulma must be very worried. Bulma. When Li Su returned home, he saw Bulma sitting in the yard in a daze. Li Su, you're finally back. Bulma was very happy when she saw Li Su, and threw herself into Li Su's arms, then burst into tears. Sorry for worrying you, Li Su said apologetically. Where have you been during this time? If you don't come back, I plan to find Dragon Ball and call you back, Bulma said. I went to a place to practice, but I didn't expect to practice for so long, Li Su said. You must take me wherever you go in the future, Bulma said pitifully. Okay, I'll take you with me in the future, Li Su solemnly promised. Well, the two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and began to linger. This is my modified universe ship, Bulma said proudly. The original spherical universe spaceship has been converted into the size of a small house, and the space inside is not known how many times larger. Drop. Bulma took out a remote control and pressed it. The door of the spaceship opened, a ladder descended, and Li Su and Bulma walked into the spaceship. This is the control room, and there are bedrooms, bathrooms, lounges, training rooms, etc. there. If you think there are any shortcomings, I can install them immediately, Bulma introduced. No, it's already very good. Li Su shook his head. In terms of pursuit of quality of life, Li Su is definitely not as good as Bulma. I'll take you to the training room to have a look. Bulma laughed. The two came to the gravity training room. The space inside was large enough for Li Su to move around while practicing. In the middle is a gravity device. I set it to be voice activated, which is more convenient. The highest gravity multiplier is 300 times. If there are better materials, it is not a problem to increase it to 500 times. Bulma said. 300 times of gravity is enough for the time being. Li Su said. He has not even adapted to 100 times of gravity. 300 times of gravity is enough for him for a long time. There are launchers here, but they may not be as effective as you want, Bulma continued. It was originally used to assist cultivation, so it almost doesn't matter, Li Su said. Then when do we leave? Bulma asked. She has an adventurous spirit, otherwise she would not go to the ethereal Dragon Ball alone, and is looking forward to this universe voyage. It may be a long time since we went out this time. You don't have to say goodbye to your father-in-law and mother-in-law, Lisu said with a smile. Everything is almost ready now, and you can leave at any time. Who are your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Bulma said, blushing. That's a matter of time. Do you still want to marry someone else? Lisu smiled, especially like Bulma's blushing, little woman's attitude. Humph, I'm ignoring you? Bulma pretended to be angry and left. Lisu didn't stay in the universe spaceship too much, and went out with Bulma. Call out? At this time, a person flying in the sky is Son Goku. Lisu, Bulma. Son Goku landed in front of them. Goku, why are you here? Lisu said in surprise. He felt that Son Goku should be looking for opponents all over the world at this time. I want to find my grandpa's relic and borrow the Dragon Ball radar, Son Goku said. Oh, I'll get it to you now, Bulma said, and one went to the house to get the Dragon Ball radar. Goku, you probably don't have a suitable place to practice right now, Lisu said. Well, Grandpa Master Roshi asked me to travel by myself, and I plan to take the journey to find the Dragon Ball as a training, Son Goku said. Master Roshi also has nothing to teach Son Goku right now. I went to Kailantai, you can go there too, you should be able to learn a lot there, Lisu said. Where's Kailantai? Son Goku's eyes flashed with light. In the west of the earth, there is a tower that goes straight into the sky. You can find it easily, Lisu said. I will definitely go after I find my grandfather's relic. Son Goku nodded seriously. I'll give you another gift, Lisu said. He took out a black dress and performed a magic, which instantly made the weight of the dress reach 300 pounds, and then took out 2 wrist guards and a pair of boots, and performed the same magic. Good weight. Son Goku took the clothes and boots, but he lost his grip and fell to the ground, smashing a hole in the ground. What a heavy suit. Son Goku struggled to pick up the clothes again. These items add up to 500 pounds. You wear it to look for the Dragon Ball. After you get used to it, your strength should improve a lot, Lisu said. Thank you, Son Goku said, knowing the benefits of doing so. Practice hard, I really hope we can fight again in the future, Lisu said. After this training, his strength is much higher than Son Goku. Son Goku is not even qualified to be his opponent. No. Well, I will practice hard, Son Goku said seriously. At this time, Bulma came out of the room, holding the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, and said, I made another Dragon Ball radar, and I'll give you both, so if it breaks, there's another one. Thanks. After Son Goku got the Dragon Ball radar, he flew away. Let's go in 3 days, Lisu said. 3 days later, Earth's outer space. Lisu, you have entered the map of the planet you gave me into the control system of the spacecraft. Where should we go first? Bulma asked. Let me think about it. Lisu also didn't know where to go first. Ding dong. Publish the mission, destroy the Jinnut team, and the mission reward, regenerate the body from a broken limb. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Lisu's mind. Reborn from a broken limb, able to be reborn from a broken arm, with the ability to survive in space. This plugin is not bad, Lisu secretly said. Although Saiyan is powerful, he can't survive in space. This is a defect of Saiyan. If he can make up for it, it will be a good thing for Lisu. Bulma, let's go to the subdelete planet as our first stop, Lisu said. Lisu didn't know where the Jinnut team was, and he only had 18,000 combat power now, and there is a possibility that Frieza will be brought over, so he needs to learn some life-saving means before going to the Jinnut team. He now has an intermediate level savvy plugin. Although instant transmission surpasses the 2-star move, it cannot be learned in an instant, but it should take a little more time to learn it. Okay. Bulma immediately gave the spacecraft an order to go to the planet Adalat. For her, it was the same wherever she went, and there was no fixed goal. Bulma, I'm going to practice first. I may not have much time to accompany you during this time. After reaching the destination, I will accompany you to go out and have fun, Lisu said apologetically. He has to improve his strength in order to beat the Jinnut team. Bulma nodded in understanding. In the dark universe, the stars are dotted like sparkling diamonds. A universe ship sailed in it, leaving a white light behind it, like a tail. In the universe spaceship, Lisu was practicing hard, and the air in the entire training room was dark red due to the squeeze of gravity, giving people a feeling of depression. 998, 999, 1000. Lisu propped himself on the ground with one finger, doing push ups. Large beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks, and a lot of sweat accumulated on the ground. After doing 1000 push ups, Lisu stopped practicing, turned off gravity, took out a fairy bean and swallowed it, and his physical strength recovered in an instant. Walking out of the training room, Bulma was sitting there resting, obviously feeling a little bored. Lisu, today's practice is over. Bulma saw Lisu come out with a happy expression on his face. Yeah, Lisu nodded apologetically. He couldn't let go of his cultivation, so he could only make up for Bulma in the future. Lisu, in a short while, our spacecraft will pass by planet Fedar. Planet Fedar is a planet with the universe civilization. Let's go there and have a look, shall we? Bulma looked at Lisu with expectant eyes. Well, let's go to the planet Fedar for a few days. Lisu laughed. It had been a month since they left the Earth, and Bulma had also been bored in the spaceship for a month. It was estimated that she was bored, so she should give herself a few days off and accompany Bulma out for a walk. Great. Bulma almost jumped up in joy. Seeing the happy smile on Bulma's face, Li Su felt even more guilty, walked over and hugged Bulma in his arms, and said, "Bulma, I'm sorry." "It's okay," Bulma said very understandingly, knowing Li Su's feelings for her. The next day, Li Su and Bulma's spacecraft landed at the spaceport on the planet Fadar. "The Fadar planet is really lively." Li Su laughed. "The Fadar planet is like a space station in the universe, and there are all kinds of people. The technology of planet Fadar is much more advanced than ours," Bulma said. "Let's get a map of the planet Fadar first, and then have a good time on the planet Fadar for a few days," Li Su said with a smile. The planet Fadar is full of high-tech atmosphere at first glance, and it is indeed much more developed than the Earth. The two spent hours on the planet Fadar, figuring out some basic information. "The currency here is sapphire stone. We don't have this thing, so we can only sell some things to them in exchange for some sapphire stone," Li Su said. "There is no universal currency in universe. Transactions between different planets use a kind of energy stone called blue gold stone, which is mainly used to provide energy for various machines. Our Earth also has this kind of blue gold stone, but we don't call it blue gold stone, but Tianjin stone, and the technology on Earth has no way to use the energy inside," Bulma said. Hearing Bulma say this, Li Su suddenly remembered that this kind of blue gold stone was mentioned in the Dragon Ball Super comics, but it was only a brushstroke, and it didn't play any role, so that everyone had no impression of it. "Let's sell them some things we don't need temporarily, and then buy some things we need," Li Su said. Bulma nodded. "In fact, there is also a very advanced technology on Earth, that is, the universal capsule. If you sell it, it will definitely sell for a good price." Li Su and Bulma came to the exchange and sold some items that were temporarily unused, and got 1,000 blue gold stones. Immediately afterwards, the two of them played on the planet Fadar. They came to an alien planet for the first time. Both of them were very interested in all the new things. In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. "Bulma, there is a tech book store here, let's go buy some books, so you won't be so bored in the spaceship in the future," Li Su said, stopping in front of a store. "Yeah." Bulma glanced at Li Su gratefully, and the two walked into the store. "Welcome." As soon as the two walked in, one of them greeted them. It was a young girl with pointed ears and a tail behind her, like a cat. "Give us some books on gravity technology," Bulma said. "Okay." The cat girl immediately picked up a bunch of books on gravity technology from the shelf. Bulma flipped through it roughly, took out some books that she already fully understood, and said, "Wrap up the rest." "Okay, a total of 200 blue gold stones," said the cat girl. "Don't you need to buy some other books?" Li Su asked. He knew that Bulma bought these books all for him, hoping to research the auxiliary equipment Li Su needed. "No, these books are enough for me to study for a while." Bulma shook her head. Although she is a genius, it takes a lot of time to fully understand these things. "Take some books on space theory and time theory," Li Su said. When the cat girl heard the words, she immediately brought over a pile of books, all of which were about space theory and time theory. "Wrap it all up," Li Su said. His understanding of this aspect is basically zero now, and all the knowledge about this aspect has a certain effect on him. "Okay, a total of 300 blue gold stones," the cat girl said with a smile. Li Su took out 500 blue gold stones and gave them to the cat girl, and they only had 100 blue gold stones left. "What did you buy these books for?" Bulma asked curiously. "I am interested in these two aspects of knowledge. If you want to study it, you can study it if you have time." Li Su smiled. If the space theory can be applied to the navigation technology of the universe spacecraft, it can greatly increase the speed of the universe spacecraft, and you will no longer need to spend a lot of time flying in the universe in the future. Time theory is even more insane. When applied to reality, it can even do things like travel through time and space, but it can only travel to parallel worlds, and it is impossible to really go back to the past. Li Su wants to study the knowledge of these two aspects, not to do these, but to understand those moves related to time or space in the world of Dragon Ball, such as flash time and instant transmission. In this way, you can not only learn these moves faster, but also better crack these moves, and even improve these moves. "I'll look into it if I have time," said Bulma, who is more interested in anything tech-related. I have to admit that Bulma's talent in technology is no weaker than Xian's talent in martial arts. After buying these books, Li Su and Bulma continued to play on the planet Fadar for a day, spent the remaining 100 blue gold stones, and then left. "Li Su, behind us, there are several universe spaceships following us," Bulma said, tapping his fingers like white jade quickly. The screen immediately showed the appearance of the following universe spaceships. Not long after they left the planet Fadar, they found several universe ships following them. The ship of the Frisia Legion. Li Su was a little surprised that the style of the spaceships at the back was exactly the same as the universe spaceship of the Frisia Legion that he had seen on the screen in his previous life. "Is Frisia the universe demon you told me about?" Bulma asked, and Li Su told her some basic facts about universe. "Well," Li Su nodded. "But why are they following us?" Bulma asked suspiciously. "It should be for the universal capsule technology. When we took out the universe spaceship, they should have discovered it." Li Su guessed that he did not expect that there are people from the Frisia Legion on this planet of Fadar. Although Frisia is known as the Emperor of Universe, the planets he controls are only a small part of the Northern Galaxy, and many planets are not under his control. Then what do we do now? Bulma asked worriedly. Can you get rid of them? Li Su asked, not wanting to mess with Frisia just yet if it wasn't necessary. No, their universe ships are faster than ours. Bulma frowned. Li Su and Bulma's universe spaceship was modified from Son Goku's universe spaceship. It was the product of the Frisia Corps more than 10 years ago, and it is definitely not as good as the current Frisia Corps' universe spaceship. Is there any planet nearby? We landed on a planet and solved them. Li Su said, since he couldn't get rid of them, he would kill them. Although he didn't want to mess with Frisia now, he wasn't afraid of Frisia. Hearing this, Bulma quickly checked and said, there is a planet Karo Earth nearby, but it's just a barren planet with no life reaction on it. It's just right as a battlefield to lead them to the planet Karate, Li Su said. Okay. Bulma tapped quickly on the control panel. Among the spaceships behind Li Su and the others. How long will it take to catch up with them, said a man from universe with purple skin, 2 ears like 2 cylinders, and a toad's mouth. Lord Chu Yi, you can catch up with them in an hour, but they seem to have changed their direction, and their destination is planet Karoti, said a little scoundrel from the Frisia Corps. Hey, are you planning to land? That's just right, so as not to destroy the universe spaceship. Chu Yi smiled sinisterly, as if Li Su's universe spaceship was in his pocket. Keratin planet. The entire planet is dark yellow, barren, with boulders and no green vegetation at all. It is a completely barren star. Li Su and their universe spacecraft slowly landed on the planet Karoti. Li Su and Bulma got off the spaceship and put it away. Bulma, the battle will be discovered later. I will send you to a safe place first, and I will come to you after I have dealt with them all. Li Su said. He sensed it just now and knew that the opponent had a combat power of 18,000. His current combat power was only 20,000, so he could not fully guarantee Bulma's safety. You said you would take me wherever you went, Bulma said pitifully. But, Li Su said with some embarrassment. During the battle, Bulma was really too dangerous, even the aftermath of the battle could endanger her life. I have this. Bulma gestured to the bracelet in his hand and smiled smugly. In Li Su's puzzled eyes, Bulma pressed the switch on the wristband, and saw that Bulma shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into a mini Bulma in a blink of an eye. Li Su put Bulma in the palm of his hand and smiled slightly. In the original book, Bulma seems to have made this kind of mini bracelet, but it was purely for fun. Bulma pressed the wristband again, and a mask popped up on the wristband to protect Bulma, and then the whole mask was attached to Li Su's chest. That way I'm safe. Bulma laughed. It seems that you have already thought of this situation. Li Su said. Bulma invented this bracelet, just to be able to follow Li Su's side when Li Su is fighting. Of course, this shield can resist attacks with less than 10,000 combat power. Bulma said proudly. Li Su nodded. Although this shield could not resist the opponent's full-strength blow, it should be no problem to resist some aftermath. As long as Li Su was careful, there should be nothing wrong. After about 20 minutes, 5 universe spaceships landed on the planet Karoti, and 20 or 30 people from the Frisia Legion came out. Oh, it's actually waiting for us here. Did you know that you can't escape and give up your resistance? Chu Yi was a little surprised when he saw Li Su waiting for them here, but he didn't take it to heart. Did he? The combat power is 1,200. A little minion next to him checked Li Su's combat power, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Master Chu Yi, such a person is not worth your effort at all, just leave it to your subordinates. Okay, don't break the universe spaceship on him. Chu Yi smiled coldly, without showing any signs of taking Li Su in his eyes. Boy, it will be over soon, it won't hurt very much. The little bastard smiled cruelly. Call out? After finishing speaking, the little scoundrel suddenly attacked Li Su. Death to me. He punched Li Su's head with a punch. Seeing Li Su standing there without moving, he seemed to have seen the scene where Li Su's head was blown off. However, the situation he imagined did not appear. The fist passed through Li Su's body, and what he hit was just a phantom. What? Before he could react, a sharp pain suddenly came from his body, causing him to let out a scream. Li Su's fist had hit his stomach at some point, and the sudden burst of force had smashed the inside of his body and quickly lost his vitality. What? Chu Yi was very surprised to see that his subordinate was killed by Li Su. Did he? The combat power is 1,200. Chu Yi checked Li Su's combat power again, and seeing that it was still only 1,200, the consternation on his face disappeared, and he resumed his previous smile. Should just be lucky. Chu Yi thought to himself. He believed too much in the data detected by the combat power detector. Give me a few of you and kill him. Chu Yi said to the subordinates beside him. Yes, Lord Chu Yi. Bang bang bang. A few people just flew out when they heard a crash, and then they lost their senses, lost their vitality, and fell to the ground. How is that possible? Chu Yi was very shocked. He didn't even see how Li Su killed his first subordinates. The first time could be said to be an accident. Now the facts are in front of him again. He had to admit this fact. You better do it yourself, Li Su said indifferently. Did he? The combat power is still 1,200, so the detector must be broken. Chu Yi said angrily, and threw the combat power detector to the ground. Come on with me. Chu Yi yelled at the rest of his men. Shhhhhhh. After listening to Chu Yi's order, those men attacked Li Su together. I really don't know what to do. Li Su shook his head. The figure flickered and disappeared in place, passing through the crowd like a bolt of lightning. The movements of Qiu Yi's subordinates stopped abruptly, and when the wind blew, they all fell to the ground. Although I don't know what method you used to hide your combat power, I will definitely kill you today. My combat power is 18,000. Qiu Yi was not angry because all his men were killed by Li Su, but laughed coldly. However, after hearing his words, Li Su looked at him like an idiot. The villain died of too many words. This sentence is really good. Qiu Yi was stimulated by Li Su's contemptuous eyes. Death to me. Aiming at Li Su with his palm, a series of energy balls were launched towards Li Su. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the flames of the explosion drowned Li Su. Ha ha ha. Qiu Yi laughed when he saw this situation, thinking he had killed Li Su. You're not much stronger than your subordinates. Li Su's indifferent voice sounded beside Qiu Yi's ears, and Qiu Yi followed the voice to see that Li Su had nothing to do. How is that possible? Qiu Yi looked terrified. I can send you down to accompany them, Li Su said coldly. Boom! The figure disappeared on the spot, and immediately appeared in front of Qiu Yi, punching him in the stomach. Qiu Yi covered his stomach with both hands, his eyes protruded, and the bitter water was about to spit out. How could you be so strong? Qiu Yi looked at Li Su in disbelief. It's just that you are too weak, Li Su said disdainfully. He found that although Qiu Yi's combat strength had 18,000 points, his real combat strength was at most equal to his 15,000 points. He now had 20,000 points, and it was like playing with him. And this is still in the case that he did not use the law of force, otherwise the gap between the two would be even greater. Hateful. Qiu Yi was completely enraged by Li Su, and attacked Li Su like a madman. However, when he was angry, his strength was lower. Li Su underestimated his attack and didn't hit Li Su at all. I won't play with you anymore. Li Su suddenly put his knee on Qiu Yi's abdomen. Qiu Yi bent like a shrimp, and his movements stopped abruptly. Bang! Weakly fell to the ground, dying. Don't kill me, or King Frisia won't let you go. The threat of life made Qiu Yi calm down a little, followed by incomparable fear, begged Li Su for mercy, and moved out of Frisia. Don't worry, I'll send Frisia down with you one day. Li Su threw an energy ball at him, and with a bang, Qiu Yi was completely dead. At this time, Bulma flew down from Li Su's chest, the protective shield was lifted, and the whole body returned to normal size. Li Su, you are really amazing, you solved them so quickly, Bulma said admiringly, with a hint of pride. Forward. Li Su originally thought that Bulma would be a little scared, but Bulma's performance was somewhat unexpected to Li Su. Li Su, what are we going to do next? Are we leaving now? Bulma asked. Li Su thought for a while and said, since Frisia has been provoked, let's fight him and let him know that I'm not easy to mess with. What are you going to do? Bulma asked. We are waiting for him here, you can see if you can use these universe spaceships to improve our universe spaceship. Li Su said. Li Su, are you sure you can defeat that Frisia? Bulma asked worriedly. I'm no match for Frisia yet. Li Su shook his head. Then you're still here waiting for him, Bulma exclaimed. In Frisia's eyes, I'm just a small character, and I will definitely not come to me in person. If the person who comes is not strong, we will give Frisia another big gift. If I am not the opponent of the person who comes, we will run away. Li Su laughed. Well, I'll try to improve the performance of the universe spaceship, so I can run faster, Bulma said, ready to run away. You just don't believe me. Li Su rolled Bulma's eyes. I'm not worried that Frisia will come in person. Bulma smiled playfully and ran to improve the universe ship. Li Su himself began to cultivate seriously, and he wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. Frisia Planet. In a majestic hall, Frisia was sipping red wine with a sinister smile on his lips, with Sabo and Dodoria standing on his left and right. King Frisia. At this time, a member of the Frisia Legion ran in. Frisia was suddenly a little unhappy, glanced at the person who came, and scared the other party to death. King Frisia, Lord Qiu Yi's life signal has disappeared. The visitor said daringly, trembling all over. Who dares to oppose Frisia with me? Frisia said angrily. The red wine glass in his hand was crushed, and the bright red wine flowed out between his fingers like blood. I don't know, according to the last news from Lord Qiu Yi, he found a very interesting technique and wanted to take it away, but he was killed by the other party in the end. Oh, how strong is the opponent? Frisia asked. 1200. What? Frisia was surprised. King Frisia, the other party should have the same ability to transform. Sabo said aside. Since the other party can kill Qiu Yi, he still has some ability. Frisia said, and looked at Sabo again. Sabo, go and see if he escapes. If he is willing to serve me, bring him back, if not, kill him. Anyone who dares to oppose Frisia will die. Yes, King Frisia. Sabo took the order and left immediately. The person who just came in to report the news also wanted to go out, but at this moment, Frisia's finger shot a light, killing him. Dodoria, where are Vegeta and the others now? Frisia said sullenly, killing a subordinate was just a routine thing for him. Vegeta is on a mission outside. Dodoria said respectfully, although he was calm on the surface, he was also very afraid of Frisia. Let him abandon his current mission and go with Sabo on this mission, Frisia said. Yes, King Frisia, Dodoria said, not daring to ask why, only knowing that he was carrying out Frisia's orders. Northern Galaxy, on an unnamed planet. Vegeta, Nappa and Raditz are sitting next to a fire. Vegeta, it will take less than a month to kill all the aborigines on this planet, and then it will definitely sell for a good price. Nappa said with a smile. Humph. Vegeta snorted, not knowing what he was thinking. Drip. At this point, there was a beep on their communicator, and Raditz opened it and took a look. King Frieza sent an order to let us abandon our current mission and go to planet Karoti to track down the murderer who killed Chuyi. Raditz said. Chuyi was actually killed. Vegeta was a little surprised. To be able to kill Chuyi, the opponent's strength is very strong. This task is not so easy to complete. Nappa said with a frown. Vegeta, shall we do it now? Raditz asked. Of course, go to planet Karoti and see who killed Chuyi. Vegeta laughed, not knowing whether he was going to carry out Frieza's order, or was he interested in killing Chuyi. Nappa and Raditz were a little scared. They both knew that Vegeta's fighting power was similar to Chuyi's. Since the other party could kill Chuyi, he could also kill Vegeta, but they didn't dare to say that to Vegeta. Keratin Planet. At this point, 2 months have passed since Li Su killed Chuyi. Li Su and Bulma have been living on the planet Karoti for 2 months. Li Su is practicing every day, and Bulma is busy improving the universe spaceship. With the universe spaceship left by Chuyi and a few others, the performance of the Bulma universe spaceship has been improved a lot. He also listened to Li Su's advice and installed defense and attack devices. Personal information. Name, Li Su. Age, 19. Combat strength, 25,000. Law of force, 1/100. Possessed plugins. Primary automatic training plugin, automatically increase combat power by 10 points every day. Intermediate savvy plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Ordinary Saiyan Bloodline plugin. Li Su, there are 5 universe spaceships approaching the planet Karo Earth. Bulma ran over and told Li Su. Li Su had been asking her to monitor the outer space of the Karo Earth planet. 5. Did Frieza send the Jinnit team? Li Su guessed. Bulma, prepare, if the enemy is too strong, we will run away. After a while, the 5 universe spaceships entered Li Su's perception range, and found that although there were 5 spaceships, there were more than 5 people coming, and the strongest one was only 23,000 combat power. It should be Sabo, Li Su thought. Sabo is the only one under Frieza who has this strength. When they played in the original book, they had this strength. It is more than 10 years away from that time, which shows that they have not improved at all during this time. Bulma, it seems that there is no need to run. Li Su smiled. Sabo is just the right fit for him, a good opponent. Then I'm still the same as last time. Bulma pressed the switch of the wristband and attached it to Li Su's chest. After about half an hour, the 5 universe spaceships landed on the planet Karoti, and dozens of people from the Frieza Legion came out. Diddy? The combat power is 1,200, and the distance is 50 meters. Sabo probed Li Su's position and found that Li Su was not far from him, and looked over there. You didn't run, it looks like you were going to play for King Frieza, Sabo said, subconsciously thinking that no one would dare to oppose Frieza. I don't have the habit of being a dog, Li Su said disdainfully. You wanna die? When Sabo heard the words, his originally gentle face instantly turned hideous, and an energy ball was thrown towards Li Su's position in his hand. Boom! Li Su slapped the energy ball back and landed near Sabo. Boom! Sabo's subordinates were directly killed, and even he himself was a little embarrassed by the dust. It seems that Frieza's subordinates are all trash, Li Su said contemptuously. Hehe, it seems that you are unwilling to serve King Frieza. You will never understand the power of King Frieza. Anyone who dares to oppose King Frieza will have to die. Sabo smiled grimly. Ignorance. Li Su curled his lips in disdain. There are very few people in universe who are stronger than Frieza. Transform, you should have the skills within the transformation, otherwise it is impossible to kill Chuyi. Sabo said, in his eyes, the ignorant is Li Su. You still need to transform to kill such a waste. You are really talking too much, Li Su said impatiently, and took the initiative to attack Sabo. In an instant, he ran in front of Sabo, a knee pressed against Sabo's stomach. Sabo spit out a mouthful of bitter water, and Li Su punched him on the chin again, sending Sabo flying into the sky. Then he grabbed Sabo's leg, pulled him down from the air, smashed it hard on the ground twice, and then threw him out. Bang! Sabo slammed into a boulder with his body embedded in it, and the boulder cracked like a spider web before collapsing, burying Sabo inside what? Sabo roared loudly, the momentum exuding from his body crushed the gravel into powder, and his figure appeared again, with some scratches on his body and a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Damn, your combat power is only 1,200, how can you be so strong? Sabo originally guessed that Li Su would transform, but Li Su didn't transform, and he couldn't see it at a high speed. You should ask the Lord of Hell about this, Li Su said, not wanting to explain too much for Sabo. Only villains would do that, as if to show off his strength. Call out? Li Su continued to attack Sabo and came to Sabo in an instant. Bang bang bang! Sabo also responded quickly. His combat power was 23,000 points, which was not much lower than Li Su. It was because of his own carelessness. The two had a fierce collision, and although they couldn't crush Sabo, Li Su still had the upper hand. When Li Su and Sabo were fighting, 3 people descended on the planet Karoti. It was Vegeta, Nappa and Raditz. Li Su sensed the arrival of the 3, but didn't care. Did he? The combat power is 23,000. Did he? The combat power is 1,200. The 3 of them were not far from where Li Su and Sabo were fighting. They could be seen fighting in the air. Raditz used their combat power to detect the combat power of the two, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Vegeta, the person with 23,000 combat strength should be Lord Sabo, and the other is the one who killed Lord Chu Yi, but his combat strength is only 1,200. How could he kill Lord Chu Yi? Raditz said. Waste, didn't you find that he can control his combat power, and only explode his combat power when he attacks? Vegeta roared. After each attack, Li Su's combat power returned to 1,200. The process in between was too short to be detected by the combat power detector. If Li Su heard Vegeta's words, he would be a little surprised. He could see some clues at a glance, much stronger than Chu Yi, Sabo, and others. Vegeta's eyes shone with light, and he naturally knew the benefits of doing so, and it could save a lot of chi in battle. Crack. Vegeta took off the combat power detector, squeezed it hard, and crushed it directly. Vegeta, what are you doing? Nappa asked suspiciously. Idiot, the opponent can control their own combat power. The data we have seen is useless at all. Chu Yi must have been killed because he believed in this data too much, Vegeta said. Oh. Nappa and Raditz nodded. Like Vegeta, they destroyed the combat power detector, but they didn't know that it was because of their actions that they saved their lives. Vegeta, shall we go up and help? Nappa asked. Let's see first, and we'll go up when they both lose. Vegeta said, although he didn't want to admit it, he didn't fail to recognize the reality. Li Su and Sabo were both stronger than him. Call out? During the fight, Li Su seized an opportunity and knocked Sabo out with one punch. Sabo's body went straight through a boulder and hit the ground. The Kamehameha wave. Li Su chased after him, and a Kamehameha wave was fired towards Sabo's position. Boom! After the energy ball hit the ground, there was a loud noise, a hemispherical flame, and a strong wind spread around. Vegeta blocked their eyes with their arms. Has Lord Sabo been killed? Raditz whispered. After the dust dissipated, Sabo's figure reappeared in front of everyone, not dead, but extremely embarrassed and seriously injured. You're quite resistant to beatings. Li Su laughed. Sabo wiped the green blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, although I hate that look, but at the juncture of life and death, it can only be like this. It's nonsense, if you have any tricks, just use it. Li Su said disdainfully, knowing that Sabo was about to transform, he didn't plan to interrupt Sabo's transformation. Hopefully you'll be able to laugh later. I saw Sabo's limbs swelled up, and his face became very ugly, but his combat power had improved a lot originally, it was only 23,000, but now it has increased to about 28,000. What? The three Vegeta, who watched from a distance, were surprised that they had been under Frieza for so many years and did not know that Sabo was still transformed. Unparalleled power. Sabo laughed. It's more interesting to fight like this. Li Su laughed, thinking that Sabo's strength was too weak to let him fight happily. Sabo ran towards Li Su quickly and punched Li Su's head, but Li Su clenched his fist. Boom! Li Su put a knee on Sabo's stomach, and Sabo spit out a mouthful of bitter water. However, Sabo quickly counterattacked. His other hand clenched a fist and hit Li Su's face. A trace of blood dripped from the corner of Li Su's mouth, and the hand that held Sabo's fist loosened. Bang bang bang! The two immediately rushed towards each other, and started a fierce confrontation. Fists, arms, and elbows kept hitting each other, and they fought back and forth. Li Su did not use the law of force, and his combat power was only 25,000 points, which was 3,000 points lower than Sabo after his transformation, but not weaker than Sabo at all. Boom! The two punched each other in the air, and each stepped back a distance. Whoosh! Both were gasping for breath, and the intense battle made their breathing a little chaotic. Vegeta, now is a good time. With your strength, if you make a sneak attack, you will definitely be able to kill each other with Lord Sabo. Nappa said. Idiot, it's in our best interest that the two of them die together. Vegeta said. He didn't want to save Sabo, and he had an intuition that even if he attacked, it wouldn't kill Li Su. Hearing this, Nappa didn't say anything. He was very afraid of Vegeta, even more than he was afraid of Frieza, and he never dared to go against Vegeta's words. This time is the most fun I've ever played, but it's time to end the game. Li Su laughed. Today's battle has brought him a lot of gains, but there is no point in fighting anymore. Haha, just talk big. Sabo felt that Li Su was bragging. Kaioken. Li Su shouted loudly, and a red arrogance appeared from his body, and his fighting power instantly increased. What happened? Vegeta stared closely at Li Su in the sky. Although he still can't perceive chi, he instinctively felt that Li Su became stronger. It feels so good to instantly become stronger, but the load on the body is too much. I use Kaioken at most twice now. Li Su clenched his fist and sensed his current strength. Haha, do you think you can beat me with just a roar? Sabo laughed. His combat power detector had already broken, and he had no idea of Li Su's current combat power. Boom! However, as soon as he said his words, the smile on his face was stunned, and Li Su had come to him at some point and punched him in the abdomen. How is this possible? Sabo covered his stomach with his hands, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Just now, the strength of the two of them was about the same, so why could he suddenly not be able to see Li Su's movements? Nothing is impossible, Li Su said disdainfully. Bang bang bang! It was another series of punches on Sabo's body. Sabo had no resistance at all. The gap between the two was too great. For the sake of letting me have a good fight, I'll give you a treat. Li Su kicked Sabo into the air with one kick, His hands were calyx-shaped and placed on his waist, a little light expanded sharply, and in a blink of an eye, a football-sized energy ball was formed. The Kamehameha wave. With a low voice, Li Su pushed forward with both hands, and the energy ball was pushed out. Do not. In Sabo's unwilling rage, the energy ball exploded, and the flames of the explosion completely drowned Sabo, setting off a hurricane on the planet Karoti. After everything calmed down, Bulma returned to her normal size. Li Su, you have killed such a formidable enemy. You are so powerful. Bulma looked at Li Su with red eyes and was very happy. The protective cover of the mini bracelet is transparent, so she can see Li Su fighting. The shield needs to be strengthened. Next time you encounter a powerful enemy, the shield may not be able to protect you. Li Su pinched Bulma's nose dotingly. During the battle just now, if he hadn't let Sabo hit the shield would have been broken. Well, I'll develop a more powerful shield so that I can accompany you every time you fight. Bulma smiled sweetly. Let's go, Li Su said, not wanting to stay on the planet Karo Earth any longer. It is good. Bulma nodded, took out a universal capsule, pressed it, and threw it on the ground, turning it into a universe spaceship, which was Bulma's remodified universe spaceship. Li Su and Bulma walked into the universe spaceship, and when they entered, Li Su glanced in the direction of the three Vegeta. What's wrong? Bulma asked suspiciously. It's okay. Li Su shook his head. Vegeta didn't jump out, and he didn't have to kill the three. He seems to have found us. Raditz back was soaked with cold sweat, and Li Su's glance made him feel like he was in hell. It's really scary. I don't know what race he is. He looks like Arslan, but he doesn't have a tail. Nappa said. Damn, one day, Uncle Ben will defeat him. Vegeta said unwillingly. Frisia planet. When Sabo died, he monitored the news. King Frisia, Lord Sabo's life signal has disappeared. A little scoundrel told Frisia tremblingly, terrified to the extreme. Damn. Frisia angrily gave him a death ray. King Frisia, the opponent can kill Sabo, and the combat power is at least 23,000. Dodoria said with some fear, for fear that Frisia would also reward him with a death ray. Sabo can transform, and the opponent's combat power is at least 30,000. Frisia corrected. King Frisia, what should we do now? Do you want to shoot yourself? Dodoria said in horror, he couldn't even beat Sabo. Inform the Jinnut team to go there. Frisia said, with 30,000 combat power, he didn't take it seriously. Yes, King Frisia. Li Su didn't know what happened on the planet Frisia. After he left the planet Karate, he continued to set off for the planet Adalat. He knew that after killing Sabo, Frisia would either come to Karate by himself, or let the Jinnut team come, and he was no match now. Opponents with comparable strength can sharpen his combat awareness and increase combat experience, but if the strength gap is too large, that is death. He can only avoid its edge now, and when his strength improves, he will go back to his place. Li Su, we now only need 1 month to reach the subdelit planet. Bulma said. After another modification, the performance of the universe spacecraft has improved a lot and the speed is faster. Well, try to pass those planets under Frisia's forces. Li Su said, and the planet map given to him by King Kai specifically marked which planets had been occupied by Frisia. Okay, but in this case, we may take a few more days. Bulma checked the route, calculated it in his mind, and said, it's okay, we're not in a hurry now, Li Su said. Hearing this, Bulma quickly tapped the control panel with both hands for a while, and said, it has been modified. Bulma's serious look is particularly charming. Although it is not the first time to see Li Su, he is still a little fascinated by it. Bulma finds Li Su staring at him, and he is a little happy and a little shy. Well, Li Su couldn't help it for a while, took Bulma in his arms and lowered his head to cover it. When the love melted and Li Su wanted to go further, Bulma pushed Li Su away. I'm not ready, Bulma whispered, blushing. Then wait until you're ready. Today is the same as usual, Li Su said. He couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and he couldn't run anyway. Bulma nodded. In the end, Li Su vented in another way. The spaceship is sailing in the dark universe. In the training room, the gravity display showed 150, the air was squeezed into a dark red color, and the surrounding launching devices kept firing balls. Li Su dodged, and none of them hit him. He did not increase the multiplier of gravity a lot like Sengoku in the original book, but took a step-by-step approach, and he would only increase the multiplier of gravity after he got used to it thoroughly. After all, he has enough time, so he doesn't need to worry. This is more beneficial to his cultivation. Drip. The launcher sounded an alarm, the ball inside had been fired, and Li Su was forced to stop and turn off the gravity device. Li Su. At this moment, Li Su heard someone calling him. Li Su, I'm King Kai. The voice resounded in Li Su's mind again. Lord Realm King. Do you have anything to do with me? Li Su was a little surprised and didn't expect King Kai to contact him. Li Su, an enemy appeared on the Konoro planet not far from your location. I hope you can help me eliminate him. King Kai said. What kind of enemy? Li Su asked. King Kai taught him a lot of things. If you can help, you can also help King Kai. It's a Saiyan named Turles. He planted a troublesome tree called the Spirit Tree on the planet of Konoro. After taking root, it will absorb the vitality of the planet, but the entire planet's land will turn into a barren desert. In 100 years, not even a single grass will grow on the land, King Kai said. Okay, I'll go to Konoro planet now. Li Su said, not expecting that the enemy King Kai asked him to solve would be turtles. Thanks a lot, King Kai said. Li Su left the gravity training room and came to the lounge, where Bulma was reading the book he bought from Planet Fedar last time. Li Su, is today's practice over so soon? Bulma asked in surprise. Well, we now need to divert to the Conoro planet, where there is an enemy that I need to solve. Li Su said. Okay, I'll go and revise the route now. Bulma didn't ask any further questions, and went to the control room. Planet Conoro is a planet with 70% of the ocean area, and most of the land is covered with green vegetation. It is a very good planet. However, there is no intelligent life on it, and it is still in the wild age. A day ago, Turles and his party came to the Conoro planet and planted a spiritual tree on it. The vitality of the entire planet was absorbed by the spiritual tree, most of the vegetation withered, and animals died one after another. Lord Turles, in a few hours, the fruit of the spirit tree will mature, and our strength will be able to compete again. Day said. As long as there is a spiritual tree, it's not a problem for Frisia, and the Emperor of Universe is Lord Turles. Kakeo said. Unfortunately, the spiritual fruit grown on this planet is not too strong. It is too difficult to find a planet suitable for planting spiritual fruit trees, Turles said. A planet full of vitality is not so easy to find, otherwise his strength will not be limited to what it is now. In another place of the Luoxing Ball in Karna, Li Su's universe spacecraft landed quietly. Li Su and Bulma came out of the spaceship, and what they saw was a barren landscape. The roots of the spiritual tree had filled the entire planet, and the part that appeared on the ground was like a winding wooden dragon. What a big tree! Bulma was shocked when she saw the spiritual fruit tree. Although Li Su had mentioned it to her, it was far from being seen with her own eyes. It's still a while before the spiritual fruit ripens. Let's go over to deal with Turles first, Li Su said. In order not to be discovered by the Turles group, he deliberately chose a place far away from them to land. Yeah. Bulma put away the spaceship, turned it into a miniature state, and attached it to Li Su's chest. Li Su suppressed his anger and flew in the direction of Turles group. He was mainly worried that Turles was forced to jump over the wall and ate the fruit of the spirit tree in advance. He had sensed before that Turles' combat power was only 18,000 points, which was lower than when he appeared in the original book. As long as Turles was not allowed to eat the spiritual fruit, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to solve Turles. After Li Su approached the Turles group, he gave up flying, took the way of running, and quietly came to the vicinity of the spirit tree. Is this the fruit of the spirit tree? Li Su looked at this humble fruit, and couldn't see that it could enhance a person's combat effectiveness. We'll reap the fruits of success after we've dealt with them. Li Su looked at Turles' group, including Turles, there were 6 people in total. Drip. Turles and the others were waiting for the fruit of the spirit tree to ripen, and suddenly the combat power detector on their ears sounded an alarm, and they all looked back to greet their 11 energy balls. Not good. Several people were shocked and ran away desperately. Boom! The flames of the explosion submerged their original location, and Li Su was not worried about destroying the spirit tree. In the original book, Son Goku and others tried their best to destroy the spirit tree, but they failed to do so. The dust dissipated, and there was only one figure standing there. It was Turles, but he was also injured at this time. Son Goku. Bulma exclaimed after seeing what Turles looked like, which was simply an enlarged version of Son Goku. He is not Son Goku, but Turles, also a Saiyan. Li Su explained to Bulma. He looks so much like Son Goku and is Saiyan too, could it be Son Goku's father or some other relative? Bulma asked. Son Goku's father, Burdock, died with planet Vegeta long ago. Turles has nothing to do with Son Goku, Li Su said. Saiyan's lower-level warriors are huge in number, like disposable items, and it's not surprising that they look alike. Oh, Bulma didn't bother so much anymore. Who are you? Turles looked at Li Su and Bulma with angry eyes. From the moment when Li Su sneaked up on them just now, it proved Li Su's strength is very strong. You don't need to know who we are, you just need to know that next year's day is your Memorial Day, Li Su said. Without talking nonsense with Turles, he directly attacked Turles. Boom! In a flash, he came directly in front of Turles. One knee was placed on Turles' stomach, and Turles' body was bent like a boiled shrimp. Let me go, I'll give you the spiritual tree seeds. Turles knew that his strength was not as good as Li Su's, so he couldn't even escape, so he could only ask for mercy. I want spiritual tree seeds, so why should you give them? Li Su said. An energy ball in his hand gradually grew larger and was launched against Turles. The energy ball pushed Turles and flew into the sky with a bang, like a gorgeous firework. After killing Turles, Li Su sat by and waited for the fruit of the spirit tree to ripen. A few hours later, the fruit of the spirit tree ripened. It's time to reap the fruits of victory. Li Su picked all the fruits of the spirit tree. There were hundreds of them in total, but all of them were blue-red. The vitality of the Conaro planet could only make the fruit of the spirit tree grow to this extent. After all the fruits of the spirit tree were plucked, the spirit tree also withered quickly, and in less than a quarter of an hour, only the seed at the root remained. Is this the seed of the spiritual tree? Li Su put away the seed of the spiritual tree. He would not think that the seed of the spiritual tree is evil and destroy it. The fruit of the spiritual tree is said to be something that only gods allow to eat, which means that even gods do not think it is an evil thing, and it is allowed to exist. Li Su, is this fruit delicious? Bulma asked curiously, seeing Li Su holding a bunch of fruit. I haven't eaten it yet, I'll try it first. Li Su smiled. took one and stuffed it into his mouth. After a few bites, he ate it, and a burst of energy poured out of his body. The combat power has increased by 1,000 points, which is not bad. Li Su nodded. Immediately after, he shoved another one into his mouth, and the combat power increased by 900 points. The effect was obviously not as strong as the first one. Li Su guessed that it might be due to resistance. Li Su ate several more in succession, and the effect was weaker than the other, which verified his conjecture. If he could always have this effect casually, Turles would not only have more than 10,000 combat power. Li Su, can you give me one too? Seeing Li Su's eagerness to eat, Bulma wanted to eat it, but Li Su didn't mean to share it with her. Bulma, do you want to cultivate? Li Su asked. I don't want to practice. I'm like you every day. I'm so tired. You can protect me, Bulma said, not thinking about getting stronger. Bulma, if you cultivate to a certain level, you can increase your lifespan, and you can even live forever, Li Su said in a seductive tone. Those gods in the world of Dragon Ball can live for so long, which shows that longevity is not impossible, it just needs to be cultivated to a certain level. If you want to live forever, you can make a wish with Shenron, Bulma said. She knows that it is very difficult to cultivate to the realm of longevity, otherwise everyone can live forever. Shenron's power is limited, and he can't achieve true immortality. Li Su shook his head. The last time Li Su made a wish with Shenron, it was to keep Bulma eternal youth, not immortality, but to keep Bulma's youthful appearance. But I don't have the talent for cultivation, Bulma said. She was a little moved. If the two of them can live forever in the future, they can be together forever. I will help you find a way, Li Su said. It is indeed difficult to cultivate the blood of the earth, and Bulma does not have a heart of martial arts. It is extremely difficult to cultivate to the realm of immortality. You must know that in the original work, Son Goku and Vegeta have cultivated to the Super Blue realm, and they can't achieve immortality. Bulma nodded. Eat this fruit of the spirit tree to increase the combat power. You can eat one first to see, Li Su said and took a fruit of the spirit tree to Bulma. It is impossible for Bulma to cultivate to the realm of immortality by his own strength, so he can only rely on external force, and the fruit of the spirit tree is a good choice. Crack. Bulma ate the fruit of the spirit tree, and a force poured out of her body. She couldn't control her power, causing a lot of noise. Li Su, my strength has increased a lot, Bulma said excitedly. Boom. Originally wanted to reach out to hug Li Su's arm, but instead punched Li Su's body. Li Su, I didn't mean to, Bulma explained embarrassedly. You can't control your power now. I didn't let you eat spirit fruit before, just worried about this. Li Su smiled. Bulma's power hit him, and it didn't have any effect on him. Then what should I do now? Bulma said anxiously. We will live on the planet Karodi for a while. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you to control your own power, Li Su said. Bulma can't control her power now. Li Su is worried that she will smash the universe spaceship when she is controlling the universe spaceship, and can only leave after Bulma can control her power. Bulma nodded. For the next 3 months, Li Su and Bulma stayed on the planet Kanaro. Li Su spends some time every day teaching Bulma to practice. Bulma just needs to learn to control his own power. He doesn't need to fight. His own cultivation didn't fail either. With the help of the spirit tree fruit, in just 3 months, he raised his combat power to 80,000 points. Hundreds of spirit tree fruits were also consumed during this time. Li Su, I'm finally able to fly by myself. Bulma flew around the sky happily, and the results of the 3 months of cultivation are still very gratifying. Now in the whole earth, I am afraid that only Bobo is your opponent. Li Su smiled. Bulma also ate several spirit tree fruits in the past 3 months, and his combat power reached 3,000 points. However, Bulma's combat power is purely based on the fruit of the spiritual tree, and the foundation is extremely weak. Unless she cultivates from scratch, she will have to continue to rely on external forces if she wants to improve in the future. And she doesn't have any fighting experience or fighting awareness. It is estimated that even if Son Goku has only 1,000 combat strength, he can defeat her. Hey, I didn't expect that I would become so powerful in an instant. It seems that cultivation is not as difficult as I thought. Bulma smiled proudly. Hearing this, Li Su twitched the corners of his mouth. If there is no spiritual tree fruit, even if Bulma cultivates for a lifetime, he may not reach 3,000 combat power. Okay, it's time for us to leave, Li Su said. Konoro planet is now a Death Star, and fortunately they have fairy beans to maintain their physical strength. Bulma nodded. Finally reached. The spacecraft slowly landed on the Subdella planet, and Li Su and Bulma walked out from it. After they left the planet Kanaro, they sailed the universe for nearly a month. Who are you? At this time, a group of people surrounded Li Su and Bulma, all watching them with vigilant eyes. Hello, I heard that there are many magical secret techniques on the Yadella planet, and I came here to learn it, Li Su said. We don't welcome outsiders here, you should leave. The leader frowned. Hey, why are you so rude? We came here to study. Even if we don't want to teach, we don't need to treat our guests like this, right? Bulma said angrily. If you don't leave, I'll be welcome, said the leader. I want to see how you are being rude. Li Su sneered. Since he's here, he won't leave until he learns the secret technique. Just as the two sides were arguing and preparing to fight, an old voice suddenly sounded. Supa, bring them here. Hearing the words, the headed man frowned slightly, a little puzzled, but he did as the man said and said, Our wise man, Please come over. Li Su, shall we go? Bulma asked in a low voice. She was worried that it was a trap. Go. Li Su said with a smile. Any trap is false in the face of absolute strength. The two followed behind Supa, flew for a while, and came to an old house with a wrinkled old man inside. Hello, my name is Husu, the old man said, with a smile on his wrinkled face. Hello, my name is Li Su. Li Su also greeted with a smile. He could feel that the other party had no ill intentions towards him. You are here to learn the secret art. I want someone to take you to learn, but I hope you can help us when the Yadella planet is in danger. Husu said. If I can help, I'm naturally obliged. Li Su said, if it was within his ability, it would be easy to help. Well, suitor, take the two guests to the secret cave. Husu said to another Adela star. Yes, Master Wise. Suitor said respectfully, looked at Li Su and Bulma again, and said, two guests, please come with me. Li Su and Bulma followed Suitor away. Lord Wise, why did you let them go to the secret cave to learn secret techniques? Supa asked with some doubts. I have seen some sporadic pictures in the future. He will defeat the future enemy of our Adela people. It is also good to have a good relationship with him now. Husu smiled. Can he really save our Adelit planet? Supa was still a little unconvinced. Li Su and Bulma followed Suitor all the way, and they met a lot of Subdelis on the way. They were not very strong in combat, but they all learned some magical secret techniques. Two guests, this is our secret cave. Suitor took Li Su and Bulma to the entrance of a cave, which was so deep that it was impossible to see the bottom at a glance. The secret techniques are all recorded on the walls of the secret cave, and the two guests can freely choose secret techniques to learn. Suitor continued, and then left without entering the cave with Li Su. Li Su took Bulma into the secret cave, and the walls on both sides were covered with ancient and vicissitudes of runes. It seems that the planet Adelit has a long history, and these secret techniques have been passed down from generation to generation. Li Su said. The fighting power of the Adelites is not very high, but their wisdom must not be underestimated. The so-called Lost East Corner, harvested mulberry elm, it is precisely because of their low combat power that they have developed so many magical secret techniques. Li Su, you don't understand these runes at all, they won't lie to us. Bulma said, these runes are too esoteric. Probably not. Li Su shook his head and stared at one of the runes for a while longer. Suddenly, a light shot out from the rune, and a message appeared in Li Su's mind. Li Su, are you okay? The sudden change made Bulma startled and looked at Li Su worriedly. It's okay, I understand. Li Su smiled. Understand what? Every rune here is a secret technique. As long as you keep your eyes on it for a while, you will receive information about the secret technique and choose the secret technique you want to learn. Li Su explained. I'm not interested in these secret techniques, so I'll just wait for you. After you finish learning, we'll leave together, Bulma said. Well, it may be a long time. You take out the universal capsule and set up a place to live outside. Li Su said, since he came here, he naturally wouldn't just learn an instant transmission and leave. Okay. Bulma walked out. Li Su himself began to learn secret techniques. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Li Su stayed in the secret cave every day to learn secret techniques. He learned every secret technique, and the harvest can be said to be very big. He has an intermediate level savvy plug-in, and can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Among these secret techniques, only a few surpass 2-star skills, and the rest are 1-star and 2-star secret techniques, and he learned it by looking at them. In the past 6 months, I was mainly learning the secret techniques that surpassed the 2 stars. There are 3 in total. The first one is instant transmission, which appeared in the original book, which includes the theory of space folding. Li Su has learned about it before, and it took him a month to learn it. The second one is the Chi clone, which has no combat power and is mainly used to confuse the enemy. Li Su remembers that in the Dragon Ball Super anime, Hit used this trick when he assassinated Son Goku, and Son Goku at that time could cope with it are very troublesome. The third is the spawning technique, which is a secret technique that makes plants grow rapidly. The production of fairy beans on Earth is very low. Although Li Su brought 2 jars from Karen-sama, but according to Li Su's consumption, it will not last for a long time. This spawning technique can make fairy beans grow rapidly. Li Su also has a bold idea, which is to induce the spiritual tree, but now it is just thinking about it. The use of the inducing art requires a lot of chi, and to make the fruit of the spiritual tree mature, it needs to consume a lot of chi. With Li Su's current strength, he couldn't do it at all. It's time to leave. Li Su's right index finger and middle finger were placed between his eyebrows. He sensed Bulma's breath, and with a swoosh, he disappeared from the spot. What? As soon as Li Su appeared beside Bulma, he heard Bulma yell. It turned out that Bulma was taking a bath, and Li Su suddenly appeared out of thin air, which startled Bulma. Bulma, it's me, Li Su said. After seeing that it was Li Su, Bulma still blushed and said, get out. I just need to take a shower, so let's go together. Li Su's mouth twitched slightly. How could Li Su let go of such a good opportunity? It took 2 hours for the two to finish washing, and many indescribable things happened. After saying goodbye to Huso, Li Su left the planet Yadelat. Li Su, where are we going next? Bulma asked. Go here. Li Su said, pointing to a planet on the control panel. Frisia Base 2? Didn't you say you want to avoid Frisia's forces? Bulma asked with some doubts. It used to be because my strength was too weak. Now that I have practiced for so long, it is time to give Frisia another big gift. Li Su smiled. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 21. Combat strength, 100,000. Law of force, 2/100. Possessed plugins. Primary automatic training plugin, automatically increase combat power by 10 points every day. Intermediate savvy plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Ordinary Saiyan Bloodline plugin. When he left planet Conero, Li Su's combat power was already 80,000. In the past 6 months, he studied secret techniques on planet Adela, and his training did not fall, and his combat power reached 100,000. He went to Frisia No. 2 base this time, just to bring in the Jinnud team to complete the task of the system. With his current combat power, coupled with Kaioken and the law of 2% strength, it is enough to deal with the base. New. Frisia Base 2. The people who survived above were the people of the Frisia Legion, and the Aborigines had been killed by them. I believe Frisia will be very satisfied with my gift. Li Su sailed in universe for 5 days, and when he was approaching Frisia No. 2 base, in order not to be discovered by the Frisia Corps, he brought Bulma over in an instant. If Li Su came swaggeringly, when he entered outer space, he would definitely be discovered by the Frisia Corps. If the other party attacked their universe spaceship, it would be troublesome. Li Su also thought about using instant transmission to bring Bulma over, but unfortunately his combat effectiveness is too low to perform such a long-distance instant transmission. Call out? Li Su's mouth twitched slightly, and he condensed an energy ball and threw it towards the Frisia Legion's camp. Boom! A loud bang, accompanied by some screams. Many people were directly drowned by the flames of the explosion, and many people were blown out. Diddy? Alert! Alert! Diddy? Alert! Alert! In an instant, the alarms of the bummed places all went off, and all the people from the Frisia Corps flew out. Who are you? The one who sent you to hell. Li Su condensed an energy ball in each of his hands, and threw it towards the place where the crowd was most crowded. No, run. Boom! The explosion formed a hemispherical flame, drowning all those who did not have time to escape. King Frisia won't let you go. A member of the Frisia Corps looked at Li Su angrily. Don't worry, I will send him down to accompany you in the future. Li Su didn't care what he said and killed him directly. Frisia Planet. King Frisia, base number 2 has been attacked, and most of it has been destroyed. A scoundrel from the Frisia Corps came in tremblingly and reported. Hearing this, Frisia was immediately furious. Who did it? Losing a base is nothing to him, and he doesn't care much, but the opponent dares to oppose him like this, which makes him feel that he is provoking his majesty. It was the one who killed Lord Chuyi and Lord Sabo last time, said the little scoundrel. Damn, I must kill them this time. Frisia said with a grim expression. His cold voice made one's heart feel terrified. Dotaria, go and inform the Jinnud team and let them go to the second base. It's King Frisia. The Jinnud team hunted down Li Su last time, but couldn't find any trace of Li Su. During this time, they have been searching in the universe. In the dark universe, 5 spherical spaceships are sailing, followed by 5 long tails. In the spaceship were the 5 members of the Jinnud team. Diddy, an emergency notification is detected, and the hibernation device is automatically released. A mechanical voice sounded in the spacecraft's control system, and then the hibernation device was released. You dare to destroy base number 2, this time I won't let you run away. Jinyu woke up and saw the news from Frisia. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He made us run in universe for so long, and he must not be allowed to die easily. Likum said, with a cruel heart beneath his silly appearance. Captain, it will take almost a month for our position to reach base 2. We must hurry up, otherwise they will disappear again, Gyu said. Okay, full speed ahead, Jinyu said. Li Su didn't know about Frisia and the Jinnud team. It took several days to finally wipe out all the people in the Frisia army on base 2. Bulma, there are quite a lot of materials here, you can see if there are any useful ones, let's pick some as a reward. Li Su said, beating. These materials are all good. With them, we can create a 500-fold gravity training room. Bulma said with a smile. She was very happy to be able to help Li Su. Well, we're going to wait here for the enemy to come, and everything will be left to you, Li Su said. Don't worry. Bulma nodded confidently. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. Li Su did not relax this month. He practiced hard every day, and his fighting power also improved. On this day, Li Su was cultivating and suddenly felt 5 powerful Kais approaching Frisia number 2 base. According to the size and quantity of Qi, Li Su quickly determined the identity of the other party. Finally come. Li Su was a little excited. After waiting for so long, he finally got the Jinnud team. Walking out of the training room, Li Su came to the laboratory, where Bulma was studying something. Li Su, is the enemy here? Bulma guessed when Li Su came over. Well, the enemy this time is stronger than the previous one, and there may be some danger at that time, Li Su said, not wanting Bulma to follow. With the help of the materials here, I have developed a stronger defense cover, which will not be dangerous, Bulma said, looking at Li Su with expectant eyes. Okay. Seeing Bulma like this, Li Su couldn't bear to refuse. Blue sky and white clouds, scorching sun in the sky. In a plain area of Frisia number 2 base, the 5 spherical universe spaceships in the sky fell, smashing 5 large pits, and the earth trembled for a while. Likum, Bart, guys, Gerdo, Jinyu, we are the Jinnud team. 5 people came out of the spaceship, stood in a row, made strange movements, and introduced themselves. Lisu, is this the enemy you're talking about? Are they really strong? Bulma looked at the 5 strange creatures with a black line on his head. No matter how he looked, he didn't look strong. They are 5 weirdos. Lisu smiled awkwardly. Although he knew the characters of the 5 members of the Jinnud team from the original book, he still felt embarrassed when he actually saw it. However, the 5 members of the Jinnud team still thought they were handsome and intoxicated themselves there. Call. The Jinnud team stood there for a long time. Lisu did not respond. A gust of wind blew, and it felt a little cold. Captain, he probably didn't see it. Let's do it again, Keith said. Okay, all over again. Jinyu said. Boom. Just when they were about to do it all over again, an energy ball flew over, and several people responded quickly and quickly avoided it. Don't you know it's rude to interrupt someone? Bart roared angrily. I don't have time to waste with you here. If you want to fight, hurry up. I've cleaned you up, and I'm still rushing to eat. Lisu said impatiently. Damn, I don't know how to appreciate such a beautiful dance. Guy said angrily. Captain, just hand him over to me. I will torture him well before killing him. Likum said with a harmless smile. Give it to Guldo and let Guldo have a good time, Jinyu said. Hey, I definitely won't let him die easily. Guldo smiled, his 4 eyes twitching. Did he? The combat power is 8,000. Guldo probed Lisu's fighting strength, and seeing that it was only 8,000, his mind was even more intense. But why didn't he think about it? If Lisu's fighting strength was only 8,000, how could he kill Chuyi and Sabo? Too much nonsense. Lisu curled his lips in disdain. The villain died of too much talk. This sentence is applicable in any world. Whoosh! Lisu's figure suddenly disappeared, and he took the initiative to attack Guldo. Gone. Time pause. A sense of crisis suddenly rose in Guldo's heart, and he hurriedly resorted to his unique move, and time paused. Immediately, the surroundings turned gray and white, everything was stopped, and Lisu had come to a place not far from Guldo. Why is he so fast? Guldo was in a cold sweat and was extremely surprised. If he moved a little slower, Lisu's attack would have hit him. This is time suspension. Although Lisu's actions were completely restrained, his thoughts were not stopped and he could still think. He found that the time pause was not as strong as he thought. It wasn't that time was really paused, but that a burst of time energy stopped everything around him. However, this time energy is not strong enough that he can still think. Lisu guessed that if his strength was lower than Guldo, even his thoughts might have been suspended, so he could only be slaughtered. It's really a weird move. If you use it to deal with people whose strength is lower than yourself, the opponent will have no resistance. Lisu thought to himself. Guldo's time suspension can't help him, it can only show that Guldo's strength is too weak, not that this move is weak. What? Lisu burst out the chi in his body, and the white arrogance enveloped his whole body. Crack. The gray-white world immediately shattered like a spider's web, and Lisu's actions resumed. How is that possible? Guldo was extremely surprised. His time pause was used to deal with the enemy, but it was nowhere to be found. Never missed. That's just because the enemies he encountered were just scumbags, and he had never met a real master. What a waste. Lisu glanced at Gerdo disdainfully. Gerdo had a talent for time. If he worked hard to cultivate and comprehend the law of time, his strength would never be limited to that. Call out? Before Guldo came back to his senses, a ray of light had passed through his neck, his round head fell to the ground, and his 4 eyes were still open. He actually killed Guldo. The 4 remaining members of the Jinnud team came back to their senses at this time and were very angry. Damn, the posture we finally studied is flawed because of the lack of Guldo, and we have to study it again. Gyu said angrily. Captain, let me go, I will crush all the bones of his body. Likum said. Yeah. Jinyu nodded. Hey, you can have a good time again. Likum smiled cruelly. Likum kick. Likum attacked suddenly and hit Lisu with his knee, very fast. However, Likum went straight through, smashing a boulder in front of him, and then the figure slowly dissipated, obviously just an afterimage. How is that possible? Likum was a little surprised that his attack didn't hit Lisu. Likum mock attack. Likum felt that Lisu was just a fluke and bumped into Lisu again. When he was about to hit Lisu, his movements stopped abruptly, his eyeballs protruded, his mouth opened wide, his hands covered his stomach, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Thump! He fell directly to the ground, completely losing his life. Lisu came first, hitting Likum's chest with his elbow, and the instant burst of power smashed Likum's internal organs. He would not just hit the opponent hard like Son Goku did. Likum is actually dead. Jinyu, Keith, and Bart couldn't believe their eyes. If Lisu killed Guldo, it might have been a fluke. After all, Guldo is a little weird in addition to the ability to pause time, and his combat effectiveness is not very high. However, Likum's combat power is more than 40,000, which is a solid combat power. The combat power of Gaeth and Bart is slightly lower than that of Likum. Bart, guys, you two come together. Jinyu said solemnly, no longer as relaxed and casual as before. Yes, Captain. The two flew out together. Bart, use our trick. Gyu said. Yeah. Bat nodded. The two exploded their own momentum, forming 2 spheres of green and red, and then fused together, spinning at a high speed, and the green and red energy balls kept hitting Lisu. This is exactly the combined attack of Geese and Bart. The continuous blue and red light balls blocked Li Su from all directions. A flashy move. Li Su curled his lips in disdain. In his opinion, such a move not only wastes energy, but also has weak attack power. What? Li Su saw the dense energy balls coming. He didn't even move, he shouted loudly, and the energy balls were sent flying by the momentum alone. Boom boom boom. Those energy balls fell to other places and exploded one after another, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn, we cracked our trick with a loud shout. Keith was sweating coldly on his forehead, and he was both shocked and panicked. You're done fighting, now it's my turn. Li Su's indifferent voice rang in the ears of Guise and Bart, and the two turned their heads to look behind. It was found that Li Su's hands were condensed with an energy ball, and the moment they turned their heads, they had been launched towards them. Do not. The two roared unwillingly, but still could not change the ending. The two energy balls pushed the two to fly into the distance, and with a bang, the two were drowned by the flames of the explosion. At this time, Li Su turned to look at Jinyu again. As long as he killed Jinyu again, his mission would be completed, and he could get another cheat. Several rubbish has been resolved, now it's your turn. Li Su said. There is no one in the Jinyu team, only Jinyu has the same combat power as him, and it is also the battle that Li Su is most looking forward to. If I guessed correctly, you should be able to control your combat power. Jinyu laughed, not angry because the other four were killed. You saw it. Li Su smiled. Because I can also control my combat power. Jinyu said proudly. Then use all your strength, lest you die after I kill you. Li Su said. Having read the original book, he naturally knew that Jinyu could control his combat power. Don't tell me, I will do the same. What? Jinyu shouted loudly. The momentum on his body rose sharply, the ground under his feet cracked, and pieces of stones rose up, and after reaching a certain height, they were crushed into powder by Jinyu's momentum. The violent hurricane blew around. Li Su stood there calmly, unaffected at all. After a while, Jinyu's momentum reached its peak, and the surrounding hurricane subsided. Have you seen my fighting strength? 120,000, are you afraid? Jinyu smiled proudly, as if he saw Li Su trembling. You also look at my combat power, Li Su said, and began to raise his chi. Did he? 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. The value in Jinyu's combat strength detector kept rising, and Jinyu's face became more and more ugly. Originally, he thought that Li Su's combat strength was only about 80,000, but the value did not stop after reaching 80,000, but continued to rise. 80,000, 90,000, 100,000. It didn't stop until 105,000, but Jinyu's heart was also put down. Haha, more than 10,000 combat power is enough for me to kill you, and I will not give you a chance to continue to grow. Jinyu laughed, smiling very proudly. You idiot who only knows how to measure combat power by numerical values. Li Su curled his lips in disdain and continued, so what? Twice the Kaioken. Another layer of red flames appeared on Li Su's body, and his combat power doubled. Bang! Jinyu was laughing, and the combat power detector in his eyes suddenly exploded. The last data he saw was 200,000. How is this possible? The smile on Jinyu's face disappeared, replaced by panic. The limit of the combat power detector was 200,000, which showed that Li Su's strength exceeded 200,000. Nothing is impossible, I can send you down to reunite with them now. Li Su suddenly appeared in front of him, and before he could react, he punched Jinyu in the stomach. Jinyu screamed, covering his stomach with his hands, and spitting out the bitter water. Li Su then kicked Jinyu to the ground with another sweep. With a bang, the ground cracked open, and the broken stones buried most of Jinyu, and the whole ground seemed to tremble. When the dust dissipated, Jinyu's figure reappeared in Li Su's eyes, with one hand covering his stomach and a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Li Su's attack had caused him serious injuries. However, there was a hint of excitement in Jinyu's eyes, which made people a little inexplicable. Puff! Jinyu inserted his hand into his chest abnormally, making the originally injured body even more injured. Seeing Jinyu like this, Li Su instantly understood what Jinyu was going to do. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he pretended to be puzzled and said, Are you giving up resistance? Haha, the body with more than 200,000 combat power is mine. Jinyu laughed. Exchange. A ray of light suddenly erupted from Jinyu's body and hit Li Su, but Li Su's hand didn't know when an extra frog appeared and threw it towards the ray of light. After the light dissipated, Jinyu's huge body jumped on the ground like a frog, and the frog was croaking. Now you and your Jinyu team can be reunited. Li Su smiled, 2 rays of light emitting from his fingers, killing both Jinyu and the frog. Ding dong! The mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rejuvenation physique plug-in. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Li Su's mind. Li Su heard the words and felt very comfortable. In the future, he would be able to survive in the universe without some restrictions, and he could also be reborn from a severed limb. At this moment, the smile on Li Su's face suddenly disappeared, and then it became serious. Bulma, who was in front of him, noticed Li Su's change, and asked with some doubts, Li Su, what's wrong? A stronger enemy is coming. Li Su said, looking up at the sky, where a powerful chi was approaching. Ding dong! Announce mission, defeat Frisia, reward, intermediate automatic practice plug-in. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Li Su's mind. Intermediate automatic plug-in can automatically increase the combat power by 20 points every day. Bulma, I'll send you to a safe place first, and I'll come to you when I'm done. Li Su said. Fighting Frisia, it was very difficult for him to protect himself, let alone take care of Bulma. Li Su, I want to be with you. Bulma said. Bulma, the enemy this time is much stronger than the previous ones, and I can't take your safety into consideration. Li Su said. Then let's leave together, won't you have instant transmission? He definitely won't catch up with us. Bulma said worriedly. Li Su was worried about her safety, and she was also worried about Li Su's safety. Bulma, let me be selfish for a while, I want to fight him. Li Su said, gently stroking Bulma's cheek. Although he was afraid in his heart, he was a little excited at the same time. Maybe it was because of Xun's bloodline, which made him a little warlike. Now that he encountered it, even if there was no systematic mission, he wanted to fight Frisia. Seeing Li Su's firm eyes, Bulma nodded and said, you must come back safely. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Li Su smiled. I'll give it to you when you come back, Bulma said, blushing. Even for this, I'll be fine. Li Su smiled and kissed Bulma's forehead. The index finger and middle finger of the right hand were placed between the eyebrows, and Bulma was brought to a nearby planet with instant transmission. The residents on it were all lifeless beings with no intelligence. I'll be right back, Li Su said, and went back to Frisia Base 2. At this time, Frisia's spaceship landed on the planet, and a dozen universe people came out from it, standing in 2 rows respectfully, and then Frisia walked out from the middle. Oh, hee, I didn't expect you to have the strength to kill Jinyu. It seems that I've come right. Frisia laughed, the voice of the prey made people feel extremely uncomfortable. He came here at will, because he thought that the Jinnut team could definitely kill Li Su. Your subordinates are a bunch of rubbish, and you are the only one who can interest me. Li Su smiled. After seeing Frisia, he was not afraid. He was only excited, the excitement of meeting his opponent. Are you interested in playing under me? I can let you form a new special team. Frisia said that the Jinnut team was gone, and he didn't care much. I don't have the habit of being a dog, so let's have a good fight, Li Su said. It's been a long time since no one dared to talk to me like that. You're going to die miserably. The smile on Frisia's face disappeared and turned hideous. Then it depends on whether you have this ability. Li Su took the initiative to attack Frisia. The rapid movement caused a strong wind, and it came to Frisia in an instant, but found that Frisia suddenly disappeared. You can't kill Jinyu with such strength. Frisia's voice sounded behind Li Su. Li Su turned back suddenly. Frisia stood there, looking at him with a smile. He had no idea when Frisia got there. Sure enough, Li Su was shocked. 5 times Kaioken. Li Su's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and he was no worse than Frisia. Call out? The figure flashed and rushed towards Frisia. Boom! Frisia didn't expect Li Su's speed to suddenly increase so much, and he couldn't dodge for a while, and was punched in the stomach by Li Su. Bang bang bang! Li Su attacked again, and a torrential rain of fists hit Frisia on the body. Frisia's subordinates were stunned. Frisia, who was invincible in their eyes, was now beaten by Li Su. Bang! Frisia flew upside down and hit a huge rock the size of a hill. The whole person was embedded in it, and the huge rock cracked like a spider web. What? Frisia roared angrily, and the explosive momentum crushed the boulder behind him. It's been a long time since no one bleeds the king. Frisia laughed angrily, wiping the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. That's because the people you met before were too rubbish, Li Su said, not in the mood to talk nonsense with Frisia, and continued to attack Frisia. 5 times Kaioken is putting too much load on his body, and he has to fight fast. Boom! Li Su's fist was caught by Frisia, but when he lifted his leg, a knee pressed against Frisia's abdomen, and Frisia spit out a mouthful of bitter water. Boom! However, Frisia quickly counterattacked, punching Li Su in the face, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of Li Su's mouth. Immediately afterwards, the two fought fiercely, and figures appeared and flashed in various places, and each appearance was accompanied by a fierce collision. Damn! Frisia roared with a ferocious expression and punched Li Su's stomach. Li Su pressed his right hand on Frisia's face and pushed Frisia's head against the stone. The stone was smashed into pieces, and the rubble splashed. Immediately afterwards, Li Su's palm lit up again, and an energy ball was launched against Frisia. Boom! Everything around was flattened by the explosion, and billowing dust enveloped the figures of Li Su and Frisia. After everything dissipated, the figures of the two reappeared in front of everyone, with blood stains on Li Su's mouth, and the clothes on his body were also torn. Frisia was even more miserable, his chest was charred black, there were scars all over his body, and he was extremely embarrassed. I must kill you. Frisia's body exudes a strong killing intent, and the momentum on his body rises. The originally short stature begins to grow, and it doubles in size in the blink of an eye. The two sharp horns on the head exude a metallic light, which is particularly dazzling under the sunlight. This is the state of Frisia after his first transformation, and the combat power has also doubled from the original 530,000 to 1.06 million. 10 times Kaioken. Not to be outdone, Li Su's fiery red arrogance doubled. However, there was a sharp pain in his body, as if he was about to collapse. Li Su knew that he would not be able to last long in this state, and he had to resolve the battle as soon as possible. Fight. Li Su's blood is boiling, and he has never fought so tirelessly before. Kaioken and the Law of Strength are used at the same time, and the combat power has reached more than 1.2 million. Bang bang bang! The ground, the sky, and the top of the mountain are full of figures of two people. fists, arms, and elbows are constantly colliding, and the white ripples like water waves make the sky look like a broken spider web. Asshole! Frisia roared angrily. He was actually suppressed. After a period of transformation, he was still no match for Li Su, and his speed and strength could not keep up with Li Su. Call out? Li Su, regardless of Frisia's mood, caught Frisia's flaw and knocked Frisia away with one punch. Immediately after moving quickly in front of Frisia, a whip kick kicked Frisia to the ground. Bang! The ground trembled, and the billows of dust overwhelmed Frisia's figure. I must kill you. Frisia roared with a grim expression, flew into the air, and transformed for the second time. You can't let him transform successfully, you must interrupt him. Li Su's face was solemn. After Frisia's second transformation, he was definitely not something he could beat now. He dared to stay and fight Frisia, intending to kill Frisia before Frisia failed to show his strength. Call out? Li Su rushed towards Frisia, but there was a layer of strong wind around Frisia. As soon as Li Su approached, he was blocked by the wind. 20 times Kaioken. Li Su had no choice but to bite the bullet and use the Kaioken 20 times, feeling like his whole body was about to fall apart. Boom! However, it also broke through the strong wind and knocked Frisia out with a punch, making Frisia's second transformation unsuccessful. Frisia smashed to the ground, dust covering his figure. What? At this time, Li Su let out a scream, and the load on his body was too heavy for 20 times Kaioken, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Is it going to be withdrawn like this? Li Su secretly said, a little unwilling in his heart. Damn. Frisia flew out of the dust, very embarrassed, and looked at Li Su with a grim expression. Li Su suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and put his hands on his waist in the shape of calyxes. Turtle Pai Qigong wave. A ball of energy was launched, not aimed at Frisia, but at the ground beneath his feet. Asshole. Seeing Li Su doing this, Frisia's face changed suddenly, the planet exploded, and even he could hardly be safe, and hurriedly flew to the universe spaceship, ignoring Li Su. After the energy ball landed, it sank directly and penetrated the entire planet. Li Su also hurriedly put his right index finger and middle finger between his eyebrows, sensed Bulma's anger, and disappeared in place with a swoosh. Just after Li Su disappeared, the planet exploded like a splendid firework, and finally turned into universe dust. On another planet, Bulma was walking around anxiously. Whoosh! Li Su appeared in front of her. Li Su. Seeing Li Su, Bulma jumped over happily. What? Li Su screamed in pain. Although Bulma's strength was very light, his body was about to collapse. Even a slight touch would be like a needle stick. What's wrong with you? Bulma asked worriedly after being woken up by Li Su's scream. Fine. Li Su took out a fairy bean and ate it, and the injury on his body recovered instantly. Ding dong! The mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate automatic training plug-in. At this time, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in Li Su's mind. Li Su was very excited when he heard this. The mission given to him by the system is to defeat Frisia, but how exactly does it count as defeating Frisia? Li Su himself couldn't tell. This time, he defeated Frisia with the help of a planet explosion, but Li Su felt that Frisia had a high possibility of surviving, and at most was seriously injured. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 21. Combat strength, 1 million. Law of force, 2/100. Possessed plugins, intermediate automatic training plugin, can automatically increase combat power by 20 points every day. Intermediate savvy plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Ordinary Saiyan bloodline plugin, broken limb rebirth physical plugin. Fighting Frisia this time, Li Su gained a lot. After recovering from the serious injury, his bloodline exploded and his combat power increased to 1 million. Every time Saiyan recovers from a serious injury, his combat power will increase, but it is not unlimited. Otherwise, Saiyan will not need to practice, he will directly hurt himself and then heal it. Although Li Su did not directly increase from 90,000 to 3 million like Son Goku in the original book this time, but he also took a period of ascetic practice. Li Su, what are you laughing at? Seeing Li Su giggling there, Bulma was a little confused. Bulma, I remember someone said something to me before. Li Su's mouth twitched slightly, and a light flashed in his eyes. Brush. Bulma's small face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Su. Li Su took out a universal capsule, threw it on the ground, turned it into a house, picked up Bulma by the waist, and walked in directly. What are you doing? Bulma panicked. Fuck you. Li Su smiled evilly, but his footsteps still didn't stop. Bulma blushed with anticipation and fear. After a while, there was a muffled groan in the room, followed by a panting sound. The sound continued until late into the night. Li Su's long-cherished wish finally came true, and Bulma also completed the transformation from a girl to a young woman. Early the next morning, the sun shone into the room through the window, and there was a mess of clothes lying on the ground, none of which was complete, showing the tragic situation of the battle. Li Su supported his head with his hands and looked at Bulma with interest. Bulma woke up and saw Li Su was staring at her, a little shy. Woke up. Isn't it bold last night? Why are you shy now? Li Su said with a playful smile. If you say it again, I'll ignore you. Bulma's little face suddenly turned red, like the sunset in the sky, thinking of what she looked like last night. She couldn't believe it herself. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. Li Su laughed. The appearance of Bulma's little woman caused another evil fire to rise in his body. If it wasn't for the pain that Bulma had just experienced, he couldn't help jumping on it. I'm going to get you something to eat, and you have a good rest today. Bulma nodded, a sweet smile on her face. After having breakfast with Bulma, Li Su entered the training room alone. The bloodline exploded, and the combat power broke through to 1 million. He found that his chi had undergone a qualitative change, and the dimension had broken through to the star level. Peace of heart, pure anger, S cells. Li Su thought about the conditions for transforming into Super Saiyan. He has been feeling the slight changes in his chi. At the beginning, his chi was relatively calm, and after having the Saiyan bloodline plug-in, his chi became a little more violent. But with his cultivation, part of the violent chi gradually became peaceful. According to his understanding of the original work, he guessed that the so-called S cells are those cells with relatively peaceful chi, which are more likely to be produced in a stable environment. If you want to transform into Super Saiyan, you need to reach a certain level of combat power and a certain number of S cells in the body, and then use pure anger as a catalyst to make the S cells grow rapidly, so that you can transform into Super Saiyan. Moreover, the higher the basic combat power, the more S cells, and the lower the requirement for anger. Like Gabe of the 6th universe, he turned into Super Saiyan after being stimulated a little by Vegeta, and the generation of Trunks and Son Goten. When they were born, Vegeta and Trunks can already transform into Super Saiyan people, inheriting a lot of S cells. In addition, they live in a relatively stable environment, so it is particularly easy for them to transform into Super Saiyan. I'm afraid it's very difficult to transform into Super Saiyan with my current combat power, Li Su secretly said. In the original work, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan with 3 million combat power, but 3 million combat power is not the minimum requirement. When Bardock transformed into Super Saiyan, his combat power was definitely not 3 million. The lower the combat power, the higher the requirement for anger, and in the entire Dragon Ball world, Li Su cares about Bulma the most. Unless something happens to Bulma, Li Su will not be able to get angry to that extent. And Li Su would rather not transform into Super Saiyan than let Bulma take a little damage. I don't have to worry about transforming into Super Saiyan. Anyway, as long as the basic combat power is improved, the transformation into Super Saiyan will be more powerful, Li Su thought. Ding dong! Announce mission, take Broly away from the Wampa planet, reward, nuclear regeneration physique plug-in. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Li Su's mind. This task is easier said than done, and difficult also difficult. Li Su sighed. Broly and his father Paragus are now trapped on Wampa and have been wanting to leave Wampa, and Li Su will take them away, and they must be very happy. But Paragus is an ambitious person. Although he is a waste, Broly's strength is very strong. It is estimated that Frieza is not the opponent of Broly now. Li Su didn't want to take Paragus away from the Wampa planet and let him control Broly, but if he wanted to forcibly take Broly away from the Wampa planet, it would be much more difficult. Broly himself is a simple person and a very talented fighter. Li Su wanted to see how far Broly, who could control his own power, would grow. The legendary Super Saiyan, born with 10,000 combat power, doubles every year with age. In the Dragon Ball Super plot, Broly is the same age as Vegeta and 5 years older than Son Goku, which means that he is now 20 years old, and his combat power has increased to a very terrifying level. Ding dong! The legendary Super Saiyan's combat power will naturally double every year before reaching adulthood. After reaching adulthood, the combat power will naturally increase, but not so much, the system suddenly said. Why is that? Li Su frowned. He will definitely have the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline in the future. If his combat power cannot be doubled as an adult, it will not be good news for him. Before adulthood, the body is in the developmental stage, and the bloodline is destroyed and bursts of power. After adulthood, the body no longer develops, and the power bursting out of the bloodline naturally decreases. The system explained. In other words, if I can calculate the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, it is impossible to double the combat power every year. Li Su asked in disappointment. He is now an adult. Yes. Alas, it seems that what I thought was too simple. Li Su sighed. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. He could not double it, but it would still increase a lot, and the improvement speed of the automatic training plug-in would definitely increase. Putting these things aside, Li Su began to practice. The day passed quietly, and in the evening, Li Su returned to the room. Bulma just woke up and slept all day. Are you hungry? Eat something first. Li Su smiled, holding some meals in his hands. Gollum. Bulma slept all day, groaning with hunger alone, smelling the food, and drooling. It's all your fault. Bulma said angrily when he saw Li Su snickering. Okay, it's all my fault. Li Su smiled. Indeed, he tossed Bulma badly, otherwise Bulma wouldn't have been able to sleep all day. When Bulma saw the food in front of her, she didn't care about Li Su so much anymore, and devoured it. The food prepared by Li Su was quickly wiped out by her. Bulma, you see you're full, I'm still hungry. Li Su said. Didn't you eat it before? Bulma said. She ate the meal all by herself. I didn't eat. Li Su said pitifully. Shall I prepare one for you? Bulma asked. It's enough for me to eat you. Li Su smiled evilly and rushed over. What? In Bulma's exclamation, a fierce battle ensued, and soon there was a gasp. Li Su, can we live on planet Bengal for a while? Bulma looked at Li Su with expectant eyes. Li Su accompanied Bulma around the planet for a few days. Bulma was fascinated by the beauty of the planet and wanted to stay longer. Of course. Li Su laughed. He has nowhere to go for the time being, and he stays the same wherever he is. As for the task of the system, he is waiting for a suitable time. If you want to take Broly away from the Wampa planet, it is definitely not possible to use force, but if you don't need to be strong, Paragus will definitely leave with Broly, which is not what Li Su wants to see. So Li Su waited for another opportunity, a chance Broly had no ability to resist. Thank you, Bulma said happily. I prefer that you express your gratitude with practical actions. Li Su said with a playful smile. You are getting worse and worse. Bulma said angrily, smashing Li Su a few times with her little pink fist. She couldn't hear what Li Su meant. The two of them tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, and they knew the flavor by eating the marrow. These few days, they had no temperance at all. Every time, Bulma was too tired to end it. Haha, Li Su laughed. 4 months passed in a blink of an eye. Li Su and Bulma spent 4 months on the Bengal planet and traveled most of the planet. Of course, Li Su spends half of his time practicing every day, and his strength has also improved a lot. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 21. Combat strength, 1.2 million. Law of force, 3/100. Possessed plugins, intermediate automatic training plugin, can automatically increase combat power by 20 points every day. Intermediate savvy plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Ordinary Saiyan bloodline plugin, broken limb rebirth physical plugin. On this day, Li Su was practicing in the training room. Buzz. The time has come. The corners of Li Su's mouth twitched slightly. He had been paying attention to the situation on planet Wampa, and today he finally got a good opportunity. It was too late to say a word to Bulma, and went directly to the Wampa planet with instant transmission. Planet Wampa is a planet with an extremely harsh climate. There is life on it, but most of them are some huge beetles and the like. In a certain place, a young man was floating in the air. His whole body was wrapped in grass-green arrogance. His eyes were lost, and he was filled with a tyrannical aura. What? The young man roared, and the surging momentum set off a hurricane. Bang! A boulder was shattered by the young man's punch. He did not have a specific attack target, as if he was simply venting the excess power in his body. Broly's strength is much stronger than Frieza. Li Su hid in the dark and observed secretly. Broly's combat power is already around 3 billion. When he faced this chi, his whole body trembled and his body trembled involuntarily. Call out! Call out! Call out! Broly fired energy balls aimlessly, and everything around was submerged by the explosion of flames. Fortunately, Li Su hid far away, otherwise he would be affected too. Broly. At this time, a middle-aged man flew over. It was Broly's father Paragus, who yelled at Broly, trying to awaken Broly's sanity, but it had no effect at all, but attracted Broly's attention. Broly glared at Paragus fiercely, ready to attack. Paragus was not afraid. Obviously it was not the first time he had encountered this situation. He skillfully took out a remote control and pressed it. What? Broly's neck emitted a burst of high-voltage electricity, causing Broly to scream. Under this high-voltage current, Broly's aura quickly dissipated and he fell from the sky. This is the time. Li Su saw the timing and shot. Flying out of the dark, he grabbed Broly. Who? Paragus was shocked. He had lived on this planet for nearly 2 decades and had never found anyone else. You'd better stay on this Wampa planet. Li Su laughed. He didn't kill Paragus, he just let him live on this Wampa planet for the rest of his life. Whoosh! Li Su left with Broly, and did not return to the Bengal planet, but came to a planet called Bandung near the Wampa planet. Although the two planets are not very far apart, their environments are vastly different. Bandung planet is a very biological planet, but like Bengal planet, the life on it is some life without intelligence. There are many such planets in the universe, and it takes tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of evolution to give birth to a civilization and develop into a planet similar to the Earth. After Li Su brought Broly to planet Bandung, the voice of the system sounded in his mind, ding dong. The task is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the nuclear regeneration physique plug-in. Li Su was in a good mood and fed Broly a fairy bean. Broly woke up slowly and had regained consciousness. Where is this? Who are you? Broly asked suspiciously, and it didn't look like the planet Wampa. Hello, this planet is called Bandung planet. I brought you here. My name is Li Su. Li Su said with a smile. Broly's character is very simple. Where's my father? Broly asked, not remembering what happened. I only brought you here. Li Su said, not wanting to mention Paragus to Broly. If it wasn't for Broly's sake, he might have killed Paragus. What did you bring me here for? Broly asked, still a little wary of seeing a human other than Paragus for the first time. Your strength is good, but you can't control your own power. I hope that after you can control your own power, I will have a good fight with you, Li Su said. He is now far behind Broly, but he will definitely not be weaker than Broly in the future. This is his confidence. Boom. Li Su took out an all-purpose capsule and threw it on the ground, turning it into a table full of food. You shouldn't have eaten other food on the Wampa planet. There are all kinds of delicacies here. You should eat some first. Li Su said. Broly was sent to the Wampa planet by King Vegeta since he was a child, and he didn't even drink water. Broly saw the food on the table, drooling, and devoured it. Li Su's 3 days of food took him less than half an hour to eat up. Thank you, Broly said gratefully. It's okay, you can't control your anger now, and I can't take you to a planet with a lot of people, so you can live here first, Li Su said. It's pretty good here, Broly said with a smile. The environment of the Bandung planet is much better than that of the Wampa planet. Then I'll leave first, and I'll see you in a while. After Li Su finished speaking, he returned to Bengal planet with instant transmission. He is very much looking forward to how Broly, whose fate has been changed, will grow. After his observation, he found that the legendary Super Saiyan's chi is much more violent than the general Saiyan's chi, so they are easy to lose their minds in normal times, let alone transform into Super Saiyan. Spring and autumn come, and 3 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Time is the most powerful force. He can turn the forest into a desert and the deep sea into a mountain. Li Su himself could not have imagined that he and Bulma had lived on the planet Bengal for 3 years. Originally, Bulma was only temporarily placed on the planet of Bengal, but he did not expect to settle down in the end. For 3 years, he spent most of his time cultivating, occasionally accompanying Bulma to visit the beauties of the planet Bengal, and he lived a very comfortable life. Bandung planet. In a plain area, there are 2 people fighting at this time. Bang bang bang. The sound of the collision did not stop, but no one could be seen. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on top of a towering boulder at the same time. They stopped fighting without continuing. Broly, I'm not your opponent yet. Li Su smiled, not discouraged. The outcome of this battle was originally expected. You're progressing fast, and it won't be long before you catch up. Broly laughed. For 3 years, the two have been close friends. Every 10 days and a half months, Li Su will come over to compete with Broly. Of course, every time Li Su loses. However, with a good opponent, Li Su's training speed is much faster, and his combat power has increased to 5 million, but he still can't transform into Super Saiyan. I'm going back to my own planet. It's a planet called Earth. Will you go back with me? Li Su asked. He and Bulma have also been out for almost 5 years, and they're going back. Broly has also improved a lot in the past 3 years. He basically won't lose his mind without fighting with all his strength, so Li Su can also safely let Broly go to Earth to survive. I'm still not going. There's Xiao Ao here. If you are free, come and see me here. Broly shook his head, and the Xiao Ao in his mouth was a tiger, which he adopted 2 years ago, is also a friend of his evil. Well, there's a universe spaceship here. I'll give it to you. Li Su threw a universal capsule to Broly without reluctance. He has instant transmission. If he wants to come to Bandung, it is very easy, and he will definitely come here to find Broly for lessons in the future. Yeah. Broly put away the universal capsule. Goodbye then. After finishing speaking, Li Su returned directly to planet Bengal with a swoosh. Li Su, I've packed everything up, Bulma said happily when Li Su came back. She was very excited to go back now after being away from home for so long. Let's go then. Li Su smiled. Go back in a spaceship, or go back directly with instant transmission? Bulma asked. Use instant transmission. Li Su smiled when he saw Bulma's urgent expression. With the improvement of his combat power, the distance of instant transmission is also getting farther and farther, and it is not difficult to return to Earth directly from the planet Bengal. He has no relatives on Earth, and the only person he cares about is Bulma, who is also with him. Not as urgent as Bulma, but there are still friends like Son Goku on Earth, so it's good to go back soon. Bulma put his arms around Li Su's left arm. Li Su put the index finger and middle finger of his right hand between his eyebrows, sensed the aura of the god of the earth, and disappeared with a swish. Earth, Temple of Heaven. The sunset glow of the setting sun made half of the sky red, and the temple was also reflected in orange red. In the square in front of the temple, several people were training against each other at this time. The silhouettes flickered and the collision sound continued, which looked extremely exciting. I haven't seen you for 5 years, and everyone's strength has improved a lot. Li Su did not know when he appeared above the temple, glanced at the few people who were cultivating, and nodded. Why isn't Son Goku here? Bulma asked. Cultivation here is no longer helpful to Son Goku, Li Su said. The 4 people under training are Kailin, Li Ping, Tian Xinyan, and Dumpling. Even with their power leveled up to this point, Son Goku must be stronger than them. Come down and say hello to everyone. The 2 flew down from the sky and landed in front of the gods. God, long time no see. Li Su laughed. Li Su, you're back. The gods were a little surprised. Li Su had been out for a few years, but he had no news of Li Su. Well, Li Su nodded. Your strength is even more unfathomable. The god said. Li Su is an ordinary person in his eyes now, but Li Su is obviously not an ordinary person. It only shows that Li Su's strength is stronger. I went to universe for a while, and my strength improved a little. Li Su smiled. If he had been cultivating steadily on Earth for a few years, his strength might not have improved so quickly, and opponents with comparable strength were very important to improve his strength. Li Su. At this time, Kailin also flew over. Long time no see. Li Su smiled. Li Su, the gods said that you left the Earth, and you didn't come back to the last martial arts conference. Goku complained for a long time. Kailin said. I was in universe at the time, and I couldn't come back for a while. Li Su smiled. In fact, it's not that he can't come back. He has instant transmission. Even if the distance is too far, he can find a few intermediate points. The most important thing is that his strength has far surpassed everyone on the Earth, and this level of martial arts conference means nothing to him at all. By the way, I've been away from Earth for so long, can you tell me what happened? Li Su asked. Shortly after you left, Son Goku destroyed the Red Silk Army alone, and then boarded the Kailinta. After the Kailinta practiced, I asked Bobo to guide him to practice for a while. Tenjin said. Then Son Goku went to the #1 martial arts tournament in the world, but unfortunately you didn't come back. Son Goku defeated Tien Shinyan and won the championship. After the martial arts conference, Piccolo Daimao was released. Son Goku defeated Piccolo Daimao and saved the Earth. I recommend him to go to Kaiwang Dawang to practice. So many things happened. Li Su nodded. It's not too different from the original, the only difference is that Son Goku's strength is much stronger than in the original. He defeated Tien Shinyan and won the championship. The old Piccolo was not Son Goku's opponent at all, and was easily killed by Son Goku. In order not to be pulled away too much by Son Goku, we also came to the Temple of Heaven to practice, Kling said. You guys are pretty good now. Li Su smiled. The current Kling and others all have about 1,000 combat power, which is almost the same as when Vegeta came to Earth. The storm caused by his little butterfly is still very big. Li Su, you should be stronger now, right? Kaylin said. He couldn't see through Li Su at all. Like a god, in his eyes, Li Su was just an ordinary person. Well, Li Su nodded with a smile. You and Goku are both monsters. Goku has gone to Lord Kaiwang for almost 2 years, and his strength must be much stronger. I am afraid that only you are Goku's opponent. Krillin smiled bitterly. He has been working hard, but unfortunately the gap with Son Goku is getting wider and wider. Krillin, I'm afraid you can't even beat me now, Bulma said arrogantly. I didn't pay attention at first, but now after hearing Bulma's words, Klein carefully sensed Bulma's anger, and suddenly a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although Bulma can control his own power, his control of chi is still very poor. Krillin can roughly perceive Bulma's strength. Bulma, when did you become so strong? Krillin asked in surprise. I'm a genius, and I'm so good when I just practice. Bulma said proudly. Bulma's strength is improved by external forces. He has no combat experience or awareness. Although his combat power is strong, he can't defeat Kellen. Li Su smiled. Humph. Bulma snorted coldly, unhappy Li Su exposed her. Her current combat power is still 3,000. She has not practiced in recent years and has not improved in the slightest. So it is. Krillin nodded, but was still shocked. Li Su, can you teach us to practice cultivation? Tien Shinyan said. Although he met Li Su for the first time, he had heard Li Su's name many times. I'm not good at teaching people to practice, but I can tell you my practice. Li Su shook his head, he didn't have the time to teach them. Immediately after, Li Su took out an all-purpose capsule, threw it on the ground, turned it into a gravity training room, and said, this is a gravity training room, which is more suitable than a gravity suit. If you can stick to it, your combat power should be improved. Phew. The maximum multiplier of this gravity training room is only 300 times, which is the one Li Su used before, but it is enough for Tien Shinyan and others. Thank you, Tien Shinyan said excitedly. He is not afraid of suffering, as long as he can improve his combat effectiveness. I'll contact Goku to take a look. Li Su said. Can you contact Goku? Kling said excitedly. Well, Li Su nodded. Immediately after, Li Su used telepathy, which he learned from King Kai, and is using it for the first time today. King Kai Star. Son Goku is practicing there, and for 2 years, he has learned a lot from King Kai, Kaioken, and Spirit Bomb, but he still hasn't left. Goku. Suddenly, Li Su's voice sounded in his ear, causing him to stop practicing. Goku, I'm Li Su. Li Su, where are you? Son Goku said excitedly. I have returned to Earth. Li Su said. Great, I really want to fight you again. Son Goku almost jumped up with joy. Then you have to work hard. Li Su laughed. Although Son Goku's strength is much higher than that in the original book, he is still not qualified to be his opponent. There is still a year left until the world's #1 martial arts conference, and then we will have a good fight. Son Goku said. He is also more confident in his own strength. Let's talk about it later. Li Su said. He didn't really want to participate in a martial arts conference of this level. The two chatted for a while, and Li Su ended the spiritual communication. Lord Kaiwang, how strong is Li Su now? Son Goku asked. I don't know, but your current strength is definitely not Li Su's opponent. Kaiwang said. Son Goku has improved a lot, but still can't catch up with Li Su. Lord Kaiwang, please train me more strictly. Son Goku said solemnly. Okay, I'll double your daily training volume, and in a year, maybe you'll be able to fight Li Su, said King Kai, who still admires Son Goku. Twice the boost. Son Goku said. Twice is too much. King Kai said. If I can persevere, I won't be able to surpass Li Su. Son Goku said. From Kai Wang's words, he knew that he was still far from Li Su. Okay. King Kai nodded. Earth, Temple of Heaven. Li Su ended the call with Son Goku. Goku will participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament this time. You all work hard. Li Su smiled. I will definitely not lose to Son Goku this time. Tien Shinyan said firmly, and he is also a man who is not willing to lose to others. We'll work hard, and we'll surprise Goku by then, Kling said. I'll say goodbye first, and see you in a year. Li Su said. Knowing what happened on Earth over the years, it doesn't make sense for him to stay in the Temple of Heaven. Li Su flew Bulma towards Sido without using instant transmission. Jiaozi, let's start practicing. Tian Xinyan said to Jiaozi, walking into the gravity training room, and Jiaozi immediately followed. In one breath, the gravity was increased tenfold, almost crushing the two, but the two still persisted. In the courtyard, Li Su sat alone by the swimming pool. Pure anger, it seems that it is not so easy to do, Li Su secretly said. His combat power is now higher than when Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan in the original book, but he still can't transform into Super Saiyan. Li Su, what are you thinking? Why didn't you go to practice today? Bulma came over and asked in surprise. I'm cultivating? Li Su smiled, but he didn't go to the training room. Can you go shopping with me today? Bulma looked at Li Su with expectant eyes. Sure. Li Su felt a little guilty and went shopping with Bulma, which was what he should have done, but he spent too much time cultivating and ignored it. That's great, I'm going to change clothes. Bulma happily kissed Li Su's face and ran to change immediately. It's not in a hurry anyway, just relax. Li Su laughed. An hour later, Li Su set off in his car. As for why he waited so long, of course, it was the reason why Bulma changed clothes. The time women spent on this made Li Su afraid. It took less than 10 minutes to arrive at the largest commercial pedestrian street nearby. Li Su, let's go shopping for clothes first. Bulma said, holding Li Su's arm and walking into the store. The softness made Li Su raise an evil fire. Welcome. Li Su, what do you think of this one? Bulma took a piece of clothing and compared it on her body. Very good. Li Su laughed. What about this one? Bulma picked up another skirt. It's good too. Give me a review. Bulma said unhappily, and at a glance he knew that Li Su was perfunctory. Li Su smiled, picked a blue dress from the hanger, and said, I think blue suits you, you can try it. Really? Bulma asked happily. Although you look good in other clothes, blue can best show your temperament. Li Su laughed. Then I'll try it. Bulma took the skirt and ran into the fitting room happily. After a while, Bulma came out of the fitting room. The shoulders were half exposed, and there was a feeling of being ready to come out on the chest. A ribbon outlined the waist of the bee, and Li Su swallowed his saliva unconsciously. How? Bulma asked expectantly. No, let's change it. Li Su said. Why, I think it's fine. Bulma frowned. It's too revealing. It's fine if you just wear it for me to see. I don't want you to walk on the street with a large group of people behind you, Li Su said. When Bulma heard the words, a blush appeared on his face immediately. It's still this one, it's similar to the one just now, Li Su said, choosing another one, but a little more conservative. Yeah. Bulma nodded and went into the fitting room to change, just as touching. Not bad. Li Su nodded with satisfaction, showing Bulma's temperament without exposing it. Waiter, wrap this skirt. Li Su said to the waiter. Okay. Wait a minute, and the one just now, Bulma said. Walking over to Li Su, he whispered, I only wear that one at home. That's fine. Li Su nodded with a smile. The waiter immediately wrapped the two pieces of clothes. Bulma swiped the card, which made Li Su feel a little white face, but Li Su didn't care. If he wanted money, it was very simple, but Bulma's family had endless money. He didn't have to bother. Next, Li Su accompanied Bulma to walk around the entire pedestrian street. He walked in almost every shop to see. Bulma was having a good time, and Li Su was in a good mood. Tired. In the evening, Li Su looked at the cart of shopping bags with black lines on his forehead. A woman's shopping ability is really terrifying. Bulma, should we go back? Li Su said. It's almost done shopping today, come back another day. Bulma laughed, she didn't lack anything, she just liked the feeling. Looking at the sweet smile on Bulma's face, Li Su felt that he would spend more time with Bulma in the future. A peaceful heart may be completely integrated into the lives of ordinary people in order to have a peaceful heart. Li Su smiled, and suddenly there was a sense of enlightenment. Back home, it was almost completely dark, and after the two of them had dinner, Bulma walked into the room alone with a shopping bag. Li Su practiced for a while, took a bath, and was ready to sleep. Entering the room, only to find that Bulma is not in the room. Bulma. Wait a minute, I'll be right out. Bulma's voice came from the bathroom. After a while, Bulma came out with a shy face. Seeing Li Su's stupid look, he felt a little happy and proud in his heart. Like it. I like it, of course I like it. Li Su returned to his senses and said happily. Bulma was wearing a translucent underwear at this time, which was extremely sexy. You're away for a while today, just to buy this. When shopping today, Bulma left alone for a while, and Li Su didn't care at that time. Bulma nodded. Then I'm welcome. Li Su smiled charmingly and picked Bulma up by the waist. In a short while, the sound of extravagance sounded in the room. Early the next morning, the sun came in through the window. Li Su looked at Bulma, who was still sleeping, and smiled slightly. Last night's Bulma was so attractive, and the battle was a little intense, so that in the end, Bulma passed out or fell asleep. After getting up gently, he kissed Bulma's head and left the room. The moment the door to the room closed, Bulma opened her eyes, touched her forehead with her hand, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Looking at the clothes that had been turned into pieces on the ground, Bulma unconsciously remembered what happened last night, and a blush appeared on his face. What a bull. Bandung planet. Li Su stood on top of a towering boulder with his eyes closed, the image of himself being unable to protect Bulma due to encountering a powerful enemy and his lack of strength appeared in his mind. This is the hypnotism he learned from the planet Yadella to hypnotize himself. Although he knew it was fake, he was still very angry, and his heart was burning with anger. What? Li Su suddenly opened his eyes, shouted loudly, and a white arrogance rose from his body. Lightning broke through the clouds, and the sky and the earth suddenly turned pale. The white arrogance transforms into golden yellow, and the hair color also changes between black and golden yellow, which is a sign of becoming Super Saiyan. As the momentum rose, the golden yellow lasted longer, and finally turned completely golden. Super Saiyan finally achieved? Blonde hair and eyebrows, pale green eyes. Is this Super Saiyan? Broly muttered, with a tiger squatting beside him. 3 months after Li Su returned to Earth, his stable life has increased the S-cells in his body a lot. Today, he finally has signs of breaking through Super Saiyan. However, the movement of breaking through Super Saiyan on the Earth was too big, so it came to the planet Bandung. What a powerful force. Li Su clenched his fists and felt his own strength. The sudden increase in strength made him a little excited. The dimension has not broken through. Li Su frowned slightly. The barrier of the galaxy-level dimension is 100 million combat power, and his current combat power has reached more than 200 million, but the dimension is still at the star level. It seems that the increase in transformation is only power, and the dimension does not increase, Li Su secretly said. The last time he used Kaioken, he discovered this. He originally thought that the transformation of Super Saiyan would be a little different, but he was disappointed. The most important thing for a person is spirit, chi, and spirit. Jing represents physique, chi represents strength, and God represents realm. When the basic combat power increases, the three also increase. Some people feel that Saiyan's physique is not worthy of his great strength, strong enough to easily destroy a galaxy, but will be knocked down by a laser gun. This is because their basic combat power is not so terrifying, their strength is due to their transformation, and their physique is still at the same level as their basic combat power. Shaking his head, his unhappiness was quickly washed away. Broly, fight with me. Li Su looked at Broly, he urgently needed a strong opponent so that Zheng Yang could quickly adapt to his strength. Okay. Broly also wanted to see Super Saiyan's strength. Although he is the legendary Super Saiyan, he still cannot transform into Super Saiyan. Call out! Call out! The two flew towards each other at the same time. Boom! 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 A fierce collision sounded. Even if Broly couldn't transform into Super Saiyan, his strength was still much higher than Li Su, and he could handle Li Su's attack with ease. Pieces of boulders were crushed by the aftermath of the battle between the two, and the ground shook a little. The little tiger ran far away when the battle started. An hour later, Li Su was defeated. To be more precise, Li Su's chi in the body is almost exhausted, and he can't continue to maintain the state of Super Saiyan, and Broly is purely a sparring. You've improved a lot, Broly said. It's not difficult if you want to transform into Super Saiyan, it's hard to stay sane, Li Su said. After eating a fairy bean, he recovered completely. If Broly is provoked, Broly can definitely transform into Super Saiyan. It feels good to me. Broly shook his head, what he needed was not power, but the freedom to control himself. I'll go back first, and I'll come back to you when I have time, Li Su said. Having just transformed into Super Saiyan, he needs to remember this feeling so that he can transform freely. Whoosh! Li Su went back directly with instant transmission. Blue sky and white clouds, the warm sun shines on the golden sand. Li Su was wearing short sleeves, lying on a rattan chair, wearing sunglasses and enjoying the sun. After returning from Bandung planet, after a month of training, he has been able to freely transform into Super Saiyan. Today, I will accompany Bulma to the beach to play and relax. Li Su, why do you keep your Super Saiyan state? Bulma was wearing a bikini and lying on the rattan chair next to Li Su. It's a kind of cultivation, Li Su said. It feels weird, but you look better with your voice changed Super Saiyan. Bulma laughed. Why did you go ashore and don't play for a while? Li Su asked. If you don't accompany me, it's boring for me to play alone. Bulma pouted. You know that you are standing in front of me in this outfit. I have endured very hard. If I accompany you to play in the sea again, I am afraid that I will have a battle with you in the sea, Li Su said. Rogue. Bulma glared at Li Su, a blush appeared on his face. Although the two have been frank with each other, every time Li Su molested her, she would show the appearance of a little woman, which made Li Su very fond of it. A present for you. Li Su took out a box. What is it? Bulma asked curiously. Li Su was very happy to give her a gift. Open it and see, Li Su said. Bulma opened the box, but when she opened it, she was dumbfounded. Inside was a diamond ring. Will you marry me? Li Su said affectionately. Bulma didn't speak, her eyes were wet, and she was a little surprised by this sudden marriage proposal. After a while, Bulma nodded, wiping away her tears. I will never fail you. Li Su held Bulma in his arms. Why did you suddenly propose to me? Bulma asked. Yesterday someone talked in her sleep and said she was going to marry me, so I proposed today. Li Su pinched Bulma's little Kying's nose. Did I really talk in my sleep? Bulma asked suspiciously, and a little embarrassed. Guess what? Li Su laughed. You dare to lie to me, I regret it. Bulma said angrily. It's too late to regret now, don't try to run for the rest of your life. Li Su smiled, hugging Bulma tightly. After the marriage proposal was successful, Li Su and Bulma were busy with the wedding. This time, Li Su did not spend Bulma's money and sold some of the materials he got from the Frisia 2 planet. Those materials are very rare on Earth, and he received a total of 1 billion yuan. The wedding time is set after the 23rd World #1 Martial Arts Conference. Now everyone is busy cultivating and has no time, and there are still 7 or 8 months from that time, so there is plenty of time to prepare. How is this island? Lisu asked. Lisu and Bulma floated above an island. After getting ready to get married, Bulma suggested moving out, and Lisu also felt that it would be more convenient to move out, and the two-person world of the province was disturbed. Bulma likes the sea, so Lisu decided to choose an island to build a villa. The environment here is good and it's big enough. Bulma nodded. She was more concerned about the two of them's homes, and she took over the design of the villa. Then it's set here, Lisu said. Bulma nodded. Building a villa on an island is still quite difficult. Just transporting the materials is a big problem for ordinary people, but for Lisu, it's easy. After the materials were ready, Lisu took it directly with instant transmission. After the construction of the villa started, Bulma was busy every day, but Lisu had nothing to do all day, and he couldn't help with these things. Ding dong! Release the mission, summon Shenron of Namek, and reward, the Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Plug-In. The long-lost mechanical voice sounded in Lisu's mind. Hearing this, Lisu was very excited. The task was not difficult, but the reward was what Lisu longed for. It should be easier to take him in the past, and by the way, it will add some fun to the future. Lisu smiled. With a swoosh, Lisu disappeared in place. In a plain on a certain part of the earth, a few small mountain peaks can be seen occasionally in the green grass. Son Goku, I will definitely defeat you. The earth belongs to me, Piccolo Daimao. Piccolo was training hard and kept muttering, as if he was looking for motivation for his own practice. The butterfly effect is really big. Lisu stood not far from Piccolo, and found that Piccolo's combat power was close to 1000 points. This must have something to do with Son Goku and others getting stronger, making Piccolo work harder. Sometimes, a strong opponent is the best help for cultivation. Piccolo turned his head abruptly and looked at Lisu vigilantly. Lisu didn't deliberately hide his breath, it would be strange if Piccolo couldn't find it. Who are you? Piccolo asked. My name is Lisu. According to your current situation, I am afraid that you will never be able to defeat Son Goku. Lisu smiled. Damn, how dare you underestimate me, Piccolo Daimao, let you see how good I am. Piccolo was very angry, kicked the ground, and rushed towards Lisu. Boom! When Piccolo arrived in front of Lisu, Lisu came first and punched Piccolo in the stomach. Piccolo's movements stopped abruptly, his eyes protruded, and his hands covered his stomach. Lisu's strength was well controlled, but Piccolo lost his strength in pain. After a while, Piccolo recovered and stopped attacking Lisu. The blow just now made him know that his strength was much worse than Lisu. Why did you come to me? Piccolo asked, knowing that Lisu didn't want to kill him, otherwise he would be dead. Take you to a place. Lisu smiled. Regardless of Piccolo's willingness or not, he carried Piccolo and left with instant transmission. Namek is a planet at the edge of the universe, with a diameter more than 10 times that of the Earth. The galaxy that exists on this planet is very special, with 3 small stars orbiting this planet together, so there will never be night. A long time ago, Namek encountered a climatic disaster, and many Namek people died. Although some people have recovered now, there are not many Namek people and they live in the form of villages. On the top of a towering boulder, there is a house similar to a beetle, and inside the house sits a giant like a hill, who is the great elder of Namek. Whoosh! Lisu appeared here with Piccolo. Nei Lu next to the great elder looked over and stood in front of the great elder. As long as Lisu moved slightly, he would attack. Don't be so nervous, I have no ill will. Lisu smiled and put Piccolo down. Nero was shocked to see what Piccolo looked like, almost exactly like him, and he had never heard of Piccolo before. Piccolo's mood is similar, Nero and the elder are obviously of the same race as him. Guests from afar, I don't know what's going on, the first elder asked, his voice a little old and weak. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lisu. I'm from Earth. His name is Piccolo. He is a Namek person left on Earth. Lisu said. Earth? Could it be Kada's child? The elder said. When the climate changed greatly, many people sent their children out. Child, can you show me your memory? The elder said. Piccolo hesitated for a while. He had a kind of intimacy with the great elder, but no one would be willing to let others see their memories. Don't worry, I'm just confirming your identity, and I won't look at your privacy. The elder seemed to see through Piccolo's thoughts. Piccolo heard the words, walked over, the elder put his hand on Piccolo's head, and some fragments of Piccolo's life appeared in the head of the elder. Alas, a very good qualification is actually divided into 2, otherwise you will be the best Namek person. The elder said with some regret. Guests from afar, do you have anything else to do? The first elder looked at Lisu again. I want you to develop the potential for Piccolo. Also, I'm going to use Namek's Dragon Ball. Don't worry, I won't realize my wish to dominate the universe, and Dragon Ball doesn't have such great abilities, Lisu said. The first elder pondered for a while and said, Neela, you go and have someone bring the Dragon Ball over. Elder, I want to protect your safety, Neela said, giving Lisu a bad look. If he wants to hurt me, you are useless here. The elder shook his head. Although he could not see the depth of Lisu, he knew that Lisu was very strong. Hearing this, Neela flew away, and before leaving, he warned Lisu with his eyes. The elder put his hand on Piccolo's head again, with his eyes closed. A potential in Piccolo's body was guided out, and his combat power was rising. Originally, the combat power was only 1,000, but it reached 8,000 in an instant. Li Su also nodded with satisfaction, not because Piccolo's strength improved, but because he learned this trick. So strong. Piccolo was very excited. In such a short period of time, his strength had improved so much. Your current strength is still not as good as Son Goku. In about half a year, there will be a martial arts tournament on Earth. If you want to defeat Son Goku, you should practice in Namek. Li Su smiled. He was bored anyway, looking for an opponent for Son Goku. I will definitely defeat Son Goku. Piccolo said firmly. He didn't expect Son Goku to become so strong, and subconsciously felt that Li Su didn't need to lie to him. After a while, Nero came back with 7 Dragon Balls. I don't know the Namek language, you can help me translate it. Li Su said. Walking outside the house, his natural look made Neela very upset, but he still followed. Nero placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and said in Namek language, "Come out, Shenron." Suddenly the sky turned dark, and a bolt of lightning rose from the ground, straight into the sky. Yan. Immediately after, a dragon roar resounded in the sky, and a Shenron full of Western elements appeared in the sky. Say your wish, any wish can come true, but only 3. Shenron's voice was loud, his fat body floating in the air. Ding dong! The mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for getting the Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline plug-in. The electronic sound of the system machine sounded in Li Su's mind, making him very excited. At this time, Nei Lu turned his head to look at Li Su, motioning Li Su to express his wish. Li Su stabilized his excitement and said, "The first wish, what level of cultivation can you achieve immortality?" Although summoning Namek's Shenron is a task given by the system, he does have many questions and needs Shenron's help. Neela heard the words and translated Li Su's words to Shenron. Shenron pondered for a while and said, "If you cultivate to the realm of God, you can live forever. What is the realm of God?" Li Su continued to ask. Nei Lu translated again. Shenron said, "The dimensions are divided into planetary level, star level, galaxy level, universe level. After the universe level is the realm of gods." After Li Su knew the answer, he was very happy and finally had a small goal. "My last wish is to learn the language of God. This is very easy." A flash of light flashed in his scarlet eyes, and a message appeared in Li Su's mind, which was the language of God. Li Su learned the language of God for the future Super Dragon Ball. In his plan, he will definitely look for the Super Dragon Ball in the future. If he does not know the language of God, even if he finds 7 Super Dragon Balls, he will not be able to make a wish. Then, goodbye. Shenron fulfilled his 3 wishes, turned into 7 Dragon Balls again, and flew into the distance. "Okay, my wish has been fulfilled, so I'm leaving. Help me to thank the Great Elder," Li Su said, and looked at Piccolo again. "I'll pick you up in half a year." With a swoosh, Li Su disappeared in place. King Kai Star. With 4 iron rings on his hands and feet, Son Goku was training hard. Every step was very difficult. His training intensity at this time has exceeded Li Su's training at King Kai. "Li Su, I must have a good fight with you." Temple of Heaven. In the gravity training room, 20 is displayed on the gravity multiplier, and the air is squeezed into a dark red color, and Kling and Tian Xinyan are discussing. Leping couldn't stand such hard training and had already given up, while Dumpling couldn't keep up with everyone's footsteps, and couldn't continue to practice in the gravity training room. After fighting for a while, Kellen and Tian Xinyan were both panting and sweating profusely. Fighting under this gravity multiplier, their chi was consumed too fast. The 2 took a fairy bean each, and their physical strength recovered. Karen Taz fairy beans were not spoiled by Yaki Lobe, and the 2 of them took a lot of them from Karen Sama after they knew about the help of fairy beans in their cultivation. "Let's continue," Tian Xinyan said. "It is good." Kling is also full of fighting spirit, although it is difficult to surpass Son Goku, but also to narrow the gap with Son Goku, but what he doesn't know is that the gap between him and Son Goku is destined to get bigger and bigger. Everyone is working hard to cultivate, in order to fight in the world's first martial arts conference. And Li Su found Bulma after returning from Namek. "Li Su, what's the matter?" "I still have a lot of work to do," Bulma said. She had to worry a lot about their new home. "I just learned a new trick that can help you improve your combat effectiveness," Li Su said. He just learned the trick of developing potential from the elder, and he decided to help Bulma improve his strength first. Although the practice of this trick has certain limitations, but Li Su has a nuclear regeneration physique plug-in, this limitation is nothing to him. And developing potential is just a 2-star move, he learned it at a glance. "Really? Let's start now," Bulma said happily. Although she didn't like fighting, she also hoped that her strength could be higher. At least with the increase in combat power, the physique will also be enhanced, so as to resist Li Su's conquest. "It is good." Li Su put his hand on Bulma's head and slowly guided out the potential in Bulma's body. Bulma's momentum slowly rose, and soon, Bulma's combat power increased from 3,000 to 4,000. "I'm stronger again," Bulma said happily. "You will become stronger in the future." Li Su laughed. Bulma's potential is too low, and his combat power is not much improved. If you want to help Bulma become stronger, you still have to rely on the fruit of the spirit tree. "Yeah." Bulma smiled and nodded. This time, Bulma's improved combat power is not much, although he is a little uncomfortable for a while, but it is not like the last time. After helping Bulma develop their potential, Bulma went back to their new home. With the Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline plug-in, I can still transform into a normal Super Saiyan, but if I want to transform into the Legendary Super Saiyan, I can't do it now, and my mind will be eroded by the violent power immediately. Li Su just tried to transform into the Legendary Super Saiyan, and the violent power made him give up instantly. Although he longed for power, he didn't want to be controlled by it. It's better to train ordinary Super Saiyan to full power first, and the Legendary Super Saiyan will not be in a hurry to transform. Li Su secretly said. It's not easy to transform into the Legendary Super Saiyan and stay sane. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 25. Combat strength, 6 million. Law of force, 10/100. Possessed plugins, intermediate automatic training plugin, can automatically increase combat power by 200 points per day. Intermediate perception plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. The Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline plugin, nuclear regeneration plugin. After owning the bloodline of the Legendary Super Saiyan, the effect of the automatic training plugin has increased tenfold, which made Li Su have to sigh about the power of the bloodline plugin. However, after reaching 10% of the law of power, the speed of comprehension obviously slowed down, but Li Su also understood that things like the law must be more difficult as you go back. The world's #1 martial arts conference starts tomorrow. Do you want to participate? Bulma ran over and asked. In half a year, the villa on the island has been built, and the wedding is almost ready. Now, when the time is up, the two will hold the wedding. Participate. Li Su nodded. Although a martial arts tournament of this level is meaningless to him, it's good to go and play, and with Son Goku's character, even if Li Su doesn't participate, Son Goku will come to him to fight. Then let's go there now and sign up today, Bulma said. The two flew directly to the place where the martial arts conference was held. Bulma now also has 4,000 combat power points, and the flight speed is not too slow. When they were about to arrive, the two found an unmanned person and landed, and then walked over. Li Su, Bulma, this way. Not long after Li Su and Bulma walked into the scene, they heard Kling's voice. Following the voice, everyone was one step ahead of them. Li Su, this time we can finally fight well, Son Goku said excitedly. He left the King Kai Star a few days ago, and came from the temple with Kling and others. Son Goku, you are so tall, Bulma said in surprise. We also ate a pound. I didn't expect Son Goku to have such a big change after cultivating with Lord Kai Wang for 3 years. Krillin said, still a little envious. I don't know why I grew so tall all of a sudden. Son Goku scratched his head and smiled. If you want to fight with me, you have to defeat the other opponent first. Li Su smiled and looked in the other direction. There is a clock tower. At the top of the clock tower, there is a person standing. It is Piccolo who came back from Namek. 3 days ago, Li Su picked him up from Namek. Piccolo Daimao, Son Goku said solemnly. At the beginning, he defeated the old Piccolo so easily that the gods didn't tell him about the new Piccolo at all, but he could feel that the new Piccolo was very strong. Isn't Piccolo Daimao dead? Kling said, and there was no fear, because Li Su, a little butterfly, Kling was not killed by the old Piccolo's men. This is the son of the old Piccolo. The new generation of Piccolo Daimao is much stronger than the previous Piccolo Daimao. Li Su laughed. If Li Su hadn't brought Piccolo to Namek, Kaylin and others might have beaten Piccolo. But now, they are no match for Piccolo. I will definitely beat him, Son Goku said excitedly, adding another formidable opponent. Piccolo on the clock tower also glanced in the direction of Li Su and the others, snorted coldly, and flew away. Li Su, you haven't signed up yet. Kling said. Well, Li Su nodded. There are a lot more people participating in the competition this time than last time, but I don't know if there are any powerful players. Tian Xinyan said. There should be no one on earth more powerful than us. Li Ping said. After all, they all practiced in the Temple of Heaven. I went to sign up first. See you tomorrow, Li Su said. See you tomorrow. After Li Su signed up, he and Bulma found a hotel and stayed there. A battle was inevitable, and Bulma finally surrendered. The next morning, Li Su and Bulma came to the martial arts conference. Li Su directly used instant transmission to bring Bulma into the inside, so that Bulma could also watch the preliminary match, and he was bored outside alone. Li Su, you're finally here, the lottery is about to start, Kling said. I slept too late last night. Li Su smiled, and Bulma, who was beside him, secretly twisted Li Su's waist and looked at him with anger. Waiting for the dumplings will separate everyone, so as not to meet in the preliminary round, said Tian Xinyan. Li Su doesn't care about this, no matter who the opponent is, it will not be his opponent. Clap clap. At this point, someone tapped Son Goku twice on the shoulder, and everyone looked back and saw that it was a beautiful woman. Son Goku, said the girl. Who are you? Son Goku couldn't remember who he was. Idiot. When the girl heard the words, her originally smiling face suddenly became ugly, and she yelled, which startled Son Goku. I really don't know who you are, Son Goku said weakly, somewhat confused. The girl heard the words and left without looking back. Goku, you know such a beautiful girl. Krillin said enviously. Who the hell is she? Bulma asked. I know her too, I've never met her, Son Goku said. Not only did you know him, but you also promised to marry her. Li Su smiled. He recognized the girl early in the morning. It was Shishi. She was really pretty. Compared with the current Bulma, it is less charming and more innocent. What? Gaku, you have a marriage contract with such a beautiful girl. Krillin was even more surprised, and more envious. Marry her? When did I say that? Son Goku scratched his head, thinking carefully. I remembered that when Son Goku was in the Flaming Mountains, he promised to marry Ox King's daughter Shishi. Bulma suddenly realized. I seem to have said so, but what does it mean to marry her? Son Goku laughed. Kling and the others were immediately defeated by Son Goku's innocence. Marrying her is to hold a wedding with her, and then live together forever. Li Su and I will hold a wedding in a while, and everyone must come at that time. Bulma said. By the way, she and Li Su will be married. The news tells everyone. I really envy you. Krillin said, feeling a little frustrated. In the chat of everyone, the lottery started soon, and under the control of Dumplings, everyone was separated. Everyone went well in the preliminary round. Only Dumpling encountered a little accident and encountered the mechanical Tao Bibai, but the current Dumpling is not the one in the original book. Its strength is much higher, and Tao Bibai was easily defeated. The final 8 are Son Goku vs Shishi, Kailin vs Piccolo, Li Su vs Lepiang, Tian Xinyan vs Dumpling. Neither Tian Shen nor Yaki Lobe participated in the martial arts conference this time, and this was also the storm that Li Su, a little butterfly, stirred up. After a short rest, everyone heard the host's voice. The quarterfinals of the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament has officially started. Next, let's invite players Son Goku and Anonymous to compete on the stage. I'm going to the competition. Son Goku said to everyone and stepped into the ring. Humph. Shishi was very upset when she saw Son Goku. She had waited so long that Son Goku didn't know her anymore. You're Shishi, I already know that, Son Goku said. You remembered. Shishi said happily. Well, although I didn't know what marriage meant at first, since I have promised you, I will definitely make a travel appointment. Son Goku said seriously. Now I don't agree, you have to beat me. Shishi said proudly. Is that all right? Son Goku said. Don't underestimate me. Shishi was suddenly upset again. Then be careful. Son Goku said. Shishi's strength. He saw clearly. Boom! Son Goku threw a punch, and the punch hit Shishi's body. Before Shishi could react, Son Goku knocked him out of the ring. It hurts. Shishi rubbed his head. Son Goku player wins. The host came back to his senses and announced loudly that the process of the game was too short. He didn't have time to explain. It was already over. Shishi. Son Goku walked to the edge of the ring and stretched out his hand, trying to pull Shishi up. As expected of the person I'm marrying. Shishi said happily, walking onto the ring, holding Son Goku's arm. Shishi, don't do this, it's inconvenient to walk. Son Goku frowned. I'm so envious. Krillin looked at it with red eyes. I didn't expect Shishi to look so beautiful back then, Bulma said. It's not as beautiful as you. Li Su said. He still understands this point of thought, and he must not say that other women are beautiful in front of his own woman. Following, I'll invite contestants Kellen and the second generation of demons to compete. The host's voice reached the backstage again. Krillin, be careful, he's very strong, Son Goku reminded. Goku, don't worry, we have also practiced very hard in the past few years, which will definitely surprise you. Kailin smiled, he was still somewhat confident in his own strength. Kling and Piccolo stepped into the ring, and everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to the past. Little devil, after defeating you, and then defeating Son Goku, I will definitely let you know how powerful I am. Piccolo Daimao. Piccolo said. Come on. Krillin said without fear. Krillin clenched his fists in both hands and swung out suddenly, 2 energy balls attacking Piccolo. Small idea. Piccolo jumped lightly and jumped into the sky, but with a flick of Kling's hands, the 2 energy balls turned and hit Piccolo in the sky. Cut. Piccolo was a little annoyed, and shattered lightly. 2 rays of light emitted from his eyes, colliding with the 2 energy balls. The fierce battle between Kling and the second generation player from the beginning was an eye-opener. The host explained passionately, as if to make up for the lack of the previous game. However, at this time, Kling came to Piccolo's back at some point and punched Piccolo, but Piccolo's figure disappeared suddenly, and Kling was empty. Krillin, danger! Son Goku shouted. Piccolo had already appeared behind Krillin and clasped his fists with his hands. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he slammed down Krillin hard. Call out? Like a falling meteor, Krillin quickly fell to the ground, and the landing point was outside the field. At the moment when he was about to land, Kellin's body suddenly stopped and floated there. It's dangerous. Kailin was secretly surprised, and he almost lost. Little devil, use whatever strength you have as soon as possible. This strength is not my opponent. Piccolo fell from the air and said disdainfully. Krillin wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said, just let you see my trick. When everyone was looking forward to what Kellin's ultimate move was, Kellin took out a bottle, opened the lid on it, and put it on the ground. I didn't expect Master Roshi to pass this trick to Kailin. Li Su smiled. Seeing Kailin's move, Li Su knew that Kailin was going to use the magic seal wave, which was Master Roshi's bottom-of-the-box trick. Even Son Goku didn't teach him. Compared to Son Goku, Krillin is more of a direct disciple of Master Roshi. Magic seal wave. A light burst out between Krillin's hands, in a spiral shape, surrounding Piccolo. Little devil, this kind of move is useless to me. Piccolo's mouth twitched slightly, and there was a huge gap between the strengths of the two. Even if this move restrained him, it still couldn't help him. The magic seal wave returns. Piccolo opened his hands, a burst of light burst out, and the magic seal wave bounced back directly. How is this possible? Kling was very surprised that his trick was cracked by Piccolo like this. The bouncing magic seal wave directly sealed Krillin into the bottle, but Piccolo didn't cap the bottle, just kicked the bottle off the ring. He just needed to win the game. Krillin came out of the bottle again, panting. Obviously, the magic seal wave was a lot more expensive. This magic seal wave is really the nemesis of the demon clan. If Piccolo is still a pure demon clan, maybe it will really be sealed. Li Su secretly said. The current Piccolo is different from the previous Piccolo. Although he claims to be a demon, he is actually not a real demon, so the effect of Mo Fengbo's restraint on him is not so strong, and Kellen's strength is still poor. A little. Krillin, it's good, you are much stronger than before. Son Goku said to the dejected Krillin. Krillin's strength really surprised him. After cultivating in the gravity training room for a year, Kellen's combat power has increased to 5,000. But still lost. Krillin smiled bitterly. Originally, I thought that I had practiced so hard, but this time I would definitely be able to perform well, but I didn't expect to lose so quickly. You're already amazing, Son Goku said. The fight between Kling and Piccolo was over, and it was the turn of Li Su and Leping in the third game. Li Su, come on. Bulma said. I will. Li Su laughed. He didn't expect to meet Leping again. The last time he participated in the martial arts conference, he met Leping in the top 8. When Li Su boarded the ring, Leping was in a bad mood. He knew that he was definitely not Li Su's opponent. Just use all your strength. Li Su said. He was not in the mood to fight him slowly. Leping didn't refute either, and was ready to use his own trick. Goku, why didn't Leping start? Klein asked suspiciously. He's gathering his chi, Son Goku said. Fuck the gas bomb. Leping shouted, and an energy ball condensed out and attacked Li Su. Li Su's expression didn't change at all. With a slight movement of his body, he ducked away, but Leping's fingers tickled again, and the energy ball flew back again. Li Su shook his head, reached out and grabbed the energy ball and squeezed it lightly. Boom! It was directly crushed. How is that possible? Leping couldn't believe his eyes. It's so strong. Son Goku's eyes lit up with light. Although Li Su's move seemed simple, it was very difficult to do. He needed to control his chi extremely well, otherwise the energy ball would explode directly. I admit defeat. Li Ping said in a dejected manner. His unique moves were so vulnerable in front of Li Su that he could defeat Li Su more than he could, and even encountering Li Su was very difficult. Leping player admits defeat, Li Su player wins, the host announced loudly. After Li Su won the game, he walked backstage. Li Su, you are really amazing. Bulma said happily. Didn't you already know I'm amazing? Li Su said, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Rogue. Bulma said, blushing. The fourth game was Tien Shinyan against Dumpling. Dumpling conceded defeat. He didn't want to fight Tien Shinyan and knew that he was not Tien Shinyan's opponent. The remaining semi-finals and finals will not be held until the next day. Li Su and Bulma went back, not with Son Goku's people, and he didn't want the world of two with Bulma to be ruined by others. The next day, Li Su brought Bulma to the competition site. Bulma had 2 dark circles under her eyes. Li Su asked her to rest more. She insisted on watching Li Su's competition. Women who don't get enough sleep are prone to wrinkles, says Li Su. I'm not blaming you, like a bull, and I don't know how tired. Bulma said angrily. If she hadn't begged for mercy, it might not have ended in the morning. You didn't say that last night. Li Su smiled. I'll ignore you. Bulma's 2-finger meditation made a 360-degree rotation, venting his dissatisfaction, and then said, I already have eternal youth and won't grow wrinkles. How could I forget this? Li Su laughed. He almost forgot that he had made a wish to Shenron to give Bulma eternal youth. When I came to the game, Son Goku and others had already arrived. Today's first game is Piccolo vs Son Goku. This game still made Li Su a little looking forward to it. It is probably the most exciting game of all the games. Son Goku players and the second generation players, please come to the stage to compete, the host shouted. Son Goku and Piccolo both jumped into the ring. Son Goku, I will definitely beat you today. Piccolo said, looking forward to today's fight for a long time, just wanting to beat Son Goku. I'm excited too. Son Goku laughed. Let's start. Piccolo took off his cape and threw it to the ground, making a big hole directly on the ground. He was wearing such a heavy gravity suit when he was fighting with me, what a monster. Krillin said in surprise. When they were practicing in the temple, they also wore the gravity suit, but they took it off during the competition. Hey, then I'll be more serious. Son Goku laughed and took off the gravity suit, which was heavier than the one on Piccolo. Both of them are monsters. Kling said, looking at Li Su again, guessing whether Li Su was also wearing a gravity suit. Li Su guessed what Kellen was thinking and said, I'm not wearing a gravity suit, that thing is useless to me. With his strength, the effect of gravity clothes on him is minimal. Only when he is cultivating, he feels that the gravity is not enough, so he only wears it. In the ring, Piccolo and Son Goku are already fighting. Piccolo's right hand suddenly became longer and grabbed towards Son Goku, but Son Goku grabbed both hands and threw Piccolo into the sky. Immediately after, Son Goku jumped again, chasing after Piccolo. Piccolo suddenly stabilized his body, spread his fingers, and fired an energy ball towards Son Goku, who hurriedly blocked his hands in front of him. Boom! The explosion of flames overwhelmed Son Goku's figure. The smoke dissipated, and Son Goku's figure reappeared in everyone's field of vision. He was not injured, but his clothes were slightly torn. Goku, watch out! Krillin yelled when he saw Piccolo appear behind Son Goku. Piccolo's mouth twitched slightly, his hands clasped together, and he slammed down Son Goku. Whoosh! Making our figure suddenly disappear, Piccolo's attack failed. Immediately after, Son Goku appeared behind Piccolo and kicked Piccolo with a sweep. Bang! Piccolo slammed into the arena, smashing a hole in the ring, and the broken stones flew in all directions. Li Su shot and blocked several pieces that were attacking Bulma. Wonderful? It's really wonderful? Son Goku players and the second generation players showed us a wonderful game from the beginning. The host explained passionately. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly mobilized, and there was a burst of cheers. Son Goku fell from the sky, glanced at Piccolo in the pit, did not continue to attack, and said, "Get up, this attack still can't beat you." Hearing this, Piccolo jumped up from the pit, wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "You are indeed a strong opponent, but I will still defeat you. I won't lose either." Son Goku said, "Call out? Call out?" The figures of the two disappeared at the same time, and then there was a violent collision on the ring, and the audience could not see the figures of the two at all. "It's so fast," Tien Shinyan said with a solemn expression. Piccolo and Son Goku's strength had already surpassed him at this time, and his three eyes still couldn't keep up with the speed of the two. Whoosh! Piccolo's breathing was chaotic and he began to gasp for breath, while Son Goku was like a normal person. The difference between the two was clear. "Your strength is beyond my expectations. It has improved so much," Son Goku said excitedly. The old Piccolo had only a little more than 200 combat power, but the current Piccolo has 18,000 combat power. "Damn, I won't lose to you." Piccolo was very unwilling. He had already realized that Son Goku was not using his full strength. With a kick on the ground, he dashed towards Son Goku. However, when reaching Son Goku suddenly disappeared. "Piccolo, I already know your strength, you are not my opponent." Son Goku's voice sounded beside Piccolo's ear. Piccolo followed the voice, not knowing how Son Goku got there. Piccolo's right index finger and middle finger were placed between his eyebrows, and his chi rose sharply. Son Goku watched from the side without interrupting Piccolo. He was looking forward to a stronger opponent. Magic Light Killer Cannon. Piccolo gave a loud shout and pointed his right index and middle fingers at Son Goku, sending out a spiral of light. Son Goku frowned slightly, and with a slight movement of his body, he ducked. "Although such a move is powerful, it's useless if you can't hit anyone," Son Goku said, seeing the shortcomings of this move at a glance. "Stop talking nonsense." Piccolo naturally knew that, but he had no better way to continue attacking Son Goku. Boom! Piccolo just rushed in front of Son Goku, but his movement stopped abruptly. Son Goku hit Piccolo's stomach with his elbow. Piccolo's body was slightly bent, and the bitter water was spit out. So strong, such a formidable opponent, in Son Goku's hands, there is no way to fight back. Kling was amazed at Son Goku's strength. 50,000 combat power, it really surprises me. Li Su sighed secretly. He didn't expect that he would give Son Goku so much motivation, and his strength was so much stronger than in the original book. "Piccolo, I hope to have a good fight with you next time," Son Goku said, throwing Piccolo off the ring. Son Goku player wins. The host announced loudly. This game was unprecedentedly exciting, and even he didn't know how to explain it for a while. "Okay." The scene cheered. "Brother Tien, come on," Dumpling said, "and Tien Shinyan will play next game." "I will definitely do my best." Tien Shinyan nodded. Although he knew that he was not Li Su's opponent, he still wanted to do his best. "We will invite players Tien Shinyan and Li Su to the stage to compete," the host announced loudly. "Li Su, come on," Bulma said. "If there is a reward, I will work harder." Li Su smiled. "Rogue." Bulma rolled her eyes at Li Su. "Haha." Li Su laughed and walked towards the ring. Tien Shinyan looked at Li Su with a solemn expression. "Use all your strength," Li Su said. He didn't like Son Goku, after letting the opponent use all his strength, and then shooting to defeat the enemy. "Be careful." Tien Shinyan nodded. Solar Flare. Tien Shinyan put his hands on both sides of his head, and suddenly he shouted. A burst of light radiated from his body, like the sun, so that people couldn't open their eyes. After using Solar Flare, Tien Shinyan immediately attacked Li Su. He knew that even if Li Su was hit, the chance would only be for a moment, and if he was wrong, it would be gone. Success. When his fist hit Li Su, he was very happy, but his face changed immediately. The fist passed through Li Su's body. What he hit was just an afterimage. Where? Tien Shinyan looked around for Li Su. His eyes kept spinning on his forehead. "It's not enough to make my eyes invisible." Li Su's voice sounded beside Tien Shinyan's ear. Tien Shinyan looked back in horror. Li Su had appeared behind him at some point. "You have one more chance, don't let me down," Li Su continued. "Strong? Too strong." Tien Shinyan's forehead was sweating coldly. Even if Li Su didn't do anything, he put a lot of pressure on him. The difference in strength between the two was too great. "Brother Tien, come on," Dumpling shouted loudly. After hearing the words, Tian Xinyan calmed down a little. One figure became 2, 2 became 4, and 10 Tian Xinyan appeared on the ring. Oh my god, there are 4 Tian Xinyan players at once. Could it be that Tian Xinyan players are quadruplets? The host said in surprise. The 4-body fist is a good move. The corners of Li Su's mouth twitched slightly. Immediately after doing the same with Tian Xinyan, he also turned into 4. Li Su turned into 4 players. What the hell is going on? The host shouted loudly. How is that possible? Tian Xinyan couldn't believe his eyes. These 4-body punches were his newly researched moves. How could Li Su also do it? It's amazing. Son Goku was also very surprised, not at the power of the 4-body boxing, but at Li Su's talent, which he learned in a short period of time. I didn't expect that Tian Xinyan also developed his own unique trick. Kellen muttered. He had been practicing with Tian Xinyan, but he didn't even know it. Li Su has an intermediate level savvy plug-in and a nuclear regeneration physique. The 4-body boxing can be learned at a glance. The combat power is divided into 4, and it is useless to fight. Li Su frowned and said, 4 Li Su with a combat power of 1.5 million are not the opponents of a Li Su with a combat power of 6 million. In the world of Dragon Ball, the gap in strength cannot be made up by the number of people at all. I don't know if it will work for cultivation. Li Su secretly asked. It's a good idea to use it for training, but he doesn't have time now, so he can only try it after the game is over. Okay, it's time to end the game. Li Su said a word, and the 4 Li Su moved at the same time, and came to the 4 Tian Xinyan in a blink of an eye. Bang bang bang! 4 voices sounded one after another, and all 4 Tian Xinhans were knocked out, stacked under the ring, and resynthesized into 1 Tian Xinyan. Of the 4 Li Sus, 3 of them dissipated, leaving only 1 on the ring. Outside the field, Li Su won, the host announced loudly. Brother Tian. Dumpling immediately flew towards Tian Xinyan and helped Tian Xinyan up. I'm fine. Tian Xinyan shook his head, just a little discouraged. After practicing for so long, he was still so vulnerable in front of Li Su. The finals of the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin, and players Li Su and Son Goku happen to be the champions of the last 2 tournaments. Who will win the final victory? The host shouted loudly. Amid the cheers of everyone, Li Su and Son Goku stepped into the ring. Li Su, I finally have a chance to fight you again. Son Goku said happily. Li Su didn't come to the last martial arts conference, which made him regret for a long time. Goku, just use all your strength. I don't want to try a little bit. Li Su shook his head. Although Son Goku is much stronger than the original, the gap between him and him is still too great. There is no suspense in the outcome of this battle. Then you have to be careful. Son Goku said seriously. He knew that Li Su was very strong. Bring it on. A burst of white arrogance erupted from Son Goku, and a strong wind suddenly blew up. Kaylin and others blocked their hands in front of their eyes, and the strong wind blew their cheeks. So strong, Goku has become so powerful. Krillin said both happily and bitterly. The gap between him and Son Goku was so big. Damn, I will never lose next time. Piccolo said unwillingly, clenching his fists. He didn't even force Son Goku's full strength. If Son Goku had fought with all his strength early in the morning, he probably wouldn't have lasted 3 seconds. Call out? Son Goku kicked the ground with his foot, and his whole body rushed towards Li Su. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, he came to Li Su and attacked several times in succession, but Li Su easily avoided it, which seemed very relaxed. It was so fast that they all escaped. Krillin said in surprise. Li Su hasn't really moved yet. I really don't know how strong he is. Tian Xinyan said, as if he would never be able to push Li Su's limit. Goku, you've attacked so many times, it's my turn. Li Su smiled, flicking his fingers. Boom! It bounced on Son Goku's forehead, throwing him straight away. After flying far away, Son Goku regained his stability and flew back to the ring. It hurts. Son Goku rubbed his forehead. Li Su's seemingly random blow made him feel like he was unavoidable. Li Su, you are really strong. Son Goku said excitedly. This is the excitement after meeting a strong opponent. I know you still have Kaioken, so hurry up and use it. Li Su said casually, wanting to end this boring match as soon as possible. You must have learned this trick from Lord Kaio, Son Goku said. Kaioken is a chicken rib for me now, and it doesn't have much effect. Li Su said, after he can transform into Super Saiyan, Kaioken's role is not very big. As for Super Saiyan stacking Kaioken, he has also tried it, and the load on the body is too great, and the body will collapse almost instantly. Only Son Goku can use Kaioken 10 times in the Super Blue Realm. I really don't know how Son Goku survives. Kaioken? What's the move? Listening to Li Su and Son Goku, it seems like a pretty powerful move. Krillin muttered. Kaioken. Son Goku shouted loudly, and the originally white arrogance was covered with red arrogance, and his breath increased a lot. Li Su, be careful. Son Goku continued to attack Li Su faster than before. Just doubling the Kaioken is not enough, let's do your best. Li Su said while dodging Son Goku's attack. 5 times Kaioken. Son Goku continues to increase Kaioken's multiples, and the load on his body also increases. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Son Goku attacked again, but he still couldn't even wipe the corner of Li Su's clothes, and looking at Li Su's ease, he was far from reaching Li Su's limit. Son Goku gritted his teeth and roared, 10 times Kaioken. What a lunatic. Li Su secretly complained, and he knew exactly how much load the 10 times Kaioken put on his body. Li Su, do you only dodge? Son Goku couldn't beat Li Su, so he thought of using words to provoke him. Okay, let me show you my power. Li Su smiled. Immediately afterwards, Li Su's figure disappeared. Where? Son Goku searched hard, but couldn't sense Li Su's location at all. Boom! Suddenly, Li Su appeared in front of Son Goku and punched Son Goku in the stomach. Son Goku's momentum dissipated directly, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Goku, Shishi and Krillin both shouted, some worried about Son Goku. Referee, you can start counting. Li Su said. 1, 2. Goku, stand up. Krillin cheered Son Goku on the side. I lost, the gap between the two is too big. Li Su didn't do much at all. Even if Son Goku stood up, he wouldn't be able to win. Tian Xinyan said in a dejected tone, not knowing if it was for Son's sake. Goku is sad, but sad for himself. 8, 9, 10. Li Su won the victory and won the championship of the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. The host announced loudly, thinking that he had won the championship himself. Goku. Kling immediately flew into the ring and fed Son Goku a fairy bean. Li Su also flew off the ring, and participating in this martial arts conference was purely for fun. The championship means nothing to him. Li Su, you are amazing. Bulma said happily, with 3 points of pride on his face. I prefer you to say this at night. Li Su whispered in Bulma's ear, and Bulma's little face suddenly turned red. Li Su, I will definitely practice hard and fight with you next time. Son Goku recovered completely after eating the fairy beans and flew to Li Su's side. Li Su, how strong is your strength? Kaylin asked. They had no idea where Li Su's limit was. With a numerical value, Son Goku's current combat power is 50,000, and my current combat power is 6 million. Li Su laughed, and didn't say his combat power after turning into Super Saiyan, so as not to hit everyone too hard. What a monster. Kaylin muttered. He didn't expect such a big gap. Even if he was working hard, he couldn't catch up. Okay, let's go back first. For my wedding with Bulma, everyone must come. Li Su said. In the training room, Li Su was trying to practice with 4 body fists. The 4 figures, fighting in pairs, finally developed into a melee of 4. After a while, 3 of them disappeared, and 1 was reassembled. Oh, it's still too simple to think. Li Su was a little disappointed, and the idea of practicing with 4 body fists did not succeed. If 4 Li Sus with 1.5 million combat powers cultivate for one day, each of them will increase their combat power by 1,000, and only 4,000 when they reconcile, but a Li Su with 6 million combat powers will increase their combat power by 10,000 after training for one day. The higher the combat power, the easier it will be to increase the equivalent combat power. Li Su just ignored this. Let's practice honestly. Li Su secretly said, no longer thinking about those tricks. In a blink of an eye, the day of Li Su and Bulma's wedding arrived. For this day, the two have been preparing for more than half a year. The grand wedding can be said to be unprecedented, and almost people all over the world know about it. Today's Bulma is really the most beautiful. Looking at Bulma in a wedding dress, Li Su lost his mind for a long time, and was reluctant to take his eyes away. Have you not seen enough? Bulma was still very happy when she saw Li Su staring at her, indicating that her beauty could still attract Li Su. I haven't seen enough, even if I've seen enough for a lifetime. Li Su smiled. The two were busy for most of the day, and all the wedding ceremony was finally over. Wow, it's so delicious. Son Goku kept eating there. Shishi was a little embarrassed watching him beside him. Shishi, what are you pulling me for? Son Goku frowned. Goku, when eating out, keep basic etiquette, Shishi said. It's too troublesome to eat like that, Son Goku said. Goku, you and Shishi's wedding should be getting ready. Krillin said. None of the people at this table were outsiders. This was specially arranged by Li Su and Bulma. Li Su also knew about Son Goku's appetite, so the food prepared was several times that of other tables. Well, it's already being prepared. Son Goku nodded as he ate. But it's not as grand as Li Su and Bulma. Shishi added that she also wanted such a wedding in her heart, but it was a bit unrealistic. Bulma's family is the richest man in the world, so the wedding is naturally grand, Li Ping said. I envy you guys. Krillin said with a bitter face. He didn't even have a girlfriend yet, and Son Goku was already getting married. How's everyone eating? Li Su and Bulma came over. Bulma, you're so beautiful today. Master Roshi looked at Bulma sternly. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Bulma smashed Master Roshi's head with a punch, and immediately smashed a big bag. The current Bulma is not the weak Bulma, with 4,000 combat power. It hurts. Master Roshi screamed. You deserve it. If you want to take advantage of me, I will tell Li Su to teach you a good lesson, Bulma said viciously. When Master Roshi heard this, he ducked aside in fright, causing everyone to laugh. Bulma, can you please help me make a universe ship? Son Goku said suddenly. You want to go to universe too? Bulma said in surprise. Well, the earth is no longer suitable for me to cultivate. If I want to become stronger, I have to go to universe, so that I can have a good fight with Li Su. Son Goku said. Goku, you went to universe, what should I do? Shishi said sadly. I didn't plan to go now, Son Goku said, worried too. The matter of the universe spaceship will be left to me, and I will prepare it for you when Li Su's honeymoon is over. Bulma said. She has no free time now. Thank you, Bulma. Son Goku thanked. Goku, I'll go with you when the time comes. Krillin said suddenly. He also wanted to become stronger, and going to universe was the best way. I'm going too, Tien Shinyan said. Brother Tien. Dumpling shouted worriedly. Dumplings, you stay on Earth for a while and wait for me to practice. Tien Shinyan said. He didn't want to bring Dumplings with him. The strength of Dumplings could not keep up with the pace. It would be very dangerous to go to universe. Everyone looked at Leping again, and Leping said with a smile, I won't go, even if I work hard, I still can't beat Li Su and Son Goku. Everyone didn't say anything about Leping's decision. I'm going too. Piccolo, who had not spoken at this time, suddenly said, which surprised everyone. I will definitely beat Son Goku. Piccolo said. In the original work, only Piccolo did not give up his practice from beginning to end. If he was not limited by blood, his achievements would not be comparable to Son Goku, but he would never be weaker than Vegeta. Okay, 1 year later, let's go together. Son Goku nodded. Li Su, can you teach me that move that enables instant transmission? Son Goku looked at Li Su again. He knew that this move was very useful in universe. Yes, but this move is very difficult to learn. It's up to you whether you can learn it or not. Li Su nodded and didn't care. A ray of light lit up on the index and middle fingers, and moved towards the center of Son Goku's eyebrows. Suddenly, a message appeared in Son Goku's mind, which was about instant transmission. This is a little secret technique that Li Su learned from the planet Adela, the spiritual conduction technique. It is not very useful and can only be used to transmit information. It's amazing. Son Goku opened his eyes and initially digested the information in his mind. Kellen and Tien Shinyan also looked at Li Su and wanted to learn this instant transmission. Your combat effectiveness is too low. If learning instant transmission is a waste of time, you might as well focus on improving your combat effectiveness. If you really want to learn, you can ask Son Goku to teach you, Li Su said. Hearing the words, the two nodded. After the banquet was over, everyone dispersed. That night, Li Su and Bulma fought a fierce battle. Bulma worked harder than any other time, but in the end, he was no match for Li Su. The next day, the sun was already high, and the two were worthy of waking up. Don't pretend to be asleep. Li Su saw that Bulma's eyes moved, but he didn't dare to open them. He pretended to be asleep and smiled slightly. Humph. Bulma snorted coldly. Let's have a good rest today. Li Su said. Yesterday's Bulma was too tempting. He was arrogant and tired Bulma. What a bull. Bulma felt like his whole body was about to fall apart, and glared at Li Su angrily. Although the two of them have done everything they should have done, yesterday was of great significance. The two of them had a very high passion that lasted until midnight. It works in theory, but this Super Dragon Ball is too big. I have never made such a big universal capsule. Whether it can work or not can only be known by trying it. Bulma sent a robot to investigate the situation around the Super Dragon Ball, and felt that it would be feasible to make the Super Dragon Ball into a universal capsule. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. We can go back to Earth and make a wish to Shenron for a space bracelet or something. Li Su said. Yeah. Bulma nodded, getting busy. And when Li Su and Bulma were thinking about how to take the Super Dragon Ball away, they didn't know that their actions had attracted the attention of others. In a special space in the 7th universe, a young man was leisurely mowing flowers and plants, humming an unknown tune. The young man had upside-down white hair, a halo around his neck, and his clothes were a little different. If Li Su saw him, he would definitely recognize it as Angel Whis from the 7th universe. Hey, someone moved the Super Dragon Ball. Whis stopped the movement in his hand, tapped the scepter lightly on the ground, and a light curtain popped up. The figures displayed on the light curtain were Li Su and Bulma. What a fun guy to think of handling a Super Dragon Ball this way. Whis laughed. However, there are 7 Super Dragon Balls in total, and a few are in the 6th universe. Even if he finds all the Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe, it will be of no use at all. Each universe is relatively isolated. It is not so easy to go to other universes. With Li Su's current strength, it is absolutely impossible. Husband, what's the matter? Bulma asked in confusion when she saw that Li Su's expression was a little wrong. It's okay. Li Su shook his head and thought to himself, is there an illusion? He sensed that a pair of eyes were staring at him just now, but it felt impossible. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about what happened just now, and continued to help Bulma make the Super Dragon Ball into a universal capsule. In the Gods of Destruction world, Whis was a little surprised. It's more and more interesting to be able to find out that I'm watching in secret. Whis smiled, showing a little interest in Li Su. Husband, I succeeded. On this day, Li Su was cultivating, and Bulma ran over excitedly. Look. Bulma gestured to the omnipotent capsule in her hand. She was still very fulfilled to accomplish such a feat. Bulma, you are definitely the most powerful scientist. Li Su smiled and took Bulma around. Put me down. Bulma said. Haha. Husband, let's go find the next Dragon Ball, Bulma said. Don't worry. Li Su smiled and walked into the room with Bulma in his arms. What are you doing? Bulma exclaimed. What do you think? Li Su smiled charmingly. Soon, there was a gasp in the room that lasted for several hours. Husband, the next Dragon Ball will be in the Western Galaxy, and it will take about 4 months. Bulma calculated the distance of the next Dragon Ball. Well, we have no shortage of time now, but Bulma, you can study space wormhole technology in the future, then the speed of the spacecraft will be much faster, Li Su said. I've tried it too, but it takes a lot of energy to get through the wormhole, and it's still a bit difficult, said Bulma, who had already studied it. There are many things in the universe that can provide energy. When you encounter better energy in the future, you can definitely research it, Li Su said. He didn't know much about these science and technology, so he couldn't be of much help. Bulma nodded. Bulma, you check the location of the planet Madama, if it's not far away, we'll go there, Li Su thought suddenly. Hearing this, Bulma tapped his jade-like fingers quickly, and he soon had a result. He said, the planet Metamor is near our route. Then let's go to planet Madama, Li Su said. The fusion technique of the Metamorans has always been a move that Li Su wanted to learn. Although the movements are a bit ugly, the effect is really huge. Li Su has imagined using 4 body punches to perform fusion, but whether this is possible or not, Li Su does not know now. If it is possible, this will be one of his trump cards. Because Li Su is not willing to do such a shameful move if it is not necessary. And there must be more than this one trick on the planet Madama, maybe there will be other powerful tricks, Li Su wants to see it. In the gravity training room, 500 was displayed on the control panel, and the compressed air appeared dark red. 998, 999, 1000. Li Su's right index finger rested on the ground, and the whole person stood upside down. Push UPS in this position have increased the difficulty by many times. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and a lot of sweat had accumulated on the ground. When the 1000 were done, Li Su flipped and stood up. Bang! At this moment, the universe spaceship suddenly swayed, and an alarm sounded in universe. Li Su immediately came to the control room with instant transmission. Bulma, what's going on? Husband, I met a group of thieves. I wanted to solve it myself, but their strength seems to be good, and the weapons on the spaceship can't help them. Bulma said, this is not the first time I have encountered universe thieves. At first, they were all handed over to Li Su, but Bulma saw that the strength of these thieves was not very good, so he took this task over. On the way, she also solved a lot of thieves, but this time the encounter was slightly stronger than the previous ones. How many? Li Su asked. Bulma quickly tapped the control panel a few times, and the screen showed the situation around the ship, with a dozen universe ships surrounding them. These ships look like the ships of the Frisia Corps, Li Su said. Bang! The spaceship was attacked again and shook a bit. Fortunately, Bulma's defense device installed on the spaceship was not bad, and the opponent's attack did not cause any damage to the spaceship. Bulma, wait here, I'll deal with them, Li Su said. After he finished speaking, he disappeared with a swoosh. In the other spaceship, several universe people are controlling the universe spaceship, and 3 people are standing leisurely on the side. The 2 are taller, 1 brown and 1 green, and the remaining 1 is short and purple-skinned. Lord Shaza, the defense of the opponent's spaceship is too strong, and our weapons can't break their defense. One person ran over to report to Shaza, with cold sweat on his forehead. These 3 are the mecha units under Cooler, the brown-skinned Nez, the green-skinned Dre, and the purple-skinned Shavza, who is the captain. What a waste, Shaza said indifferently. Whoosh! At this moment, Li Su's figure appeared out of thin air in the center of the spaceship. Who? At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Li Su, including the 3 of them. It turned out to be some rubbish from Cooler's subordinates, Li Su said disdainfully. After seeing the other party's universe spaceship, he guessed that the other party was Cooler or Kurd's subordinates. Court death. At this time, one of Shaw's subordinates fired a shot at Li Su with the laser gun in his hand. However, Li Su's body disappeared in place, then appeared in front of him, grabbed his neck, pinched it lightly, and broke it directly. Seeing this, the remaining few people immediately aimed at Li Su with their laser guns. SHHHHHH. Several rays of light shot out, and those who aimed their guns at Li Su fell down. Who the hell are you? Shaza looked at Li Su with a gloomy expression. Over the years, no one has ever dared to despise their mecha troop like this. You don't deserve to know my name, Li Su said. Whoosh whoosh. Just after Li Su's words were finished, the 3 of Shaza attacked Li Su at the same time. They fought together for many years, and the 3 of them developed a good tacit understanding. Aurora Finger. High voltage current. Golden light air cannon. The 3 stood in 3 directions, and the first shot was a unique move, locking Li Su in the middle. Boom! Li Su was submerged in the flames of the explosion, the spaceship swayed for a while, the alarm sounded one after another, and it looked like it was about to crash at any time. Let's go, the spaceship is about to crash, Shaza said, preparing to run to the other spaceships. If you want to go, I'll give you a ride. Li Su's voice sounded in their ears, and the 3 of them turned around in horror and saw an energy ball condensed in Li Su's hands. The Kamehameha wave. Li Su pushed forward with both hands, and the energy ball struck the 3 of them like lightning bolts. Do not. The 3 of Shaza roared unwillingly, but they still couldn't change the ending. The energy ball pushed the 3 of them and flew out, leaving a huge hole in the spaceship, followed by a bang and turned into universe's dust. After solving the 3 of Shaza, Li Su flew to universe and destroyed all the remaining universe spaceships. After that, Li Su returned to his universe spaceship. Husband, who is the other party? Bulma asked. It is impossible for ordinary thieves to have such strength. You must know that the weapons she has developed, those with a combat power of less than 10,000, can't resist them at all. It's Cooler's mecha unit, Li Su said. Bulma is also familiar with the situation of Northern Galaxy, and naturally knows who Cooler is. Our current position is within Cooler's sphere of influence. I'm afraid it won't be long before Cooler catches up, Bulma said worriedly. The three Frisia fathers and sons each occupy a part of the Northern Galaxy, and Cooler's territory is in the west of the Northern Galaxy. After Li Su and the others found the first Super Dragon Ball, they flew to the Western Galaxy to find the second Super Dragon Ball, which just happened to pass through Cooler's strength range. Don't worry, if Cooler catches up, it's enough to deal with him, Li Su said casually. A Cooler, he still didn't pay attention. Yeah, Bulma nodded. With Li Su around, she felt safe. Cooler Planet. In a grand hall, Cooler is sitting in the first place, tasting red wine comfortably. King Cooler, King Shaves's life signal disappeared. A universe person came in tremblingly and reported. Click. As soon as the words fell, the wine glass in Cooler's hand was crushed, and the bright red wine flowed from the fingers like blood. Who did it? We've locked the Fang Yu spaceship. Immediately arrange the universe spaceship. I want to see who dares to oppose me. Cooler said coldly. He didn't care much about the death of a few subordinates. The key was to make him lose face. The last time he learned that his younger brother Frisia's Genet team had been destroyed, he even taunted Frisia once. If Frisia knew that his mecha team had also been destroyed, he would have expected Frisia's appearance. Yes, Lord Cooler. The universe man quickly withdrew, not wanting to stay longer. Frozen demons are cruel by nature, they don't even care about their own relatives, not to mention others. When Cooler is unhappy, they kill many of their subordinates. In the dark universe, stars are dotted. A universe spaceship sailed fast, and a white arrogance formed behind it, like a tail. In the training room, Li Su was trying out his new moves. I saw Li Su fired an energy ball, but quickly moved to the front of the energy ball and let the energy ball hit him. But the imagined explosion did not appear. After the energy ball hit him, it disappeared silently like water falling into the sea, without causing any waves. This trick really works. Li Su laughed. This is a trick he developed by using the law of space, which is to cover the surface of his body with space energy, and transfer the power that hits him to other places. Just like the Tournament of Power, Tokpo covered himself with destructive energy. It's just that Tokpo uses the powerful destructive power of destructive energy to annihilate the power that hits him, while Li Su's move is to transfer the power. It's a pity that my understanding of the laws of space is not deep enough, otherwise the power of this move will be stronger. Li Su sighed. With his current understanding of the laws of space, he can only transfer 40% of his own strength. If the opponent's strength exceeds the limit, he can only transfer part of his strength. And the higher the opponent's strength, the less power he can transfer. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 26. Combat strength, 8 million. Laws, Law of Force, 12/100. Law of Space, 4/100. Possessed plugins, Intermediate Automatic Training Plugin, automatically increases combat power by 200 points per day. Intermediate Level Perception Plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. The Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Plugin, Nuclear Regeneration Plugin. Ding dong. Cooler is about to attack. The mission is released. Kill the 3 Cooler father and son. Reward, High-Level Savvy Plugin. The mechanical voice of the system suddenly sounded in Li Su's mind. Finally trigger the mission again, Li Su said happily. With a swoosh, Li Su's figure disappeared from the training room. Husband, why are you here? Bulma was doing research when Li Su suddenly appeared beside him, causing her some surprises. Bulma, looking for the landing of a barren planet nearby. Cooler caught up, Li Su said. With the system's reminder, he carefully sensed the surrounding chi just now, and found the location of Cooler. It is not suitable for fighting in universe, so it is better to find a planet. Okay. Bulma immediately stopped the experiment in his hand, came to the control room, tapped his hands on the control panel quickly, and then said, there is a Dora planet nearby, and there is no life reaction on it. How far is it from us? Li Su asked. It'll be there in 2 hours. Bulma made a quick calculation. Okay, let's go to planet Dora. Li Su nodded. Cooler's ship. King Cooler, the other party's route has changed, and the destination is a planet named Dora. A universe person reported to Cooler. That's right. Cooler smiled sullenly. Full speed to the planet Dora. Yes, Lord Cooler. The planet Dora, because of climate change, has become a dead star in thousands of years, and now it is deserted, and there is no living thing on it. Li Su's universe spaceship slowly landed on it, and the two walked out of the spaceship. The environment here is really bad enough. Bulma frowned. We're not settling here, it doesn't matter if the environment is bad. Li Su said with a smile. The reason why he chose a Death Star was because he didn't want the battle to spread to others. Buzz. Bulma pressed the mini bracelet on her hand, and it instantly turned into a mini state. It was adsorbed in front of Li Su, and a transparent mask protected her inside. You can't leave me this time, Bulma said. Li Su frowned slightly, then stretched it out again and smiled. Okay, even if it's dangerous in the future, I'll take you with me. Although the protective shield made by Bulma has been improved several times, it can withstand attacks of 1 million combat power at most. In front of an opponent like Cooler, it is simply not enough. However, Li Su can cover the outside of the shield with space energy, and there should be no problem with resisting the aftermath of the battle. More than an hour later, Cooler's universe spacecraft also landed on Dora. Numerous universe people got off the spaceship and stood in 2 rows. Cooler slowly flew out from the middle. Drip. Cooler turned on the combat power detector, but found nothing. Just when he was about to get angry, a voice suddenly sounded, "Don't look for it, I'm right here." Cooler and his subordinates all followed the sound and found a person standing on top of a towering boulder. That person was Li Su. Li Su suppressed his chi, and the combat power detector could not detect it at all. Call out? Cooler stretched out his right hand and fired a crimson death light towards Li Su's position. Boom! After the speed of death sank into the boulder, the top of the boulder exploded, and then the entire boulder collapsed, but Li Su was nowhere to be seen. Who are you? Cooler looked in the other direction. Li Su was standing there. Li Su left the original position just before the explosion. Although the speed was very fast, it did not hide from Cooler's eyes. Ho! Li Su directly transformed into Super Saiyan and said with a smile, "You should be familiar with me like this. Are you Super Saiyan?" Cooler's pupils shrank slightly, looking at Li Su in horror. In the Wave Demon family, there has always been a saying, "Be careful of the Golden Saiyan." It is precisely because of this sentence that Frisia killed planet Vegeta and killed most of Saiyan. Congratulations, you got it right. Li Su laughed. Hehe, my stupid brother is really useless, leaving so many hidden dangers. Cooler's face recovered and smiled. He has confidence in his own strength and is not afraid of Super Saiyan. You're not much better than your younger brother. When I kill you, I will send your younger brother down to accompany you. Li Su said disdainfully. Stop talking nonsense with Cooler, and dash straight over. Boom! In an instant, Li Su came to Cooler, and before Cooler could react, he punched Cooler away. Immediately afterwards, Li Su quickly moved in front of Cooler, kicked Cooler to the ground with a sweep of his legs. Cooler slid across the ground, leaving a long gully, and eventually hit a boulder, which collapsed, burying Cooler inside. How is this possible? Cooler's subordinates couldn't believe their eyes. In their eyes, Cooler was invincible, too powerful to be defeated. What? A loud roar came from the rubble, and the fierce momentum crushed the rubble into powder, and Cooler's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Damn Saiyan monkey. Cooler looked grim and rushed towards Li Su. No one has made him so humiliated in a long time. Whoosh whoosh. Cooler attacked Li Su hard, but he didn't hit Li Su once. Li Su easily avoided his attack. Boom! Suddenly, Cooler's movements stopped abruptly. Li Su punched him in the stomach. The severe pain made him speechless. Get down. Li Su followed with another whip leg, kicking Cooler to the ground. Bang! There was a loud bang, the ground cracked like a spider web, Cooler was embedded in it, and the whole planet felt shaken. Shhhhhhh. Li Su's attack didn't end there, his hands kept firing Qigong bombs, rumbling, and the explosive flames drowned Cooler. The dust cleared and everything was calm again. Cooler's figure was revealed again, with black scars on his body and a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, looking very embarrassed. Cooler, I know you have another transformation, transform it. Li Su said indifferently. Although he can kill Cooler before he transforms, he doesn't want to, and when he is strong enough, he longs for a stronger opponent. I'll make you regret it. Cooler roared grimly. Although he planned to transform, he was very upset by being given by Li Su, and he had never used it in his 4th transformation. How did Li Su know? What? The momentum on Cooler's body continued to rise, the ground under his feet cracked open, and pieces of gravel rose up, and were then crushed into powder. Slowly, Cooler's appearance changed, his body became bigger and stronger. Starting from the 4 corners of the head and extending backwards, the mouth is covered by a mask, the eyes turn red and the pupils disappear, the other 2 shoulders protrude like a chest protector, 2 horns grow from the back, and the arms are like knives grow like protuberances. The combat power also had an explosive growth, reaching 470 million at once. That's more interesting. Li Su's mouth twitched slightly, his blood was boiling, and since he had seen Bloodline, he became more and more belligerent. Damn Saiyan monkey, this time I will crush your bones one by one. Cooler had a cruel smile on his face, confident in his own strength. Then fight. The golden arrogance on Li Su's body rose and charged towards Cooler. Bang bang bang! Immediately afterwards, a fierce collision sounded, and the figures of the 2 flashed in different places. The fierce collision produced circles of white ripples, making the sky seem to be shattered. The violent wind blew Cooler's subordinates away, and many people were torn apart by the strong wind. This kind of battle is only a little aftermath of the battle, and it is not something that those with less than 10,000 fighting strength can resist. Happy. Li Su shouted excitedly, the militant factor was completely stimulated, and the cells in the whole body were burning. Damn Saiyan monkey, I killed you. Cooler's face was hideous, and after using the final transformation, he still failed to defeat Li Su, which made him very angry, and there was a sinister voice in his voice. Bang bang bang! The fists, elbows, and arms of the 2 kept colliding, and the battle became more and more intense, as if 2 flames of different colors were colliding. Boom! Suddenly, Li Su punched Cooler in the stomach, and Cooler spat out the bitter water. However, Cooler also quickly fought back, pressing a knee against Li Su's stomach. Li Su endured the pain in his body, grabbed Cooler's tail, spun it a few times, and threw it out. Bang! 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 Cooler stopped after crashing several boulders. Hateful. Cooler flew into the air, and an energy ball kept getting bigger and bigger in his hand. It was Cooler's trick. Supernova? Damn Saiyan monkey, die for me. Cooler smiled proudly and said that his energy ball might not hit Lisu, but if Lisu escaped, the planet Dora would definitely be destroyed. And according to his idea, Lisu is Saiyan and can't survive in the universe, and he will be the one who will win. Seeing the energy ball coming towards him, Lisu's expression was also a little serious, and his feet were straddling back and forth, ready to take this move. What? Lisu put his palms on the energy ball and was pushed back continuously, leaving 2 long scratches on the ground with his feet. Go back to me. Lisu used the law of force, his combat power more than doubled, and he bounced the energy ball back. How is this possible? Cooler's pupils shrank, and his face showed a horrified expression. His unique move was bounced back by others, and the speed was several times faster than before. Do not. Cooler roared unwillingly and wanted to bounce the energy ball back, but he didn't have the strength at all, and was pushed by the energy ball and flew towards universe. Alas, the law of force was used in the end. Lisu said regretfully. His basic combat power is now 8 million, and after transforming into Super Saiyan, he has 400 million, which is slightly worse than Cooler's final transformation, but with his exquisite control of Chi, he is tied with Cooler. But it was too difficult to kill Cooler, and finally the law of force was used to bounce the energy ball back. Buzz. Bulma flew down from Lisu's body and became normal size again. Husband, you have won again. Bulma said happily. No matter how powerful the enemy was, Lisu could finally defeat it. Then are you going to give me a reward? Lisu smiled evilly, and the trace of regret in his heart disappeared. Husband, it's still daytime. Bulma said blushing. Then it will continue until the evening. Lisu said. He took out an all-purpose capsule, turned it into a house, and walked in with Bulma in his arms. Soon there was a sound of extravagance in the room, which continued into the evening. Frisia planet. King Frisia, just received the news that your big brother King Cooler is dead, Dodoria said. At this time, Frisia maintained the appearance after the 3rd transformation. If Lisu saw it, he would definitely be a little surprised. The last time he fought with Lisu, Frisia's transformation was interrupted by Lisu, and then was affected by the explosion of the planet. After returning, Frisia practiced for a few days and adapted to the power after the 3rd transformation. Oh, who killed my trash big brother? Frisia laughed, not as angry as he imagined. The frozen demons have no family. It's Super Saiyan, Dodoria said, trembling involuntarily. What? Frisia's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He always felt that the legend of the Saiyan family was just a joke. According to the information that came back, it was indeed Super Saiyan who killed King Cooler. Dodoria bit the bullet and said, where did Saiyan come from? Frisia said, I don't know, planet Vegeta has been destroyed by us. The only remaining Saiyans are Vegeta. Maybe there were Saiyans who were out of the country. Dodoria said, no matter where Saiyan came from, he must die. Frisia said gloomily. Dodoria, where are the 3 Vegeta now? I'm on a mission outside. Dodoria told the truth. You took someone to kill the 3 Vegeta. Since Super Saiyan really exists, the 3 of them can't stay. Frisia said, yes, King Frisia. Dodoria said, a little bit of joy in his heart. He and Vegeta have been fighting against each other all the time, and now he can kill Vegeta. He is naturally happy. After Dodoria left, Frisia murmured softly, Super Saiyan, it seems that I need to practice for a while too. The planet Madama is located in the Western Galaxy. The ocean occupies 30% of the total area. The climate is suitable, the scenery is beautiful, and it is very suitable for human habitation. In an uninhabited plane, Lisu's universe spaceship quietly landed here. After killing Cooler, Lisu did not rush to complete the task of the system to kill Kurd and Frisia, but came to planet Madama according to the original plan. What a beautiful planet, as beautiful as the Earth, Bulma said happily. After sailing in universe for so long, she had long wanted to come out and breathe. If you like it, we'll stay here for a while. Lisu smiled. Thank you, husband. Bulma leaned against Lisu's arms, with a sweet smile on her face. Let's go to a place where there are people. Lisu said. Husband, this is good, I want it. Bulma said coquettishly. Boss, give you the money. Lisu laughed. As before, Lisu sold some unwanted things to the Metamor people, exchanged some of their money, and then went shopping on the Metamor planet. Metamo is also a planet with a mild universe civilization, and there are a few aliens on it, so everyone doesn't feel very strange when they see Lisu and Bulma. Husband, and this one, I like it too. Bulma ran to another stall and picked out what she liked. Lisu smiled dotingly and followed Bulma to pay. Bulma was having a great time, and the smile on his face never stopped. The 2 of them have been playing on planet Madama for more than half a month, while inquiring about some news, and now they have a certain understanding of the situation on planet Madama. Martial arts on the planet Madama tend to be magical, and martial arts are prevalent throughout the planet Madama, which is much more prosperous than martial arts on Earth. The number 1 master on the planet Madama is known as Wuxian, who is said to have created many powerful moves. Is it here? Lisu and Bulma came to Wuxian's place of residence. It is a martial arts hall called Wuxian Wuguan. The martial arts hall recruits some disciples every year. All the people of Metamo take pride in joining the martial arts academy. It would be a great honor to be accepted as a disciple by Martial Immortal. Stop, the registration time hasn't come yet, please come back after a while. Li Su was stopped as soon as he arrived at the door. This year, the time for the martial arts hall to recruit disciples is approaching, so this person regarded Li Su and Bulma as those who came to sign up, and there were many such people in previous years. Li Su smiled slightly, used a hypnotism technique to make him fall asleep, and then walked into the martial arts hall with Bulma. Here, Li Su sensed Wuxin's chi, and took Bulma through several corridors to a room with an old man with white hair. However, although the steamed bread has white hair, there is a strong vitality in the body. When Li Su and Bulma came in, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in them. Who are you? The old man asked. My name is Li Su. I come from another planet. I traveled in universe. I heard that martial Dao is popular on the planet Metal, so I came to see it. Li Su said. Your strength is very strong, I'm not an opponent. The old man shook his head, he couldn't see through Li Su at all. Each planet's martial arts have their own strengths. I just want to know about the martial arts of the Madama planet. It has nothing to do with strength. Li Su shook his head. Although Wu Xian did not show his strength, Li Su guessed that it was only a few 100,000 fighting strength. With such strength, he was not qualified to be his opponent. However, since Wu Xian is known as the #1 master of planet Madama, he has rich experience in martial arts, just like the master Rashi of the earth, there must be something for Li Su to learn. Okay, let's learn from each other. The old man nodded. He agreed so readily, one of which was that he was afraid of Li Su's strength, for fear of making Li Su unhappy, and then the planet Madama would face a devastating disaster. The second is that he also wants to see Li Su's martial arts. As the #1 master of planet Madama, his strength has not improved for a long time, and Li Su's martial arts may open a new door for him. For the next few days, Li Su and Bulma lived in the martial arts hall. Li Su exchanged martial arts with Wuxian every day. Li Su learns very quickly. The martial arts of planet Madama are very different from those of Earth. They are no different from magic. There are many magical moves. However, with Li Su's current strength, these moves seem a bit flashy, but there are also some practical moves, such as healing. Of course, Li Su did not forget the main purpose of the trip. He asked Wu Xian about the fusion technique, and Wu Xian taught him without reservation. Husband, why is there no Dragon Ball here? Bulma asked suspiciously. After learning the fusion technique from Wu Xian, Li Su did not leave immediately, but continued to play on planet Madama with Bulma for a month. After more than 2 months of universe voyage, I came to the position of the second Dragon Ball. But when they arrived at their destination, they didn't see Dragon Ball. Wait a minute, Li Su said, using instant transmission to go outside the universe spaceship. Boom! He punched this planet, and the surface of the planet shattered, emitting a yellow light from the inside, and then the outer rock layer fell off piece by piece, revealing the original face of the planet, which is the Super Dragon Ball. It's 7 planets. Bulma said excitedly, she didn't expect the planet in front of her to be the Super Dragon Ball. Li Su returned to the spaceship again. Husband, you are amazing. It's up to you next, said Li Su, who also guessed based on the situation in the original book. Husband, don't worry, Bulma said confidently, and started to get busy. Having the first experience, it is much easier to make the Super Dragon Ball into a universal capsule this time. However, when Bulma was about to complete, an accident occurred. On this day, Li Su was practicing in the gravity training room, but suddenly he felt a lot of energy in the vicinity, and hurriedly came out of the training room. Bang bang bang! The spaceship was attacked several times in succession and kept shaking. Bulma, what happened? Li Su came to the control room and asked hurriedly. I don't know where a group of universe thieves came out. Their purpose is the Super Dragon Ball. Bulma said unhappily, the opponent's strength is not strong, but the number is a bit large. Dare to snatch the Super Dragon Ball from me, I really don't know where their courage came from. Li Su sneered. With a swoosh, Li Su came to the universe. Hurry up and hand over the treasure, maybe King Slug will spare your life. As soon as Li Su came out, someone arrogantly said to Li Su, boom! Li Su didn't bother to answer him, so he directly rewarded him with an energy ball, which was blown up together with his aircraft. Call out! Call out! Call out! After Li Su killed each other, the rest of the people attacked Li Su. Li Su dodged left and right, shuttled through the dense energy balls, looking very relaxed, and came to a universe spaceship in a blink of an eye. Boom! Li Su kicked it out and slammed into the universe spaceship next to it, causing a chain reaction, and several universe spaceships were crashed. Boom boom boom! The explosions sounded one after another, with the dark universe as the background, like gorgeous fireworks. Li Su painted the gourd again and came to another universe spaceship, and several universe spaceships were crashed. In a short time, the universe spaceship will be almost destroyed by Li Su, and only a few people riding the aircraft are still alive. Seeing Li Su so powerful, their first reaction was to run. How could Li Su let them escape like this? SHHHHH launched 2 energy balls, killed the 2 who escaped, and quickly came to the other person and intercepted him. Don't kill me, otherwise King Slug won't let you go, the universe man said. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape from Li Su's hands. Where is the Slug planet? Li Su asked indifferently while pinching the other's neck. As a Dragon Ball fan, he naturally knew who Slug was, but he didn't take it seriously. I'll tell you where the Slug planet is, don't kill me. Forget it, I might as well find it myself. Li Su didn't like to talk to others about conditions, so he snapped his neck impatiently and threw it away. After doing all this, Li Su returned to the universe spaceship with instant transmission. Bulma, can you find out where the slug planet is? Li Su asked. I'll take a look. Bulma quickly tapped on the control panel with 10 fingers, and the result was obtained in a short while, and said, the planet Slug is not far from us, and it can be reached in 3 days. Don't be so troublesome, I'll go back when I go, Li Su said. Bulma was still busy with the Super Dragon Ball, so he didn't take Bulma with him this time, sensed the position of Slug's planet, and used instant transmission directly. Slug was born on Namek, and he was much stronger than an adult warrior at birth. He was a rare Super Namek among Namek people. Because of the dramatic climate change in Namek, his parents sent him to live on the planet Slug. When he was a teenager, Slug fought all over the planet with extremely high combat effectiveness. He had many subordinates. He was very cruel, and he was very cruel to his subordinates. If anyone dissatisfied him, he would be killed. He led his subordinates to run wild in the universe, doing all kinds of evil. His fighting power and evil heart also increased with age. His inherent evil heart made him worse and worse. He called himself the Emperor of Universe and invaded the planet everywhere. On this day, Slug was alone in the hall, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Li Su. Who? Li Su didn't talk nonsense with him, and attacked Slug directly. After a long time, Bulma was alone, and he might encounter danger. Boom! Slug didn't expect that Li Su would suddenly make a move, and he was so strong that he was knocked out. Bang! The body smashed the wall of the main hall and flew outside. Li Su also followed closely. Who the hell are you? Slug said angrily, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Li Su suddenly appeared in front of him, and he started without saying a word. He really couldn't understand. Go down and ask King Yama. Li Su shook his head disdainfully. At this time, he was still struggling with who he was. He really didn't understand what it meant. Hateful. Slug's face was a little ugly, and he attacked Li Su angrily. Bang bang bang! The two collided for a few rounds, and Slug was obviously not an opponent, and was pressed and beaten by Li Su, even if Li Su hadn't transformed into Super Saiyan. You are old, Li Su said in disappointment, and sent Slug flying with a punch. Bang! Slug hits a house, which collapses, burying Slug inside. Hateful. Slug roared, and the aura that erupted crushed the surroundings into powder. Use all your strength, otherwise you will have no chance, Li Su said indifferently. He wanted to see how strong Slug was when he burst out with all his strength. In the original, King Kai once said that Slug in full bloom is stronger than Frieza and Super Saiyan. Damn, I'm going to crush your bones. Slug's body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his combat power also increased rapidly, turning into a giant more than 10 meters high in the blink of an eye. There's still some strength, but that's about it, Li Su said. Slug burst out with all his strength, and only has more than 100 million combat power. It is indeed stronger than Frieza, who has 3 changes. However, the old Slug can't maintain this state for a long time. If he really fights for a long time, Frieza will win. Hope it's still bigger. Death to me. Slug stepped on Li Su, and his lifespan will be shortened when he bursts out with all his strength, so he won't fight with all his strength unless it is necessary. Li Su jumped slightly and ducked. He also discovered a shortcoming of Slug. In the case of a huge size, although the speed did not slow down, it was slow. For example, originally you only needed to move 2 meters to avoid the opponent's attack, but now because of the larger body, you need to move 5 meters to avoid the opponent's attack. Before Li Su could stand still, Slug slapped him again. Ho! Li Su quickly transformed into Super Saiyan, suddenly speeding up, more past. Fighting on his basis, he is far from Slug's opponent. Enough is enough, it's time to end the battle, Li Su said. Bulma is still there alone. If he encounters thieves or something, Bulma will be in danger. Slug slashed down with a knife. This time Li Su did not dodge, directly blocking Slug's attack, and then grabbed a finger and threw it over his shoulder, throwing Slug to the ground. Bang! With a loud noise, the ground shook, and all the buildings in that area were crushed by Slug's huge body. However, before Li Su could continue to attack, 2 rays of light shot out from Slug's eyes. Fortunately, Li Su was fast enough to escape. It's really hard to guard against, Li Su secretly said. Attacking with eyes or mouth is always unexpected, and you will be attacked if you are not careful. But in the face of absolute strength, these are useless. Li Su jumped, flew into the air, and charged towards Slug. At this time, Slug had already stood up, and when he saw Li Su rushing over, he grabbed at Li Su, but was easily dodged by Li Su. In a blink of an eye, Li Su had come to Slug's body, volleyed a kick, and kicked towards Slug's head. Slug hurriedly put his arms in front of him, and Li Su kicked Slug's arms. Click! The huge arm broke directly at the wrist, and a huge hand fell to the ground. What? Slug let out a sharp scream, blood dripping down the wound. It seems that you only have this ability. Li Su fell to the ground and smiled disdainfully. What? Slug shouted, and another arm grew out of the broken arm, and the viscous liquid made people feel a little sick. Whoosh! The broken arm was reborn, which consumed a lot of Slug's breath. His breathing was already a little disordered, and he began to gasp for breath. If you don't waste this energy, you might be able to hold on for a while longer. Li Su shook his head, losing an arm, although his strength would be affected. However, it consumes a lot of chi to recover, and the combat power decreases faster. This is also the reason why Piccolo obviously broke a hand when fighting with Raditz in the original book, but he was not in a hurry to recover. Try my new move with you. Dragon Fist explodes. Li Su condensed chi in his fist, jumped up, and charged towards Slug. This move was created by him based on Son Goku's Dragon Fist burst in the original book. But it's easier said than done. You need to have a high control over the chi, otherwise the fist can't bear such a strong chi at all. Yan. A slight dragon roar sounded, and a dragon-shaped phantom enveloped Li Su. Slug blocked his hands in front of him, but still couldn't block Li Su's fists. The dragon-shaped phantom passed directly through Slug's body, and Li Su also flew over. Slug looked down at the pierced chest, with an expression of disbelief on his face, followed by another twist, a bang, and it burst open. There is no need for this planet to exist. After Li Su killed Slug, he glanced at Slug's planet again. The Slug planet is the base camp of Slug, and there are people who do not accept the Slug army, and they all follow Slug to do evil and sin. The Kamehameha wave. Li Su floated in the air, with his hands in the shape of calyx, placed on his right waist. A little light between his palms gradually became larger, and in a blink of an eye it became the size of a football. With Li Su's light drink, he pushed his hands forward, and the energy ball was pushed out. Li Su put his right index finger and middle finger between his eyebrows, sensed Bulma's breath, and left with instant transmission. Bang! At the moment when Li Su disappeared, the Slug planet exploded, and after a short period of brilliance, it completely turned into the dust of universe. On the other side, Bulma was anxiously waiting for Li Su. Husband, you're finally back, you're so worried about me. Bulma complained. Although Li Su didn't leave for a long time, she was still worried. Sorry, it won't be like this in the future. Li Su said apologetically. He didn't expect Bulma to be so worried. Husband, I have already collected the 7 planets, look. Bulma took out an omnipotent capsule as if taking credit. It was the 7 planets. Well, we can set off to find the next Super Dragon Ball. Li Su smiled. The 3rd Dragon Ball is in the southern galaxy. It will take us half a year. Bulma said. She had already calculated the location of the 3rd Dragon Ball. Southern galaxy. Husband, the 3rd Dragon Ball has finally been found. Looking at the 2nd planet outside through the transparent window of the universe spaceship, Bulma was very excited. After West Galaxy left, after half a year's voyage, we finally arrived at the location of the 3rd Dragon Ball. In the past 6 months, it was relatively quiet, and I only encountered 2 or 3 gangs of universe thieves, and Bulma easily solved it without Li Su's shot. Well, find this Dragon Ball, the rest of the Dragon Ball will go to the 6th universe to find. Li Su nodded. At this moment, Li Su felt another sense of peeping. Appeared again. Li Su secretly said. Since the first Super Dragon Ball was found, this feeling has not appeared for the first time. It may be an illusion once or twice, but if it occurs many times, it is absolutely impossible to be an illusion. 7th universe, gods of destruction. Oh, he was discovered again. Whis laughed cheerfully, not embarrassed at all by being discovered. Even if he is found, he is confident that Li Su will never find him or even know who he is. He has already found all the 3 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. I don't know how he will find the Super Dragon Ball in the 6th universe. Whis laughed. During the time when Li Su was looking for the Super Dragon Ball, Whis had observed Li Su many times and became more and more interested in Li Su 463, but he was discovered by Li Su every time. Bulma, today I will cook you a big meal to treat you. 35 Li Su's eyes rolled sharply, not knowing what he was thinking. Really? Bulma said excitedly. Li Su cooked for her only a handful of times, but every time it made her memorable. I'm going to prepare now. Li Su smiled and ran into the kitchen. A few hours later, the table was filled with more than a dozen dishes: pan-roasted chicken, mandarin fish with roasted flowers, paper-wrapped chicken, Tian san miai tofu, sesame fish balls, shredded apples, boiled yellow croaker, braised fish lips, long and phoenix legs, sixi duck, Taishan red scale fish, fried spring flour meat, fried tofu balls, pepper sea cucumber soup, double barbecue, milk soup silver lung, and so on. The dishes made by Li Su are different from those in the world of Dragon Ball, which is the reason why Bulma is so memorable every time. There is no such chef in the world of Dragon Ball. Husband, why did you prepare so much today? Bulma drooled while watching. Usually Li Su only cooks a few dishes. After all, the 2 of them can't eat that much, but today they prepared a large table. There is a CDDB guest today. Li Su smiled and looked outside the universe spaceship. Suddenly, a burst of light lit up, making people unable to open their eyes. When the light dissipated, a person appeared in the universe spaceship, and it was Whis. It's delicious. Whis didn't sit directly at the table and ate. After Li Su confirmed that someone was spying on him secretly, he thought about all the people who had the ability and possibility to spy on him, and finally felt that only Whis would do it. So he thought of this method and used food to lure Whis out. As expected by Li Su, Whis couldn't help coming here from the Gods of Destruction world after seeing the food Li Su made. Originally, with Li Su's strength, it was impossible to find out that Whis was coming, but Whis was tempted by the food and leaked his whereabouts, which made Li Su aware of a little trace. Who are you? How can you just eat other people's food? Bulma said unhappily. This meal was prepared for her by Li Su, and it was difficult for her to eat it several times. Oh, sorry, my name is Whis, this dish is really delicious. Whis laughed, and continued eating there without stopping. Mr. Whis likes it, just eat more. Li Su smiled and looked at Bulma again. Bulma, I'll cook for you tomorrow. Humph. Bulma, still a little unhappy, snorted coldly. After half an hour, the food on the table was basically wiped out. It turns out that in the Dragon Ball world, not only Saiyan can eat very well, Angel is also the same. Li Su sighed secretly, it was a big table full of dishes. It's so delicious, I've never eaten such delicious food. Whis said intoxicated. Mr. Whis, you are the one who spied on me in secret, Li Su said. Oh hee, I was discovered. Whis laughed, not embarrassed at all compared to Li Su's face-to-face. Damn, not only ate all my food, but also spied on us secretly. Bulma said very upset, his hands on his hips, and glared at Whis viciously. I didn't mean to observe you, who made you move the Super Dragon Ball? Whis laughed, wondering if he was making an excuse for secretly peeping. Mr. Whis, you have eaten all the dishes I made, so it shouldn't be a problem to help us a little, Li Su said. Oh ha, the 6th universe doesn't mean anyone can go, and I can't help it either. Whis rolled his eyes and guessed what Li Su wanted him to do. Mr. Whis, if you are willing to help, how about I prepare another meal like this for you? Li Su said, knowing that Whis was lying. He did not believe that under the temptation of delicious food, Whis would not agree. 3 times, and can't repeat it. Whis thought for a moment and held out 3 fingers. Deal. Li Su agreed without hesitation. Cooking a few meals like this is nothing to him at all, but he is busy cultivating most of the time and doesn't want to do it. Seeing Li Su so refreshing, Whis felt that he had said less, and should have stretched out the remaining 2 fingers. When are you going to go? Whis asked. As Angel, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Mr. Whis, could you please teach me to practice for a while? Li Su asked. He finally had such an opportunity, and he didn't want to miss it. Whis, as the master of gods of destruction, in the 7th universe, there is absolutely no one better teacher than him. It seems that you know me better. Whis looked at Li Su curiously, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. From Li Su's series of actions, it showed that Li Su knew him very well. I only know a little bit. Li Su smiled. Whis didn't get into it, and his identity wasn't a secret. I'm just a servant of Lord Beerus. If Lord Beerus knows that I'm taking people to the world of gods of destruction, I won't be happy, Whis said. How about 2 more meals? Li Su said. Seeing that Whis didn't directly reject it, it meant that the matter was done. No. Whis shook his head. 5. Li Su continued. 35 Whis said cheerfully, this time he was a little smarter. Bulma, pack up, let's go to the gods of destruction world. Li Su smiled, still quite happy. After putting away the 2 planets, Li Su and Bulma were ready to go to the gods of destruction world with Whis. It needs to be stabilized, it will be troublesome if it falls. Whis laughed. Li Su and Bulma stood behind Whis. Li Su put his hand on Whis' shoulder, and Bulma hugged Li Su tightly. Whis tapped the ground with his scepter, and the 3 of them were enveloped in a burst of colorful rays of light and flew towards universe. It is worthy of being the #1 speed in the universe, Li Su secretly said. This speed has already exceeded the speed of light. In the 7th universe, no one is faster than Whis. Of course, it is just pure speed, and moves like instant transmission are not included. After flying for less than half an hour, I came to the gods of destruction world. Is this the gods of destruction world? Li Su checked the situation in the gods of destruction world. It was similar to a 2-dimensional space, but the walls of the space were extremely strong. Without Whis' permission, he wanted to use instant transmission to go outside. Can't use it. Lord Beerus is sleeping now. If you wake up Lord Beerus and make Lord Beerus angry, I can't control it. Whis laughed. Yeah. Li Su nodded, knowing that Beerus was moody, but if he really got to know him, it would be easier to get along with him. Li Su took out a universal capsule and threw it on the ground, turning it into a house with complete facilities, and he and Bulma were going to live here. Mr. Whis, can you teach me to practice now? Li Su said. Of course. Whis nodded, he was still serious about his cultivation. Then let's start. Li Su said. Let me see your full strength first. Whis said. He could find out Li Su's approximate strength, but the specifics were not very clear. Then I'm welcome. Li Su smiled. He knew that Whis was very strong, but he also had his pride. Whoops. Li Su directly turned into Super Saiyan. The whole process was quite calm. After so long of practice, he had already reached the full power of Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan is divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and full power. The early stage is when it just became Super Saiyan, and the middle stage is when Vegeta first came out of the spiritual time house. The later stage is a kind of wrong transformation. The strength is increased, but the speed is slowed down, and it can't reach people at all. Full power means that when Son Goku fights Cell, he can completely control the power of Super Saiyan, and he can maintain the state of Super Saiyan without fighting. The strength has increased dozens of times at once, but only the strength has increased. Whis said, seeing the shortcomings of Super Saiyan at a glance. Call out. Li Su dashed towards Whis without any reservation, and a heavy rain of fists hit Whis. With a scepter in one hand and a hand behind his back, Whis easily avoided all Li Su's attacks with a smile on his face. The control of power is not bad, but there is still a lot of room for improvement. Whis commented while dodging. Hateful? Li Su was very aggrieved, and he had nowhere to use his strength, just like hitting cotton. Don't hesitate to shoot, it will slow down your attack speed. Whis laughed. No matter how Li Su attacked, he was still calm. It's really annoying. Li Su used the law of strength, and his strength instantly more than doubled. Not bad, not bad. I actually understood the law of power, and the time to get started is not short. Whis was a little surprised, and said two good things in a row. However, Li Su's attack still couldn't hit him, far from pushing his limit. Transformation can increase the strength dozens of times in a short time, but it is not the right way. Although you have mastered the power of transformation, but after all, you didn't come from your own cultivation, and your body's strength can't keep up. As long as you find the flaws, you can make your body collapse instantly with a single blow. 35 Whis said. Like this? After Whis finished speaking, he tapped the scepter lightly on Li Su's body, and Li Su suddenly screamed and quit the Super Saiyan state. Li Su was not injured and recovered immediately. The strength I used just now was comparable to yours, but you couldn't even catch a single move, Whis said. Li Su does not deny Whis's words. The transformation does have shortcomings, but in his realm, who has the eyesight of Whis? This shortcoming is not fixed. With the change of chi, it changes every moment. If you want to defeat Li Su like Whis, you must find out Li Su's flaws in an instant and break it. For flowers. Whis, what did you mean when you said getting started? Li Su asked. The realm of the law is divided into entry, minor, major and consummation. 1 to 3 become entry, 4 to 6 become minor, 7 to 9 become major, and 10 become consummation. Every time you raise a realm, the power of the law will increase a lot, and your law of power is still in the entry stage. Whis explained. Which state are you in now? Li Su asked curiously. Whis smiled and shook his head, but didn't say. Li Su couldn't ask any more questions. I found out that there is an even greater power in you. Why didn't you use it just now? Whis asked. I can't control that power yet, and even if I try to use it, I'll lose my mind, said Li Su, who knew that Whis was talking about transforming into the Legendary Super Saiyan. I'll focus on developing your power control next. Whis nodded. Well, Li Su nodded. He is not very worried about the improvement of combat power. What he lacks is the control of power. My training is very hard, you have to persevere. Whis said with a smile. In this regard, he will not be soft-hearted. If Li Su can't persevere, he will not continue to teach. I will never give up, Li Su said firmly. Next, Li Su started Whis's devilish training. During the practice, Li Su also exposed many problems, and Whis pointed them out one by one. Don't rely too much on using chi to find your opponent's traces. Although there are not many people in the universe who have no chi, there are still some. Once you meet them, you will be very passive. Then how to judge the opponent's position? Li Su asked. He knew that gods have no chi, and artificial humans have no chi. When encountering these people, relying on the perception of chi, it is impossible to find the opponent's position. Relying on the vitality of life, as long as it is life, there will be vitality of life, and it cannot be hidden, even robots are no exception. Whis said. How to perceive the vitality of life? Li Su then asked. You need to understand this yourself, and you need to have a higher level of chi perception. I can't help you. Whis shrugged. Gods of Destruction World. Li Su was wearing a gravity suit like a spacesuit, holding two very heavy stone locks in his hands, walking forward with difficulty. The road behind was slowly disappearing. As long as Li Su's forward speed was not as fast as the road and disappeared speed, Li Su will fall. What? Looking at the bottomless abyss, Li Su exhausted all his strength to suckle. Whis on the side was eating delicious food and nodded with satisfaction when he saw Li Su's cultivation situation. At this time, it has been a year and a half since Li Su came to the world of gods of destruction. This year and a half was the hardest 1.5 years for Li Su to practice. The training intensity of Whis is really not overpowering. However, the harvest is also huge. After all, efforts and rewards are directly proportional. Aye. Li Su ran over panting. The two stone locks on his hands had been put down, but 497 still wore a gravity suit, which was different from ordinary gravity suits and had a great suppressing effect on chi. Seeing Whis leisurely eating delicious food, Li Su's heart was a little unbalanced, and he wanted to go up and beat Whis, but the difference in strength made him quickly give up the idea. This morning's practice is over, and my food is finished again. Whis laughed. After speaking, he left, and Li Su was here alone. If I accept an apprentice in the future, I must eat delicious food and watch him cultivate. Li Su said fiercely, but he couldn't beat Whis, so he could only vent his anger on his apprentice who didn't know where he was. Husband, I prepared a smoothie for you. Would you like to come over and take a rest? Bulma walked over with 2 glasses of smoothie. Seeing Li Su practicing so hard, she felt a little distressed. It is good. Li Su walked over. The gravity suit on his body made him move a bit cumbersome, but in the process, his control of chi continued to rise. After resting for a while, Li Su started his own practice again. Whis only trains him for half a day every day, and the rest of the time is for Li Su to practice by himself. According to Whis, Li Su needs to comprehend by himself, and many things can only be meant and cannot be conveyed. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 27. Combat strength, 50 million. Laws, Law of Force, 15/100. Law of Space, 11/100. Possessed plugins, Intermediate Automatic Training Plugin, can automatically increase combat power by 200 points per day. Intermediate Savvy Plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds, the Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Plug-In, Nuclear Regeneration Plug-In. It's time to try transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Li Su has been staying in Super Saiyan 1 at full power for a long time, but he has not been able to break through to Super Saiyan 2 because other conditions did not meet the standard. The conditions for transforming into Super Saiyan 2 are similar to those of Super Saiyan I. It requires basic combat power to reach a certain level, and then uses extreme anger to catalyze the S cells in the body. Li Su failed to transform into Super Saiyan 2 because the basic combat power was too low. Just like when he transformed into Super Saiyan, Li Su used hypnotism on himself to make a situation in his mind that Bulma was in danger. No, never let this happen. Li Su roared unwillingly. Zizi? Weak lightning flashed on Li Su's body, his hair stood on end, and the golden arrogance on his body suddenly doubled. What a powerful force. Li Su clenched his fists and looked a little excited. After practicing for so long, his strength finally made a breakthrough. When Li Su broke through, Whis, who was building flowers and plants, glanced in Li Su's direction. A more powerful transformation? Saiyan is an amazing race, Whis muttered. For more than a year, he saw Li Su's terrifying potential, and the growth rate far exceeded his expectations, which surprised him. But the load on the body is also greater, and this path is not a wise choice after all. Whis sighed again. What we have to do now is to adapt to the power of Super Saiyan 2 and be able to transform freely. Li Su secretly said that he had no idea what Whis was thinking. After the first successful transformation, it will be much easier to transform in the future, but it still takes a period of training to achieve free transformation. Like Son Gohan in the original book, after the Cell game, he gave up his training completely, and when he fought against Dapra, he couldn't even transform into Super Saiyan 2 freely. Another half-year has passed. In the world of gods of destruction, Li Su is training for battle. Whoosh whoosh, Li Su's fist was as fast as lightning, and he couldn't see the reality at all. However, in Whis' eyes, it was very slow. He attacked so many times that he couldn't even wipe the corner of his clothes. Whis, it's boring to fight like this. Li Su took the initiative to stop. Every time he competes with Whis, it makes him feel very aggrieved. He can't touch Whis at all. He has a whole body of power, but he can't vent it. He still prefers the kind of fist-to-meat fight. Battles are for victory, not just brute force. Whis laughed. We are not fighting now. If you want to win against me, one move is enough. Li Su said angrily. Although he has been able to transform into Super Saiyan 2, and his basic combat power has also improved a lot, in front of Whis, it is still no different from before. Oh that's not my fault. Whis laughed. Whis, can you tell me about the realm of God? Li Su asked. He had asked Whis this question several times, but Whis did not answer. Your current strength is too low, knowing too much is not good for you. Whis laughed. Can't we reveal a little bit? Li Su said, and the more Whis didn't say anything, the more curious he became. The realm of God is completely different from the previous realm. It is divided into 4 layers, and the gap of 3.1 in each layer is very large. Whis said. Then what's the difference? Li Su continued to ask with a flash of light in his eyes. Oh I forgot to build the flowers and plants today. If Lord Beerus wakes up, he will definitely be angry. Whis laughed and found a very bad excuse to leave. Alas, Li Su also had no choice. When you reach the realm of God, you will naturally understand. He is still a long way from the realm of God, maybe Whis doesn't tell him, it's really for his good. After practicing in the Gods of Destruction world for so long, it's time to leave. I've lived here for 2 years, and I'm really reluctant. I must come and visit often in the future. Li Su, I have contacted Angel from the 6th universe, and I will take you there now. Whis brought Li Su and Bulma to a huge tree. Well, Li Su nodded. Whis' scepter knocked twice on the ground, and a light curtain appeared on the tree, like a door. Immediately afterwards, a burst of light radiated from the light curtain, shrouding the 3 of them in, and the 3 of them disappeared from the spot. 6th universe. A woman with long white hair and a ponytail is waiting here, holding a scepter in her hand, with a blue halo around her neck, and the style of her clothes is similar to that of Whis. It is Angel Vados of the 6th universe. Suddenly the space in front of him fluctuated, and the 3 of Whis walked out of it. Whis, long time no see. Vados laughed. Sister, why is there only one person, Lord Compa? Whis asked. Master Compa is sleeping, otherwise I won't let you bring it here. Master Compa will be angry. Vados said, and then glanced at Li Su. Li Su felt that he was completely seen through by Vados, and felt a little uncomfortable. Beauty, although I know I'm handsome, but I'm married, my wife will be jealous if you keep staring at me like this, Li Su said. Hearing Li Su's words, the expression on Whis' face suddenly went wrong. What an interesting person. Vados laughed, not angry at Li Su's molestation. It is very dangerous for a woman to be interested in a man. Maybe she will fall in love with that man. Don't fall in love with me, otherwise I will be very distressed. Li Su continued to tease. You are the first person who dared to speak to me like this. Vados said, although he still had a smile on his face, Li Su didn't know what he was thinking. There is always a first time for everything, and you will gradually get used to it. Li Su said. Sister, he is from our 7th universe. Whis said quickly, for fear that Vados would get angry and kill Li Su. It seems that you take him seriously. I didn't say to kill him. The corners of Vados' mouth twitched slightly. Li Su, it's very scary for my sister to get angry, I won't stop it. Whis reminded, he didn't expect Li Su to be so bold and dare to molest his sister. Whis, am I scary to be angry? Vados said coldly. Sister, have I ever said something like that? Whis looked up at the sky, a look of disdain. I'll settle accounts with you next time. Vados snorted coldly. Sister, Li Su wants to look for the remaining Super Dragon Ball in the 6th universe, do you see this? Whis quickly changed the subject. Master Compa would be very angry if he knew that someone else took the Super Dragon Ball while he was sleeping. Vados smiled and looked at Li Su, a little embarrassed by Li Su. Women are careful. Li Su muttered in his heart. Isn't Super Dragon Ball going to recover after a year? As long as you don't talk about it, Compa probably won't know, Li Su said. I won't help you hide it. Vados laughed, she wanted to see what Li Su would do. I'll just go back to the 7th universe after finding Dragon Ball. Lord Beerus shouldn't watch Compa go to the 7th universe to kill someone, he will be very embarrassed. 55 Li Su said. In that way, Lord Compa really can't kill you, but Lord Beerus may not let you go after knowing that he has been used. Vados laughed. Lord Beerus doesn't know when he will wake up. I will tell you if I can kill him. Li Su said. He is not very worried about this, even if he can't beat him, he can still tempt Beerus with food. You are very confident in yourself, Gods of Destruction's strength is not as simple as you think. Vados said, Li Su's current strength is still far from it. People always have to be a little confident. Li Su smiled. Well, you go to find Dragon Ball, I won't stop it. Vados said. Thank you very much, please send us out of the Gods of Destruction world. Li Su said. Vados tapped the ground with his scepter, and a burst of glow wrapped Li Su and Bulma, sending them out of the Gods of Destruction world. Whis, you found an interesting person this time. After Li Su left, Vados laughed. It's really interesting. Whis nodded. If I want to surpass Gods of Destruction, I have to see how he does it. Vados said with great interest. Maybe he can really do it. Whis laughed. Although he also found it difficult, he believed that Li Su could really create miracles. You're so optimistic about him. Vados said in surprise. Whis is very clear about the strength of Gods of Destruction, so there must be some basis for saying such a thing. You'll find out later. 35 Whis laughed. Li Su was completely ignorant of the conversation between Vados and Whis, and he and Bulma were sent to an unknown planet by Vados. Bulma, check the location of the nearest Super Dragon Ball. Li Su said. Drip. Bulma took out the Super Dragon Ball radar and checked it out. Husband, there are only 3 Dragon Ball positions shown on it, and each of them is very far from where we are now. Bulma frowned. What a careful woman. Li Su complained. Vados must have sent them here on purpose, otherwise he could have sent them to a certain Dragon Ball for 500, saving them some trouble. As for why there are only 3 Dragon Balls, Li Su guessed that the last Dragon Ball is at the junction of the 6th universe and the 7th universe, which cannot be detected in either universe. Husband, do you like that Vados? Bulma asked weakly. Bulma, don't think nonsense, I just don't like her, I want to teach her a lesson, but I can't beat her, so I can only take advantage of my mouth. Li Su said. The feeling of being seen through by others at a glance is really unpleasant, and he has a certain understanding of Vados' character, so he dares to speak out and flirt. Husband, I'm sorry. Bulma said apologetically. Then are you going to make up for me today? I was very hurt by being suspected by my wife. Li Su pretended to be pitiful. I'll listen to you tonight. Bulma said with a blushing face, bowing her head, not daring to look at Li Su. Haha. 35. Seeing Bulma like this, Li Su laughed happily, took out an omnipotent capsule and threw it on the ground, not in a hurry to find Dragon Ball now. He walked into the room with Bulma in his arms, and soon there was a sound of gasping in the room, which lasted for several hours before it ended. In the dark universe, the stars are dotted like bright diamonds. Husband, the first Dragon Ball is in front. Bulma was wearing a light blue dress, her shoulders were half bared, her chest was standing proudly, and her white jade fingers quickly tapped on the control panel. It has been half a year since Li Su came to the 6th universe. At the beginning, Vados took a little revenge on him and sent him and Bulma to a farther position, and Li Su didn't use instant transmission to hurry. After half a year of universe voyage, finally found the first Dragon Ball. It's one step closer to our goal. 99 Li Su smiled. He hasn't made a wish yet. He just takes the journey to find the Dragon Ball as an experience, but every time he finds the Dragon Ball, he is still very happy. Vomit. Bulma suddenly covered her mouth and retched. Bulma, what's the matter with you? Li Su asked worriedly. Although Bulma has eternal youth, her physique is no different from ordinary people, and she will still get sick. Husband, I'm pregnant. Bulma had a sweet smile on her face. What? Li Su was very surprised, stunned for a while, the news came a little too suddenly. Husband, do you not like children? Bulma asked worriedly. What did you say? How could I not like children? I just didn't react. Li Su smiled and held Bulma in his arms. He originally planned to have a child after going back this time. Think of an accident. How long? It's been 3 months. Bulma smiled sweetly, rubbing his belly with his hand. You are pregnant now, and our plan to find Dragon Ball has to be put on hold for the time being, and we will find a stable place to raise the baby, Li Su said. Although he didn't plan to have children now, Li Su was still a little excited when he knew that he was about to become a father. Yeah. Bulma nodded and continued, but where are we going? Here is the 6th universe. They are not familiar with many places, and there is no suitable place. Li Su pondered for a while, and said, just go to the planet Sarada, the planet where the 6th universe Saiyan lives, it's fairly stable there. It's all yours, said Bulma, snuggling into Li Su's arms. The planet Sarada is Saiyan's ancestral star, Saiyan of the 7th universe. The planet that originally lived was also the planet Sarada, and then it was transferred to planet Vegeta due to later civil strife. Saiyan in the 6th universe is peace-loving, and his development trajectory is different from that in the 7th universe. He has always lived on the planet Sarada, and has always been a representative of justice. Husband, Saiyan from the 6th universe looks like a human from Earth, Bulma said. Saiyan of the 6th universe has no tail, and from the outside, he is no different from the Earthlings. That's true, but their combat power is much higher than that of the Earthlings. Li Su laughed. There are many races in the universe that look similar to the Earthlings. For example, Likum in the Jinnah team is not much different from the Earthlings in appearance. Let's find a place to settle down, Bulma said. After putting away the 4th Dragon Ball, Li Su directly used instant transmission to bring Bulma to the planet Sarada. If it took too long to come over as a spaceship, Bulma was almost born. Well, Li Su nodded. The two found a quiet and elegant place, took out the House Universal capsule, and quickly arranged their home. During the whole process, Li Su was busy and let Bulma rest, for fear of exhausting Bulma. Husband, you just got pregnant, you don't need to be so careful, Bulma said, seeing Li Su caring about him and her so much. She was still very sweet in her heart. It's just the first few months that you need to be careful, Li Su said. Although he doesn't know much about this, he still has a little common sense. Husband, do you like sons or daughters? Bulma asked. Daughter, Li Su said without thinking. I like daughters too. Bulma smiled, with a motherly glow on her face. Women grow the fastest after having children. Days go by. After Bulma was pregnant, Li Su took care of her meticulously, and even basically stopped cultivating, making time to accompany Bulma. Husband, he kicked me again, Bulma said, with a happy smile on her face. After he is born, I will help you teach him a good lesson, and let him dare to do such nonsense. 33 Li Su said viciously. How can there be a father like you who said he was going to beat the child before he was born? Bulma glared at Li Su and looked at the slightly bulging belly dotingly. Bulma, I found you've changed. Li Su said pitifully. Where have I changed? Bulma asked. You used to love me the most, but now you are glaring at me for him. Li Su pointed to Bulma's belly and said with a heartbroken look. Pfft. Seeing Li Su's mischievous look, Bulma couldn't help laughing. You even eat the vinegar of your own children, Bulma said. You are my woman, of course you can only belong to me, even the child is no exception. Li Su said domineeringly. Well, I only love you alone. Bulma smiled sweetly, leaning on Li Su's arms. The 6th one, find the remaining ones, and you can summon the Super Shenron. Li Su muttered. He found a spare time and used instant transmission to find the remaining 2 Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe, and now there is only 1 Dragon Ball at the junction of the 2 universes. Vados, are you there? Li Su contacted Vados through telepathy. If you want to go to the junction of the 2 universes, you need Vados to take him there, but he can't do it himself. Liz, Vados was leisurely mowing the flowers and grass, when Li Su's voice suddenly sounded in her ear, causing her to stop her movements. What's the matter with you? Vados asked. I have found 3 Dragon Balls in the 6th universe, and the remaining one should be at the junction of the 2 universes, and I need your help. Li Su said everything. Okay, just a second, Vados said. About 10 minutes later, a flash of light flashed, and Vados appeared in front of Li Su. I'll take you there now, Vados said. Thanks, Li Su said, standing behind Vados, with his hands on Vados' shoulders. Vados' expression changed for a moment, and then resumed. The scepter in Vados' hand tapped lightly, and a ray of light wrapped the 2 of them and flew out quickly. Drip, it should be this planet. Li Su detected it with the Dragon Ball radar, pointing to a planet with rocky layers on its surface. Boom! Li Su smashed the surface of the planet with a punch. The rock layer cracked like a spider web, and a golden light emanated from it, making people unable to open their eyes. After a while, the whole picture of the planet was revealed, and it was the last Super Dragon Ball. Finally found, Li Su said happily. He originally planned to take the journey to find the Dragon Ball as an experience, but after Bulma became pregnant, he had to give up. After that, he planned to quickly find 7 Super Dragon Balls and give Bulma a gift. Li Su took out 6 Universal Capsules, which were the 6 Dragon Balls he had found earlier. Boom! Throwing it into the universe, all 7 Dragon Balls gathered together. Come out, Shenron, Li Su said in the language of God, and the initial preparation finally paid off. After Li Su finished speaking, the 7 Dragon Balls flashed a ray of light. Yan, 39. A sound of dragon roar rang through the entire universe, and then a huge golden Shenron appeared in front of Li Su. To be more precise, this golden Shenron wrapped Li Su for 500 yuan. Li Su was shocked when he saw Super Shenron for the first time. This Super Shenron is probably the biggest creature in the Dragon Ball world. No, whether Super Shenron is a creature or not, Li Su is not sure. Those who have collected all 7 Dragon Balls, tell me your wish. I can fulfill any wish, but only one. Super Shenron said. The voice was loud, as if it came directly from his mind. Please let my wife Bulma have immortality, Li Su said. He knew that Super Shenron's abilities were also limited, and the immortal body he got was not a real immortal body, but he was able to regenerate his soul, which was pretty good. In this way, Bulma's life is also guaranteed. Anyway, the wish of Super Shenron is not very useful to him. This wish is very simple. A flash of light flashed in his scarlet eyes, and Bulma on the Sarada planet felt a change in his body. Although he didn't know the reason, she guessed that it must be related to Lisu. Okay, your wish has come true, goodbye. The Super Shenron reincarnated into 7 Dragon Balls and flew to the 6th and 7th universes at random. The speed of the Super Dragon Ball is too fast and the impact is very strong, unlike the Earth's Dragon Ball, which can be intercepted after making a wish. Maybe Vados can intercept it. Lisu secretly said, looking at Vados. I didn't expect you to be able to speak the language of God, it really surprised me. Vados laughed, she thought Lisu would ask her for help. The 7th universe has a trumpet Dragon Ball, and I learned the language of God by making a wish to the 7th universe's Dragon Ball, Lisu explained. You're talking about the Dragon Ball of the Namek people, said Vados, who also has Namek people in the 6th universe. That's right, but the 7th universe has Dragon Ball, except Namek, and there are on Earth, but it's also made by Namek people, Lisu said. 99 Vados nodded, not getting into that. Now that the Super Dragon Ball has been found, do you plan to return to the 7th universe, or continue to stay in the 6th universe? Vados then asked. My wife is pregnant, and I plan to go back after she gives birth, Lisu said. Well, contact me when you want to go back, but you don't want to stay too long. If Lord Kompa wakes up suddenly, it will destroy you. 35 Vados laughed. Are you caring about me? Lisu teased. I just want to see how far someone who is so optimistic about Whis can grow. Vados said, not responding at all to Lisu's molestation. It's really boring, CDDB. Lisu curled his lips. If ordinary people are molested, they will either be shy or angry, and there is no one like Vados who has no reaction at all. What he didn't notice, however, was that the moment Vados was on the side, his face changed, but it quickly recovered, and this time was very short. After that, Lisu followed Vados back to the 6th universe, Vados returned to the Gods of Destruction world, and Lisu returned to the planet Sarada. Husband, you're back. Bulma showed a delighted smile when she saw Lisu's return. I've prepared a gift for you, do you feel it? Lisu smiled. I feel it, what's the matter with the change in my body? Bulma nodded, she had guessed that it was related to Lisu. I found the remaining 3 Super Dragon Balls, summoned Super Shenron, and made a wish to make you immortal. Lisu smiled. Husband, am I not going to die now? Bulma asked happily. Immortality is only under certain conditions. You can now regenerate your soul. As long as your soul is not destroyed, it will come back to life immediately, Lisu said. Although it is said to be immortal, there are still many people in the universe who can kill Bulma. As far as Lisu knows, gods of destruction can destroy souls. That's pretty good too. Bulma was not disappointed, but satisfied. Do you like this gift? Lisu laughed. I like it. Bulma smiled sweetly and put his head on Lisu's chest. The beauty was in her arms, and Lisu suddenly raised an evil fire, but thinking of Bulma's situation, the evil fire was suppressed. Feeling Lisu's change, Bulma blushed and whispered, Hubby, as long as you are careful, it's alright. It doesn't matter if you endure it, it won't take long, you don't have to think about me everywhere. Lisu smiled, he is not a person who only knows how to think with his lower body. Thank you, hubby. Bulma smiled sweetly. Do we still need to say thank you? Besides, after the child is born, you have to pay it back. 35 Lisu laughed. Husband, have you thought of the child's name? Bulma asked. The boy's name is Li Yi, and the girl's name is Bra. Lisu said. He thought about it early in the morning, and he didn't come here for nothing during this time. Bulma, that's a nice name, Bulma said. Just if you like it. Lisu smiled, thinking to himself, would you not like the name you chose yourself? In the original book, Bulma named her daughter Beulah. Husband, what do you think of this dress? Bulma asked Lisu, holding a baby's dress in her hand. Bulma, it's the production period now, and she may give birth at any time. Is it really good for you to go shopping like this? Lisu said speechlessly. It's alright, I've been stuck at home, I'm getting bored, Bulma said. The child doesn't know whether it is a boy or a girl, is it useful for you to buy these clothes? Lisu said, looking at his 9-month-old belly, he was really worried about Bulma. Boys and girls can buy it, Bulma said. Okay. Lisu was defeated by Bulma. 35. At this moment, Bulma's stomach suddenly tingled and screamed. Bulma, is she about to give birth? Lisu asked worriedly, walking to Bulma's side and supporting Bulma. Bulma nodded, looking pale. I'll take you back right now, Lisu said, pressing his right index and middle fingers between his eyebrows, and quickly disappeared from the spot. Doctor, my wife is about to give birth. Bulma didn't want to go to the hospital, so Lisu invited the doctor back to his home, and he wasn't short of money anyway. It has to be said that the medical conditions of the planet Sarada are very good. The amniotic fluid has broken, we will deliver the wife immediately. Several female doctors ran over, and one of the female doctors checked Bulma and said, okay. Lisu nodded. Several doctors pushed Bulma into the room, while Lisu was waiting outside. 35. Go hard, the child is coming out soon? From time to time, Bulma's screams and the doctor's encouragement could be heard in the room. Li Su's palms were sweating coldly. It was the first time he was so nervous. How long will it take? Li Su walked around, frowning. Almost 2 hours passed, and there was a burst of crying from the room. Finally born. Li Su's frowning frown finally loosened, and he didn't even notice that his clothes were soaked with sweat. Congratulations, sir, Madam gave birth to a son for you. A doctor came out with the child in his arms and said with a smile. How is the child's mother? Li Su asked. Madam is fine, mother and child are safe, the doctor laughed. That's good. Li Su nodded. Even though he knew that Bulma was immortal and could not have an accident, he was still a little worried. What? At this time, Bulma's screams were heard in the room, which made Li Su's heart levitate again. Sir, my wife is pregnant with twins, and there is another one. A doctor ran out and said. Give the child to me, and you will hurry to deliver the baby. Li Su said hurriedly, taking the child from the doctor's hands. Okay. The doctor was stunned for a moment, and immediately ran into the room again. About another hour passed. Another cry of a baby came from inside. Congratulations, sir, the wife gave birth to a twin. The doctor came out with a child, this time a daughter. Li Su ignored the doctor's words, ran into the room, saw Bulma's pale face, and said with some distress, Bulma, thank you for your hard work. Fool, where's the kid? Bulma smiled. This is the son, and there is a daughter outside. Li Su handed the boy in his hand to Bulma to see. At this time, the doctor just now also came in and put the girl on the bedside. After that, all the other doctors went out, leaving the space for Li Su and Bulma. Wrinkled, not cute at all. Bulma frowned. Children are always like this when they are born, and they will look good when they grow up. Girls will be as beautiful as you, and boys will be as handsome as me, Li Su said. Pfft. Husband, you are becoming more and more narcissistic. Bulma couldn't help laughing when she heard Li Su's words. What I said is the truth, Li Su said solemnly. At this time, the two children cried at the same time, and a powerful momentum burst out from their bodies, setting off a strong wind. Fortunately, Li Su protected Bulma in time. Husband, what happened to the child? Bulma asked worriedly. Li Su frowned and checked the situation of the two children. After a while, the frowning brows relaxed and a happy expression appeared on his face. It's okay, the two children have a fighting power of 100,000 when they were born, and they still can't control their own power, that's why they are like this, Li Su said. Seeking flowers. 100,000 combat power. Bulma was very surprised. She still had a general understanding of 100,000 combat power. She herself only had 4,000 combat power. Two children have inherited such excellent genes as you and me, isn't it right that the combat effectiveness is high? Li Su laughed. The two children were born with a combat power of 100,000, which was indeed beyond Li Su's expectations. You must know that the legendary Super Saiyan only had a combat power of 10,000 when he was born. Vegeta's older brother, Reg, was born with only 50,000 combat power. Saiyan, who was born with 100,000 combat power, was the first time Li Su heard about it. Then these two little guys are not better than me, Bulma said. The child's fighting power is high, he is still very happy, but it is a little unbalanced. 0-0. Now in this family, the weakest person is her, and even the two newborn children are much stronger than her. Don't worry, if you want to teach them a lesson, they will never dare to fight back or run away. Li Su laughed. Humph. Bulma rolled her eyes at Li Su. Seeing that the two little guys had quieted down, Bulma's face showed a maternal radiance. After teasing the two little guys for a while, Bulma was a little tired. Li Su said, You have a good rest, I will take the two children away. Although Bulma has an immortal physique, his physical strength has almost recovered, but his mental fatigue cannot be recovered at once. Bulma nodded. She was indeed a little sleepy. Li Su walked out of the room with one in one hand. As a father for the first time, he was still very excited, but also a little nervous at the same time. The two little guys have such high fighting power and can't control their own power. Li Su dare not let others take care of them, so he can only take care of them himself. Saiyans on the Sarada planet perform their own duties. Except for the Saiyans in the battle, the other Saiyans are not very strong, so they are a bit stronger than the Saiyans on planet Vegeta before. 100,000 combat power is already very powerful for ordinary Saiyan, and he will hurt others if he is not careful. In the gravity training room, the two little guys are doing some basic exercises with Li Su. At this time, it has been 3 months since the two little guys were born. Saiyan has grown very fast, and he can live a normal life at the age of 3 months. Okay, that's it for today, Li Su said. After nearly a month of training, Li Yi and Beulah have basically been able to control their strength, and there will be no loss of control of their strength. Dad, can my sister and I go out to play now? Li Yi said, looking at Li Su with expectant eyes, because the two of them are too strong and can't control, so Li Su won't let them go out to play. Okay, Li Su laughed. No matter how strong the two little guys are, they are still children after all, and their minds are immature. They like to play around like ordinary 503 children. Yeah, that's great, Bra said happily. Don't make trouble, or even if I don't teach you a lesson, Bulma will not let you go, Li Su reminded. We won't get into trouble, Li Yi assured. Although Li Su had been saying that he wanted to teach the two little guys a lesson before, but after the two little guys were born, it was Bulma who was more strict with the two little guys, and Li Su had always acted as the image of a loving father. After the two little guys left, Li Su stopped cultivating and walked out of the training room. Where are the two little guys? Bulma asked when Li Su came over. I let them out to play, Li Su said. Why did you let them out without causing any trouble? Bulma was worried. Don't worry, they can already control their power, nothing will happen. Li Su smiled. Bulma, you see that the two little guys have gone out, and your body has recovered. What you owed before, should you make up for it now? Bulma has been exercising for the past few months, and she is afraid of losing her figure. Now she looks more attractive, but Li Su has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Yeah, Bulma nodded shyly. Haha, by evening, the two little guys came back, along with two other little girls. Dad, Mom, we're back. Li Yi shouted loudly. Why are you shouting so loudly? Your mother is sleeping, don't disturb her. Li Su said. After a fight, Bulma was tired and fell asleep. Why does mommy sleep during the day? Bra asked curiously. It's not because the two of you quarreled that she didn't sleep well at night. Now make up for her sleep. Li Su said without blushing and heartbeat. I won't disturb my mother to sleep in the future. Bra said guiltily. Who are these two little guys? Li Su touched his nose in embarrassment and looked at the two girls who came back with Li Yi and Beulah. Dad, they are Caulifla and Kyre, the friends my sister and I met today, Li Yi said. It turned out to be these two little guys, how can I say they are familiar? Li Su secretly said. The legendary Super Saiyan's breath is more violent than the normal Super Saiyan's breath. Li Su just felt that Kyre's aura was a little different. Uncle, Li Yi said that you are very good. Is my brother good? Caulifla said. Although she is only a little over a year old now, the character of that bad girl has already begun to form. Who is better between you and Li Yi? Li Su laughed. He is a little bit better than me, but I will definitely surpass him. Caulifla said. She became Li Su's friend because she was defeated by Li Su. Then I'm definitely better than your brother. Li Su smiled. Humph, my brother is the most powerful. Caulifla said unconvinced, her hands on her hips, she was full of ruffians. Wait until you defeat Li Yi and then argue with me about this issue. Li Su smiled, asking her to be honest with a child, he would definitely not be able to do it. I will definitely defeat him. Caulifla said firmly. I won't lose to you. In the future, I will be as strong as my father and protect my sister and mother. Li Yi said, also very dissatisfied. If you want to become strong, you can't just talk about it, you also need to practice hard. If you don't want to lose to each other, just practice hard. Li Su said. Kale, let's go back to practice, I must defeat him. Caulifla said, pulling Kale and running back. Sister, slow down. Kai said. Dad, I also have to practice hard. Li Yi said firmly. My training is very hard, you can't give up. Li Su said. Seeing Li Yi's serious eyes, Li Su felt a little relieved. Education should start with children, this sentence is really good. Being stimulated by Caulifla like this, Li Yi would take the initiative to ask for cultivation, which Li Su did not expect. I won't give up, Li Yi said. In the training room, two short figures were fighting, it was Li Yi and Caulifla. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two moved quickly in the training room, both looking for an opportunity to attack each other. Brother, come on. Bra cheered Li Yi on the side. Sister, you must win. Kyre also shouted. Suddenly, Li Yi's figure appeared. Standing in the middle of the training room, Caulifla moved quickly around the periphery and kept approaching Li Yi. Hey hey. Caulifla's figure appeared behind Li Yi, smiled proudly, and punched Li Yi. 3.1 hit. Seeing that Li Yi was about to be hit, Caulifla was even happier. However, her fist passed through Li Yi's body, and standing there was just an afterimage. Oops. Caulifla secretly thought that something was wrong, and hurriedly turned her head, but Li Yi's fist had already hit. Boom! Li Yi punched her on the body, knocking her out and hitting the wall of the training room. I won. Li Yi said happily. Next time I will definitely win it back. Caulifla said unconvinced. Li Yi's blow was not heavy, and she recovered immediately. Sister. Seeing that Caulifla lost, Kyle ran over immediately. I'm fine. After I go back, I will practice harder. Caulifla said, not at all discouraged by the loss just now. This is quite similar to Son Goku. Li Su nodded, admiring the character of Caulifla. What move did you use just now? Caulifla asked. This is the afterimage boxing, which my father taught me. Your perception of chi is not sharp enough now, and it is easy to be deceived by the afterimage. Li Yi said proudly. Uncle, how about you teach me too? Caulifla said. Although she doesn't admit that Li Su is stronger than his brother, she has to admit that Li Su's strength is very strong, and he also has many strange moves. I used to be an uncle, how can I become an uncle in a blink of an eye? Li Su secretly complained. You can come and study with Xiaoai every day, but my training is very hard. If you can't persist, give up as soon as possible. Li Su said. Li Yi can persevere, how could this girl not be able to persevere? Caulifla said. Now Li Yi has become her biggest opponent. Then come and practice together tomorrow. Li Su said. 23 One person is a teacher, two people are also a teacher, it doesn't matter if there is one more, you can also find an opponent for Li Su. Kale, let's go back. Caulifla said, pulling Kale away. Xiao Yi, this is the end of today's practice. Li Su said. After a day of practice today, he is also tired and needs to rest for a while. Dad, I still want to practice for a while, Li Yi said, and the pressure on him by Caulifla was getting bigger and bigger. Alright then, Beulah, you can practice with Xiaoi. Li Su nodded. Ah, Dad, my brother wants to practice more, why should I include me? Beulah said with a bitter face. Although she didn't hate training, she was far less hard-working than Li Yi. I'm a father, I have the final say, Li Su said. Okay, 35 Beulah can only agree with a bitter face. In other respects, it is easy to say, but in terms of cultivation, no matter how coquettish she is, Li Su will not relax. After Li Su left the practice, he found Bulma, who was watching TV. Where's Yat and Beulah? Bulma asked. The two of them are still in the training room. Let them practice for a while today, Li Su said, walking to Bulma's side and hugging Bulma. Husband, I'm here today, I can't. Bulma said apologetically, knowing what Li Su wanted to do. Okay. Li Su could only helplessly put Bulma down. Bulma, it's been more than 4 years since we left Earth this time, Li Su said. According to the timeline, this time is the time when Raditz came to Earth, but because of his little butterfly, the situation is completely different. It is not certain whether Raditz will go to Earth or not. Well, hubby, do you want to go back? Bulma nodded, then asked again. Returning to Earth is also a practice. Xiaoi and Beulah just met 2 friends, and going back now is not good for their growth. Li Su shook his head. There is Son Goku on the other side of the Earth, and now Son Goku's strength is much stronger than in the original work. Even if Vegeta is not his opponent, nothing will happen. Moreover, Son Goku has the aura of the protagonist. Even if there is an accident, I believe he can solve it. He is not the nanny of the Earth, and there is no need to take care of it in every possible way. That little girl Caulifla is also quite powerful. She doesn't lose much to Xiao Yi. Bulma said. Li Yi was born with a fighting strength of 100,000. You are really talented in combat. If you train well, your future achievements will definitely not be low. Li Yi smiled. Yusians are a perverted race, Bulma complained. Early the next morning, Li Su came to the training room as usual. Li Yi and Beulah also got up. Li Yi's requirements were very strict, and Beulah complained a lot. Uncle, I'm here, you will teach me all your powerful moves. Caulifla came with Kale and said carelessly. Movements are secondary, strength is fundamental. In the face of absolute strength, any move is useless, Li Su said. I know this, but I don't have absolute strength right now, Caulifla said, and Li Su didn't know what to say. Ahem, today I will first train you to control Qi. If you want to learn powerful moves, you must first lay a solid foundation. 33 Li Su coughed and continued. After finishing speaking, Li Su took out a pillar and placed it in the middle of the training room, and then took out 2 balls and placed it on top of the pillar. Now you use the energy ball to knock the back ball down. The front ball can't move, and the pillar can't fall down, otherwise you have to start all over again, Li Su said. One more thing, the ball can't be broken, Li Su added. These 2 spheres are ordinary materials, but they can't withstand any powerful attacks. Is that so? I'll come first, Caulifla said, feeling nothing difficult. Seeing Caulifla's confident look, Li Su's mouth twitched slightly. This training seems simple, but it is not easy for a frizzy child like Caulifla to complete it. Li Su just wants to hone Caulifla's character. Look at me. Call out. Caulifla's fingertips condensed an energy ball, and hit the ball behind in an arc. Bang! The energy ball hit the ball, but the 2 balls exploded directly, and the pillar fell to the ground. It's just an accident, it'll be okay next time, Caulifla said embarrassedly, and went to the frame next to her to get 2 balls and put them on the pillar again. It will be a success this time? Caulifla said confidently, but the result was the same. Li Su failed to meet all of Li Su's requirements. Uncle, this is too difficult, can you do it yourself? Caulifla looked at Li Su. The corners of Li Su's mouth twitched slightly, and he placed the 2 balls on the pillar, standing in the position of Caulifla, and an energy ball condensed on his fingers. Presenting an arc and shooting towards the energy ball behind. After hitting the ball behind, he continued to push the ball and flew half a circle, came to Li Su, and was caught by Li Su. The pillar is still standing there, and the ball in front of it does not move. Uncle, you are so amazing, Caulifla said admiringly, her eyes shining brightly. Practice hard, you can only be like me if you control the force very accurately. Li Su smiled. Kale, you help me put the ball, if Uncle can do it, I can definitely do it, said Caulifla. Okay, sister. Kyle ran over and helped Caulifla to practice together. 1 year later. In the gravity training room, Li Yi and Caulifla are fighting. Solar flare. Li Yi stretched out his fingers, put his hands on either side of his head, and shouted loudly. His whole body was like the sun, bursting with dazzling rays of light. Caulifla, who was attacking Li Yi, was unable to open her eyes, and her hands were in front of her eyes, so she could only give up her original attack. Hey. Li Yi smiled smugly, moved quickly to Caulifla's side, and punched Caulifla, but something unexpected happened. His fist passed through Caulifla's body, and there was only a phantom in front of him. Caulifla appeared behind Li Yi at some point, and smiled proudly. After Image Fist, you are not the only one. The movements in his hands were not slow, and while he was speaking, his fists had already hit Li Yi. Boom! However, her fist did not hit Li Yi and was caught by Li Yi. I really didn't expect you to use afterimage fist, but do you remember what Dad said when he first taught you how to practice? In front of absolute strength, there are no moves of any kind, Li Yi said. Boom! After saying that, Caulifla was sent flying with a punch. Caulifla smashed against the wall of the training room, and she lost again in this competition. Li Yi, when did you become so powerful? Caulifla stood up and rubbed her head, which was hit. Li Su's strength just burst out was much stronger than hers. Of course it's the reason why I practice hard, but I have practiced very hard. Li Yi said proudly that his current combat power has reached 300,000. This kind of cultivation speed is already very fast. When he was born with a combat power of 100,000, not only his combat power is high, it also shows that his cultivation aptitude is very good. Damn, you secretly practiced without telling me. Caulifla said with her hands on her hips, very unhappy. Dad said that if you lose, you can't tell the reason. Li Yi said, I will definitely surpass yours. Caulifla said. She also knew that Li Yi's ability to train more secretly was Li Yi's ability, but she couldn't admit defeat. I'm leaving in a few days, Li Yi said. Mentioning this, his expression suddenly became lonely again. Where are you going? Caulifla asked. I'm not from the 6th universe. My father said we are going back to our own universe, Li Yi said. What 6th universe? Caulifla didn't quite understand. I'm not very clear, Li Yi said. Then can we meet again in the future? Caulifla asked. It's definitely possible. Even if my father doesn't bring me here, I'll definitely come here again when my own strength improves, but don't be too weak, otherwise I won't be able to find anyone to fight, Li Yi said. Humph, I won't lose to you, Caulifla said proudly. Then we'll have a good fight when we meet next time, Li Yi said. When the time comes, this girl will crack you a few times and beat you to the ground. 35 Caliph said dancing. By the way, Dad said that Saiyan can be transformed into Super Saiyan, and the combat power will be increased by 50 times. When you become stronger, you can try it. Li Yi suddenly thought of it. Is it so powerful? Caulifla's eyes shone brightly. Of course, my dad can transform into Super Saiyan, Li Yi said proudly. So what does Super Saiyan look like? Caulifla continued to ask. Golden hair, golden eyebrows, and golden arrogance all over the body, Li Yi described. When you see me next time, I will definitely be able to transform into Super Saiyan, Caulifla said, as if she already knew how to transform into Super Saiyan. A few days later, Li Yi and Bulma packed up and prepared to leave. Xiao Yi, I can come back when I have a chance in the future. Li Su comforted Li Yi when he saw Li Yi's reluctance. Caulifla said she would come to see me today, Li Yi said. Brother, it's not that you don't know Caulifla, with her carefree personality, maybe she's still sleeping right now, Bra said. She also has a very good relationship with Caulifla, and she only has 2 friends, Caulifla and Kyle, but she really has a headache for Caulifla's character. At this time, a burst of colorful light lit up in front of them, and then a figure appeared in front of them. It was Vados. Xiaoi, let's go, Li Su said. Li Yi followed Li Su to the back of Vados, but still looked in the direction of Caulifla's house. Vados tapped lightly with his scepter, and a colorful glow enveloped them and flew out. At this time, Caulifla was sleeping. Sister, wake up, didn't you say that you were going to send Li Yi today? Kai ran in and shook Caulifla twice. Cool, what did you say? Caulifla opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Kai in confusion. Sister, Li Yi is leaving today. Kai said. Oops, I forgot about such an important matter. Caulifla jumped off the bed and flew quickly in the direction of Li Yi's house. Sister, wait for me. Kai immediately chased after him. When she came to Li Yi's house, Li Yi had already left and even the house where she usually lived had disappeared. It's miserable, it's miserable. The next time I see Li Yi, how should I explain it to him? Caulifla grabbed her hair with both hands and said very distressed. Sister. Kai hurriedly caught up. Forget it, let him beat him next time. Caulifla said. The 6th universe, gods of destruction. A flash of light flashed, and Li Su and others appeared here. Li Su, long time no see. Whis said with a smile, knowing that Li Su was going back to the 7th universe today. He specially came to pick up Li Su. Li Xiao, long time no see. Li Su said with a smile. He also stayed in the 6th universe for more than 2 years. It's just that for more than 2 years, most of them have stayed on the planet Sarada, and none of the masters of the 6th universe in the original book have seen the order. But what he is really interested in is Hit, but his current strength is too different from Hit. Even if he sees Hit, it doesn't make any sense. Sister, I'm going back first. As Angel, I can't leave my universe for too long, Whis said. Vados nodded and glanced at Li Su. Goodbye, Vados. Li Su waved his hand. Goodbye. With a light stroke of the scepter in his hand, Whis opened a gap in the space in front of him, and flew in with Li Su and Bulma. 7th universe, gods of destruction. The space fluctuated for a while, and Whis and the others walked out of it. Finally back to the 7th universe. Li Su exclaimed. When he was in the 6th universe, he always had a passing feeling and lacked a sense of belonging. Li Su, you have been in the 6th universe for so long, let me see how much you have grown. Whis said. Okay. Whis is willing to serve as a sparring partner, and Li Su is naturally willing. For more than 2 years, he has not played with anyone well. Although life is peaceful, his strength has improved a lot. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 31. Combat strength, 120 million. Laws: Law of Force, 18/100, Law of Space, 14/100, Law of Time, 2/100. Possessed plugins, Intermediate Automatic Training Plugin, can automatically increase combat power by 200 points per day. Intermediate Savvy Plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. The Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Plugin, Nuclear Regeneration Plugin. During the time he went to the 6th universe, he realized a new law, the Law of Time. Time 507 is the king, space is the respect, plus the Law of Force. These 3 laws are the most powerful 3 laws. Li Su divides the effect of automatic cultivation into 3, but it is not evenly distributed. The Law of Force accounts for half of the effect, and the Law of Time and Space each account for a quarter. After all, the Law of Force is the law that he mainly cultivates, and the progress of the Law of Force must be accelerated. Ho! Li Su directly turned into Super Saiyan 2, fighting against Whis. He did not have the qualification to retain his strength. In this state, his combat power reached 12 billion. It's definitely improved a lot, but at this rate, it's impossible for you to surpass Lord Beerus before Lord Beerus wakes up, Whis said. Whether it can be exceeded, we can't tell now, Li Su said. With a kick on the ground, he slammed into Whis. Whoosh whoosh, Li Su directly attacked, punching as fast as lightning, forming a heavy punching shadow. However, every punch is close to hitting Whis, but this little bit seems to be a CDDB chasm that can't be crossed no matter what. Hateful. The feeling of suffocation from before came back into my heart, and the strength of my whole body was like hitting cotton. Leaping back, Li Su took the initiative to leave the distance. Why don't you fight? Your progress is probably more than that. Whis said. I didn't say I won't fight. With my strength, it's impossible to beat you at all. Now I'll let you see my ultimate move. 39 Li Su smiled. Interesting. Whis laughed. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Li Su had. Li Su used the Law of Strength, and his combat power instantly increased to more than 30 billion. The Law of Power has improved again. Not bad. Whis nodded with satisfaction, but his expression remained unchanged, waiting for Li Su's ultimate move. The Turtle Faction, 1 Chi, 1 Gong and 1 Wave. Li Su's hands were calyx-shaped and placed on his right waist. A little light lit up from between his palms, gradually becoming larger, and in a blink of an eye, they were the size of a football. With Li Su's loud shout, the energy ball was pushed out. Whis is a little unclear, so it is impossible for such a move to hit him, and he believes that Li Su's unique move is absolutely impossible to be as simple as this. With a slight deviation of the body, the energy ball was dodged by Whis. However, Li Su seemed to have anticipated all this long ago, and his expression did not change. Turn. With a flick of both hands, the energy ball reversed back. Time pause. Li Su used the Law of Time to stop the time in the surrounding area. Everything turned gray and white, only Whis still smiled at him. Whis has a much deeper understanding of the Law of Time than Li Su. Li Su used the Law of Time in front of him, feeling like he was playing a big sword in front of Guangong. But Li Su was not disappointed. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. There was originally a distance of energy ball behind Whis, but it suddenly disappeared, and then reappeared behind Whis, as if there was no road in the middle. Seeing that the energy ball is about to hit Whis, Whis's body is slightly sideways, dodging. Boom! The energy ball failed to hit Whis, flew into the distance, and exploded. Li Su was a little disappointed. He used all his means, but still failed to hit Whis. The time pause he just used was just to confuse Whis. The real ultimate move is the space law behind it, allowing the energy ball to jump directly into space. As long as Whis is a little careless, he may be hit. The Law of Force, the Law of Time, the Law of Space, you really surprised me. 35 Whis laughed. Li Su's performance was somewhat unexpected. Did you use Ultra Instinct in the end? Li Su asked. He thought for a while. Whis didn't seem to have sensed his intention just now, and finally avoided his attack. It was also a bit like an instinctive reaction of his body. You know Ultra Instinct? It's a move that even gods of destruction has a hard time mastering. Whis laughed, his expression stunned for a moment. Ultra Instinct is said to be a move, but in fact it is more like an artistic conception, freeing the extreme artistic conception, freeing the body from the shackles of consciousness. But this is easier said than done, and even gods of destruction can't be perfect. It seems that my attack is not ineffective. Li Su laughed, knowing that Whis was relying on Ultra Instinct to avoid his attack. His mood was much better. Dad. Seeing that the battle was over, Li Yi and Bra ran over. Whis, these two little guys have good qualifications. If you have time, help me to tune them. Li Su said, with free labor, you don't need to use it for nothing. I work exclusively for gods of destruction, and if Lord Beerus knew about it, I would definitely be very angry, Whis said. I'm also thinking about Beerus. It's also a good thing for him to have more experts in the 7th universe. Li Su said solemnly. Okay, but I want 5 meals for that kind of meal last time. Whis said, not sure if he was really fooled by Li Su, or if he was tempted by delicious food. Whis, can you help me find out Son Goku's location? Li Su said. Son Goku is probably in the universe now. Unless Son Goku bursts out with a powerful chi, it will not be easy for Li Su to find him. It's easy. Whis tapped the ground with the scepter in his hand, and a light curtain popped up, showing Son Goku, but there were other people besides Son Goku. How did they meet? Li Su asked with some doubts. On the screen, Son Goku is fighting with two people, the two people Lee Su knows, the Apocardi brothers who appeared in the movie. Lee Su put his right index finger and middle finger between his eyebrows and sensed Son Goku's chi, but he couldn't sense it. The world of gods of destruction is a special space, and even though Whis gave him the right to enter and exit freely, he was somewhat unable to perceive the chi that was so far away. Moreover, Son Goku's anger was still very small at this time, which made Lee Su's sense of knowledge even more difficult. Whis, where are they? 35 Lee Su asked Dash. On a planet called Geds in the northern galaxy, 35 Whis said. Bulma, I want to go and see, will you go with me? Lee Su looked at Bulma. Of course. Bulma hugged Lee Su's arm, for fear that Lee Su would leave alone. Xiaoi, Beulah, you guys stay here for a while, I'll be right back. Lee Su said, and then left with instant transmission. He didn't go directly to the planet Gedemu. With his current strength, he couldn't use instant transmission to move so far. He could only choose a few points in the middle and perform multiple instant transmissions. The Gedemu planet is a planet located on the edge of the northern galaxy. The Gedemu people living on it are still in the state of primitive people. Although they already have a human form, their civilization is low and their combat effectiveness is not very high. In a desolate area on the planet Gedemu, Son Goku is fighting the Apocato brothers. Son Goku was wrapped in white arrogance, and faced the attack of the two by one person. Son Goku's combat power has improved a lot. Lee Su brought Bulma to the planet of Gedemu, but did not directly reach the battlefield, but chose a place at random, sensed Son Goku's chi, and found that Son Goku's combat power was about 3 million. Everyone else seems to be here too. Lee Su also found several other chi, some of which surprised him, one of which was Vegeta. He didn't know how Son Goku still got mixed up with Vegeta. The second is Son Gohan and Shishi, who also came to universe with Son Goku. In addition, Kling, Piccolo, and Tien Shinyan are also here, but after all, they came to the universe with Son Goku to practice, and it is only natural that they are here. Husband, let's go over quickly. Bulma said. She hadn't seen each other for more than 5 years, and she missed everyone. Yeah. Lee Su nodded and continued to approach the battlefield with Bulma, holding his breath, not ready to show up for the time being. On the battlefield, Son Goku and Apocato fought fiercely. We can't help at all in this kind of battle, Kaylin said with a wry smile. His current combat strength is only tens of thousands. Although he is much stronger than before, he is still weaker than the 3 people who are fighting. Damn, I have been surpassed by so much. Piccolo said a little unwillingly. Although he has been practicing in universe for so long, although his strength is constantly improving, the gap with Son Goku is constantly growing. Dad will definitely win. Son Gohan said firmly, his current fighting power is not low, even stronger than Krillin. Gohan, while Goku is fighting with them, let's go get their universe spaceship so that it won't be destroyed by the battle, Shishi said. Mom, Dad is still fighting them. Son Gohan frowned. Goku will definitely win. As long as they get their universe spaceship and sell it back to Earth, they can buy a lot of study materials for you, and also have the money to ask the teacher to make up the class. Shishi said. Okay. Son Gohan said weakly, flying aside with Shishi. Boom. During the battle, under the combined attack of the Apocato brothers, Son Goku revealed a flaw and was knocked out. Bang! A large hole was smashed into the ground, and the rising dust drowned Son Goku's figure. Goku, Kling and others were very worried. It's interesting, at this time, Son Goku is still hiding his strength. Lee Su said with great interest, taking Bulma to observe Son Goku's battle secretly. Although Son Goku's basic combat power is 3 million, he still has Kaioken that he hasn't used. For flowers. The Apocato brothers now only have 4 million fighting strengths, and they do not have the strength they had when they appeared in the theatrical version. Wait for the fusion of the Apocato brothers, Son Goku may suffer again. Lee Su shook his head, he didn't quite agree with Son Goku's approach. Son Goku likes to let his opponent use his full strength so that he can improve himself in battle, but once the opponent is stronger than him, there will be danger. The dust dissipated, Son Goku's figure reappeared in front of everyone, his shirt was completely broken, there were many scars on his body, and there was still a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. I haven't met such an opponent for a long time, Son Goku said excitedly, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He was completely enjoying the fight. Point 0. Kaioken? Son Goku shouted loudly, and a layer of red arrogance emerged from his body, and his combat power instantly increased by half. Damn, I'm Prince Saiyan, the strongest Saiyan. Vegeta felt that Son Goku's chi became stronger again, and his fists were clenched tightly, very unwilling. His experience during this period is also tortuous. After seeing the battle between Lee Su and Jinyu, he learned to control his anger, and through training, the strength has been improved to a certain extent. When Frieza sent Dodoria to kill him, he killed him instead. Since then, he has been in exile in universe, because his universe ship is equipped with a surveillance camera, so the people of Frieza Legion can always find him. During their escape, Nappa and Raditz were killed by the Frieza Legion. However, most of the people from the Frieza Legion were not his opponents. He was surrounded by the Frieza Legion many times, and finally killed them all. But Frieza also has people stronger than Vegeta. Jinyu and others were killed by Lee Su, and Frieza sent Apocardo brothers to hunt down Vegeta. Vegeta met Son Goku and others in universe, and some unpleasant things happened, but Son Goku's strength was too much stronger than Vegeta, and he easily defeated Vegeta, but Son Goku didn't kill Vegeta. However, at this time, the Apokato brothers came, and Son Goku and others fought with the Apokato brothers again. Boom. Son Goku rushed out, and in a blink of an eye, he came to the Apokato brothers, and sent Appo flying with a punch. At this time, Kato attacked Son Goku, but Son Goku easily escaped, followed by another kick. Cardo also kicked out. As expected of Son Goku, the combat power is only 500,000, and he can crush the Apokato brothers. Lee Su nodded secretly. This is mainly because the Apokato brothers' control of Chi is not as good as Son Goku's, and the second is Son Goku's rich combat experience. In this respect, even Lee Su may not be comparable. Great. Krillin was delighted to see Son Goku prevailed. If Son Goku can't beat the Apokato brothers, they are likely to explain it here today. After the Apokato brothers stabilized their bodies, they looked at each other and stood together. Combined. The two of them shouted loudly at the same time, and a cyclone wrapped the two of them and spun quickly. In the center of the cyclone, a huge chi was forming. After the whirlwind dissipated, a purple-skinned man appeared in front of them with a single horn on his head, much larger than the two brothers before. What's going on? Son Goku was a little confused, and at the same time his expression was a little dignified. He felt the other party's powerful chi. Come on. Apokato rushed towards Son Goku, directly knocking Son Goku into the sky, and then quickly moving above Son Goku, punching Son Goku down. Bang! Son Goku smashed to the ground, and his whole body was embedded in the ground, and the raised dust drowned his figure. What kind of monster is this? It has become so much stronger at once. Kaylin was sweating coldly, and the previous joy completely disappeared. Son Goku is in danger. Tien Shinyan's face was also solemn. Apokato's chi was so powerful that they didn't have the courage to resist. 80 million combat power is not much different from fusion. Lee Su nodded secretly. After Apokato is combined, the strength is equivalent to 10 times the combined combat power of the two. 10 times Kaioken? Son Goku shouted from the dust, and Son Goku rushed out. Boom! He punched Apokato with a punch, but the fist was caught by Abigail. Son Goku then kicked Apokato in the stomach and kicked Apokato out. Bang bang bang! After smashing several boulders one after another, Apokato stopped and was finally buried in it by the rubble. Hoo-hoo! Son Goku's expression did not relax, and he began to gasp for breath. The load on his body by the tenfold Kaioken was so heavy that he could no longer support it. Bang! Apokato flew out of the rubble and stayed a short distance across from Son Goku. You are very good, look at my super energy destruction wave. Apokato laughed. I saw a layer of green gas appearing around Apokato's body, which was then sucked into the body by Apokato, forming an energy ball and spit it out towards Son Goku. The Kamehameha wave. Son Goku also fired an energy ball in the past, the two collided in the middle, and a contest started, and Son Goku was pushed back continuously. Not good. Kaylin said anxiously, wanting to go up to help, but thinking of his own strength, he still didn't go up. 20 times Kaioken. Son Goku shouted, his aura doubled again, and instantly threw 2 energy balls into the sky. The next move, Super Wahahabo, is not so easy to dodge. Apokato laughed, somewhat surprised that Son Goku actually blocked his move. Apokato folded his hands together, and then separated them again. A green energy ball appeared in the middle of his palms. As the distance between his hands expanded, the energy ball gradually became larger. Super Wahaha wave. Apokato roared and spit out an energy ball from his mouth. After passing through the green energy ball, it turned into many small energy balls. Like a machine gun, it keeps firing. Oops. Son Goku smashed several energy balls that hit him at will, but there were still many energy balls that flew towards Kling and Tien Shinyan and others. Run. Everyone's expressions changed rapidly. The two of Piccolo and Vegeta were stronger, and although they struggled a bit, the energy balls that attacked them were sent flying, and Tien Shinyan was lucky and avoided them all. The rest of Krillin were not so lucky. After barely dodging one, another attacked him, and he was no longer able to dodge. Krillin. Son Goku roared unwillingly and wanted to rescue him, but at this time, it was too late to use instant transmission right away. Boom! After the energy ball hit Krillin, it exploded, and the flames engulfed Krillin. The dust dissipated, and there was no Klein's figure on the spot, nor could Klein's breath be felt. Number 510 is forgivable. Son Goku became furious, and Krillin became his best friend, and the two learned from Master Roshi before fighting side by side. Immediately, Son Goku's hair changed between blonde and black. Lee Su, what's going on with Goku? Kling asked. At the moment of the explosion, Lee Su rescued Keilang and covered Keilang's anger, so that Son Goku thought Keilang was dead. Saiyan can transform into Super Saiyan under certain conditions. Son Goku has already qualified for other conditions, just need to use pure anger to catalyze. Lee Su explained. Super Saiyan? Vegeta seems to have said it too, Kling said. Vegeta himself doesn't know Super Saiyan very well. Lee Su shook his head. What? Son Goku shouted. His hair was completely stabilized in golden color, and his whole body was wrapped in golden arrogance. How is this possible? Vegeta was very shocked and unwilling. The blue veins in his fist were exposed, and the golden Saiyan was exactly the same as the legendary warrior in Saiyan. Damn, even if the legend is true, I should be the first to become Super Saiyan. I am the most powerful genius in Saiyan. Vegeta roared unwillingly. He was overtaken by a junior Saiyan warrior, and not even a little bit. 35. Vegeta shouted loudly and rushed towards Apocato, but just before Apocato was in front of him, he was slapped away by Apocato. It's unforgivable that you killed Krillin, Son Goku said angrily. Jumping up, a golden light rushed towards Apocato, and in a blink of an eye, it reached Apocato, and before Apocato could react, he smashed Apocato into the air. So strong? 35. Piccolo was shocked. Dad's chi is much stronger. Gohan held a universe spaceship and glanced in Son Goku's direction. I just said that Goku will definitely win. In the future, the protection of the Earth can be left to Son Goku. You can be a scholar at ease. Shishi said. But I also want Dad to protect the Earth together. Son Gohan said weakly. The safety of the Earth can be left to Goku. You have to be a scholar so that you can live well in the future. Shishi shouted. But if these ships are sold, the family will have a lot of money, and they can still live well, Son Gohan said. It seems right. Shishi froze for a moment and said. Li Su, is this what you call Super Saiyan? It's so powerful. Kling said in shock. Humph, what's amazing, my husband can also change. Bulma said arrogantly. Li Su, are you Saiyan too? Kling asked. Forget it. Li Su said, although he had the Saiyan bloodline through a plug-in, but he is no different from Saiyan now. I haven't seen each other for several years, you have become stronger now, Kling said. Of course he is very strong, but my husband is the most powerful. Before Li Su could speak, Bulma said. Seeing Bulma like this, Li Su smiled helplessly. On the battlefield, Apocato was not the opponent of Super Saiyan Son Goku at all, and was completely crushed. Damn, even a lower-level Saiyan warrior can do it, so can I, and I will definitely surpass Kakarot. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said. Seeing Super Saiyan's great power, Vegeta is very jealous. The Kamehameha wave. Son Goku smashed Apocato into the sky, and then an energy ball was launched, pushing Apocato towards universe, and with a bang, it turned into dust of universe. Win. Tien Shinyan said happily. Goku. Kling also flew over at this time. Son Goku has transformed into Super Saiyan. Let everyone know that he is not dead and it doesn't matter. Krin, you're still alive. Son Goku was very happy. It was Li Su who saved me. Kaylin smiled. At this time, Li Su and Bulma also flew over. Li Su, why are you here? Son Goku asked excitedly. I just came back from other places and came over after knowing what happened on your side. Li Su smiled. It's you? At this time, Vegeta also saw Li Su and recognized it. Li Su, do you know each other? Kling asked. His feelings for Vegeta were not very good, but since Son Goku directly defeated Vegeta, he was not afraid of Vegeta. I saw it once before. Li Su said. Damn, I will definitely surpass you, Kakarot. Vegeta said and flew away. Goku, when you transformed into Super Saiyan just now, it was really amazing. Krillin said excitedly. I don't know what's going on either. Son Goku laughed innocently, disturbing his head. Dad. Son Gohan also flew over with a universe spaceship at this time, put the universe spaceship aside, and ran to Son Goku's side. Gohan, you're amazing this time too. Son Goku touched Son Gohan's head. Li Su, Goku. At this moment, King Kai's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Lord Realm King? Goku, Frieza is on his way to Namek, and Namek is about to face a disaster, King Kai said. Leave this to me. Li Su said. He used Namek's Dragon Ball and owed the Elder a favor. Now that he has the ability, he can help. He just couldn't understand why Frieza went to Namek anyway. Then please? King Kai said. He still knew a little about Li Su's strength, and Li Su agreed to shoot, so he felt more at ease. Li Su, is Frieza strong? Son Goku asked. After several years of experience in universe, they have also heard of Frieza's name, but they don't know much about Frieza's strength. The previous Frieza was only a little weaker than your Super Saiyan transformation. Now, I don't know what kind of strength Frieza is. Li Su said. I really want to fight him. Son Goku said excitedly. I'm going too, said Piccolo. As a Namek person, he has also been on Namek for a while. Now Namek is in trouble. Although he knows that he is not Frieza's opponent, he has to rush over. Let's go too. Tien Shinyan and Kling said. Goku, you should learn instant transmission now. You take everyone there. I still have some things to deal with, and I will be here soon. Li Su said. This time to Namek, he is going to take Li Yi and Beulah with him. Okay. Son Goku nodded. Li Su took Bulma and left with instant transmission. Leaders. 7th Universe, Gods of Destruction. The little guys Li Yi and Bra are observing the situation on the planet Gadimu through the screen. He is the Uncle Son Goku that Dad said. Li Yi pointed to the screen and said. It turned into Super Saiyan 2, it's amazing. Beulah said excitedly, as if watching a TV series, applauding from time to time. I will definitely transform into Super Saiyan, and then I will become as powerful as my father. Li Yi said firmly. This Vegeta seems to be Saiyan 2, but so weak. Bra frowned. 66-99. Whoosh. Li Su came back with Bulma. Dad, Mom. When the two little guys saw Li Su and Bulma come back, they immediately rushed over. Whis, I'm taking two little guys to Namek. Li Su said. Namek is in big trouble this time, I wish you good luck. Whis laughed, making Li Su a little confused. Li Su didn't care so much at the moment, took the two little guys and Bulma, and left with instant transmission. Namek. On top of a tall boulder, there is a house in the shape of a beetle, which is the residence of the Great Elder. Son Goku and the others just came here right after they arrived at Namek. He looks like Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan looked at Nero, surprised. It's so big. Kaylin looked up at the Great Elder and looked surprised. Guests from afar, thank you for coming to help us. The Elder said weakly, with a 3-point death in his expression. Obviously time was running out. Hehe, I just want to fight a powerful enemy. Son Goku smiled innocently. Let me improve your strength for you. It can be regarded as a reward for you. The Elder said. He had a premonition that the enemy this time was very strong. Piccolo had the last experience in 510, and walked directly to the side of the Great Elder. The Great Elder put his hand on top of his head, and the potential chi in Piccolo's body was immediately guided out. So strong. The combat power has increased from the original more than 200,000 to about 500,000. Child, it seems that you have practiced very hard in the past few years. The Elder said with relief. If it wasn't for Piccolo's own efforts, even if he developed his potential again, it would not have improved so much. Which one of you will come first? The Elder looked at the others again. I'm coming. Krillin ran over excitedly. Piccolo's strength improved so much, he was very envious. The first Elder put his hand on Krillin's shining head, and a fierce aura burst out from Krillin's body. Although it was not as good as Piccolo, it was still very good. 130,000, my combat power has increased so much. Kaylin was very excited. He practiced in universe for a few years, and his combat power has only increased to more than 30,000 points. But in just a short while now, it turned out to be several times the achievements of his cultivation in the past few years. Thank you, Great Elder. Krillin said gratefully. I'm just guiding the potential into your body. How much you can improve depends on you. The Elder shook his head. The achievements of Kaylin's cultivation in the past few years are not limited to his superficial strength. There are many things that he cannot see. Next, the Elders developed the potential for Tianxin Yan, and the combat power was increased to 150,000, which was slightly stronger than Kaylin. The first Elder looked at Son Goku again, but Son Goku shook his head and said, I still like to cultivate to improve. Thank you for your kindness. Gohan, you go. Son Goku said to Son Gohan. Son Gohan heard the words and walked to the Elder. The Elder developed the potential for Son Gohan, and the combat power suddenly soared to 300,000, surpassing Kaylin and Tianxin Yan. The potential is so big, like the ocean, I can only develop a part of it. The 35 Elders exclaimed. Having developed the potential for several people in a row, the Great Elder has some exhaustion on his face. Elder, are you alright? Nero asked worriedly. It's okay, I'm just a little tired, just take a rest. The Elder said. Whoosh. At this time, Li Su came over with Bulma and two little guys. Elder, long time no see. Li Su laughed. I am relieved that you are here. The enemy this time is very powerful, and Namek is about to face a disaster. The Elder smiled, feeling relieved. You look very tired, this fairy bean can help people recover their physical strength. Li Su said, throwing a fairy bean to the Elder in the dark. The first Elder did not refuse, CDDB, and after eating the fairy beans, his physical strength recovered immediately. I didn't expect Li Su to have fairy beans here. Son Goku said. When they came out, they also brought a lot of fairy beans, but they have all been used up in the past few years. Li Su, who are the two of them? Kaylin looked at Li Yi and Beulah. They are my son and daughter. Li Su introduced. I didn't expect you to have children like Goku, Krillin said, with some envy in his eyes. Elder, you'd better get all the Namek people to gather together and gather the Dragon Ball. If there is any accident, you can also let Shenron move everyone away, Li Su said. Well. The Elder nodded, turned to look at Enlilu, and said, Enlilu, you should inform everyone. Nilu heard the words and flew away. Frieza should be a few days away from reaching Namek. Everyone can get used to their new strength. Li Su continued. Yeah. Everyone nodded. The combat power has increased so much, and the control of chi is not as good as before. In the training room, Li Yi and Son Gohan are training against each other. The strength of the two little guys actually surpassed us. Kaylin watched the battle between the two and smiled bitterly. Gohan is better. Li Yi is just over a year old. I really don't know how he cultivated. Tianxin Yan said. He was also a little bit shocked. Uncle Kellen, Uncle Tianxin Yan, my brother, and I have a fighting strength of 100,000 since we were born. This is something you can't envy. Bra said, and a god made up for it. Saiyan are a bunch of monsters. 35 Kling said that every Saiyan he knew was so strong. In another training room, Son Goku in Super Saiyan state is fighting with Li Su, and Li Su has not transformed into Super Saiyan, but can still fight Son Goku equally. Suddenly, Li Su disappeared, and then several figures of Li Su appeared in the training room. After Image Fist? No, everyone can feel the chi. Son Goku remained vigilant, he couldn't tell which one was the real Li Su. Boom! Li Su appeared on the front of Son Goku and punched Son Goku in the stomach, which directly pushed Son Goku out of Super Saiyan state. It took a while for Son Goku to recover. Li Su, your strength is so strong. Son Goku said excitedly, he turned into Super Saiyan and was defeated. You can also reach this level in the future. Li Su smiled. What move did you use just now, and why do I feel like every one of them is angry? Son Goku said. It's called Chi Clone. It's mainly used to confuse the enemy, said Li Su, who learned it from the planet Adlat. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, when everyone was cultivating, they suddenly felt a huge movement. What happened? Everyone flew out of the training room and found that a planet had hit Namek, or more precisely, that planet was devouring Namek. What's going on? Except for Li Su, everyone else is a little unclear. This is by Jao Xing, Li Su said, and the scene reminded him of the theatrical version of the Metal Cooler invasion of Namek. Could it be that Cooler didn't die last time, or did he meet Bai Jao Xing like in the original book and turned into a Metal Cooler? Li Su thought to himself. Other than that, he couldn't think of why Bai Jao Xing came here. What is Bai Jao Star? Kaylin asked suspiciously. A long time ago, a computer chip in the universe cemetery enhanced its own energy due to a long-term energy effect, and then it absorbed the matter in the universe as energy, and gradually formed into a huge mechanical planet Bai Jao Star. 35 Li Su explained. Then what now? Namek will be destroyed if it goes on like this, Son Goku said. Frisia has not yet arrived, but a troublesome Bai Jao Star arrives first. Get ready to fight, the enemy has come, Li Su said. As soon as Li Su finished speaking, some robots appeared in everyone's eyes and surrounded them. Da-da-da. Behind the many robots, a special person came out. It was the Metal Cooler. You don't seem surprised to see me, Cooler said. It's just rubbish. What's surprising? I didn't kill it once, I just killed it again. Li Su said disdainfully. I didn't expect Cooler to turn into a Metal Cooler like in the original book. Li Su, do you know him? Son Goku asked in a low voice. He's Frisia's brother Cooler, Li Su said. Is he strong then? Son Goku continued, looking very interested. It's stronger than the previous Frisia, Li Su said. He doesn't know what the current Frisia has become, and Whis' words made him feel that the current Frisia is not simple. Great, he'll leave it to me, Son Goku said excitedly. I have no opinion, Li Su said. Cooler, I'll fight you, Son Goku said, stepping forward a distance. After killing you, it's the same as killing him again. Cooler was a little angry. Li Su looked down on him like this. He must torture Li Su well. Xiao Yi, Beulah, prepare to fight. These robots will be handed over to you, Li Su said. Okay, Dad. The two were gearing up for their first real fight. One by one, the robots attacked everyone, and Li Su directly used instant transmission to take Bulma to a distance. He did not intend to participate in such a battle. Look at me. Bra condensed an energy ball and threw it towards one of the robots. With a bang, he hit the robot head-on, but caused no damage. Will this be the case on the front? Bra said. Be careful. Li Yi saw another robot attacking Beulah, and immediately flew over and punched the robot, but the robot still didn't respond. Krillin and Tianxin Yan are also being pushed around by robots, and these robots have weird mechs that are not so easy to deal with. Xiao Yi, learn to find the enemy's weakness. Li Su's voice sounded beside Li Yi's ear. Li Yi began to get serious, avoiding the robot's attack while looking for the robot's weakness. Have it. Suddenly, Li Yi's eyes lit up, he concentrated his chi in his fist, and hit the robot. Bang! The robot was directly split into two parts, and then it exploded with a bang. Beulah, condense chi to 1 point, these robots are just very hard mechas. 35 Li Yi said to the embarrassed Beulah. Brother, I'll find out if you don't tell me. Bra said unhappily, but he still followed the method Li Yi said and destroyed a robot with one punch. Seeing that Li Yi discovered the robot's weakness so quickly, Li Su nodded with satisfaction. Piccolo and others also quickly discovered the weakness of the robot, and destroyed several robots at once, but the number of robots was large, and they came up one after another. Son Goku's side was a little bit miserable, being crushed by the Metal Cooler, not a match at all. Seeking flowers. Metal Cooler has 10 billion energy, not 10 billion combat power. It's like a shockwave of 10 times the turtle, but it only condenses 10 times the energy, and its power is at most 2 or 3 times its own combat power. A cooler with 10 billion energies has a real combat power of only a few hundred million, which is a little stronger than before, but not too much stronger, but this kind of strength can also crush Son Goku. Bang bang bang! Son Goku is like a human flesh bag, in the hands of the Metal Cooler, there is no way to fight back. Boom! At this moment, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, and suddenly burst out, breaking the Metal Cooler's arm with a punch. 0. However, a strange scene appeared, and Cooler's arm immediately recovered. My weakness will be repaired by Bai Jao Xing's main computer immediately. Unless you can kill me completely, I will become stronger. Metal Cooler smiled proudly. However, you can also transform into Super Saiyan, which surprised me a bit. What? Son Goku looked in disbelief. It seems that this Metal Cooler is worse than I thought. Li Su watched from a distance and shook his head. The Metal Cooler broke his arm with a punch by Son Goku, which means that the Metal Cooler's physical strength is far from keeping up with his combat effectiveness. That is, he used the energy of Bai Gao Xing to repair, otherwise he may not even be able to fight the current Son Goku. Pass. Son Goku continued his attack on the Metal Cooler, punching Cooler in the stomach, cutting Cooler in two, but Cooler recovered immediately. Son Goku felt tricky, this ability was too difficult to deal with. It's so strong, but I won't admit defeat. Son Goku said, not afraid, but rather excited. Call out? Son Goku rushed out and punched Cooler on the body. This time Cooler had nothing to do but grabbed him by the neck. What's the matter? Where did the momentum just now go? Cooler said with a smug smile. Son Goku struggled, trying to remove Cooler's hand but couldn't. You're done, Super Saiyan, boom. At this moment, the metal cooler was kicked out by someone, and it was Li Su who did it. Li Su, this is my opponent. Son Goku said. I remember that you seemed to be almost killed by him just now. Li Su said speechlessly. Hey, leave him to me, I will definitely defeat him. Son Goku smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. If Li Su didn't save him just now, he would have saved him from danger. Goku, you can still laugh at this time. Bulma said in front of Li Su. Bulma, how did you become so small? Son Goku looked curiously at Bulma, who had turned into a miniature. He hadn't noticed it just now. Damn Saiyan monkey. At this moment, Cooler rushed over angrily, with a grim expression on his face. May 10th saw Li Su's disdain, and he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. What a waste. Li Su said disdainfully. Boom. When Cooler rushed in front of him, Li Su put his knee on Cooler's stomach, making Cooler's movements abruptly stopped. Immediately after, Li Su grabbed Cooler's neck again, pinched it hard, snapped his neck, and pulled out the wires. Seeing that Cooler was recovering again, Li Su opened his fingers and fired several energy balls at Cooler's body and head, completely blowing Cooler up. Li Su, didn't you agree to hand it over to me? Son Goku complained. He finally met such a formidable opponent, and he still hasn't played enough. What I killed was just a replica. If you want to fight, there are many more. Li Su shrugged and glanced in front of him. Son Goku followed Li Su's line of sight, and there were many metal coolers, densely packed, making one's scalp itchy. That's too much. Son Goku was also sweating coldly. A metal cooler was enough for him to play, and with so much at once, how could he have beaten him? No amount of trash is just trash. Li Su said disdainfully. The Dragon Ball world has never been won by numbers. Bang bang bang. Li Su turned into Super Saiyan and rushed over, like a wolf entering a flock, punching one at a time, and the metal cooler kept being knocked out. I would like to see how many metal coolers can be made from the energy of Gao Xing. Li Su said that he is very clear about the situation of metal coolers, and it is not infinite. I had to bite the bullet. Son Goku said, seeing Li Su fighting there, his hands were itchy, and he rushed into the metal cooler group with Li Su. Namex outer space. A huge universe spaceship was approaching, and inside the spaceship, Frieza sat on a small aircraft, watching with interest the approaching Namek. Sobel, how long until you land? Frieza asked. King Frieza, you can land in an hour, but your father, the king of Kurds, also came to Namek and landed one step ahead of us, Sobel said. Sobel is the commander of the Frieza Corps that appeared in Dragon Ball Super. Because Jinyu and others were all killed, he became Frieza's effective subordinate. Let him grab the Dragon Ball first and save me trouble. Frieza laughed. King Frieza, according to the detector's response, there are several strong fighting forces on Namek, there should be someone fighting. Sobel continued. How many combat strength tests are there? Frieza asked. It has exceeded the upper limit of the latest combat effectiveness detector, and we cannot detect it. Sobel said, with cold sweat on his forehead. The latest combat power detector can detect the maximum combat power of 100 million, which means that the opponent's strength has exceeded 100 million, which makes him a little scared. Forget it, land fast, Frieza said, not worried at all. Yes, King Frieza, said Sobel. On the battlefield, Li Su and Son Goku had almost finished the metal cooler. In fact, Li Su had solved all of them. Son Goku was very reluctant to deal with a metal cooler. Goku, if he wants to kill Cooler, he must destroy the mastermind of Baijao, said 35 Li Su. Where's the mastermind? Son Goku asked. His body was covered in scars. He was beaten most of the time. If Li Su hadn't helped him a few times, he might have been beaten to death by the metal cooler. Of course it's in the Baijao star, the remaining one is handed over to you to practice, I will destroy the main brain. Li Su said, the remaining metal cooler did not kill, it was specially reserved for Son Goku. Don't worry. Son Goku said, full of fighting spirit, there is only one left, and he can finally fight well. Li Su put his hand on Son Goku's shoulder, wrapped in a layer of white light. Son Goku's injury was healed immediately, and his physical strength was fully recovered. Thanks. Son Goku said excitedly. Li Su was about to fly towards the position of Bai Gao Xing, when suddenly he felt a strong aura approaching Namek, and glanced in that direction. It's finally here. Li Su murmured, and didn't stop at the moment, just passed it with instant transmission. Inside Baijao star, it was built like a mechanical castle. Li Su used instant transmission to directly enter the Baijao star, and as soon as he appeared, he saw several metal coolers attacking him. It even has instant transmission. Several suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of him again. If it wasn't for his speed much faster than the metal cooler, he might have been hit. But even if he was hit by the metal cooler, it wouldn't hurt him. Bang, bang, bang. Li Su knocked out the metal coolers that surrounded him with a few kicks. Now you can die in peace. Li Su turned his head to look at the main brain. The upper and lower parts were connected to wires, and there was a 3.1 head in the middle, which looked extremely disgusting. I'm not going to throw in the towel. Cooler yelled, instantly forming a metal figure of wire. No matter how many times you resurrect, I will kill you, Li Su said. One tore off the wire that was entangled towards him, and the other hand condensed an energy ball and threw it towards the position of the main brain. Do not. Cooler roared unwillingly, maybe measuring the ball won't stop because of his unwillingness. Boom! The explosion of flames completely drowned Cooler. It should be dead this time. He still has a task to complete, killing Frisia's 3 father and son. He can get a high-level savvy plug-in, but he can't let Cooler survive. The door of the spaceship opened, and a group of universe people came out, standing in 2 rows at the door, and a tall man walked out slowly. It was Kurd. Kurdish king. 2 powerful chi were detected on Namek, and suddenly disappeared again. A universe person said respectfully, "Don't worry about them, you are now scattered to find the Dragon Ball. Make sure to find all the Dragon Balls before Frisia arrives." Kurd said. Since Frisia discovered them, they naturally discovered Kurds. The 2 fathers and sons had their own plans, and they were bound to win the Dragon Ball, even if they killed each other. Yes, Kurdish king. These universe people were scattered into several teams and set off individually. In another place in Namek, Li Su found Son Goku after solving Cooler. "Goku, did you solve the metal cooler?" Li Su said somewhat unexpectedly. "I was playing," and he suddenly blew himself up. 23 Son Goku said dejectedly. He was still not addicted to playing, and his opponent suddenly disappeared. Li Su touched his nose in embarrassment. He solved the mastermind. How could the metal cooler here be still alive? You should have felt that another powerful chi descended on Namek, followed by a powerful chi. Li Su said. He had already guessed who it was. Yeah. Son Goku nodded solemnly. Let's hurry over now, and hand those miscellaneous soldiers to Piccolo and Xiaoi. Li Su said. Okay, but this time let me shoot first. Son Goku said. He didn't want his opponent to be snatched by Li Su again. No problem. Li Su said, but in the end he would definitely shoot. After all, he had to complete the task. Anyway, Son Goku only had to play well. The 2 did not use instant transmission, and flew directly to the position of the powerful chi. Kurd was resting, waiting for his subordinates to find the Dragon Ball, when the combat power detector on his ear suddenly sounded and detected that 2 people were approaching. Before long, 2 figures appeared in front of him. It was Li Su and Son Goku. Did he? The combat power is 5,000? Did he? The combat power is 3,000? A brown-skinned Tauren beside Kurd checked the fighting strength of the 2. Seeing that the fighting between the 2 was only so little, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He had a fighting strength of 8,000. Kurdish king, these 2 people should also be here to grab the Dragon Ball, so they will be handed over to their subordinates. The Tauren smiled cruelly. Go, don't let them disturb me. Kurd waved his hand and said casually, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, tasting it carefully. It will be over soon, and you won't feel the pain. The Tauren laughed, aiming the laser gun at Son Goku. Call out. A laser shot towards Son Goku. Just as it was about to hit Son Goku moved slightly, then returned to the spot. The whole process was very fast. It looked like the laser had passed through Son Goku's body, but did not damage Son Goku. What's going on? The Tauren didn't know why, so he fired 2 shots in succession, but the result was still the same. Stop playing, there are stronger enemies to deal with later. Li Su said. He didn't want to waste time on these trash fish. Okay. 35 Son Goku smiled and moved quickly to the Tauren, knocking the Tauren unconscious with a punch. It seems that the strength is hidden. Kurd was also a little moved at this time, but he was still not worried at all. Boo, boo, boo. The remaining universe people around Kurd flew over immediately, ready to besiege Son Goku, but were beaten down by Son Goku a few times. Now it's your turn. Son Goku looked at Kurd, full of fighting intent. Your strength is good, are you interested in being my subordinate? I can give you a planet, Kurd said. Go ahead, I won't force other people's planets. Son Goku frowned. Soon you will feel hopeless. Kurd laughed, and after that, he charged towards Son Goku, followed by a long arrogance. Boom! Kurd punched Son Goku, but was caught by Son Goku, and the other hand also came over and was also caught by Son Goku. Just as Son Goku was about to wrestle with Kurd slapped Son Goku with a tail and sent Son Goku flying away. Bang bang bang! He smashed several boulders one after another to stabilize his body, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. 100 million combat power, I wonder if there is still a transformation. Li Su secretly said. In the original work, Kurd was easily killed by future Trunks. Li Su was not sure about his strength, but Li Su guessed that Kurd might have a stronger transformation. If the Kurds only had 100 million combat power, it would be impossible to follow Frisia to the Earth to take revenge. You must know that Frisia's combat power exceeds 100 million. If he knew he couldn't beat him, how could he come to die? 35. After Son Goku stabilized his body, he shouted and transformed into Super Saiyan. He had just broken through, and he was a little noisy when he transformed. Golden Saiyan, did you kill Cooler? Kurd shrank when he saw Son Goku's 513 appearance. He had always been very afraid of Golden Saiyan. Super Saiyan is not the only one. Son Goku said. Without explaining much to Kurd, he directly attacked Kurd. Bang bang bang! After transforming into Super Saiyan, Son Goku has a combat power of 150 million. Kurd is not an opponent at all. After only a few rounds of fighting, Son Goku received several punches. They will be able to bully opponents whose combat power is not as good as theirs. Li Su shook his head. Although the strength of the Frozen Demon clan is strong, their control of Qi is rough. As long as the opponent's combat power is stronger than them, they are basically unable to defeat them. Bang! Son Goku smashed Kurd to the ground with another punch, the ground cracked like a cobweb, and the entire planet felt shaken. What? After Kurd stood up, he roared angrily, the momentum on his body began to rise, the ground under his feet began to tremble, and pieces of small stones rose up. The strong wind spread away, and the trees were blown to the side. Son Goku watched, without interrupting Kurd's transformation. He was looking forward to a stronger opponent. The strong wind dissipated, and Kurd's figure reappeared in front of Li Su. The head has become flat and elongated, with a few tentacles, and the armor-like things on the shoulders are splayed, just like Frisia's second transformation, extremely ugly. The most important thing is that his combat power has doubled to 200 million. Saiyan, I will make you regret not agreeing to be my subordinate. Kurd smiled cruelly, extremely confident in his own strength. I feel like the blood in my whole body is boiling. Son Goku laughed, very excited, the cells in the whole body seemed to be burning, and the body exuded a strong fighting spirit. Son Goku is Son Goku. In the face of an enemy stronger than himself, he can still take battle as a kind of enjoyment. Li Su secretly said. On this point, some admire Son Goku. Bang bang bang! The figures of the two suddenly disappeared, and then there was a violent collision in the air, and circles of white ripples spread out, making the sky look like a broken spider web. The fists, elbows, and arms of the two kept colliding, setting off a hurricane, as if the end of the world had come. In another part of Namek, Son Gohan had just killed a few Kurdish subordinates when he felt too strong Qi and looked in the direction of Son Goku. It's Dad? Damn. Piccolo threw the universe person who had been strangled to one side, and looked in Son Goku's direction unwillingly, and the strong air made him tremble a little. Are we going to help? Krillin asked, a little reluctant to go, but a little uneasy in his heart. Dad should be there too, we'll be fine. Li Yi said, and after that, he flew in that direction with Bra. Son Goku. Piccolo shouted, and immediately followed. Even though he knew he was no match, he still wanted to see it. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan saw Piccolo go, and he followed. Kellen and Tien Shinyan glanced at each other and followed behind a few others. Their hearts of martial arts were still quite firm. The strength of their opponents would make them afraid, but they would not escape. The battle between Son Goku and Kurd has intensified, and has entered a white-hot stage. The two of them are wrapped in rich arrogance, like two groups of burning flames. Damn Saiyan. Kurd was very angry when he saw that he had not defeated Son Goku for a long time. Whoosh whoosh. The index finger and middle finger of the right hand were aimed at Son Goku, and the rays of death shot towards Son Goku. Son Goku shuttled in the light of death, and kept approaching Kurd. In a blink of an eye, he came to Kurd and punched Kurd in the stomach. What? Kurd screamed, the bitter water was about to spit out, and his body bent like a boiled shrimp. Son Goku then grabbed Kurd's arm and spun him around a few times before throwing Kurd out. Bang! Hit a boulder, the whole body was embedded in it, and then the boulder shattered like a spider web, turning into pieces of rubble. What a piece of shit, with 50 million more fighting power than Son Goku, yet still falling behind. Li Su shook his head disdainfully, the Kurdish fighting talent was much worse than Frisia's. What? Kurd let out a loud roar, and the gravel around him was crushed into powder by the explosive momentum. I kill you? Kurd was extremely angry and attacked Son Goku frantically. But Kurd is not Son Gohan, and his fighting power will increase in the case of anger, and his irrational attacks will make him less powerful. Dad? 35. At this moment, Li Yi and Bra flew over. Good performance this time. Li Su rubbed the heads of the two little guys. He has always been paying attention to the situation of the two little guys. If there is any danger, he will come to the rescue. Mom, can you make this mini bracelet for me too? Bra looked at the mini Bulma in front of Li Su curiously, feeling very funny. Okay, after this event, I'll make one for you. Bulma smiled. Piccolo, Kling, and others also flew over one after another. Goku is really powerful, such a terrifying guy is no match for him. Krillin exclaimed when he saw Son Goku pressing Kurd. OM. Li Su suddenly glanced at the sky, where a powerful force was approaching and was about to land on Namek. Piccolo, Kling, and others also felt it, and their faces were very solemn. Is this Frisia? Kling said, shaking involuntarily. Many people came. Son Gohan said, in addition to Frisia's Qi, there are countless Dao Qi, one of which is not as powerful as Frisia's. Son Goku, hurry up and resolve the Kurds, a stronger enemy has arrived. Li Su exclaimed to Son Goku who was fighting. Okay. Son Goku also sensed Frisia's anger and lost interest in continuing to fight Kurds. Boom! After Son Goku finished speaking, he hit Kurd with a heavy punch, which stopped Kurd abruptly. After Kurd's transformation, his Qi continued to decline. So far, it has been similar to Son Goku, obviously because he hasn't transformed for a long time and is not used to the power after transformation. You're not my opponent, just leave Namek. Son Goku said, not intending to kill Kurd. After finishing speaking, Son Goku exited the Super Saiyan state and flew towards Li Su's position. The Kurd behind him flew into the air, condensing a huge energy ball in his hand. Haha, die for me? Kurd smiled proudly and smashed the energy ball at Namek. As long as Namek was destroyed, Saiyan, Li Dihao, could not survive in the universe, but they could freeze the demon. Oops. Son Goku secretly thought something was wrong, so he quickly transformed into Super Saiyan and flew over. But there is one person who moves faster than him. It is Li Su. Li Su knows Kurd's character very well and has been guarding Kurd. When Kurd secretly condensed the energy ball, he discovered it. Li Su transformed into Super Saiyan and used instant transmission to come under the energy ball. There was also an energy ball between his palms that was gradually getting bigger. The Kamehameha wave? Pushing out his palms, the energy ball in his hand rushed out, pushing Kurd's energy ball back. Do not. Kurd put his hands in front of him with a horrified expression on his face. Two energy balls collided with him, pushing him towards universe so close. Seeing that Li Su blocked the energy ball, Son Goku let out a secret breath, and Namek was almost destroyed. Okay, Frieza is coming too, let's go now, Li Su said. Knowing that Son Goku's character was like this, he didn't bother to persuade Son Goku to change. Yeah. Son Goku nodded, his body bursting out with a strong fighting spirit. In a plain area of Namek, a huge universe spaceship landed here. Mechanical claws like spider feet were supported on the ground. There was an exit under the spaceship, and countless universe people flew out from it. The scene is extremely spectacular, like a swarm of bees flying out of the hive. The top of the spaceship was also opened, and Frieza flew out in a small aircraft. At this time, Frieza was still in the first form. There are so many people, Krillin said, making his scalp tingle. Is that Frieza? He is so powerful, and the person beside him is not simple. Tien Shinyan said solemnly. I really want to fight him. Son Goku was so excited that he wanted to rush up immediately. At this time, Li Su was also a little shocked. Although Frieza remained in the first form, his combat power was much higher than the fourth form Li Su knew, with 250 million. I don't know if Frieza can turn into a golden Frieza. If 517 can, he can only escape today, Li Su secretly said. At this time, Frieza must have undergone some training. You must know that Frieza has only practiced for 4 months in the original book, and he can transform into a golden Frieza. His combat power is similar to that of Super Blue, and Li Su's current strength is more than Super Blue. Far from it. Even Frieza is not so defiant. Li Su comforted himself in his heart. In the original book, Frieza turned into a golden Frieza after 4 months of practice. It was more than 10 years later, and the current Frieza may not be able to do it. Just like Son Goku, in the original book, he can increase his combat power from 90,000 to 3 million in just a few days, and then transform into Super Saiyan to reach 150 million. If he wanted to improve so much in a short period of time when the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference had just ended, it would be impossible. Oh, you're here too. Frieza saw Li Su, and a burst of anger burned in his chest. Frieza, it seems that the last planet explosion didn't treat you well, Li Su said. Facing such an opponent, he was not only worried but also excited. Damn it. Frieza, CDDB, looked grim, and when he remembered what happened last time, he gritted his teeth in hatred. My father should have been killed by you. Who is that Super Saiyan? Frieza's face quickly returned to normal, and he smiled with interest. Frieza, come down and play with me? Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, exclaimed. So you're that Super Saiyan, but it doesn't seem like much. Frieza laughed, his expression not changing much. King Frieza, let your subordinates test the strength of this Super Saiyan for you. There was a person standing beside Frieza, it was Tagoma. Good. Frieza laughed. I can finally do it. Tagoma smiled happily and flew to the front. You seem to be very strong too. After defeating you, you will have a good fight with Frieza. Son Goku said that Tagoma's strength should not be underestimated. As King Frieza's special training opponent, after a month of hellish life, I finally understand that ice-like ruthlessness and extreme fear can dominate people's actions. Now I have become a qualified subordinate of King Frieza. Tagoma said. Tagoma shudders at the memory of that month of life. But Li Su discovered an important thing from Tagoma's words. Frieza has only practiced for a month, and it is absolutely impossible for him to become Golden Frieza. He was relieved. King Frieza, do you want to order the army to attack? Sobel asked. Well, add a little fun to the fight. Frieza nodded. Attack, don't let a single one go. Sobel gave an order, and all the people from the Frieza Legion flew over. Xiaoi, Beulah, be careful, I might not have time to take care of you later. Li Su said that he was beaten, and facing the current Frieza, he couldn't be distracted. Don't worry, Dad, I'm very good. Bra said proudly. Brother, let's go. Beulah said something to Li Yi and flew up immediately. Although there were many people in the Frieza Corps, there were only a few who were really powerful. Boom! Bra flew to the side of a universe person, kicked the other person out with one kick, and even knocked down a few people behind. The Kamehameha wave? Li Yi's hands were calyx-shaped and placed on his waist. An energy ball was gradually getting bigger. With a low shout, he pushed his hands forward, and the energy ball rushed out like lightning that broke through the clouds. Boom! A large number of universe people were wiped out by Li Yi. Gohan, let's go, Piccolo said, killing the Frieza Corps as well. Son Gohan and Piccolo's relationship is still good, though things don't go the same way as in the original. Magic Light Killer Cannon. Piccolo's fingertips lit up with a ray of light, and a spiral-shaped energy wave was launched, immediately passing through the bodies of several Frieza legionaries. Magic Flash. Son Gohan also gave a loud shout, and an energy ball wiped out several universe people. Chi Yuan slash. Qigong Cannon? 99. Tian Xinyan and Kailin also started, and their strength is also very good. They are more than enough to deal with these miscellaneous soldiers. You idiots, use your brains and launch a joint attack. Sobel cursed after seeing so many people dead. Boom! As soon as he had finished speaking, Frisia flicked his finger and flung him away, saying, too loud. 55. Such a battle scene is really spectacular. Li Su didn't do it, his opponent was only Frisia, and the others were not worthy of being his opponent. Husband, Xiaoi, and Beulah won't be in danger, right? Bulma said with some concern. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Li Su comforted. Bang! At this time, Son Goku knocked Tagoma out and smashed it to the ground, making a big hole in the ground. However, Tagoma was not injured, and immediately flew into the sky again. In the special training with King Frisia, I have long been trained to be a man of steel. Your attack can't hurt me. 35 Tagoma smiled proudly. Bang bang bang! Son Goku and Tagoma collided violently, and the strong wind blew away everyone around. So strong, I didn't expect such a tough guy besides Frisia. Piccolo stopped suddenly and looked at Son Goku and Tagoma. Damn, it interrupted my battle. Bra said angrily. Frisia, let's start too. Li Su said, seeing everyone fighting, his hands were itchy too. Oh ha, it looks like you're very confident. Frisia laughed and flew out of the aircraft. With a flick of his tail, the aircraft was pumped away. You'd better transform quickly, otherwise don't blame me for not giving you a chance to transform like last time. Li Su smiled and moved his hands and feet a little. Damn, Frisia said angrily. Last time I was really careless, this time I will transform into the final form, ready to face despair. After Frisia finished speaking, the ground cracked with force under his feet, and several pieces of gravel flew out. What? With a loud shout, the momentum of the body began to rise, and a gust of wind was formed around. Leave everyone! Li Su shouted, and the momentum that Frisia exuded was not something that Kling, Tian Xinyan, and others could resist. When everyone heard the words, they all gave up their opponents and flew into the distance. What? A burst of light radiated from Frisia's body, completely covering him. Li Su felt that Frisia's chi was rising rapidly. The light dissipated, and Frisia's figure reappeared in front of everyone. The figure became small, and the whole body was milky white, except for the purple armor-like things on the head, shoulders, and chest. The soldiers of the Frisia Corps, because they didn't have time to leave, were all crushed by the aura of Frisia, and the only ones left were Tagoma, who was fighting Son Goku, and Sobel. What a powerful chi! Kailin said tremblingly. It's really a monster. It's already so powerful, and it can still improve so much. Tian Xinyan was sweating coldly, and his face was extremely solemn. But he doesn't look good at all. Bra said. She was not worried, in her eyes Li Su was invincible. Sister, you can judge a person's strength based on appearance, his chi has increased many times, Li Yi said. Don't worry, with Dad here, we can definitely beat him, Bra said. 1.5 billion combat power, it seems that you have indeed improved a lot. Li Su said with a smile. Frisia is indeed much stronger than before, and the current Frisia is far from using all his strength. Aren't you shivering with fear? Frisia laughed, a smile that made him extremely uncomfortable. Your strength is not qualified to scare me, Li Su said. After speaking, he transformed into Super Saiyan and came to Frisia in an instant. Boom! Before Frisia could react, a punch sent Frisia flying. It's so strong, Li Su's chi is stronger than Frisia. Kailin said excitedly. Dad is the best. Bra said proudly. Frisia flew upside down for some distance in the air before stabilizing. I didn't expect you to be Super Saiyan too, so looking at it makes me angry. Frisia said with a grim expression. After Frisia finished speaking, a purple arrogance erupted from his body, rushing towards Li Su. Boom! Li Su reached out and grabbed Frisia's fist, and then put his knee on Frisia's stomach, causing Frisia to spit out the bitter water. However, Frisia quickly made a counterattack. His tail inserted into the ground, got out from the ground, wrapped around Li Su's right foot, and threw it hard, and Li Su threw it out. Frisia then quickly moved to the front of Li Su and kicked Li Su, but Li Su suddenly disappeared, and then appeared above Frisia, clasped his fists with both hands, and slammed down on Frisia. Bang! Frisia smashed a hole in the ground, and the dust buried half of his body. Come on, Dad. Bra said happily. It's amazing, Li Su is sure to win. Kling said excitedly, if Li Su couldn't beat Frisia, they would be doomed. Frisia is pretending to be dead, this attack won't hurt you, Li Su said. Hehe, I was discovered by you? Frisia flew out of the pit and chuckled, not embarrassed at all by being discovered by Li Su. Seeking flowers. Use your real strength, I have no interest in playing with you, Li Su said. Okay, just use 50% of your strength. Frisia smiled, extending a hand and spreading his fingers. What, isn't this Frisia's full strength? Krillin was shocked. In his opinion, his strength was invincible, but it wasn't even half of his strength. I'm afraid Goku can't help in such a fight, Tian Xinyan said, glancing at Son Goku who was fighting Tagoma. What? Frisia shouted loudly, the purple arrogance on his body rose sharply, and the tyrannical energy set off a strong wind, which made people's cheeks hurt. It's really annoying to make such a big noise. Bra said unhappily. She took a lot of effort to stabilize her figure, her hands were in front of her eyes, and she couldn't open her eyes. After the arrogance rose to a certain level, it suddenly stopped. 50% of the power, it's almost there. Frieza laughed. Li Su's expression was also a little dignified at the moment. Frieza's combat power was already as high as 25 billion. If Frieza hadn't lied, his total combat power would be 50 billion. Is this still human? Krillin shivered at Frieza's anger. Is this the strength of King Frieza? It's so powerful that he is invincible. Tagoma stopped fighting Son Goku and glanced at Frieza and Li Su. I wonder if Li Su can handle it. Son Goku said solemnly. He knew that with his current strength, he couldn't help much. Saiyan monkey, do you feel hopeless? Seeing Li Su's solemn expression, Frieza felt very happy. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. Li Su smiled. He found that he was more excited, his fighting spirit rose, and his blood seemed to boil. Don't pretend to be calm, I'll crush your bones one by one. 35 Frieza has a cruel smile on his face. You're not the only one who has transformed many times, Saiyan can too. ZZ? After speaking, Li Su directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. It's a little different, but do you think you can beat me like this? Frieza laughed. He couldn't sense chi, and Li Su's appearance only changed a little, so he wasn't worried at all. Fight, Frieza. Li Su rushed towards Frieza, leaving a golden trail behind him. Bang bang! The two collided, the overflowing energy submerged into the earth cracked open, and dazzling rays of light bloomed from it. Immediately afterwards, the ground beneath his feet was shattered by the violent energy, leaving a huge pothole. It's amazing that Li Su is actually fighting such a monster. Kaylin muttered, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak many times today. He is a monster himself, a monster even stronger than Son Goku. Tien Shinyan said. For Son Goku, May 17th they at least know a little bit of depth, but they have never seen Li Su's limit. While Li Su and Frieza were fighting, in another part of Namek, a milky white universe ship descended on Namek, leaving a huge impact crater on the ground. The hatch opened, and a man flew up from the pit. It was Vegeta. After he left Gadimio, he learned that Frieza was going to Namek to find Dragon Ball, so he also came to Namek. So powerful chi, one is Frieza and the other is Super Saiyan, but it's a little different from Kakarot's chi. Who is it? Vegeta said. Damn, I was surpassed by 2 Saiyans. The strong self-esteem took a hit again, and this air was obviously much stronger than when Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, and even made him shiver a little. When I find Dragon Ball and get the body of immortality, I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta said unwillingly, and flew in the other direction. Bang bang bang! On the battlefield, Li Su and Frieza are in a fierce collision. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Li Su's strength is still not as good as Frieza's, and basically only gets beaten. What? Li Su no longer kept it, and used the law of force, and his combat power soared to more than 3 million. Boom! There was an explosive increase in speed and strength, which made Frieza a little unresponsive and punched Frieza in the stomach. Frieza's body curved like a boiled shrimp, with protruding eyeballs. Bang bang bang! Li Su then bombarded Frieza with a storm of fists, and Frieza kept retreating like a sandbag without being hit by Li Su. Bang! When the beating was almost over, Li Su swept his legs and kicked Frieza out, hitting a boulder. The boulder shattered and buried Frieza inside. Li Su opened his hands and aimed at Frieza's direction, firing energy balls one after another. Boom! The explosion engulfed Frieza, and the surrounding area became a sea of fire. Is it resolved? Kaylin stared at the sea of fire expectantly, hoping that Li Su had defeated Frieza. It shouldn't be that easy. Frieza said that he only used 50% of his strength, so he shouldn't be lying. Piccolo said that although he was reluctant to admit it, he had to face the reality. I wonder if Li Su still has hidden strength. Tien Shinyan said, glancing at Li Su floating in the air. The flames dissipated, and Frieza's figure reappeared in front of everyone, with a charred black on his chest, as if it had been cooked, with multiple scars on his body, and a trace of blood on the corners of his mouth and forehead. Damn Saiyan monkey, I killed you. Frieza was extremely angry, and it was the second time that he had lost face at Li Su's hands. What? The momentum of Frieza's body was rising rapidly, and his combat power was also rising rapidly. In a blink of an eye, it exceeded 3 million, and finally stopped at 4 million. It seems that he doesn't fully grasp his own power. If he wants to exert his full strength, he must have enough time. Li Su secretly said, and he understood Frieza's situation at a glance. Frieza is only using 80% of his strength now. It's not that he doesn't want to use all his strength, but that he needs time to gather momentum. We have to run farther, otherwise we will be in danger. Kling said, just a little momentum made them unbearable. We can't help much here, it's good not to cause trouble to Li Su and Son Goku, let's stay away. Tien Shinyan nodded. The two little guys also flew away, their strength was the same, and Frieza's powerful breath made them a little breathless. Dad, you must teach this bad guy a good lesson. Bra shouted very unhappily. In a valley in Namek, where most of the Namek people gather, they are now facing a disaster. Hand over the Dragon Ball quickly, or I won't be polite. Vegeta laughed and threw the dead Namek to the side. He sought out the Namek people, wanted to find the Dragon Ball, and made a wish for immortality so that he would one day surpass Frieza and Kakarot. You demon, we will not hand the Dragon Ball to you, said the elder of a village in Namek. Hey, I killed you all, I can't believe I can't find Dragon Ball. Vegeta said. Saying that, Vegeta wanted to kill the elder first, but at this moment, a person suddenly appeared and blocked his attack. It's great, it's Brother Nila, said a child, who was the Dende in the original book. Nialo was protecting the elders, but he didn't come to this valley at first. It was the elders who felt that there were Namek people dying, so he let 3.1 Nialo come to protect everyone. I didn't expect that there was a stronger person among the Namek people. Vegeta laughed. I will definitely avenge the dead. Nira said angrily. Seeing so many people die, he couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. Hihi, your strength is not enough. Vegeta said disdainfully, fighting on the edge of life and death many times, his combat power has increased to more than 1 million. Then you won't know until you fight. Nei Lu was also very confident. Before he came over, the Great Elder had developed his potential for him, and his combat power was 200,000. This kind of strength is more than enough to deal with the previous Vegeta, but in the face of the current Vegeta, it is not enough. Bang bang bang. Lisu and Frieza had a fierce collision. Frieza, who used 80% of his strength, had a combat power of 40 billion, which was 6 to 7 billion higher than Lisu. However, Lisu, relying on the strange abilities of the laws of time and space, can still compete with Frieza on a par with Frieza. The sky, lake, and ground are full of figures of Lisu and Frieza. Every appearance is accompanied by a violent collision, and everything around is crushed by the overflowing energy. The battle between Son Goku and Tagoma is coming to an end. As the battle progresses, Tagoma's chi is seriously depleted and his combat power is declining, and he is no longer Son Goku's opponent. Uncle Piccolo, what's wrong? Son Goku noticed something strange about Piccolo. Someone found it over there in the valley. Piccolo said. He sensed a strong chi. Just now everyone's attention was on Lisu and Frieza, and they didn't pay attention to that at all. It's Vegeta. Krillin said solemnly. Uncle Piccolo, let's go to the rescue now, Mom is still there. Son Gohan said worriedly. She stayed in the valley with the Namek people because his combat power was too low. Yeah. Piccolo nodded. His clansmen were all there, so he naturally had to rush to rescue. Except for Li Yi and Beulah, all 4 Piccolo flew towards the valley. Boom! On the battlefield, Lisu punched Frieza in the stomach. Frieza screamed, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he punched Lisu's chest. Lisu's complexion changed sharply, and Frieza was attacking Bulma's position. Do not! Lisu roared angrily, but it was too late to dodge. Click! Frieza punched the shield shattered, and the fist was castrated and bombarded on Bulma's body. Bulma. Lisu was hit by Frieza's punch and flew upside down for a distance, and immediately flew back to where he was just now, looking for the trace of Bulma, but only saw a faint blood mist. Haha. Frieza laughed very proudly when he saw Lisu's heartbroken look. He just punched Lisu hard just to kill Bulma. Mom. The 2 little guys also shouted sadly. Frieza, I want you to die. Lisu charged towards Frieza like a wild beast. Bang bang bang. Every move is to fight Frieza's life, and he doesn't care if he will be injured or not. Saiyan monkey, this king likes to see you like this. Frieza smiled proudly. 35. Lisu roared and punched Frieza with a heavy punch, causing Frieza to scream in agony, followed by a violent fist to hit Frieza. Bang bang bang. Lisu seemed to be venting the anger in his heart, his eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and every punch seemed to blow Frieza out. Boom! Frieza suddenly counterattacked, punching Lisu in the stomach, causing Lisu's movements to abruptly stop. Give me death, Saiyan monkey. 35. Frieza condensed an energy ball in his palm and launched it against Lisu. The energy ball pushed Lisu and slammed into a hill, and then the energy ball exploded with a rumbling sound, and the hill was immediately displaced to the ground. Dad. Seeing this, the 2 little guys attacked Frieza. Get away from me! Frieza slapped the 2 little guys and flew them out. Kaioken. A loud shout came from the ruins, and then a figure flew out and caught the 2 little guys. Dad. The 2 little guys said happily when they saw that Lisu was fine. Eat this fairy bean, and leave the rest to Dad. Lisu fed the 2 a fairy bean each, and their injuries were all healed, and they flew to the side. Not dead yet. Frieza said angrily. Quick fight. Lisu said. The 2 little guys were in danger just now. He used Kaioken in a hurry, and superimposed Kaioken in the super race state, which put too much load on the body. His current situation will not last long at all, and his body may collapse at any time. Lisu rushed towards Frieza and came to Frieza in an instant. The speed was simply not comparable to that of before, and Frieza did not react at all. Boom! A heavy punch hit Frieza in the stomach, causing Frieza to spit out a mouthful of bitter water. Although it is only double Kaioken, Lisu's combat power is also over 50 billion, which is 10 billion higher than the current Frieza. Lisu then kicked Frieza out with another leg sweep, then used instant transmission to get in front of Frieza and kicked him back again. Bang bang bang! Lisu's figure flashed on both sides. Frieza was like a football, kicked around by Lisu, and the shrill screams made people feel a little nervous. Damn Saiyan monkey! Frieza stabilized his body, flew out, and attacked Lisu with a hideous expression. Boom! However, as soon as he arrived in front of Lisu, Lisu pressed his knee on 520's stomach. The severe pain stopped his movements abruptly, his eyeballs protruded and were covered with bloodshots. The Kamehameha wave. Lisu put his hands on his waist, and an energy ball was launched against Frieza, pushing Frieza far into the distance. With a bang, a mushroom cloud rose in the distance. The whole Namek was shaking, the lake water poured into the cracks, the violent wind blew the huge stones into the sky, and the end was just like that. Lisu exited the Super Saiyan state and fell from the air. Dad. The two little guys hurried over and caught Li Su. Li Yi took out a fairy bean and stuffed it into Li Su's mouth. Immediately, all the injuries on Li Su's body recovered, and the combat power also increased from the original 120 million to 200 million, and there was an explosion of blood. Li Su did not have any happy expression at this time, but was very sad. Ah, help. Bulma's cry for help suddenly sounded this time. Li Su followed the sound and found that Bulma was falling. Bulma. Li Su was overjoyed and flew over to catch Bulma. Li Su hugged Bulma tightly, for fear that Bulma would slip out of his hands. Husband, you're making me breathless, Bulma said. Bulma, how are you all right? Li Su asked. Husband, have you forgotten that I am immortal? Bulma laughed. She was indeed beaten by Frisia before, but as long as she failed to kill her soul, she would not die. How could I forget this? Li Su patted his forehead and suddenly realized that he was so immersed in the grief of losing Bulma that he had forgotten even such an important thing. Then why did it take you so long to recover? Li Su asked, remembering that Zamasu recovered very quickly. It may be the first time I have encountered this situation, and I am not used to it, but it will be fine in the future. Bulma laughed. I don't want to see this happen again. Li Su said, holding Bulma in his arms. Even though Bulma wouldn't die, he didn't want Bulma to be hurt a little bit. Husband, I love you. Bulma kissed Li Su's cheek. Dad, Mom, shy. The two little guys covered their eyes with their hands and left a gap between their fingers, secretly looking at Li Su and Bulma. Hearing this, Bulma blushed like a sunset in the sky, and hurriedly broke free from Li Su's arms. Two little guys, even your mother dared to make fun of them. After returning, the training volume will be doubled. Li Su said viciously. It was because the two little guys disturbed him. Dad, don't, I won't dare next time. Bra said pitifully. Tears were about to flow out. Husband, what are you doing to the child so fiercely? Bulma said. Although she knew that Beulah was pretending, she still couldn't bear it. Buzz. At this moment, Li Su's face changed and he looked in another direction. Husband, what's wrong? Bulma was a little confused. Bulma, you stay here with Xiaoi and Beulah. Frisia is not dead yet, I have to deal with him. Li Su said. He felt a strong chi, it was Frisia's. He was also wondering why the system hadn't reminded the task to be completed. Husband, be careful yourself. Bulma nodded, not being willful at this time. She knew that she would only cause trouble to Li Su in the past. Xiaoi, Beulah, protect your mother, Li Su said, and flew away. On the other hand, Li Su's energy ball didn't kill Frisia. Damn Saiyan monkey, I must kill you. 9. Frisia began to raise his chi, ready to use 100% of his energy. The violent energy set off a gust of wind around him. He couldn't fully control 100% of his energy, and his body couldn't bear it. What? The ground cracked open, pieces of gravel rose up, and the momentum on Frisia continued to rise. 90%. 91%. When Li Su arrived, Frisia had risen to 98%. Li Su did not interrupt him, ready to fight Frisia with 100% energy. Li Su? At this time, Son Goku came over with instant transmission, and also brought Piccolo and others. Where's Tagoma? Li Su asked. When he fought Frisia before, the momentum was too strong, and the two moved to other places to fight. I was killed by me, Son Goku said. Li Su glanced at Piccolo and found that the current Piccolo is much stronger than before, with a combat power of more than 2 million. He guessed that Neo should have assimilated with Piccolo. When Piccolo and others arrived, Nero had been seriously injured by Vegeta and had more than 1 million Vegeta. Even if Piccolo and others arrived, they would not be Vegeta's opponent. In the end, Nero and Piccolo assimilated and defeated Vegeta, but in the end Vegeta was not dead and was rescued by Son Goku. Li Su, can you defeat Frisia? Son Goku asked with a dignified expression. He just sensed Frisia's anger and came over to see if he could help. Don't worry. Li Su said confidently. He is now strong enough to deal with Frisia. Well, then leave it to me, although I really want to fight him, but the gap in strength is too big. Son Goku said regretfully. 95. At this time, Frisia let out a loud roar and raised to a 100% state. Leave all of you, Li Su said. Waiting for the battle, Son Goku and the others would only get in the way here. Okay. Son Goku and others flew away, but they didn't go far, but watched from a distance. Although he couldn't participate in such a battle, he didn't want to miss it. Damn Saiyan monkey, this time I must crush your bones one by one to vent my anger, Frisia said. With Frisia using 100% energy, the muscles are bulging and it looks stronger. I'll see if you have that strength. Li Su laughed, and very smoothly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The basic combat power has been increased to 200 million, and the second class of Super Saiyan has a combat power of 20 billion. Using the law of force, the combat power is as high as 56 billion, surpassing Frisia with 100% energy. Is this a stronger transformation? Son Goku looked a little excited when he watched Li Su transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and he believed that he could reach this state one day. Li Su's combat power seems to have improved again, and his aura is stronger than Frisia. Kaylin said excitedly. What a disgusting look. Seeing Li Su like this, Frisia didn't get angry and rushed towards Li Su. Whoosh! Li Su's figure suddenly disappeared, and immediately, Li Lihao appeared in another place, and Frisia couldn't keep up with Li Su's speed. Hateful. Frisia turned to attack Li Su again, but the result was the same. Saiyan monkey, do you just run away? Frisia said angrily. Then let you see my power. Li Su smiled, his fists moved slightly. Boom! The next moment, Li Su came to Frisia, punched Frisia in the stomach, and then returned to the same place, as if he had never moved again. So fast. Piccolo said in surprise, he didn't even see a shadow. Something's wrong. Son Goku frowned. Boom! When Frisia was about to attack, Li Su punched Frisia in the stomach again, and Frisia didn't react at all. Bang bang bang. Li Su's figure was running around, like drawing a 5-pointed star, and in the center of the 5-pointed star was Frisia. Every time Frisia wanted to attack, Li Su would attack him first. It's amazing. Krillin said in shock, an opponent like Frisia could not fight back in Li Su's hands. Li Su's movements seemed to jump, and he could see a little trace at first, but when he attacked, he couldn't see how he shot at all. Son Goku frowned. After observing for so long, he noticed something was wrong. It's because the gap between our strength and Li Su is so big that we can't see his movements at all, said Tien Yan. Even if the speed is fast, this cannot happen. Li Su must have used a special method. Son Goku said that the gap between them and Li Su's strength is too large, and Frisia's strength is not much worse than Li Su's. It is impossible, can't see at all. After Li Su beat Frisia, just ask, why guess here? He doesn't think as much as Son Goku thinks, Kling said. Son Goku pondered how he would crack Li Su's moves if he were Li Su's opponent. What Li Su uses is the flash time technique. After comprehending the law of time, after a period of honing, he developed the flash time technique. The flash time power is different from the time pause. Time pause is to stop the time within a range, while the flash time power is to build a parallel space. After passing through this space for a certain period of time, it looks like the flash time. Relatively speaking, the flash time art is more advanced and consumes less chi, but both have a common disadvantage, that is, they are not very effective compared to those with high strength. But it is very easy to use to deal with people who are stronger than you, and the opponent has almost no counterattack. As long as he can't break the parallel space he built, he can only predict his moves after a period of time like Son Goku in the original book, or rely on super fast speed to interrupt him when he activates his flash power like Dispo. This is also the reason why Frisia's strength is not much lower than Li Su, but he can't fight back. What? Frisia was very aggrieved, and he had a lot of power, but he couldn't show it. Damn Saiyan monkey! Frisia aimed his palm at Li Su and kept firing energy balls. Li Su jumped and flew into the air, and Frisia fired an energy ball towards Li Su in the air. Li Su avoided and approached like Frisia. In a blink of an eye, he came to Frisia and punched Frisia in the stomach. If you only have this amount of strength, the battle can be over. Li Su said, after the strength has been improved, there is no pressure to deal with Frisia. Asshole. Frisia's face was hideous, deeply stimulated by Li Su's disdainful tone, and attacked Li Su like a madman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Su dodged left and right, and easily avoided Frisia's attack. Boom. Li Su once again urged the flashing power and punched Frisia's stomach with a heavy punch, making Frisia's movements abruptly stopped, and his body completely resembled a cooked shrimp. Kamehameha Wave 35. An energy ball condensed in the palm of his hand, and it was launched against Frisia, pushing Frisia towards universe. Damn Saiyan monkeys. In Frisia's unwilling roar, the energy ball exploded, and together with Frisia, it turned into the dust of universe. Ding dong! The mission is completed. Attack the host to get a high-level savvy plug-in. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Li Su's mind. Advanced Savvy Plug-in, can learn 3-star moves in seconds. Li Su heard the words, a burst of excitement, his understanding increased a lot. The speed of learning moves will be faster in the future. Moves below 3 stars can be learned at a glance. Win. Krillin said happily. It's finally over. Tien Yan said, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Li Su, your strength is too strong. After my strength improves, I must fight with you. Son Goku said excitedly. He didn't expect that he would still have such a big gap with Li Su, CDDB, after he transformed into Super Saiyan. Let's talk about it later. Li Su said, Son Goku's strength is improving, so is he, and the speed of improvement is faster than Son Goku, so it is basically impossible for Son Goku to catch up with him. Li Su, did you use a special move against Frisia? Son Goku asked. Hearing this question, everyone's ears perked up and they were a little curious. That's right, it's called Flash Time, you can jump Flash Time. Li Su said, it's okay to tell them. What a powerful move, can you teach me? Son Goku said excitedly. If you want to learn Flash Time, you must understand the law of time. Li Su shook his head. What a pity, how can I understand the law of time? Son Goku scratched his head dejectedly, he couldn't learn such a powerful move. Dad? 95. At this time, Li Yi and Bra flew over with Bulma. It's over. Li Su rubbed the heads of the two little guys. Goku, those Namek people who were killed by Vegeta before, must use Earth's Dragon Ball to resurrect them all, Kling said. Shenron of Namek, although he can make 3 wishes at a time, he can only revive 1 person at a time, and he wants to revive all the people. He doesn't know when he will wait. Well, when we get back to Earth, I'll get all the Dragon Balls together, Son Goku said. The matter on Namek has been resolved. Let's say goodbye to the elders in the past and go back directly. Li Su said, there is no point in staying here any longer. Son Goku nodded. Everyone flew to the residence of the Great Elder together. At this time, most of the Namek people had already come over, and their expressions were a little sad. Dende, what's wrong with everyone? Krillin asked Dende. The Great Elder just passed away. Dende said sadly, all Namek people respect the Great Elder very much, and he is no exception. Li Su, do you still have fairy beans there? Son Goku asked. Well, I still have quite a few here. Li Su said that he took 2 jars from Karen-sama at first. Over the years, he has used more than 1 jar, and about half of the jar remains. Li Su took out a bag and threw it to Son Goku. There were about 100 fairy beans in it. If he wanted fairy beans now, he could use the spawning technique to induce them to grow, so there was no shortage of fairy beans. Thanks. Son Goku took the bean and thanked him. He took out a fairy bean from the bag, walked over to the dying Vegeta, and ate the fairy bean for Vegeta, and immediately Vegeta recovered completely. All the Namek people looked at Vegeta with bad eyes, if not Son Goku interceded for Vegeta before, and all the dead Namek people could be resurrected with Dragon Ball, Piccolo would have killed Vegeta long ago. Vegeta, we are going back to Earth, will you come back to Earth with us? Son Goku said. What? 9. As soon as Son Goku finished speaking, Krillin exclaimed. Goku, how can you bring him back to Earth? He's not a good person. Krillin whispered, very much not wanting Vegeta to go to Earth. It's alright, with me and Li Su here, he can't do anything bad. Son Goku didn't care, said. Why do you have to let Vegeta go to Earth? Krillin said very puzzled. Vegeta is a formidable opponent, and I really want to play against him in the future. Son Goku said that the gap between his strength and Li Su is too great for the time being, and he lacks a suitable opponent. And Vegeta is just right, as long as Vegeta can transform into Super Saiyan, his strength will not be much worse than him. Okay. Krillin nodded helplessly. Vegeta, are you coming back to Earth with us? Son Goku continued. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly, without speaking, apparently agreeing to return to Earth with Son Goku. He also has his own ideas. Only by going to Earth can he know how to transform into Super Saiyan, and Li Su and Son Goku are both on Earth. After he transforms into Super Saiyan, it is easier to find them to fight. Goku, I took Bulma and they left first, and the rest will be handed over to you, Li Su said. No problem. Son Goku nodded. Bulma and the 2 little guys walked to Li Su's side and disappeared with a swoosh. 7th Universe, Gods of Destruction. After Li Su left Namek, he did not return to Earth directly, but came here. Whis. It seems that a battle will give you a lot of gains. Whis smiled, and it could be seen that Li Su's strength had improved again. Whis, these 2 little guys are going to trouble you, help me to tune it, I will prepare your food for you, Li Su said. In terms of teaching people to practice, he is still a lot worse than Whis. The 2 little guys should be able to lay a better foundation after Whis's teaching. You have to hurry, I haven't eaten the food you made for a long time, and I miss it so much now, Whis said, mentioning the food made by Li Su. He couldn't help drooling. Dad, are you leaving us? Bra said reluctantly. You guys practice here first, and I'll come back to see you in a while, Li Su said. Well, Dad, you must come to see me, said Bra, who was leaving Li Su's side for the first time. Bulma, let's go, Li Su said. He could also see that Bulma was a little reluctant. After all, the children are still young, and it is really cruel to ask them so strictly now. Bulma nodded, holding Li Su's arm. Earth, Temple of Heaven. The current Tianshan temple is very quiet. Only Bobo and Tianshan are here. Bobo is watering the flowers and plants at this time, while Tianshan is leaning on a cane and looking at the bottom of the Tianshan temple. Whoosh! Both Li Su and Bulma appeared here. Hey, Tenjin, Bobo, long time no see, said Li Su, who had been seeing Tenjin and Popo for several years since the last time. Li Su, you are back. 35 Tianshan said excitedly. Is the Earth okay during my absence? Li Su asked. Goku and the others also went to Universe. Nothing major happened on Earth. It's just that I recently had a bad feeling that something bad might happen on Earth, Tenjin said. No one knows what has not happened yet. All we can do is to improve our own strength, so that we can face all crises, Li Su said. He knew that what the gods said might be artificial people. Well, now that you're back, I'm more relieved. Tianshan nodded, and he was more relieved about Li Su's strength. We went back first, Goku and the others should be back soon, Li Su said, and after that, he took Bulma with instant transmission and left. The island has been empty for several years since Li Su and Bulma left, but some people will come to clean it regularly, so there is no one living there and there is no dust for a few years. It still feels good at home, Bulma said happily, looking at this familiar environment. There is a warm feeling. After traveling in universe for so many years, it's time to live a stable life, Li Su said with a smile. Since Bulma likes it, he will accompany Bulma to live here for a few years. Husband, thank you. Bulma smiled happily, cuddling her head in Li Su's arms. Bulma, look at these 2 little guys, shouldn't we do something? Li Su smiled wickedly. For flowers. Bulma blushed and nodded, seeing Li Su like this, she still didn't understand what Li Su wanted to do. Haha, 35. Li Su picked up Bulma by the waist and walked towards the bedroom. It didn't take long for the sound of gasping to be heard in the bedroom, which continued until the middle of the night. Back on Earth, life returned to tranquility. Li Su lived a very comfortable life every day, but he never let go of his cultivation. He knew that there were still many crises in the future. He needed strong strength to protect Bulma and Namek. Experience it again. One day, when Li Su finished his morning practice, Bulma came over. Husband, today a friend of mine asked me to go out to play, can you accompany me? Bulma looked at Li Su expectantly. Yeah. Li Su nodded. Bulma rarely spoke once, and he naturally couldn't refuse. That's great, I'm going to change now, Bulma said happily, and ran away immediately. Seeing Bulma's happy look, Li Su also smiled dotingly, went back to the room to take a shower, and changed his clothes. At this time, Bulma was almost ready. Husband, let's drive today, Bulma said, took out a universal capsule and threw it on the ground. It turned into a sports car, and she consciously took the position of the co-pilot. Bulma, is that friend of yours a man or a woman? Li Su sat in the driver's seat and asked casually. It's a girl, her name is Paranti. She was a friend of mine when I was young, but after entering junior high school, her family moved away. Although I kept in touch after that, I rarely saw each other, Bulma said, thinking of what happened when she was a child. Oh, Li Su nodded, didn't care too much, and set off in a sports car. Half an hour later, when they arrived at the agreed place, there was already a sports car waiting for them. Bulma, here. A beautiful woman in the sports car beckoned to Bulma, who was Bulma's friend Paranti. Paranti, long time no see. Bulma smiled happily. I haven't seen you for so many years, you are still as beautiful as you were when you were a child. Paranti smiled and hugged Bulma. Is this handsome guy Bulma's husband? Palanti looked at Li Su and said in a charming manner. Lang Ho, don't hit my husband's idea. Bulma immediately stood between Li Su and Paranti, guarding Paranti like a wolf. Bulma, we shared everything when we were young. I'm still single now, shouldn't you share your husband with me? Palanti said pitifully. No discussion. Bulma said without hesitation. It's really boring. I finally met a handsome guy who turned out to be Bulma's husband, and I'm a little embarrassed for digging my feet. Palanti curled his lips. With your conditions, are you afraid that you won't be able to find a handsome guy? Bulma said. Although the wealth of the Paranti family is not as good as hers, they are also top rich, and Paranti is also a full-fledged beauty. 540 cut. Paranti shattered lightly. Li Su listened and was defeated by the conversation between the two. Didn't you say go play, where are you going? Li Su interjected, interrupting the conversation between the two. Handsome guy, let's go swimming, I'll show you in a bikini, my figure is no worse than Bulma. 35 Palanti winked at Li Su and said. No, we can't go swimming, let's go climbing. 35 Bulma firmly objected. Bulma, you're not confident in yourself. Paranti quipped, and gave Bulma a puff of her pride. Who said that? I was afraid that you would take the initiative to lean on my husband. Bulma said. Okay, let's go climbing. Li Su said, and let the two continue to quarrel like this, not knowing when they can start. It's so boring, Paranti said, doubting his own beauty for the first time. Humph, my husband wouldn't like something like you, Bulma said arrogantly, feeling very happy. Let's go. Li Su laughed. Although the two have been bickering, Li Su can see that the relationship between the two is very good, and Paranti's words are mostly joking. Maybe Paranti's character is like this. Paranti put away her sports car and got on Bulma's sports car. She was going to grab Bulma's co-pilot seat, but she didn't succeed, which made her annoyed for a while. The three played happily for a day. That night, Bulma was stimulated for some reason, and was very enthusiastic. He experienced many poses that he had not tried before. In the dark universe, Li Su stood there alone, looking very small. It's time to try it. Li Su whispered softly, holding a seed in his hand, which was the spiritual tree seed he got from Turles. Li Su turned into Super Saiyan 2, and used the birth-promoting technique to convert the chi in his body into a light green gas, which slowly disappeared into the seeds of the spiritual tree. The seeds of the spiritual tree took root and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and grew rapidly, growing to a height of more than 10 feet in a blink of an eye, and it continued. As the spiritual tree grows, the speed of absorbing the light green gas is getting faster and faster, and the gas in Li Su's body is being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Half an hour later, the spirit tree has grown into a giant, and the sturdy roots are exposed in the universe, like winding wooden dragons. The tree has already produced fruit, but it is not yet ripe. Li Su's chi in his body was almost exhausted, so he hurriedly took out a fairy bean and took it, instantly reaching full blood again. Time passed slowly, and the chi in Li Su's body was used up again and again. Fortunately, there are fairy beans that can be replenished quickly, otherwise it would definitely not be able to support the fruit of the spiritual tree. The fruit on the tree turned from blue to red, and finally to red to blue. Finally mature. Looking at the fruits on the tree, Li Su was very excited. After stopping the supply of chi, Li Su plucked all the fruits of the spirit tree. There were about 300 in total. After the fruit of the spirit tree was plucked, the spirit tree withered quickly, and finally only one seed remained. Li Su put it away and returned to the earth with instant transmission. King Kai Star. King Kai noticed the situation in universe when Li Su gave birth to the spiritual tree. I didn't expect Li Su to think of using this method to give birth to the spiritual tree, and he really succeeded. King Kai praised. This kind of method, even if ordinary people think of it, there is no such strength to do it. In the entire 7th universe, only a few people can do it. After Li Su returned to Earth, he immediately called Bulma. Husband, what's the matter? Bulma asked curiously, and at the same time had some expectations. Li Su called her over, there must be something to do with her. Remember this. Li Su took out a spiritual tree fruit. Spiritual tree fruit. Bulma's eyes lit up after seeing it. This is a good thing. She only ate a few last time, and her combat effectiveness has improved a lot. Eat, I have quite a few here. Li Su smiled. Husband, wouldn't you find a planet to plant a spiritual tree? Bulma asked worriedly, but she knew that after planting a spiritual tree, the entire planet would become a Death Star. What are you thinking? This is what I gave birth to with the birth control technique. It took me a lot of effort. Li Su said. Husband, I'm sorry. Bulma said guiltily, knowing that she had misunderstood Li Su. Eat it. Li Su didn't care either. The fruit of the spiritual tree planted on the planet is not very good, and it is useless for a person of Li Su's strength, otherwise he might really do that. Isn't it just destroying a few planets? The Dragon Ball world has the most planets, and Beerus will destroy several planets with a random sneeze. Click. After Bulma took the fruit of the spirit tree, he took a few bites, and the breath on his body suddenly skyrocketed. One can increase the combat power by 10,000 points, and the effect is not bad. Li Su nodded with 3.1 points of satisfaction. The last time the fruit of the spirit tree was green and red, mainly cyan, but this time it was red and blue, mainly red, and the effect was naturally better. Husband, my strength has improved a lot. Bulma said excitedly. Yeah, but you're going to practice with me for a while. Li Su said, and after increasing his combat power so much, Bulma couldn't control his power anymore. And there are still hundreds of spiritual tree fruits left, all prepared by Li Su for Bulma. He didn't eat much, and it was not much better than a day of serious cultivation. Yeah. 35 Bulma nodded. She knew that only when her strength became stronger, could she always be by Li Su's side and accompany Li Su forever. In the training room, Li Su is taking Bulma to practice. In 1 month, Bulma ate almost 100 spirit tree fruits, and his combat power increased to 300,000. The further back you go, the worse the effect of the fruit of the spirit tree. Like drug resistance, unless there is a better fruit of the spirit tree, the effect is minimal. Husband, I've been practicing for a month, can I rest for a while? Bulma said pitifully. Practice was too boring for her. Okay. Li Su smiled. Being able to practice continuously for a month is almost the limit of Bulma, and now that the spiritual fruit has no effect, it is meaningless to let Bulma continue to practice. Great. Bulma almost jumped up in joy. Husband, I'm going out first, you continue to practice. Bulma ran away as if afraid of Li Su's repentance. Li Su. At this moment, Whis' voice sounded beside Li Su's ear. Whis, do you have anything to do with me? Li Su asked in surprise, but Whis rarely contacted him. Li Su, you come to the Gods of Destruction world, there is a person who wants to meet you. Whis said. Is there anyone else in the Gods of Destruction world besides Whis and Beerus 23? Li Su thought to himself, but he didn't want to do that anymore. He hadn't seen the two little guys for a long time, and he missed them a little too. Whis, I'll be right over here. After Li Su finished speaking, he disappeared into the training room, and after several instant transmissions, he came to the Gods of Destruction world. Whis, who wants to see me? Li Su asked. Hello, I'm the Supreme Kai of the Times. A little girl next to him greeted Li Su, with red hair and pointed ears, looking extremely cute. Hello, my name is Li Su. Li Su said. He used to be an authentic Dragon Ball fan. He has read all kinds of Dragon Ball anime and comics, and he also has a certain understanding of the Supreme Kai of the time. Some people say that the Supreme Kai of the time is called Kurano. Dad. The little guys Li Yi and Beulah ran over excitedly when they saw Li Su. Xiao Yi, Beulah, have you been practicing seriously here? Li Su fondly patted the heads of the two little guys. Dad, Uncle Whis gave us a very hard training, said Beulah. Okay, you two go to play first. Dad has some things to deal with. These two fruits can be regarded as a reward for you. Li Su took out 2 spiritual tree fruits and gave them to Li Yi and Beulah. Bulma developed resistance to this fruit. He still has nearly 200 left, and the effect is not very big. The two little guys left with 2 spirit tree fruits. Miss Kane, what do you want to see me for? Li Su asked. Although Kane looks young, she is actually very old, at least 75 million years old. I want to form a time and space patrol, and Mr. Whis recommended you? Kane smiled. Do you want me to join the time and space patrol team? I'm afraid my current strength can't help you. Li Su said. He still has this self-knowledge. Mr. Whis is very optimistic about your potential. The most important thing is that you have comprehended the laws of time and space, which will be of great help to perform tasks in the future. Kane continued. Li Su pondered for a while and said, I have 3 questions. Which 3 questions? Kane asked. The first question, what are the main responsibilities of the Time Patrol? Li Su asked. The Time Space Patrol is used to maintain the order of time, prevent people from distorting the time axis, and create parallel time and space. Kane returned to the road. Second question, which enemies will the Time Patrol mainly face in the future? Li Su continued to ask. The enemy of the Time Patrol is mainly the Dark Demon Supreme Kai Macabre, and his subordinates. Kane said. She also had some headaches when she mentioned Macabre. The third question, what is the benefit for me to join the Time Patrol? Li Su laughed. There is no benefit. He will not join the Time and Space Patrol team. It is better to use this time to cultivate and improve his strength. Benefits? This. Kane didn't expect Li Su to say this, and didn't know how to answer for a while. Whis watched from the side with a smile, as if he had guessed that Li Su would make some requests early in the morning. He had known Li Su for so long, and he also had a certain understanding of Li Su's character. What benefits do you want? Kane couldn't think of anything to give Li Su, so he simply asked. Can you help me create a space like a spiritual time room? It's better to have an unrestricted one. Li Su said. He remembered that Kane had this ability. This is fine. I can change the flow of time in a space, but it requires my time energy to maintain. Once the time energy is exhausted, it will have no effect. Kane nodded. How long can that last? Li Su asked. About a month, Kane said. What about the flow rate of time? Li Su then asked. A month is enough. 2 months inside, 1 day outside. Kane said. Okay, you can help me transform this gravity training room into a space similar to a spiritual time room. Li Su said, took out a universal capsule and threw it on the ground, turning it into a gravity training room. No problem. Kane opened his fingers, and a layer of silver-gray energy appeared on his palms. This energy Li Su was also very familiar with was the energy of time. Time energy acts on the gravity training room, changing the time flow rate inside. After about a few minutes, the renovation was completed, and at this time Kane looked a little tired. It was obvious that it was not easy for her to create such a time house. It's not too difficult. When my understanding of the law of time deepens in the future, I can make it myself. Li Su secretly said. 540, based on his guess, Kane's law of time is at least 30% or more, which is the realm of small success. I'm exhausted. Kane said, taking a long sigh of relief. Thank you. Li Su said. He was in a good mood to get such a time house. Even if he could only use it once, it would give him 5 more years of cultivation time. The spiritual time house on Earth can only enter for 2 days in a lifetime. If it exceeds that, the door of the spiritual time house will disappear. Unless you can break the space wall of the spiritual time house, you will be trapped inside. To break the space wall of the spiritual time house, he needs to have the strength of Super 3, and he can't do it now. I spent so much effort, don't let me down. Kane said. Do I need to do anything now? Li Su asked. You only need to improve your strength now. If there are any tasks, I will inform you. Of course, these tasks will be within your ability. Kane said. I will practice hard. Li Su said. This need not be said by Kane, he will also work hard to improve his strength. By the way, this is for you. Kane took out a purple ring and gave it to Li Su. What is this? Li Su asked. This is the spacetime ring, which is equivalent to the identity symbol of the spacetime patrol. 35 Kane said. What's the use of the spacetime ring? Li Su asked. Hearing the name, he knew that its function must be related to spacetime. It is mainly used for contact, it contains the power of time and space, it can break through time and space once, and it is used to escape in times of crisis. 33 Kane said. That's not bad. Li Su put it on his finger, and he can break through time and space. This power is not small. With his current strength, it is far from enough. How much do you know about parallel dimensions? Kane asked. I don't know much. Li Su said. His understanding of parallel time and space comes from the original book, but this is a real world, and it is definitely not very comprehensive. Spacetime has a certain self-healing ability. Every time there is an irreparable change, 2 spacetimes with different development directions will be formed, which are called parallel spacetime. Kane said. Is there any harm in having a parallel spacetime? Li Su asked. He originally thought that as long as someone traveled through time and space, a parallel spacetime would appear, but he did not expect that spacetime has a certain self-healing ability. Too much time and space will be detrimental to management. People in the dark world just want to create a parallel space and time, so as to fish in troubled waters and collect the dark energy that breaks the seal. Kane said. Break the seal? Li Su asked suspiciously. Macapra is still sealed, and his subordinates collect dark energy in order to release Macapra. 99 Kane explained. How many parallel universes are there now? Li Su asked. There are 3 parallel universes in all universes, Kane said. Are there other universes besides the whole universe? Li Su asked curiously. In addition to the whole universe, there are several special places, such as the realm of time where I am, but the space of the realm of time is much smaller than that of the whole universe. Kane said. And what about other than the realm of time? Li Su asked, finding that he didn't have a good idea of what the universe was made of. There are also the dragon realm and the dark demon realm, which are independent of the entire universe. Kane said. Okay, you shouldn't know too much now, let's improve your strength as soon as possible. Kane said, blocking Li Su from continuing to ask. Okay. Li Su nodded. He would know this sooner or later, not in a hurry. I'll take my leave first. If there is a task, I will contact you through the spacetime ring. Kane said, and after that, he left directly. Li Su, congratulations. Whis laughed. What's there to congratulate? Li Su smiled. He didn't care much about the status of the Time Patrol. The members of the Time Patrol are on the same level as gods of destruction. Even if they are reserve members, Lord Beerus will not dare to destroy them. When Lord Beerus wakes up, even if you can't beat Lord Beerus, you will be fine. Whis laughed. Li Su shook his head. Strength is the foundation. For example, Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction are on the same level, but in front of Gods of Destruction, Supreme Kai is like a mouse seeing a cat, groveling and dignified. Only with equal strength will they be respected accordingly. Whis, the two little guys will continue to stay with you. I'll take my leave first, Li Su said, and then left with instant transmission. Oops, I forgot to ask him to cook me a meal, Whis said distressedly, and he only remembered after Li Su left. After Li Su left the Gods of Destruction world, he returned to his home. 3 parallel universes? Which 3 parallel universes are they? Li Su secretly asked. Forget it, let's not think about these things first, let's practice first. Li Su shook his head, thinking that these things are of little significance. Only with strong strength can we deal with all dangers. Li Su took out the time house that Cain had remodeled for him. 1 day outside, 2 months inside, I will practice for a while before talking about it, Li Su secretly said. When he is not cultivating, time energy will not be consumed, so there is no need for him to stay in it for 5 years at a time. Time flies, and it has been almost half a year since Li Su returned from Namek. Li Su has been practicing in the time house on and off for nearly 2 years, and his strength has improved a lot. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 32. Combat strength, 300 million. Laws, Law of Force, 20/100, Law of Space, 15/100, Law of Time, 10/100. Possessed plugins, Intermediate Automatic Training Plugin, can automatically increase 200 points of combat power every day. Advanced Perception Plugin, can learn 3-star moves in seconds. The Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Plugin, Nuclear Regeneration Plugin. This day, Li Su was cultivating, but suddenly he felt a powerful chi approaching him. This chi was familiar to him. It was Vegeta. It's really interesting that he has become a Super Saiyan so quickly. Li Su's mouth twitched slightly. After Vegeta and Son Goku came to Earth, he didn't pay any more attention to Vegeta's affairs. In half a year, Vegeta transformed from more than 1 million combat power to Super Saiyan, which was really fast. Whoosh! Li Su's figure disappeared in the practice, appeared above the sea, and Vegeta was flying towards him. Li Su, I'm going to beat you today to prove that I'm the strongest Saiyan. Seeing Li Su coming, Vegeta said arrogantly. For Vegeta's second-class declaration, he doesn't care. I'm not interested in playing with you, you should beat Son Goku first and then come to me, Li Su said disdainfully. At this time Vegeta obviously just transformed into Super Saiyan not long ago. Super Saiyan's power cannot be well controlled, and the breath is exposed. Damn it! 55 Vegeta was provoked by Li Su's disdain. What? Vegeta shouted loudly, ready to transform. The sea below was spread out by the momentum of Vegeta's body, forming a whirlpool directly below him. Just transformed into Super Saiyan, Vegeta has some difficulty in transforming, which caused a lot of noise. Whoosh! At this time, Son Goku came over with instant transmission, and he also brought 3 of Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and Son Gohan. It's great that Bigie's, Li's, tower is also transformed into Super Saiyan, Son Goku said excitedly, so that he would have a suitable opponent. After Vegeta came to Earth with him and learned about Son Goku's usual practice method, he took a gravity practice room and some fairy beans from Son Goku and left, practicing hard alone. So during this time, Son Goku didn't know about Vegeta's situation, until he sensed Vegeta's powerful chi just now, and rushed over, and Krillin and Tien Shinyan happened to be there, so they came together. Goku, can you defeat Vegeta now? Krillin asked in a low voice. Yeah. Son Goku nodded confidently. His past 6 months have not been in vain, and his strength has also improved a lot. That's good. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Vegeta's strength was too strong. No one was Vegeta's opponent, and he killed them all. Above the sea, the momentum that erupted from Vegeta set off a wave of waves. Finally, Vegeta's transformation is complete. Come on. Vegeta dashed towards Li Su, and with a fierce aura cut a hole in the sea, and punched Li Su with a punch. Whoosh! When Vegeta was about to hit Li Su suddenly disappeared, and then appeared not far from Vegeta. So fast. Son Goku's face was full of light, he didn't even see how Li Su was moving just now. The combat power of 200 million is not enough in front of me. Li Su laughed. Vegeta's current basic combat power has reached 4 million, and the transformed Super Saiyan has a combat power of 200 million. He can easily defeat Vegeta even if he does not transform and use the Law of Force. Hateful. Vegeta continued to charge towards Li Su again, but the result was the same. Even the corner of Li Su's clothes could not be touched. Li Su's strength is too strong, he didn't even transform into Super Saiyan. Vegeta looks like a clown in front of him. Tien Shinyan exclaimed. Number 553 pairs. Every time Li Su moves, there is no trace at all, just like an instant transmission. Son Goku shook his head. But instant transmission is not so fast. Kling said. He also has a certain understanding of instant transmission, and it takes a certain amount of time to perform. That's what we know about instant transmission, and Li Su may have improved on instant transmission, Son Goku said. What a monster. Krillin smiled wryly. In fact, it was what Son Goku thought. After Li Su had a high-level savvy plug-in, he felt that instant transmission was not suitable for combat, so he further developed the law of space and developed an instant transmission suitable for combat. Li Su gave it another. It has a name. It is called space shift. The principle of space transfer is different from that of instant transmission. Instant transmission mainly relies on the theory of space folding, while space transfer relies on the theory of space shuttle. The difference between the two is equivalent to the difference between speaking in person and on the phone. Space teleportation can perform short-distance fast movement, but cannot perform long-distance shuttle, while instant transmission can perform long-distance shuttle, but the casting time is too long, which is not suitable for use in battle. Li Su, are you just running away? Vijay, CDDB, said angrily. His speed was not as fast as Li Su, so he could only use words to excite him. Then let you see my power. Li Su's mouth twitched slightly. Boom! I saw Li Su's fist move slightly, and the next instant it hit Vegeta's stomach. The severe pain made Vegeta withdraw from the Super Saiyan state, and his body fell to the sea. Seeing this, Son Goku quickly flew over to catch Vegeta, and fed Vegeta a fairy bean. Vegeta recovered immediately. Vegeta, you can also transform into Super Saiyan now, let's practice together, so the speed will be faster, Son Goku said. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and stepped aside. Having a suitable opponent is indeed of great help to cultivation. Li Su, did you just use the modified instant transmission? Son Goku asked. I call it space movement, and you need to learn the law of Goku, said Li Su, who knew that Son Goku wanted to learn again. Ah, it's related to the law again. The law is too difficult to understand. Son Goku scratched his head in distress. Li Su, your strength is increasing too fast, is there a training method suitable for us? Tien Shinyan asked. The gravity training room is not very suitable for them. It's okay when the multiplier of gravity is not too high, but if the multiplier of gravity is too high, they can't bear it at all. I have a move that is quite suitable for you. If you can succeed, your strength will be greatly improved. Li Su thought for a while and said. Now that Tien Shinyan has asked, it is not impossible to help Tien Shinyan. What's the move? Tien Shinyan heard the words, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Li Su's right index finger and middle finger lit up a little, and at the point between Tien Shinyan's eyebrows, he transmitted the cultivation method of fusion into Tien Shinyan's mind. After a while, Tien Shinyan opened his eyes. His expression was a little embarrassed, mainly because the fusion technique was too embarrassing. The combination of fusion and four-body fist has unexpected effects, said Li Su. Well, thanks, Tien Shinyan said. Li Su, can you teach me this move too? Kaylin also asked. The move just now is only suitable for Tien Shinyan, you can't learn it. Li Su shook his head. Not everyone can learn the four-body boxing, except for Tien Shinyan, only Piccolo can perform. Krillin was disappointed when he heard the words. I have some things here. You two should share them. It should improve your strength. Li Su thought about it and took out the remaining spirit tree fruits. This level of spiritual tree fruit has little effect on Bulma, and he has little effect if he keeps it. It can still play some role in giving it to Tien Shinyan and Krillin. Li Su, what's inside? Kaylin looked at the universal capsule in his hand and asked curiously. The fruit of the spirit tree can increase combat power by about 10,000 points, but the more you eat, the worse the effect. Li Su explained. Li Su, you still have such a good thing. Kaylin heard this, his eyes lit up. They had done a lot of training in order to increase their combat power by 10,000 points, but now they only need to eat a spirit tree fruit. It's not a good choice to rely on foreign objects to practice. You shouldn't rely too much on the fruit of the spiritual tree. Self-cultivation is the fundamental, Li Su reminded. At most, the fruit of the spirit tree is used to assist cultivation, and it is difficult to achieve great achievements by relying solely on the fruit of the spirit tree to improve strength like Turtles. Yeah. Krillin and Tien Shinyan nodded solemnly. As an excellent martial artist, the two of them still understand the truth. Li Su, let's go first, wait for the strength to improve before playing a good game. Son Goku laughed. He knew that there was still a lot of gap between himself and Li Su. After speaking, Son Goku left with a few people, and Li Su himself used instant transmission to his home. Husband, what happened just now? How can there be such a big wave on the sea? Bulma asked when Li Su came back. Fortunately, when designing the villa, some modifications were also made to the island, otherwise the entire island would be submerged by the waves. It's all right, it's just a little discussion. Li Su smiled. It scared me to death, Bulma said. You also have hundreds of thousands of combat power now, and you are still afraid of this little wave? Li Su joked. First encounter, Bulma said playfully. Seeing Bulma's cute appearance, Li Su raised another evil fire and walked towards the bedroom with Bulma in his arms. In the blink of an eye, another half a year has passed. In a quiet valley somewhere on the earth, the space suddenly fluctuated, and a machine similar to a spaceship appeared there out of thin air. The machine landed smoothly on the ground, the hatch opened, and a 15 or 16-year-old boy walked out, with purple hair and a sword on his back. Mr. Son Goku will be back in 3 hours, I must hurry, the boy muttered. After the boy put away the machine, he flew away in a certain direction. In the training room, Li Su was practicing, and beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks. Suddenly, the space-time ring on Li Su's hand flickered, and a phantom popped out of the ring. Kane, do you have a mission so soon? Li Su stopped practicing and wiped the sweat from his body. Li Su, there is a person who has traveled from another time and space to yours, you send him back, don't let him cause too much influence, said Kane. Don't you need to destroy him? Li Su asked. No, he just passed through without knowing it. He's not from the Dark Demon realm. You can just send him back, Kane said. Where is the location? Li Su continued to ask. Just above the earth, Kane said. On earth, wouldn't it be Trunks? Li Su thought to himself, counting the time, this time also happened to be the time when the Trunks passed through. I will definitely handle it properly, Li Su said, and ended the call with Kane after speaking. In the nest of time, Kane was very angry. Damn, how dare you end my call first? Li Su is completely unaware of Kane's anger. He is now interested in Trunks from another time and space. According to Kane, the time-space where Trunks is located must be one of the 3 parallel time spaces, and the time machine that Trunks is sitting in cannot really travel through time-space, but can only travel to other parallel time spaces. Don't know who Trunks' mother is, Li Su muttered. To be honest, he is very concerned about this, although the Bulma of another time and space is not the same person as the Bulma of this time and space, but there is always a strange feeling. Just ask and you'll know, Li Su secretly said. Li Su did not go to Trunks directly, but came to Bulma's side with instant transmission. At this time, Bulma was doing experiments in the laboratory, and Li Su's sudden intrusion shocked her. Husband, when you come over with instant transmission in the future, can you let me know first? My experiment is completely ruined. Bulma complained. It's me who's wrong, let's put it down in advance here, and I'll show you something interesting. Li Su said. He had no choice but to use instant transmission, so he couldn't make a call to Bulma first. What is it? Bulma asked curiously. You'll know when you go, Li Su said. After speaking, he hugged Bulma and left with instant transmission. On a desolate plain, Trunks waited here for 3 hours, but Son Goku still didn't come, and Frieza, as he knew, didn't show up. What's going on? Why is it different from what Mom said? Trunks said, anxious. No, I can't manage that much now, and we must understand the situation clearly. What? Trunks burst out of his anger, trying to attract everyone. Bayesian, a big change has taken place at this time. After returning from Namek, Shishi sold several universe spaceships that he got, and got a lot of money. Son Goku was reluctant to leave Bayezai Mountain, so Shishi simply used the money to renovate the surrounding area of Bayezai Mountain and built a large training ground for Son Goku. At this time, in the training ground, Son Goku and Vegeta are sparring. Neither of them have transformed into Super Saiyan. Son Goku's strength is still slightly better, pressing Vegeta to fight. Son Gohan and Piccolo watched from below, eyes rolling. At this moment, everyone felt a powerful chi, and they were relatively unfamiliar with this chi. Who? Not much less angry than Son Goku. Piccolo said. It's like Saiyan, kind of like when Dad turned into Super Saiyan, Son Gohan said. How come another Super Saiyan suddenly appeared? Piccolo said, and the Super Saiyan appeared one after another, as if they were very cheap. Vegeta and Son Goku stopped fighting after feeling the breath. So powerful, I really want to fight him, Son Goku said excitedly. Flowers. Kakarot, his opponent is me, Vegeta said unhappily. He also longed to fight a rival of comparable strength. Saiyan is a fighting nation, and only grows the fastest in battle. Vegeta, don't be like this, now I don't know if I'm an enemy or a friend, Son Goku said. Dad, let's hurry over there, said 35 Son Gohan. Yeah, Son Goku nodded, and everyone put their hands on his shoulders and passed by instant transmission. After Trunks burst out his anger, it didn't take long before 2 groups of people appeared near him at the same time. Mr. Son Goku, Master Gohan, Dad. Trunks was very excited after seeing Son Goku and Vegeta. Who are the other 2? Why haven't I heard from my mother? Li Su, are you here too? Son Goku greeted with a smile after seeing Li Su. Humph. 35 Vegeta snorted coldly, apparently being easily defeated by Li Su last time, which made him very uncomfortable. Who are you? Son Goku looked at Trunks again. Hello, Mr. Son Goku, Trunks said. Do you know me? Son Goku was a little puzzled. He was sure he had never seen Trunks before, and turned to look at Li Su. Li Su, do you know who he is? He came from a parallel time and space, and I came to capture him, Li Su said. Parallel time and space. Son Goku was even more puzzled. Trunks, you traveled through time and space, and you have violated the law of time and space. Now please go back with me to face the trial, Li Su said very pretendingly. How did you know me? Trunks was surprised to hear Li Su call his name. I'm a member of the Time Patrol. How could I not know about your travel through time and space? Li Su said, gesturing the ring on his hand, although others didn't know what the ring represented. How could this be? Trunks nearly collapsed. Husband, don't scare him. Bulma glared at Li Su. As Li Su's pillow, she knew Li Su's character very well, and at a glance she could see that Li Su was scared. Trunks. Although you have traveled through time and space and violated the law of time and space, but it has not caused much impact, and you are not aware of it, so as long as you return to the original time and space as soon as possible, Li Su said. But in the world I live in, human beings on Earth are still living a dire life. Trunks said that his mother spent so long studying the time machine in order to let him go back to the past and change the fate of the Earth. What has happened can't be changed. You don't think about how to save yourself, but you pin your hopes on others. Such people are not worthy of pity, Li Su said sharply. Even if it really goes back to the past, it will split into a parallel world at most, and it cannot change the fact that has happened. That android is too powerful. Even if I become Super Saiyan, I'm still no match for the android, Trunks argued. It's just 2 androids, Saiyan's power is much more than that. Super Saiyan is not an opponent of androids, won't you surpass Super Saiyan? Li Su said. The androids of the big world are also a little stronger than the current Trunks. As long as the Trunks practice seriously for a period of time, dealing with the 2 of them will not be a problem at all. Beyond Super Saiyan? Is that really possible? Trunks asked incredulously. You don't even have the courage to save yourself, do you still expect others to help you? Li Su said. Self-cultivation to become stronger is far more real than going back to the past through a time machine and changing history. ZZ? Li Su said, and directly turned into Super Saiyan 2. So powerful. Trunks said in shock. Damn it. Vegeta said unwillingly. He had just become Super Saiyan not long ago, but Li Su had already surpassed Super Saiyan. I really want to get stronger and fight Li Su. Son Goku said. This is Super Saiyan 2, on top of this there are Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, and even Super Saiyan 5. There are only 2 humanoids. How could it be Saiyan's opponent? Li Su said. Can you teach me to practice? Trunks said, with a gleam in his eyes, with such a powerful force, how could he be unable to defeat the androids? You answer me a question first, who is your mother? Li Su asked. My mother is Palantir, Trunks said. It turned out to be her. Li Su was a little surprised. What about Bulma in your world? Li Su then asked. I don't have Bulma in my world, maybe I just haven't heard of it, Trunks said. How could this be? Li Su was a little puzzled. Couldn't find the answer for the time being, and Li Su could only put it aside. Li Su, what's the matter with the artificial humans you just said? Son Goku was listening in the clouds and fog, and didn't understand at all. Trunks glanced at Li Su and asked Li Su's opinion. Li Su nodded. At 10 o'clock in the morning on May 12th, about 3 years from now, 2 super powerful androids appeared on an island 9 kilometers southwest of the South 5. They were made by former Red Silk Corps scientist Dr. Gero, and their purpose was to get revenge by killing Mr. Son Goku, Trunks said. And after that? Did they kill me? Son Goku asked. No, you died of a heart attack before that, and then everyone except me and Master Gohan were killed by androids, said 35 Trunks. It's such a pity to not be able to fight against such a master. Son Goku said regretfully. Mr. Son Goku, that is our world, your world is different from ours, and things will certainly be different in the future, said 35 Trunks. I originally planned to go back to the past and give you the special medicine for heart disease, hoping that you would eliminate the androids, but now it seems that it is useless. Trunks said and took out a bottle of heart attack medicine from his pocket. It's not necessarily useless. Although the parallel worlds are different, there are many similarities. 3 years later, androids may still appear, and Son Goku may also suffer from heart disease. Li Su said. Mr. Son Goku, keep this medicine for heart disease, just in case. Trunks said, handing over the medicine for heart disease to Son Goku. Thanks, Trunks, Son Goku thanked, putting away the heart disease medicine. In 3 years, I will definitely destroy some bullshit androids. Vegeta said. He was still very upset when he heard that he was killed by androids in another world. I also want to see how powerful the android is. Son Goku said with great anticipation, wishing that the android would appear in front of him now. Trunks, come with me, there is a spiritual time room on the Temple of Heaven. It is a year inside and only 1 day outside. It is not suitable for you to stay in this world for a long time. It is the most suitable place to cultivate. Li Su said. Since this Trunks has nothing to do with Bulma, it is not impossible to teach him to practice. He was originally planning to go to the spiritual time room to practice for a year. There is such a magical place on the Temple of Heaven. It's a pity that the Temple of Heaven in my world was destroyed. Trunks said excitedly, but when he thought of his world, he felt a little sad. Li Su, you don't tell me about such a good place, are you afraid that I will surpass you? Vegeta said. When I was cultivating in the Temple of Heaven, I also went into the spiritual time room. The gravity inside is 10 times that of the Earth. The environment is harsh, and the food is only flour. I stayed for 3 months and came out. Son Goku said. Kakarot, I can't stand this bit of pain, I will definitely surpass you soon. Vegeta said happily. The spiritual time room can only be entered for 2 days in a lifetime, and only 2 people can enter at a time. Trunks and I will go in first, and you can combine as you like. Li Su said. After speaking, Li Su brought Bulma and Trunks to the Temple of Heaven. Li Su, why are you here? Tien Shan asked. God, I plan to enter the spiritual time room again. Li Su said. This is no problem. The god said, anyway, the spiritual time house is empty there, and it is not like the time house that Cain remodeled for Li Su, it does not need time and energy to maintain. Thank you so much. Li Su said. Trunks, take out the time machine. Li Zhao, Li Su said to Trunks again. What's the use of you? Trunks took an omnipotent capsule from a box, and acted as a time machine. Bulma, study it carefully, maybe it will inspire you? Li Su said. He said before that taking Bulma to see an interesting thing is the time machine. Bulma has been studying knowledge related to time and space, and this time machine has a lot of reference value for Bulma. Yeah, Bulma nodded, she was very interested in this time machine. Trunks, let's go, Li Su said. Okay, Trunks followed Li Su. Under the leadership of Bobo, Li Su and Trunks came to the door of the spiritual time room. Bobo won't accompany you in, Bobo said, and went back directly. Li Su took Trunks into the spiritual time house. It's really nothing, it's a vast expanse of white, Trunks said. We will be here for a year, so you have to be mentally prepared, Li Su said. The most difficult thing about Spirit Time House is not its harsh environment. For Saiyan, such an environment is nothing, mainly because there is nothing in it, which is a great test for people's spirit. That's why it's called the Spirit Time House, not just the Time House. I will definitely persevere. Trunks said. When he remembered the situation in his world, the people of the earth were still waiting for him to save. His heart became extremely firm. Here are fairy beans. From now on, you will maintain the state of Super Saiyan, and when you run out of energy, eat one. Li Su said, and threw a bag of fairy beans to Trunks. Trunks nodded. Li Su ignored the Trunks and started his own practice. He was willing to teach the Trunks to practice on the premise of not interfering with his own practice. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed in the spiritual time house. Li Su was sitting floating in the air, his eyes were closed, his aura was rising. So strong. Trunks maintained the state of Super Saiyan, and 560 looked at Li Su not far away with a strong sense of depression. Suddenly, Li Su opened his eyes, and there was a bright light in them. A grass-green arrogance rose from his body, and then his hair turned golden yellow. The whole process was quite smooth and did not cause much movement. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Li Su clenched his fists, his strength increased 100 times, and he was on par with Super Saiyan 2. However, if the fighting power of the two is the same, the final victory is likely to be the legendary Super Saiyan, because Chuan Chao has the advantage of being braver in battle. After so long, he can finally transform into the legendary Super Saiyan without losing his mind, but he can already transform into Super Saiyan 2, which does not greatly improve the combat effectiveness. After having Xiao Yi and Beulah, his heart has become much more peaceful. If it wasn't for the two little guys, he would have to delay for a few years if he wanted to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan without losing his mind. Can do it. Mr. Li Su, are you the Super Saiyan's transformation? Why is it different from the normal Super Saiyan? Trunks flew over and asked. It's really not an ordinary Super Saiyan, it's the reason why my blood is special, Li Su said, not making it too clear to Trunks. You have now reached the full power of Super Saiyan, and it is not a problem to deal with those two androids. In half a year, you can try to break through Super Saiyan 2. After all, there are still many unknown crises in the future, and there is only you there. As a soldier, the responsibility to protect the Earth rests on you, Li Su said. Trunks has practiced very hard in the past 6 months, even Li Su was a little stunned when he saw it. I stay in the gravity training room every day and train in the state of Super Saiyan. If my physical strength is exhausted, I will eat a fairy bean. If the spirit is really unable to support, lie down in the gravity training room and sleep, and continue to practice after waking up. Well, I will definitely protect the Earth. Trunks nodded solemnly. The key to breaking through Super Saiyan 2 is also anger. Your basic combat power is still a bit poor. If you want to transform into Super Saiyan 2, you must be extremely angry, Li Su said. The basic combat power of Trunks is only 10 million, so it is indeed a little reluctant to break through the Super 2. Trunks nodded. Soon another half year passed. The door of the spirit time room opened, and Li Su and Trunks came out. In the end, Trunks still failed to transform into a Super 2, but the basic combat power has increased a lot, reaching 15 million. This kind of cultivation speed is already very fast. Is Super Saiyan the norm? Son Goku looked at Trunks, thoughtful. Trunks, you seem to have become a lot stronger, Son Goku said, although he didn't feel a strong chi from Trunks, CDDB, but this kind of directness is not wrong. It does get stronger. Trunks smiled confidently. Do you keep your Super Saiyan state also for practice? Son Goku asked. Mr. Li Su taught me. Trunks nodded. It was exactly what I thought, said 99 Son Goku, who has figured out how to practice next. Li Su, you should have become stronger too. Son Goku asked. He couldn't see Li Su's depth at all, he just felt stronger. It got a little bit stronger. Li Su nodded with a smile. After cultivating in it for a year, he would naturally become stronger. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 32. Combat strength, 400 million. Laws, Law of Force, 20/100, Law of Space, 16/100, Law of Time, 11/100. Possessed plugins, Intermediate Automatic Training Plugin, can automatically increase 200 points of combat power every day. Advanced Perception Plugin, can learn 3-star moves in seconds. The Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Plugin, Nuclear Regeneration Plugin. After being able to transform into the Legendary Super Saiyan, he found that his training speed became faster, and now the basic combat power has reached 400 million. However, after comprehending 20% of the Law of Power, the speed of comprehension slowed down again. After spending a year in the spiritual time house, the comprehension of the Law of Power did not deepen much. Bulma, has the time machine's situation been recorded? Li Su asked Bulma. Well, it's almost been recorded, but I don't understand many things. It takes a while to study it, Bulma said, and took out the time machine universal capsule. Trunks, you can't stay in this time and space for a long time, you should go back quickly, Li Su said, returning the time machine to Trunks. Well, thank you, Mr. Li Su. Trunks thanked him. Although he didn't change the history this time, he gained the power to eliminate androids through cultivation, and he could be considered to have achieved his goal. Goodbye, everyone. Trunks activated the time machine, swish, and disappeared. Vegeta, it's our turn to enter the spiritual time room, Son Goku said. Several people have already discussed. Vegeta and Son Goku go in together, and then Piccolo and Son Gohan go in together. As for Kellen and Tianxin Yan, they still don't know where to rely on the fruit of the spirit tree to cultivate, and they haven't come here. After coming out this time, I will definitely surpass you, Vegeta said proudly. Bulma, let's go back. Li Su said, the matter of the trunks has been resolved, and it is meaningless for him to stay here. Yeah. Bulma nodded, walked to Li Su's side, hugged Li Su's arm, and with a swoosh, the figures of Li Su and Bulma disappeared. Husband, I miss Xiao Yi and Beulah, Bulma said. It had only been a year since the Namek incident, and Bulma had never been to the world of gods of destruction. Well, let's go see the two little guys. Li Su nodded. When he met Cain, he had seen the two little guys once, but now it's been half a year. Well, I don't know how the two little guys have been in the world of gods of destruction. Have they grown taller? Bulma smiled, with a motherly brilliance on his face. 7th Universe, Gods of Destruction. The two little guys are training under the guidance of Whis. Whis listens to the strict requirements of the two little guys, which makes the two little guys miserable. But the effect is clear at a glance. The combat power of the two little guys has grown very fast, and the foundation is also very solid. Whoosh! Li Su appeared in the Gods of Destruction world with Bulma. Whis, when you teach others to train, do you like to eat delicious food on the side? Li Su said speechlessly, because he saw a familiar scene as soon as he came, just like when he smashed Whis's subordinates to practice. Li Su, you're here. The food you promised me hasn't been cooked yet. I've worked hard to train the two little guys. Whis laughed, as if he didn't hear Li Su's complaints. Dad, Mom. When the two little guys saw Li Su and Bulma coming, they ran over immediately, but the gravity clothes on their bodies made their movements a bit cumbersome. Let's give you a day off today, Whis said, with the scepter in his hand. The gravity suits on Li Yi and Beulah disappeared, and then he left by himself, leaving the space for the Bulma family. Xiaoi, Beulah, how was your life in the Gods of Destruction world? Bulma asked with concern, knowing that the life of the two little guys was not easy. She knew exactly how Li Su was cultivating. Mom, I will persevere and become as strong as my father in the future, Li Yi said firmly. Although there were some hardships, he could still persevere. Everything else is fine, but the food in the Gods of Destruction world is too bad, Bra said. It seems that Whis has really trained you all. Li Su looked at the situation of the two little guys and nodded with satisfaction. Li Yi's combat power has reached 4 million and Beulah's 3 million. Considering their age a little over 2 years old, it is already very against the sky. Dad, can I transform into Super Saiyan now? Li Yi asked. He was very much looking forward to Super Saiyan, and he tried it himself, but it didn't work. All conditions are qualified. Li Su nodded. Dad, I have to change too, Bra said unconvinced. I can only guide you, whether you can succeed depends on yourselves, Li Su said. Yeah. The two little guys nodded solemnly. Your other conditions are all qualified. The key is anger. Use anger to guide the power in your body, Li Su said. Let's start, Li Su said. His hands swayed in front of the two little guys, and then the two little guys' eyes were a little dazed, and they were hypnotized by Li Su. Hypnosis is not to let them both fall asleep, but to let them enter a kind of fantasy. At this time, the picture of Karafla being killed appears in the minds of the two little guys. When the two little guys were born, Li Su was already a Super Saiyan, and he inherited many S cells in his body, so the difficulty of transforming into a Super Saiyan is much lower than that of a normal Saiyan. With Li Su's hypnosis, a golden arrogance burst out from the two bodies, and then the hair changed between black and golden yellow. Do not. The two roared at the same time, their hair completely turned golden, and at this time the two little guys also woke up. Remember this feeling, as long as you train a little, you can freely transform into Super Saiyan by your own will, Li Su said. Dad, my strength is so powerful now, Bra said excitedly. Don't be too complacent, your strength is not enough in universe, and you still have to practice hard in the future. Li Su reminded that the two little guys are still young, and if they are complacent, it will be very unfavorable for their future cultivation. I will work hard, and one day I will become as strong as my father, Li Yi said firmly. As a boy, his character is much more determined than Beulah. Well, let's learn to master the power of Super Saiyan first. Li Su nodded. Brother, how about we have a fight? Bra suggested that her strength had increased so much, she was very confident, but she didn't think about it. Li Yi was getting stronger like him, or even stronger. Yeah. Li Yi nodded, just transformed into Super Saiyan, a fight is the best choice. Brother, don't be beaten into a pig's head by me this time. Bra smiled proudly. Which time didn't you cry there after you lost? Li Yi pouted. Brother, you are so annoying. Bra said angrily and attacked Li Yi. The battle between the two started, and Li Yi still had to let Beulah, otherwise Beulah wouldn't last long in Li Yi's hands. No matter what aspect, Li Yi was stronger than Beulah. Husband, you are too strict with both of them, Bulma said. In the process of children's growth, one of the parents always plays the strict father and the other plays the loving mother, and these two roles will change over time. 0. They can't hide under our wings all the time, they always have to spread their wings and fly, Li Su said. But they are still young, other people's children are still living a carefree life at this time, Bulma said. They are our children, with excellent martial arts talent, they are destined not to be the same as ordinary children, Li Su said. When you gain something, you are destined to lose something, which is inevitable. Bulma said that the food in the Gods of Destruction world is too bad, so I'll go make them a delicious meal, Bulma said, and left. She knew that what Li Su said was right, but she still couldn't bear it. Bang bang bang! The two little guys had a fierce collision. Although the figure was small, the power that erupted was not small at all. Brother, look at my solar flare. Blah yelled. Li Yi hurriedly closed his eyes, but Blah did not use solar flare. After shouting, he rushed towards Li Yi. Li Yi also quickly realized that he had been fooled by Beulah, and avoided Beulah's attack urgently. Sister, you are lying. Li Yi said angrily. Brother, you are too stupid. If I used solar flare, how could I tell you? Blah said playfully, giving Li Yi a look of contempt. Dad said that in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and tricks are useless, and then I will use all my strength, Li Yi said. Boom. As soon as Li Yi finished speaking, he rushed in front of Beulah, and before Beulah could react, he punched Beulah in the stomach. Brahman immediately exited Super Saiyan's state and passed out in a coma. Just transformed into Super Saiyan, Li Yi's power control is not very good, and he starts a little harder. Li Su flew over quickly, caught the falling Beulah, and performed a healing technique on her, which made her wake up quickly. Brother, it hurts. Beulah rubbed his stomach and glanced at Li Yi unhappily. I'm sorry, it's a big deal to call you back next time. Li Yi said. He didn't do it on purpose, it's normal for him to increase so much power in one fell swoop. You said that the next time I hit you, you are not allowed to fight back. Bra said. The displeasure on his face immediately disappeared, and he laughed happily. Little Yi, Beulah, come and have something to eat. At this time, Bulma came over with a large table of food, and asked two robots to help carry it. Wow, it looks delicious. Blah drooled when she saw it. She hadn't eaten such a delicacy for a long time. Li Yi had just fought a battle, exhausted a lot of physical strength, and ran over to eat. Watching the two little guys eat happily, Bulma smiled happily, and it is also a very happy thing to accompany the children to grow up. Spring and autumn come, and in a blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. In the past 2 years, Li Su has been quite peaceful, and has been cultivating on Earth. He and Bulma go to the Gods of Destruction world every once in a while to see the two little guys. In the past 2 years, Li Su exhausted the remaining time energy in the time house, which means that Li Su practiced for about 5 years in total. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 35. Combat strength, 1.5 billion. Laws, Law of Force, 20/100, Law of Space, 18/100, Law of Time, 13/100. Possessed plugins, Intermediate Automatic Training Plugin, can automatically increase 200 points of combat power every day. Advanced Perception Plugin, can learn 3-star moves in seconds. The Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Plugin, Nuclear Regeneration Plugin. Li Su's strength has increased very rapidly, and his basic combat power has reached 1.5 billion, a speed that Li Su himself did not expect. After being able to transform into the Legendary Super Saiyan, Li Su found that his training speed was much faster, as if something had awakened, but the speed of the automatic training plugin did not improve. The Law of Power has encountered a bottleneck, still 20%, and there is no progress. On Bandung Star, Li Su stood on top of a towering boulder, as if something was brewing, his aura was growing, and a very depressing aura was formed around him. What? Suddenly Li Su opened his eyes, a gleam of light burst out from his eyes, he shouted loudly, a golden arrogance emerged from his body, turned into a Super 1, and then turned into a Super 2. ZZ? A small electric current flashed through his body, and the momentum on Li Su's body continued to rise. Is it already so strong? It seems that I have to work hard. Broly sensed the aura emanating from Li Su, and a fighting spirit ignited in his heart. At the beginning, Li Su was basically unable to fight back in his hands, but now he has the capital to fight him, which makes him feel a sense of urgency. What? Li Su shouted again. His hair grew long at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it fell to his waist in a blink of an eye, and his eyebrows disappeared, giving a feeling of indifference. What a powerful force. Li Su clenched his fist excitedly. After so long of training, he finally made a big breakthrough once again, reaching Super Saiyan 3. The load on the body is also getting bigger and bigger. In my current state, the chi will be consumed quickly. Li Su frowned. The load on the body of Super Saiyan 3 is much higher than that of Super Saiyan 2. His physical strength is poor, and he cannot withstand this powerful energy at all, making him unable to fight for a long time, which is also a big disadvantage of Super Saiyan 3. After gradually getting used to this new power, this situation will be slightly better, but this shortcoming cannot be completely made up for. Li Su, congratulations, your strength has become stronger. Broly flew to Li Su's side and said, Broly, let me see how much progress you have made over the years. Li Su smiled. He just broke through. It would be the most appropriate to find a strong opponent to fight. Although Whis' strength is strong, he does not want to experience the grievances of his power and nowhere to experience it again, which is why he came to Bandung Star to break through, but did not choose to go to the world of Gods of Destruction. Okay. Broly was also full of fighting spirit. After speaking, he directly transformed into the Legendary Super Saiyan. It seems that your years have not been in vain. Seeing that Broly did not lose his mind and completely mastered the power of the Legendary Super Saiyan, Li Su smiled slightly. Broly's fate has been changed, and it is completely different from the original situation. I don't know how Broly will grow in the end. Let's start. Broly said something, rushed out and punched Li Su. Boom! Li Su didn't evade, and took Broly's fist. The two fists collided, and a surging energy spread around the two's fists as the center. Boom! Everything around was destroyed by this surging energy, and the originally uneven hills were instantly razed to the ground. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Li Su's combat power is as high as 600 billion, and ordinary punches have enormous power. Happy! Li Su shouted excitedly, the blood in his whole body seemed to be boiling. Come again. Broly was also very excited. Saiyan was belligerent at heart, and he was no exception. Bang bang bang! The two had a fierce 3.1 collision. There were no fancy moves, and the collision of pure force made people feel excited. Although Whis' fighting method is more technical, Li Su still likes this kind of fist-to-flesh fight, and every punch makes him feel like the cells in his body are burning. After more than 2 hours of fighting, there was no winner or loser in the end. After they had a great time, they both stopped and lay on a green grass, watching the sunset on the horizon. Today was the happiest game I've ever played, Broly said. Me too, when I have time in the future, I will come back to you to fight. Li Su said, a confidant is hard to find. I'm waiting for you. Broly's eyes burst into a gleam. Paranti, how did you make your belly bigger? Bulma looked at Paranti with a slightly bulging belly, and was a little surprised. The last time she saw Paranti didn't even have a boyfriend. The old lady met someone she liked, and it took a lot of effort to get him. Palanti smiled proudly. Isn't the person you like named Vegeta? Bulma remembered about the future Trunks and knew that Trunks' father was Vegeta. How do you know? Palanti said in surprise. I've met him a few times, Bulma said, not expecting that in her world, Paranti would still walk with Vegeta. How is it? It's not necessary to Li Su. Paranti laughed. What's your vision? He's obviously far worse than my husband, Bulma said. Humph, it's better to be Vegeta of my mother. Palanti said very unhappily, as if he was protecting a calf. Cut, you probably didn't get him completely, or why didn't you bring him with you? Bulma said. She had passed through Vegeta several times and knew Vegeta's character. The old lady will conquer him one day. Palanti was said by Bulma to the pain point, like a fried cock. I'm not arguing with you because you're pregnant with the baby, Bulma said. Have you quarreled? Li Su came over at this time, holding a fruit plate in his hand. The fruit in it was not an ordinary fruit, but the fruit of the spiritual tree that Li Su had recently spawned. After breaking through Super Saiyan 3, Li Su once again went to universe to spawn the spiritual tree, and the fruit this time was completely red, but light red. Bulma, eat one. Li Su picked up one and threw it to Bulma, then took one and ate it himself. This kind of spiritual tree fruit, one can increase the combat power by 100,000 points, which is one level higher than the last time, but only 100 or so at a time, which is much less than the last time. Hey, didn't you see any guests? Paranti said unhappily. You can't eat this fruit. Bulma said. Palanti has never practiced. If he eats it, his power will definitely be out of control, but in Palanti's current situation, it is definitely impossible to cultivate. Why can't I eat it? Paranti was even more upset this time. Pregnant women can't eat it. Bulma didn't explain it to Palanti, and made up a reason. As soon as she heard that pregnant women can't eat, Palanti immediately turned off the fire. If you don't eat it, don't eat it. Paranti pouted. Paranti, how did you know Vegeta? Bulma asked curiously. Last time I was on my way home and met a group of people who were robbed. It happened that I didn't bring bodyguards. It was Vegeta who suddenly appeared and rescued me. Paranti said. Vegeta will have this sense of justice. Bulma listened, and couldn't believe it. Although Vegeta is a little colder, it's still good. Palanti said in dissatisfaction. In fact, what she didn't know was that it was because the robbers quarreled with Vegeta that Vegeta took action to solve them, not to save her at all. But some things are just such a coincidence. Palanti thinks that Vegeta saved her, and fell in love with Vegeta, and has been pestering Vegeta since then. Che, it's far worse than my husband, Bulma said. Bulma, you say this again Vegeta, believe it or not, the old lady told Li Su all the embarrassing things about your childhood. 35 Palanti shouted loudly. Li Su's eyes lit up, he knew very little about Bulma's childhood. Paranti, I still have pictures of you peeking at handsome guys drooling when you were young, don't force me. 35 Bulma said without any timidity. I also have a recording of you talking in your sleep looking for a Prince Charming. Paranti said. Li Su saw Bulma and Paranti arguing, but he didn't expect the two beauties to be so sturdy. In a blink of an eye, the 3-year period that Trunks said was up. As early as a month ago, Li Su brought Li Yi and Beulah back from the Gods of Destruction world. After training under Whis for so long, they have learned what they should have learned, and then it is up to them. Husband, do you think androids will appear? Bulma asked. Bulma now has 7 or 8 million combat power points, which is all thanks to Li Su. Eating the fruit of the spirit tree as fruit, Li Su also developed a potential for Bulma, which increased Bulma's combat effectiveness by a large margin. You'll know if you go and see. Li Su said that he doesn't care much about androids, and with his current strength, even if Majin Buu is in front of him, he's not afraid. Dad, we're going too. Li Yi and Bra ran over. Yeah. Li Su nodded. The two little guys' strength is not bad now, but they lack some combat experience. Xiaoi, Beulah, if you can't beat them later, you two should run away. Bulma said. She remembered that the Z warriors in the big special time and space were all killed by the androids. Although they are different in this time and space, she still has some concerns. Bulma, do you have no confidence in your husband? Li Su said. Mom, with Dad here, those androids will definitely not be opponents. Beulah said. In her eyes, Li Su is invincible. Mom, men can't escape. Li Yi said. You are still so young, what kind of man you are? Bulma was very upset to see the two little guys standing on Li Su's side. Haha. Li Su laughed happily when he saw Bulma's deflated appearance. Li Su's low voice made Bulma even more unhappy. She kept hitting Li Su with her little pink fist to vent her dissatisfaction. However, Li Su held her in her arms. Seeing the two little guys beside him, Bulma made a big red face. After a commotion, the four of them flew to the southwest together. After 10 minutes of flying, they saw the island that Trunks mentioned. Dad, look at Uncle Goku and the others over there. Li Yi pointed to a cliff and said that all four of them landed on the cliff, where the whole island can be seen. Li Su, long time no see. Son Goku greeted Li Su's arrival. In addition to Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Keilang, Tien Xinyan, Son Gohan and others are all here, but Leping did not come. Now, he has basically given up on training. If Warrior Z does not participate, he may not even be able to win the championship even if he participates in the world's #1 martial arts conference. I can solve the cyborg by myself. Vegeta said arrogantly, and at the same time he was confident in his own strength. He didn't come here for nothing in the past 3 years. Li Su ignored this. Xiao Yi and Beulah should be very strong now. 35 Klein said that when they were on Namek, the two little guys were stronger than him. Of course, I have practiced very hard. Buleo said humbly. It's almost 10 o'clock, and I still don't feel the strong chi. It's not like we don't have artificial humans in this time and space. Klein said. In his heart, he still hopes that there will be no humanoids. He is not as belligerent as Saiyan, as long as he can live a stable life. Of course, Kellen still has a dream, which is to find a beautiful girlfriend. Unlike ordinary people, androids are breathless. Li Su shook his head. If you're not angry, wouldn't it be troublesome to find? Piccolo frowned. The androids don't know that we will come to them, so they will definitely destroy them. When there is movement below, we can go over there. Li Su said. But won't someone get hurt? Son Goku frowned. With the character of the androids, when we fight, someone will definitely be affected. After we have eliminated all the androids, we can use the Dragon Ball to revive the affected people. Li Su said. 10 dead people should be resurrected with Dragon Ball, and the same is true for 100 dead people. There is no difference. Li Su is right. After the cyborg is resolved, we can find all the Dragon Balls. Kling said. Okay. Son Goku nodded as everyone agreed. Time passed slowly, and after 10 o'clock, the androids still did not appear. Damn, just bombed the whole island, and they couldn't get out. Vegeta said impatiently. He didn't want to wait any longer. Vegeta, don't do that. Son Goku hurriedly stopped. Maybe Vegeta would really do that. Boom! At this moment, an explosion came from the island, and a black mushroom cloud rose from the island. It's finally here? Vegeta heard the sound of the explosion, and flew directly to the location of the explosion. Vegeta. Son Goku immediately chased after him, and behind him, Piccolo and the others all followed. Let's go to. Li Su said, and flew towards that position with Bulma and the two little guys. After a while, Li Su saw the androids, not just 2, but 8. Isn't there only 2? How come there are so many? Kellen had a bad premonition with cold sweat on his forehead. Number 13, number 14, number 15, number 16, number 17, number 18, number 19, number 20. I didn't expect them to come all at once. 35 Li Su secretly said. Not only were the 16th, 17th, and 18th released in advance, but even the 13th, 14th, and 15th in the theater also appeared. Son Goku, I didn't expect you to come here. Number 20 said excitedly. You are all androids made by Dr. Gero. Son Goku asked. How do you know so much? Number 20 frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Son Goku, he is Dr. Gero himself. He transformed himself into an android. 39 Li Su said. What? Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Li Su, the strongest among you, didn't expect even you to come. Dr. Gero smiled. Damn, a pile of scrap metal, I am the strongest. Vegeta said angrily and attacked Dr. Gero, but number 19 blocked him. Vegeta, I didn't expect them to come, we just solved it together. Dr. Gero said. Bang bang bang. Vegeta and number 19 fought, and Vegeta, who did not transform into Super Saiyan, fell into a disadvantage. Vegeta, you are too crafty. Son Goku said. Although Vegeta was angry because of Dr. Gero's words, she was actually the first to fight so that her opponent would not be taken away by others. Dr. Gero, you can see that we have about the same number of people on both sides. How about a match? Which side loses, and then send the next person to play? 39 Li Su said unexpectedly. As you wish. Dr. Gero said, and it wouldn't do them any harm, and he was very confident in the androids he made. I knew I had brought a stool here, so I could watch the game comfortably, Li Su said. When everyone heard Li Su's words, they couldn't help but complain for a while. They were fighting a battle of life and death, and Li Su was still so comfortable, as if he didn't care at all. However, Li Su's appearance also gave everyone a reassurance. Li Su didn't care, indicating that Li Su had enough confidence to deal with the androids. What? With a drink, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan. Is this the case? Dr. Gero looked at Super Saiyan with some doubts. He stopped collecting data on everyone a long time ago, so he didn't know about Super Saiyan at all. Scrap copper and iron, die. Vegeta attacked number 19, and the original situation was suddenly turned over. The strength of these androids has improved a lot. Li Su secretly said. The number 19 in the original book had a combat power of more than 100 million points at most, but the current number 19 has a fighting power of 500 million. But still can't beat Vegeta. Li Su shook his head. Vegeta practiced in the Spirit Time Room for a year in advance, and her strength is much stronger than in the original work. Now the basic combat power has reached 20 million. After transforming into Super Saiyan, the combat power has reached 1 billion. Bang bang bang! Vegeta's violent fist slammed into 19's body, and 19 was powerless to fight back. However, at this moment, number 19 suddenly grabbed Vegeta's hands, with a smug smile on his face, and said, "Finally caught." Vegeta immediately realized that something was wrong, and the chi in her body was rapidly rushing into number 9's body. Let go? Vegeta tried to break free, but was caught by 19. I won't let go even if I die. Number 19 smiled proudly. As long as he absorbs the chi in Vegeta's body, his strength can be greatly improved. Number 19 is really good. I solved one, Li Xiao's, so quickly. Dr. Gero smiled proudly. Then you die? Vegeta stomped both feet on 19's face, and a golden arrogance erupted from her body. With a hard push, she broke No 19's hands, revealing a wire inside. I want to see if your head is unscrewed, blood or oil? Vegeta said, and then continued to attack number 19. He directly screwed No 19's head off and put it aside. Bang! After No 19's body fell to the ground, an explosion occurred and he was completely dead. Cut, scrap copper and rotten iron is scrap copper and rotten iron. Vegeta said disdainfully after solving number 19. How is it possible? How could number 19 lose? Dr. Gero couldn't believe his eyes at the sudden turn of the battle. Number 15, kill Vegeta for me, Dr. Gero said. Among the 8 androids, the weakest were himself and number 19. Number 19 was killed by Vegeta. Although he did not expect it, he was still confident. The short android came out, wearing a big hat, and looked at Vegeta with a smile, as if he was staring at his prey. Vegeta, you've already played a game, now it's my turn, Son Goku said, flying to Vegeta's side. In fact, he could see that Vegeta was sucked out of a lot of chi by number 19 just now, and his current combat power is not half of his peak state. However, Vegeta didn't appreciate it and said, I can take care of this pile of scrap metal by myself, you can just watch it from behind. After speaking, Vegeta attacked number 15. Seeing that the two were already fighting, Son Goku could only fly back. Boom! Vegeta's fist was held by number 15. Although number 15 was short, he was powerful. He looked at Vegeta with a smile, making Vegeta very angry. Hateful. Vegeta kicked over with another kick, but was easily blocked by number 15. Bang bang bang! 570 Vegeta launched a fierce attack, using both hands and feet, but none of the moves hit No 15's key point, either being dodged or blocked. The 600 million combat power is a bit more powerful than the previous number 19. I don't know how much fighting power the most powerful number 16 has, Li Su secretly said, and glanced at the number 16 over there. At this time, number 16 seemed to notice Li Su's gaze, and glanced at Li Su. What's the matter, number 16? Asked number 17 next to him. That Li Su is very strong. Number 16 said succinctly. I am the strongest android. No matter how powerful Li Su is, he will not be my opponent. Number 17 said confidently. Number 17, don't get carried away, I also think that man is not easy. Number 18 said, pulling up the hair in front of him with his hands. Sister, how can you help outsiders talk? Number 17 said unhappily. Number 15 is consuming Vegeta's chi. Son Goku said with a serious expression. He could see at a glance that number 15's purpose was to defend, not to attack, just waiting for Vegeta's lack of energy. Vegeta's chi is dropping fast. 35, CDDB, Piccolo also nodded. Husband, can you save Vegeta later? Bulma whispered to Li Su after hearing Son Goku and others talking. Bulma, is it appropriate for you to ask your husband to save another man? Li Su said. Husband, don't get me wrong, just before coming here, Paranti asked me for help. Little Trunks has just been born, so you can't bear to see him without a father at such a young age. Bulma explained anxiously, for fear that Li Su would misunderstand her. Okay, Li Su nodded. Boom! On the battlefield, Vegeta lacked physical strength, and his combat effectiveness decreased. He was kicked out by the 15th, and his body slid on the ground for a long distance. Finally, he hit a house. The house collapsed and Vegeta was buried inside. What? Vegeta shouted loudly from the ruins, and the fierce momentum crushed everything around it into powder. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta rushed towards number 15 again, and in an instant she was in front of number 15. Boom! However, when his fist was hitting number 15 pressed his knee on Vegeta's stomach. The severe pain stopped Vegeta's movements abruptly, and he directly exited the state of Super Saiyan. Xiao Yi, it's your turn. Li Su said, even if he wanted to save Vegeta, Li Su would not do it himself, just to give Li Yi a chance to fight. Okay, Dad. Li Yi was very excited when he heard the words, and flew over immediately. Boom! When number 15 punched Vegeta in the head, Li Yi kicked number 15 out. It's so fast, you've turned into a Super Saiyan at such a young age. Krillin said in surprise. If he knew that Li Yi had turned into a Super Saiyan when he was a little over 2 years old, he would definitely be even more surprised. Vegeta. Son Goku flew over and fed Vegeta, who was seriously injured, a fairy bean. After Vegeta recovered, he was very unwilling, but he had already lost and flew back with Son Goku. Damn, he recovered completely in one go. Who is this kid, and why is he so powerful? Dr. Gero said in an atmosphere. He was about to kill Vegeta with great difficulty, but was rescued by Li Yi, and there was no data on Li Yi in the information he collected. Li Yi and Beulah have been staying in the Gods of Destruction world, and this is the first time they came to Earth. How could Dr. Gero have information about the two of them? On the 15th, I killed this kid, I can't let him recover. 35 Dr. Gero said. Don't worry, I will definitely crush this little guy's bones. Number 15 walked towards Li Yi step by step with a cruel smile on his face. Husband, will Xiao Yi be okay? Bulma said worriedly. Don't worry, Xiao Yi has not cultivated in vain in recent years. Li Su smiled. Li Yi's basic combat power now has 15 million, and after transforming into Super Saiyan, his combat power is as high as 750 million. 15th is no problem. Brother, come on. Bra shouted loudly from here. Little devil, prepare to die. Number 15 laughed and attacked Li Yi directly. Bang bang bang. The fists, elbows, and knees of the two were constantly colliding, and their figures were everywhere on the ground, in the air, and on the roof. So strong? Tien Shinyan put his hands in front of his eyes and watched the battle between the two through the gap. It's amazing. Son Gohan said in surprise. Li Yi was a few years younger than him, but his strength was so strong, even stronger than him. I didn't expect Li Yi to be so strong. I don't know how strong Li Su is. Son Goku said, looking at Li Su. Damn it. Vegeta said unwillingly. Although Li Yi's strength was a little worse than him, Li Yi was still so small. According to this trend, he would definitely surpass him. Brother, beat that nasty guy hard. Bra shouted, very excited. As the battle went on, Li Yi's combat experience became more and more rich. At first, he could only be tied with number 15, but now he can fight against number 15, and it won't take long before he can win. Not bad. Li Yi nodded with satisfaction. What Li Su cares about is not winning or losing, but Li Yi's growth. If he wants to kill number 15, he can do it at any time. Boom. Li Yi punched number 15 in the stomach. No 15's body was bent like a shrimp, and then Li Yi kicked number 15 into the sky. Immediately afterwards, Li Yi quickly moved to the top of number 15, clasped his fingers together, clasped his fists with both hands, and slammed down number 15. Bang! The 15th smashed a big hole on the ground, several electric currents flashed through his body, and a black smoke came out. With a bang, it exploded into a pile of electronic parts. Yeah, brother won. Bra said happily. Damn. Dr. Gero was very angry when he saw that number 15 was also killed, and 2 androids had been killed one after another. After Li Yi killed number 15 again, he flew back to Li Su's side. Xiao Yi, you did a good job. Li Su praised. Hehe. Li Yi smiled proudly, scratching his head. Dad, will you let me go to the next match? Bra said, seeing that Li Yi won a match, she also wanted to go up and play a match. No, you are not their opponent. Li Su shook his head. Beulah's strength is weaker than Li Yi's. The basic combat power is only 10 million. Even if he transforms into Super Saiyan, he only has 500 million combat power. Number 9 may not be able to play. Dad, people's strength is obviously very strong. Okay. Bra said unconvinced. But Li Su, no matter what Beulah said, just refused to agree. This is not a competition, and androids are not soft-hearted people, and they will die if they are not careful. Gohan, go up this time. Son Goku said to Son Gohan beside him. Son Gohan nodded earnestly and flew up. Number 14, this time it's up to you. He is Son Goku's son, you must kill him for me. Dr. Gero said through gritted teeth. Don't worry, Dr. Gero, I will definitely kill Son Goku's son, and then kill Son Goku. The brawny man with a whip came out. His combat power was similar to that of number 15, both 600 million. Ho! Son Gohan became Super Saiyan directly. After he had money, she no longer had to worry about his life, nor did he force Son Gohan to be a scholar. In recent years, Son Gohan has been practicing with Son Goku. So far, Son Gohan's basic combat power has reached 14 million, which is slightly worse than Li Yi's, but still very good. Damn, another Super Saiyan. Dr. Gero said angrily, knowing that he would have collected more information on Son Goku and others. Bang bang bang. The two started a fierce collision at the very beginning, and the white ripples made the sky look like a broken spider web, and the overflowing energy destroyed all the surrounding houses. It's amazing, I didn't expect that these little guys have far surpassed us. Kaylin smiled bitterly, originally thinking that he had eaten so many spirit tree fruits, and his strength had improved a lot. This time, he should be able to play some role. I didn't think it would work at all. Saiyan is a monster. Tien Shinyan said, He and Krillin also have the same feeling. In terms of effort, they are not much more than Saiyan, but the improvement in strength is far worse. This is a natural gap, and they are helpless. Gohan has grown up. Son Goku smiled gratified as he looked at Son Gohan who was fighting. This brat. Vegeta said lightly, feeling a huge pressure. If he was surpassed by these juniors, he would be too embarrassed. Boom! In the sky, Son Gohan punched number 14 on the body, but then number 14 made a counterattack, putting his knee on Son Gohan's stomach. Son Gohan endured the pain in his stomach, grabbed No 14's arm, and threw number 14 out. Bang bang bang! Number 14 smashed several high-rise buildings, and finally smashed a big hole in the ground. Son Gohan's attack did not end because of this. He fell from the air and his knee hit No 14's neck, directly crushing No 14's neck. Immediately afterwards, a few sparks flashed across No 14's chest, which burst open. Win. Piccolo saw a flash of excitement on Son Gohan's face. Number 13, you go and kill Son Goku's son. Dr. Gero said angrily. The other party had nothing, and he actually lost 3 of his subordinates. Finally it's my turn to shoot. Number 13 said excitedly, moving his wrist and neck a little, making a clicking sound. Call out? Immediately after rushing out, he came to Son Gohan in an instant, and kicked Son Gohan with a sweeping leg. Ask for flowers. Gohan, watch out. Piccolo yelled. Son Gohan had just won a game, and he was unprepared for a moment. Hearing Piccolo's shout, he hurriedly put his hands in front of him. Boom! Number 13 kicked Son Gohan's arm, and Son Gohan flew upside down. Bang! A big hole was smashed into the ground, and the whole island felt like it was crumbling, and the dust raised half-buried Son Gohan's body. Gohan! Piccolo hurried over, followed by Son Goku. Seeing Son Goku flying over on the 13th, they attacked Son Goku directly. They were created to kill Son Goku, so when they saw Son Goku, they naturally wouldn't let it go. With a hoot, Son Goku directly transformed into Super Saiyan, just relying on his normal combat power. He could not be the opponent of number 13. Piccolo, you take Gohan down. Son Goku shouted while fending off the attack of the 13th. Piccolo flew into the pit and picked up Son Gohan, who was seriously injured. If it wasn't for Piccolo's reminder, his injury might have been even heavier. After all, Son Gohan still lacked some combat experience. On the battlefield, don't be careless at any time. You must know that the Super Blue Son Goku will be attacked by a laser gun, not to mention the current Son Gohan. Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan said weakly. Gohan, eat this fairy bean. Piccolo took out a fairy bean and stuffed it into Son Gohan's mouth. Click. After Son Gohan ate it, he recovered immediately. Uncle Piccolo, I let you down. Son Gohan said with some guilt. You've done a good job, don't be careless on the battlefield in the future. Piccolo said that Son Gohan's strength has surpassed him, but he is young and immature in character. Well, I'll be careful in the future. Son Gohan nodded solemnly. Bang bang bang! In the sky, Son Goku and number 13 fought fiercely. Number 13 was stronger than number 14 and number 15, with a combat power of 800 million. I'm afraid this character of Son Goku can't be changed. Li Su shook his head. Son Goku now has a basic combat power of 30 million, and transformed into Super Saiyan with a combat power of 1.5 billion, but he has fought back and forth with number 13, who has only 800 million combat power. Damn, Son Goku is so strong. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth in hatred when he saw Son Goku, but in a flash, he thought that there was a whole card on the 13th, and he felt relieved. Boom! Suddenly, Son Goku grabbed No 13's fist and let number 13 struggle, but couldn't break free. I already know your strength. If this is the only way, this battle will be over. Son Goku said, fighting with number 13 for so long, he has already figured out No 13's strength. Son Goku, just let you see my trick. Number 13 suddenly stopped struggling, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Son Goku let go of No 13's fist, and he wanted to see what No 23's ultimate move was. When No 13's thoughts moved, number 14 and number 15, who were already dead, suddenly flew out a chip and something like a grenade. The 2 chips went directly from the position of No 13's temple into No 13's head, and the 2 grenade-like things went into his chest. Haha, number 13 laughed heartily, and his body began to change. What? The hair has turned red, the whole person has grown a lot bigger, the muscles are extremely strong, the skin has turned blue, only the chest and shoulders are grey. What kind of monster is this? Kaylin said with a cold sweat on his head, and the 13th became a lot stronger. Let's see how Son Goku will deal with it. Li Su said with a smile, Super No 13's combat power is 2 billion, and his skin is rough and fleshy, so he is very difficult to deal with. If Son Goku had dealt with number 13 quickly, there would have been no Super number 13. Haha, this time Son Goku is dead. Number 13, kill Son Goku for me. Dr. Gero said happily on the side, thankful that he set such a whole card for number 13. Sure enough. Son Goku said excitedly, without the slightest fear. Call out? Son Goku rushed towards Super 13 and punched Super 13 in the stomach, but Super 13 didn't respond at all. Immediately after, Son Goku kicked Super 13 on the neck again. Super 13 deflected his neck, pinched Son Goku's foot, and punched Son Goku with a punch. Son Goku wanted to dodge, but couldn't pull out his legs. In desperation, he could only protect his arms in front of him. Super number 13 punched Son Goku's arm, and Son Goku flew out directly. Son Goku glided on the ground, leaving a long ravine, and flew far to stabilize his body. It hurts? Son Goku rubbed his arms, feeling a little numb. Immediately after, Son Goku kicked the ground with his foot again and charged towards Super 13. Yeah, 35. Son Goku attacked Super No 13's chest violently. His fists like a rainstorm hit Super No 13's chest, but Super number 13 remained motionless. The physical strength of Super number 13 has surpassed his own strength, but he also has shortcomings, that is, his actions are cumbersome, like Saiyan turning into a giant ape. Son Goku? Super number 13 punched Son Goku. Son Goku was attacking and had no time to dodge, and received a punch from Super number 13. Bang bang bang! Son Goku's body passed through several walls and was eventually buried in the rubble. Dad! Son Gohan shouted worriedly. Son Goku is fine, said Piccolo. The Son Goku he knew was not so easy to lose. The dust dissipated, and Son Goku's figure reappeared in front of everyone, with some tattered clothes and a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. What a mess, Son Goku said. He attacked Super number 13 so many times, but it didn't work at all. It seems that we can only use stronger power. The corner of Son Goku's mouth twitched slightly, not too worried about the power of Super 13. What? Son Goku shouted loudly, the golden arrogance on his body soared, and a strong wind spread around. Could it be? Seeing Son Goku like this, Vegeta had a little guess in his heart, and at the same time he was a little unwilling. Before he knew it, he was so far behind Son Goku. Super Saiyan 2, it seems that Son Goku has made great progress. Li Su laughed. Son Goku's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. He didn't expect Son Goku to be able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. What? Son Goku shouted again, and the momentum on his body had an explosive growth. ZZ? A few sparks flashed across his body from time to time, and his hair stood up a little, but the changes were not very obvious. So strong, Son Gohan said excitedly. Damn, this guy Kakarot is actually one step ahead of me. Vegeta said unwillingly, this Super Saiyan 2, they have seen Li Su change. Number 16, can you beat Son Goku? Number 17 swallowed unconsciously, Son Goku's strength has surpassed him. I can't beat it. Number 16 shook his head. His 573 strength was slightly stronger than Super number 13, but slightly weaker than Super number 2 Son Goku. Son Goku's strength is completely inconsistent with the information we have recorded. 18th said. The information in their minds was collected by Dr. Gero a few years ago. In recent years, the strength of Son Goku and others has grown very fast. That Li Su seems to be the strongest among them, which means that his strength is stronger than Son Goku. Number 17 said, no longer confident. I can't see through him. 16 said. Not long after the breakthrough, I felt a little uncomfortable and made you wait for a long time. 35 Son Goku smiled at Super number 13, and then rushed towards Super number 13. Boom! A punch hit Super number 13 on the body, and Super number 13 fell towards the back. With a bang, the ground seemed to shake. Damn, Son Goku is still hiding his strength. Dr. Gero said angrily. He originally thought that Super 13 could kill Son Goku, but now the situation is reversed. At this time, he already had the idea of escape in his heart, and was ready to develop a stronger android, and then seek revenge on Son Goku. Son Goku. Super 13 stood up again, roared angrily, and fired an energy ball towards Son Goku in his hand. Boom! Son Goku easily dodged, and the energy ball exploded at the original location that sent us, forming a hemispherical flame, and billowing dust spread around. Whoosh! The figure of Son Goku suddenly appeared behind Super 13, kicking Super 13 out with one kick. The huge body slid on the ground, leaving a wide ravine, and flew far before it stopped. Son Goku's attack didn't stop there. He opened his fingers and aimed his palm at Super 13, and an energy ball was launched. Boom! The flames of the explosion drowned the Super number 13, and a violent wind spread around. The dust dissipated, and the figure of Super number 13 reappeared in front of everyone. His chest was charred black, as if he had been roasted, and there were many injuries all over his body. The battle is over? Son Goku said something and charged towards Super 13, his huge breath condensed on his fist. Dragon Fist Explosion. A dragon-shaped phantom appeared on the fist, and a slight dragon roar sounded. Super 13 blocked his hands in front of him, but he still couldn't stop Son Goku's attack. The dragon-shaped phantom pierced through Super 13's chest, and Son Goku also passed through it. ZZ? Super number 13 looked at the huge hole in his chest in disbelief, and a few electric currents flashed through his body, followed by a bang, which exploded and turned into a pile of electronic parts. Win. Krillin said happily. Damn, this guy Kakarot, I will definitely surpass you? Vegeta said unwillingly. Li Su was too far away, so Son Goku became his target to surpass. Number 16, number 17, number 18, kill Son Goku for me. Dr. Gero ordered, while his own footsteps moved back slightly. After Dr. Gero gave the order, none of the three did anything. You still don't do it, do you want to fall asleep again? Dr. Gero took out a remote control and threatened. It seems that the androids are not completely under his orders. Piccolo thought to himself. Okay, Dr. Gero, I'm going to kill Son Goku now, 17 said, giving number 18 a look, and number 18 immediately understood what number 17 meant. Dr. Gero saw that number 17 obeyed his orders, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. However, when number 17 passed by him, he grabbed Dr. Gero's arm holding the remote control, squeezed it hard, and directly broke Dr. Gero's hand. The remote control fell to the ground and was crushed by No 17's foot. Number 17, what are you doing? Dr. Gero said angrily. Of course I killed you, I don't want to stay in the sleeping device forever. 17 laughed. At this time, number 18 also moved, quickly moving to Dr. Gero's side. A light flashed on his hand, and Dr. Gero's head fell to the ground. Damn traitor. Dr. Gero's head fell to the ground, not completely dead, still talking. We have never been loyal to you. 18 pouted and fired an energy ball towards Dr. Gero's head. With a bang, Dr. Gero was completely dead. The androids were fighting, and they actually killed Dr. Gero? Yakelin swallowed his saliva unconsciously. The three of them are a little different. Son Goku said. Number 16, now that Dr. Gero is dead, do you still want to execute the order to kill Son Goku? Number 17 turned to look at number 16 behind. We were created to kill Son Goku, but if we can't do it, I'll give up the mission. 16 said, gently stroking the bird that was parked on his hand. It seems that although the android's strength has improved, his character has not changed. Li Su secretly said. Number 16 is a purely mechanical android, so he loves life very much, likes nature, and doesn't like fighting, but his strength is the most powerful among the 8 androids. Number 16, you look a little different from us. I and number 18 are both infinite energy androids. What type are you? Number 17 asked. I'm a pure robotic android. Number 16 said. After speaking, he released the bird in his hand and walked in front of Son Goku. Son Goku, can you fight me? If you can't fight, I will give up the order to kill you. 3516 said, the order that Dr. Gero implanted in his mind was like an obsession. If you don't try it, you can't go away. Of course. Son Goku laughed, and he didn't care if the other party wanted to kill him. That's it, said 16, kicking the ground with his foot, charging towards Son Goku, punching Son Goku in the head. Boom! Son Goku collided with number 16, and the spilled energy cracked the ground. What a powerful force! Son Goku said excitedly. Number 16 is stronger than Super number 13. He just didn't have enough fun. I didn't expect number 16 to be so strong. Number 17 said, number 16 usually doesn't speak, and he doesn't know much about number 16. Didn't you always say that you are the most powerful android? Number 18 gave number 17 a blank look. I have unlimited energy, even if I consume it, I can consume the opponent to death. The 10th said unconvinced, but he didn't have much confidence when he said this. If you want to consume the opponent to death, you must be in a situation where the strength is similar. Once the strength gap is too large, the infinite energy will not have much effect at all. Son Goku is playing against number 16 now. You can go over and challenge that Li Su, Li Xiaoxiao, are very curious about how strong he is. Number 18 said. The data says that he is the most powerful, but these data are not right at all. He may not be strong. Number 17 said. After speaking, he walked towards Li Su. Li Su, the two of us have a fight. Number 17 said. Not interested. Li Su said. Damn, I am the most powerful android. Number 17 was very angry and attacked Li Su directly. Boom! However, as soon as he rushed in front of Li Su, he flew upside down. It's really boring. Li Su clapped his hands. No 17's strength is about 1.5 billion. To deal with number 17, he doesn't even need to transform. Number 17, are you alright? Number 18 flew to number 17 and gave Li Su a shocked look. It's okay, he's too strong. Number 17 looked at Li Su like a monster. It's a man who can't see through. Number 18 said, not expecting their strength to be so different from Li Su. Sister, you are very beautiful. Why don't you seduce him and become my brother-in-law, so that no one will dare to bully me in the future, said number 17. Boom! He had just finished speaking, and number 18 just punched him in the head. Number 17, if you talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth to pieces. Number 18 said viciously. If you don't go, you won't go, you need to be so fierce. 17 said, rubbing his head. Bang bang bang! Number 16 and Son Goku fought very fiercely. Their fists, elbows, and arms were constantly colliding, and the white ripples made the sky look like a broken spider web. Boom! The two punched each other again, and each stepped back a certain distance before landing on the ground. Son Goku looked extremely excited. This battle was much more enjoyable than the previous battle with Super 13. It made his blood boil, and the cells in his body were burning. Suddenly, number 16 punched forward, and with the distance between him and Son Goku, it was impossible for such an attack to hit Son Goku. However, an unexpected scene appeared. No 16's fist 577 flew out directly and separated from his wrist. Son Goku didn't react for a while, and was hit straight. Both feet slid on the ground, leaving 2 long ravines, and they stopped a long way back. After hitting Son Goku, No 16's fist flew back and reinstalled on No 16's arm, and number 16 turned his wrist as if to check whether it was installed properly. What a strange attack! Son Goku said with great interest. I'm a robotic android, and the attack method is naturally a bit different from that of ordinary people. Number 16 said, and walked back directly, not planning to continue fighting Son Goku. Hey, the battle isn't over yet. Son Goku shouted. I can't kill you, so I give up the mission. Number 16 said. But I haven't played enough yet. Son Goku said. He had just had a good time playing, but suddenly number 16 stopped playing, making him feel like he couldn't get better. Okay, the battle is over, and we can go home separately. Li Su said. But what about the three of them? Kling asked. As long as they don't endanger the earth, what does it have to do with us? Li Su said, ready to take Bulma and two little guys home. They are artificial foreheads. Kling said, he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. Our time and space is different from that of Trunks, so don't let Trunks' words affect your opinion. Dr. Gero is dead, and they have given up their mission, and they are no longer hostile to us, Li Su said. Then he said to Bulma and the others, Bulma, Xiaoi, Beulah, let's go back. The three of them all walked to Li Su's side, put their hands on Li Su's body, and disappeared with a swoosh. Gohan, let's go back as well. Son Goku said, although he didn't enjoy playing, but he didn't have any choice when he stopped playing on the 16th. Yes, Dad. Son Gohan also ran to Son Goku's side. You don't have to worry anymore, what should I worry about? Krillin said with a wry smile. Kellen, even if the android does evil again, isn't there Li Su and Son Goku? Tien Shinyan said. Kakarot, I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta said, flying in the direction of the Temple of Heaven. If you want to improve your combat power in a short time, you can only go to the Spirit Time Room. After pondering for a while, Piccolo seemed to have made a decision, and flew in the direction of the Temple of Heaven, but his purpose was different from Vegeta. After Li Su returned home, he was ready to practice his own cultivation. He didn't care too much about the cell hidden in the dark. If Son Goku and others couldn't solve it, he would just do it again. However, this time, Kane contacted him again. Kane, is there another CDDB mission this time? Li Su asked, looking at Kane's phantom. Li Su, the people in the Dark Demon world have been moving again recently. The target may be the Earth in your time and space. You have to be careful. Kane said. Who is the other party and how is his strength? Li Su frowned. I'm not very clear, but their purpose is to collect dark energy, and generally they will only hide in the dark. Kane said. Well, I see. Li Su nodded. If I have anything, I will rush over to support me, Kane said. After speaking, Kane ended the call with Li Su. Haha, this time I finally ended the call first? Kane smiled childishly, remembering the last time Li Su ended the call first. Li Su didn't have much expectations for Kane's support. He knew that Kane's combat effectiveness was not very strong, and it was not as good as he is now. Kane's strong ability was in terms of time. If Kane broke out with all her strength and paid a certain price, even an angel-level expert might be sealed by her. Dark Demon Realm, it seems that their purpose must be the secret cell. Li Su thought to himself. If the people of the Dark World want to collect dark energy, they need strong people to fight, and during this period, only Cell meets their goals. Soldiers will block, water will cover, these guys are hidden in the dark, it is impossible to find them out. Li Su shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days have passed. On this day, Li Su was cultivating in the training room when he suddenly sensed two powerful chi. It finally appeared. Is the other one from the Dark World? Li Su secretly asked. Among the two chi he sensed, one of them he had already determined was Cell, but the other was stronger than Cell's chi. How can I be angry with Cell? Li Su frowned. According to his idea, Cell came from the Great World, that world did not have him, but he sensed his own chi in Cell. Husband, what happened? Bulma and the two little guys ran over worriedly, and the two of them also sensed these two anger. It's okay, just a few mice hiding in the dark. 35 Li Su said. Dad, these two chi are so evil. Li Yi said with a frown. People's spiritual chi is linked together, so when the inner evil is evil, you can detect it through chi. You stay at home, I'll go back when I go. Li Su said. Husband, I want to go with you, I won't hold you back. Bulma said, hugging Li Su's arm, afraid that Li Su would go away with instant transmission. Dad, we're going too. Li Yi and Bra said. Li Su looked at him expectantly and nodded. He might not be safe at home, and there might be people from the Dark World hiding in the dark. Great. Seeing Li Su's promise, the two little guys were very happy, and a smile appeared on Bulma's face. The three stood beside Li Su, and with a swoosh, they came directly with instant transmission. On the other side of the earth, number 16 was seriously injured and half of his head was knocked off. Number 17 and number 18 were also very embarrassed. Sister, hurry up and find that Li Su for help, only he can deal with these two monsters. Number 17 said, with a look of death. I'll block it for you, you go to Li Su for help. Number 18 said. Sister, if a big man of mine goes to him for help, he may not be able to take action, but if you go to him for help as a woman, he is more likely to take action. Number 17 said. It's this time, you still have the mind to joke. Number 18 said angrily. I'm not joking, if you listened to me last time and seduced him, we might not be like this. 17th said. You can't escape. For the sake of being androids, if you are willing to be loyal to me, I will spare your life. Cell chased after him with a cruel smile on his face. Che, we won't be your lackeys. Number 17 said, he had his own pride. Then it'll just kill you. Cell said, the smile on his face disappearing, turning cold. An energy ball was condensed in his hand, and he threw it towards the 17th and 18th positions. Sister, hurry up, said number 17. He was not Cell's opponent at all, thinking about detonating the bomb in his body and delaying Cell for a while. However, at this time, Li Su came with Bulma and two little guys. Boom! Li Su slapped the energy ball and sent it flying, and the energy ball fell into the distance. After a brief silence, a rumbling sound caused a mushroom cloud to rise. Well, full body Cell. Li Su frowned. The Cell in front of him has evolved into a complete body, but number 17 and number 18 are in front of him and have not been absorbed. Is that woman number 21? Behind Cell, there was another woman, the 21st cyborg. Her aura was much stronger than Cell's. The 21st man-made man is also a biochemical cell man-made man, and has joined Majin Buu's cells, and has some abilities of Majin Buu. Hehe, it's coming so soon. When Cell saw Li Su appear, he wasn't surprised, and he wasn't worried at all. Whoosh! At this time, Son Goku appeared beside Li Su with Son Gohan, Piccolo and Vegeta. Li Su, what's going on? Who are these two people? Son Goku said with a frown. Cell and No 21's chi was very powerful and very evil. The two of them are also artificial humans, but they are not from our time and space, but from the Trunks time and space, Li Su explained. That's it. Son Goku nodded. Looks like you know us well. Cell laughed. I don't exist in that time and space, how can you have my breath in you? Li Su asked. He also had some doubts. Haha, thanks to the fact that you didn't destroy the Cell seedlings in this world, not only did I evolve into a complete form, but my strength is stronger than the complete form in the data. Cell smiled proudly. So it is. Li Su secretly said that he was careless and forgot to deal with the Cell in his world. In order to thank you, I will definitely let you torture you before killing you. Cell smiled proudly. Hearing this, Li Su frowned slightly, not because he was afraid of what Cell said, but because he felt that this Cell was much more evil than the one in the original book, and even had a slightly different personality. It's up to you. Let's call out the person who is hiding behind you. Li Su said disdainfully. He felt that Cell's character change, and number 21 who should not have appeared at this time, must be related to the Dark World. People related. What are you talking about? Cell frowned and looked a little angry. He didn't know if he really didn't understand what Li Su said, or if he pretended not to understand. As long as you are killed, it doesn't matter if they can't get out. Li Su said. Li Su, leave it to me, I haven't had enough fun last time. Son Goku saw that the battle was about to begin, and he couldn't wait to shoot. For flowers. Kakarot, his opponent is me, said 35 Vegeta, charging straight at Cell. Vegeta, you are too cunning. Son Goku also hurriedly flew over. Li Su didn't do anything, but looked at the android number 21 who had not spoken. He felt that there was a huge power in No 21's body. Thank you for saving me. Number 18, who was behind Li Su, said. These are fairy beans, which can heal your injuries. Li Su took out 2 fairy beans and handed them to number 18. Although the 17th and 18th have infinite energy, they cannot recover after being injured. Thank you. 99. Number 18 took 2 fairy beans, ate one by himself, and handed the other one to number 17. After the two of them ate them, all their injuries recovered. 0. Sister, Li Su rescued you, are you going to promise yourself? Number 17 joked. When number 18 was told this by number 17, a blush appeared on his face. After seeing No 18's reaction, Bulma twisted Li Su's waist and hugged Li Su's arm to declare his sovereignty. Li Su smiled when he saw Bulma's action. On the other side, Vegeta and Son Goku fight Cell. Kakarot, get out of the way, he's my opponent, Vegeta said, attacking Cell first. Vegeta, don't do that, said 35 Son Goku. Bang bang, the movements of the two came to an abrupt halt, and Cell punched them both in the stomach. You two should go together. Cell laughed. It hurts. Son Goku rubbed his stomach. The two looked at each other and turned into Super Saiyan with a hoot. Bang bang bang, the two attacked Cell together, and Cell was still able to face the attacks of the two alone. Cell's strength is indeed much stronger than in the original book. What is the evil power in his body? Li Su frowned and said, there was an evil aura hidden in Cell's body. This power does not seem to belong to Cell, as if someone gave him.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.